To Oliver Trabek and Bob Browdies. May you live in interesting times. Ancient Chinese Curse. Contents. 1968. Chicago, the Great American Slaughterhouse. Public murders and private beatings. Whipped like a dog with the whole world watching. Which side are you on? Clandestine meeting with Nixon, coup de grace for the 60s. 1969. The Battle of Aspen. Local politics with a vengeance, death to the greed heads. First visit with Mescalito, dangerous fun with the brown buffalo. Death trip to the White House, Nixon über alles. 1970. Thompson for sheriff. The Freak also rises, wild victory in horse country, disaster at the America's Cup. Nixon's massacre at Kent State, the nightmare of Ralph Steadman. Just how weird can you stand it, brother, before your love will crack? 1971. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Queer nights in the circus, drag racing on the Strip. Brown power in East LA, Tom Wolfe flees to Italy. Invasion of the Jesus Freaks, a generation run amok. Shrewd advice from the sports desk. 1972. Freak power goes to Washington, strategic retreat into national politics. Madness and violence on the Sunshine Special. Getting to know the White House, learning to fear Richard Nixon. Falling in love on the zoo plane, farewell forever to innocence. 1973. The Great Shark Hunt. Marlin fishing in Mexico, killing time with the Oakland Raiders. Rookie of the Year in Washington, Rube of the Year in Hollywood. Waiting for Watergate, hatching the plot to croak Nixon. The Curse of Sudden Fame. 1974. Back to Washington, back to work, back to the halls of the evil Watergate Hotel. Collapse of the Nixon Empire, revenge of the brutal freaks. Constant travel, constant plotting, summit conference in Elko and fateful first meeting with Jimmy Carter. Senator Thompson from Colorado. 1975. Last Dance in Saigon, End of the War in Vietnam, Conversations from the Garden of Agony, Touring the Orient for Money, Sex and Violence in Hong Kong, Last Memo from the Global Affairs Desk. 1976. Jimmy Carter and the Rise of the Rock and Roll Vote. Marijuana goes to the White House, crime is the long-term answer. Preferential treatment for journalists. Buy the ticket, take the ride. The Fear and Loathing in America Honor Roll. Chronological list of letters. Index. About the author. About the editor. Foreword by David Halberstam. I was both delighted and surprised by the request to write the foreword to this collection of Hunter Thompson's letters. Delighted because I am an unabashed fan of the Doctor, and I think his work is touched by genius and transcends mere journalism. Surprised because I am the ultimate literal reporter who comes from the opposite end of the spectrum, and my work could not be more different than his. I go where my interviews, my facts, and my anecdotes take me. Hunter, by contrast, goes where his instincts take him, and his instincts, as his work has proved to us over the years, have a certain brilliance to them. His truths are, I suspect, larger than the truths of most of the rest of us and allow him to be a man of gonzo and yet have such a great resonance with the non-gonzoists among us. He helps fill an immense vacuum in the world of journalism. For in America these days print journalism is in sharp decline, significantly more anemic than it was 35 years ago, and television journalism, more often than not, is a mockery of itself. We live in a communications society where image is more important than truth and spinning is our great new growth industry. Even television reporters now have their own personal public relations people, the better, if not to spin their viewers and the ever-admiring celebrity magazines, then at least to spin themselves on the value of what they do. Therefore in a culture like ours Hunter's truths seem like laser beams cutting through the fog of lies and obfuscations, an industrialized man-made fog that is now so easily manufactured, bought, and paid for in the wealth of contemporary America. Hunter is fog immune. Or at least man-made fog immune. The moment when he wrote these letters is important. It is not the best of times in America. It is post-Tet, the Vietnam War is winding down, the Democratic Party is badly divided, the backlash against a more optimistic liberalism that marked the civil rights movement is growing. Watergate is just taking place, and the violations of constitutional rights that it represents, violations of the rights of ordinary citizens at the order of the President of the United States, will not come as any great surprise to many people. Tensions in society abound, over the war, over race, and over class. Literal journalism often seems inadequate, facts seem futile to many people. All in all, it is fertile time for someone with a sensibility like Hunter's. Not surprisingly, his work is becoming more widely admired, and his truths often seem more real than the facts accumulated by most traditional reporters. He is working on a mother lode that he is sure is out there, a darkness of the spirit. There are endless letters going back and forth between him and his loving and admiring book editor, Jim Silberman, on something that he wants to do but cannot quite get his hands on, a book on the death of the American dream. It was a book that somehow eluded him, though of course, it is there in almost everything he wrote before, during, and after that time. But for the moment it is hard going. In December 1969, he writes a friend named Steve Geller about how hard it all is, all of which reminds me that I'm many months overdue with that wonderful Random House offering called The Death of the American Dream. I hate to spend 3 years writing a pile of worthless shit, but that's what I'm into, a sophomore jinx on all fronts. I've done everything I can to put it off, but now stone broke again, I don't see any way out. Just write the fucker and clear the decks, take the beating and play counterpuncher. Fuck them. This is really a stinking way to have to make a living. This collection of letters is instructive in a number of ways. I think the first is the passion of the young Hunter Thompson to be someone, his absolute certainty of the value of his talent, his unyielding faith in himself in a world whose editors had not always deigned to recognize his talents. He knows that he is gifted, he is sure that he knows things about reporting that they do not, he knows he cannot do it any other way. He is absolutely sure that he has a right to be published, and that they have an obligation to publish him. Besides, there is no other way to go. To one of his favorite editors, a gifted young man at Playboy named David Butler, who had made suggestions about how to make a piece more publishable and saleable, he wrote, "I'm pretty well hooked on my own style for good or for ill, and the chances of changing it now are pretty dim. A journalist into gonzo is like a junkie or an egg-sucking dog, there is no known cure." Looking back at what he did, reading these letters now, and the previous volume, The Proud Highway, I think there is a certain invincibility to Hunter that shows in both collections. Even when no one else yet realized it, he always knew he was the great Hunter Thompson. That faith, it seems to me, is at the core of his work and his success. His voice is sui generis. He is who he is. No one created Hunter other than Hunter. Somehow he found his voice, and he knew, before anyone else, that it was special. It is not to be imitated, and I can't think of anything worse than for any young journalist to try to imitate Hunter. That's the price of being an original. There's room for only one on the ark. The other thing these letters reveal is how hard it is to be an original. He could not be anything else, not like some of his would-be successors, who came and tried to do what he did for a brief once around the track tour and then ventured out to Hollywood for their just reward as screenwriters. There was no easy niche for him, not then, not now. Hunter is many things, but one thing he is not is a cynic. He had to do it his way. The financial rewards were and are minimal. His work does not bring Hollywood courting. In the period covered here, his constituency is just beginning to grow. In time he will be something of a cult figure, but hardcover readers are not exactly storming the barricades and pumping his books onto the bestseller lists. When you are an original, the way is often lonely, and the rewards come slowly. In those days he was doing wonderful work and getting very little back for it financially. Jim Silberman is endlessly patient, and Jan Wenner, to his credit, was relatively good to Hunter, but the times were always hard. He was always fighting for a little more money and a little more respect from most editors. The IRS seems to be in constant pursuit, and he is always arguing with editors for his last check and for his expense accounts. If there is a melancholy series of letters in this book, it is a group that he wrote to a very wealthy man named Max Palevsky, who had once loaned him $10,000 and was calling the loan in with the use of lawyers. In these letters Hunter's voice changes. It is not the feigned put-in mock combat, death to the pig-fuck as that is his normal manner. Instead the words are those of a man truly pained by the unkindness of someone else. His taste is good, and what he is always looking for in the work of others is the essential truth of their work. There is a letter in here to Selma Shapiro, the Random House publicity chief, in praise of an as yet unknown writer named Fred Exley, who has just written a book called A Fan's Notes, eventually to be designated a cult classic. Exley's work, like much of Hunter's writing, is iconic and hard to categorize. There is something very good and right about it, hard to define. Hunter writes of A Fan's Notes. He debates with himself the pros and cons of Exley's writing and then comes up with the reason he likes it. I suppose it's the truth level, a demented kind of honesty. Then he goes on a small riff about other writers who deal with class and racial tensions. I've never paid much attention to the black/Jew/WASP problem. It strikes me as a waste of time and energy. My prejudice is pretty general, far too broad and sweeping for any racial limitations. It's clear to me, and has been since the age of 10 or so, that most people are bastards, thieves, and yes, even pig-fuckers. That is, I think, a very important passage, and perhaps the most revealing in the book. It shows what he is really about and what he is searching for, and why his work is so powerful. It's all in the truths. David Halberstam. New York. August 9, 2000. Editor's note by Douglas Brinkley. Gentlemen, nature works in a mysterious way. When a new truth comes upon the earth, or a great idea necessary for mankind is born, where does it come from? Not from the police force or the prosecuting attorneys or the judges or the lawyers or the doctors, not there. It comes from the despised and the outcast. It comes perhaps from jails and prisons. It comes from men who have dared to be rebels and think their thoughts, and their fate has been the fate of rebels. This generation gives them graves while another builds them monuments, and there is no exception to it. It has been true since the world began, and it will be true no doubt forever. Clarence Darrow, 1920. It was March 1967 and freelance journalist Hunter S. Thompson was in New York City on tour for Random House, which had published his first book, Hell's Angels, a strange and terrible saga, a brutal and eloquent account of the year he spent riding with the notorious biker gang, then a symbol of everything that made middle America nervous. Overnight Thompson had become a literary enfant terrible, his book climbing onto bestseller lists. After appearing on NBC's Today Show with host Hugh Downs, the chain-smoking Thompson had a singular request of his publicist, Selma Shapiro. I insisted that we take a break from the grueling schedule for a few minutes, Thompson recalled. I was desperate to hear the just-released Jefferson Airplane album. Together they found a record store on Madison Avenue that carried Surrealistic Pillow, a soaring soundtrack from the carnival-like streets of San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury, where Thompson had written Hell's Angels and befriended the psychedelic band. While writing the book, he would often zoom through North Beach on his PSA Lightning motorcycle, park in front of the Matrix, and listen to the Airplane's lead vocalist, Grace Slick, belt out rock classics like White Rabbit. It was Thompson, in fact, who had introduced the San Francisco Chronicle's music critic, Ralph J. Gleason, to the Jefferson Airplane, insisting that they were as good as, if not better than, the Grateful Dead. Now, with Shapiro at his side, Thompson went into the store's listening booth and spun the disc. Upon hearing the first note I smiled, Thompson recalled years later. This was the triumph of the San Francisco people. We were all making it, riding a magical wave which we didn't think would break. Thompson kept dropping the stylus onto every track, anxious to hear a sampling of each cut. When he got to the fourth song today he could no longer control his enthusiasm. "Hot damn, Selma," I remember saying. "You been asking me pesky questions about what I think. Listen to this. Wow. I could have written these lyrics myself. Today is my time." The letters published in Fear and Loathing in America, the second volume in a projected trilogy, cover the 8 frenetic years from 1968 to 1976, when Thompson was at the glorious height of his literary powers. As documented in the first collection, The Proud Highway, Saga of a Desperate Southern Gentleman, the Kentucky-bred Thompson had slowly risen in the world of journalism, writing for such newspapers and journals as the New York Herald Tribune, the National Observer, The Nation, The Reporter, and the New York Times Magazine. While working continually on 2 novels, Prince Jellyfish, unpublished, set in New York City, and The Rum Diary, 1998, based in Puerto Rico, Thompson garnered a formidable reputation in newsrooms for his reportage on the bizarre. In his freelance journalism he wrote profiles of butte hobos, Caribbean smugglers, beat poets, nude dancers, Sacramento politicians, Oregon drifters, flower children, riverboat gamblers, bluegrass pickers, San Joaquin migrant workers, and Sioux activists. As critic Richard Ellman noted in the New Republic, Thompson was asserting a kind of Rambo delirium of spirit in his writing, which only the rarest of geniuses could pull off. Such well-known American chroniclers as Studs Terkel, Tom Wolfe, William Kennedy, and Charles Curald were the first reporters to recognize that Thompson was a masterful prose stylist, imbued with a strange gift for comic despair and sledgehammer humor. They saw him as a hilarious schemer, an attack dog like H.L. Mencken, an outrageous outsider like novelist J.D. Salinger Holden Caulfield. Meanwhile, mainstream editors also learned to respect Thompson's well-honed instinct for accurately reporting on the fringe characters of the tumultuous 1960s. "He became our official crazy," John Leonard claimed in the New York Times, patrolling the edge. Now, with the wild success of Hell's Angels, the first printing selling out within days of publication, Thompson had the freedom to explore the edge in new modes of journalism that borrowed from fiction writing. Almost overnight, assignment offers came pouring in from Esquire, Harper's, the Saturday Evening Post, and a dozen other periodicals, all anxious for an offbeat piece from the celebrated 30-year-old author of Hell's Angels. It soon became apparent, however, that Thompson's fiercely subjective style just wasn't for editors with weak stomachs or nervous advertisers. Playboy, for example, had assigned Thompson to write a profile of Jean-Claude Killy, a handsome Olympic skier turned Chevrolet pitchman. On balance, it seems unfair to dismiss him as a witless greedhead, despite all the evidence, Thompson concluded. Somewhere behind that wistful programmed smile I suspect there is something akin to what Norman Mailer once called, speaking of James Jones, an animal sense of who has the power. This was too unhinged for Playboy, too honest. In rejecting what literary historians now deem the first pure example of gonzo journalism, the piece eventually ran as The Temptations of Jean-Claude Killy in the March 1970 Scanlan's Monthly. Playboy's editor composed an internal memo denouncing Thompson's ugly, stupid arrogance as an insult to everything we stand for. What becomes clear in Fear and Loathing in America is how important a role the editor of Scanlan's Monthly, Warren Hinkle, played in the development of Thompson's infamous gonzo style. The two first met in San Francisco in 1967 when Hinkle was running the leftist magazine Ramparts. As a pure literary art form, gonzo requires virtually no rewriting. The reporter and his quest for information are central to the story, told via a fusion of bedrock reality and stark fantasy in a way that is meant to amuse both the author and the reader. Stream of consciousness, article excerpts, transcribed interviews, telephone conversations — these are the elements of a piece of aggressively subjective gonzo journalism. It is a style of reporting based on William Faulkner's idea that the best fiction is far more true than any kind of journalism, Thompson has noted. Today the term gonzo appears in the Webster's and Random House dictionaries with Thompson given credit as its coiner, but when Hinkle first published the Killie piece in Scanlon's, he was taking a huge risk. His editorial gamble would soon pay off handsomely, however, when Thompson returned to his hometown of Louisville with British illustrator Ralph Steadman at his side to cover America's premier thoroughbred horse race. The story of how Thompson and Steadman first teamed up to take on the Kentucky Derby is revealed for the first time through the letters in this collection. One evening in May 1970, Hunter and his wife, Sandy, were dining at the Aspen home of James Salter, a dear friend whose novel A Sport and a Pastime is considered a modern classic. Salter, knowing that Thompson was raised along the Ohio River, casually asked him if he was going to attend the Derby. I told him no, Thompson remembered. But I immediately seized upon the idea that I should cover it. At 3:30 the next morning, Thompson telephoned Hinkle and got the assignment. Refusing a photographer, Thompson suggested that editorial cartoonist Pat Oliphant from the Denver Post accompany him to the Mint Julep spectacle. Oliphant was unavailable, so Hinkle hired the 34-year-old Steadman, a Welsh illustrator renowned for his hideous and hilarious caricatures of British politicians in Private Eye magazine. The combustible pairing changed the face of modern journalism. They produced The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved, in which Thompson's traditional reportage was skewed in favor of a viciously funny, first-person, gonzo perspective, while Steadman's perversely exact illustrations were drawn in lipstick to shock the unprepared reader. The outrageous, ribald result won immediate acclaim. The Derby story had pointed the way toward the great mother lode, novelist and friend William Kennedy recalled. Hunter had discovered that confounding sums of money could be had by writing what seemed to be journalism, while actually you were developing your fictional oeuvre. But as we learn at the outset of Fear and Loathing in America, it was the 1968 presidential election that jarred Thompson to unleash his vitriolic prose on the leading politicians of the day. It all began with his first weird encounter with Richard Nixon, the Republican nominee, whom he interviewed that February in New Hampshire. Thompson had considered Nixon just another sad old geek limping back into politics for another beating. But the new Nixon, full of football stories and the V for Victory sign, startled him. He was brighter and therefore more dangerous than I had surmised, Thompson recalled. He was a brute in need of extermination. That July, Pageant published Thompson's Presenting, the Richard Nixon Doll. The piece marked the beginning of Thompson's relentless stalking of Nixon, his all-purpose arch-nemesis. This book, in fact, could easily have been subtitled The Age of Nixon. Two of Thompson's most enduring works, the incomparable Fear and Loathing, On the Campaign Trail 72, published by Straight Arrow Books in 1973, and the cogent Fear and Loathing at the Watergate, Mr. Nixon Has Cashed His Check, a lengthy article that appeared in the September 27, 1973, Rolling Stone, were inspired by Thompson's insatiable distrust of Richard Nixon. When the president resigned under the dark cloud of Watergate, Thompson's first instinct was to throw a sack of dead rats over the wrought iron White House fence in celebration. Thompson acknowledged his debt to Tricky Dick by dedicating his 1979 anthology, The Great Shark Hunt, to Richard Milhous Nixon, who never let me down. And his merciless obituary of Nixon, published in 1994 in Rolling Stone, stands as the most devastating critique of a politician since H. L. Mencken set out to destroy the populist reputation of Nebraska's William Jennings Bryan shortly after the 1925 Scopes Monkey trial. Yet perhaps even more than the dark specter of Nixon, it was the brutish actions of the Chicago police force at the Democratic National Convention in 1968 that gave Thompson the fear. Somewhat foolishly, Thompson had signed a contract with Random House to write a nonfiction book on the death of the American dream. He had journeyed from his ranch in Woody Creek, Colorado, which remains his home, to the Windy City in hopes of gathering material for the book. While waiting with other members of the press to get into the convention hall, he witnessed a mob of demonstrators marching toward a flank of policemen at the corner of Michigan and Balboa. Seconds later, the police charged the protesters with billy clubs waving. Ignoring the press credentials that hung around his neck, the police shoved Thompson against a plate glass window as chaos and violence erupted all around him. "I went to the Democratic Convention as a journalist," Thompson wrote of the encounter, "and returned a cold-blooded revolutionary." Chicago proved to be the political awakening of Hunter S. Thompson. No longer would he simply write about politics, he would personally enter the fray. Believing that politics was the art of controlling your environment, Thompson soon found himself in the unlikely role of leader of the freak power movement in the Rocky Mountains. Many of the letters published here center on Thompson's hubristic run for sheriff of Pitkin County, Colorado, in 1970. "The die is already cast in my race," he wrote. "And the only remaining question is how many freaks, heads, criminals, anarchists, beatniks, poachers, wobblies, bikers and persons of weird persuasion will come out of their holes and vote for me." With his head shaved clean, a bright red fist with two thumbs clasping a peyote button as his campaign poster, jazz artist Herbie Mann's spirited Battle Hymn of the Republic as his anthem, and a party platform that included changing Aspen's name to Fat City to slow down development, Thompson's savage campaign attracted considerable national attention. Other celebrated American writers have run for political office: Upton Sinclair in California and Norman Mailer in New York, for example, but none with the surreal flair with which Thompson conducted his 1970 campaign for sheriff. The New York Times assessed him favorably in a profile featuring a photograph of Thompson in front of a large portrait of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, while Harper's commissioned a lengthy essay on his dark horse run. In the ominous, ugly splintered context of what is happening in 1970 America, a lot of people are beginning to understand that to be a freak is an honorable way to go, Thompson wrote on one of the 8 wall posters he produced for the campaign. "This is the real point, that we are not really freaks at all, not in the literal sense, but the twisted realities of the world we are trying to live in have somehow combined to make us feel like freaks. We argue, we protest, we petition, but nothing changes. So now, with the rest of the nation erupting in a firestorm of bombings and political killings, a handful of freaks are running a final, perhaps atavistic experiment with the idea of forcing change by voting." Astonishingly, Thompson lost by only 400-odd votes of more than 2,500 cast. In fact, he carried 3 of the 4 city precincts, but was massively rejected by voters in the populous down-county suburbs and ski centers. More than any other periodical, it was Rolling Stone, a rock and roll magazine published in San Francisco, that embraced Thompson's wildcat run for sheriff. Brazen owner and editor Jan Wenner had become a principal spokesman for the so-called Love Generation, and his magazine, its name taken from the title of a Muddy Waters blues song, was setting the tone for counterculture art and fashion in America. The first piece Thompson wrote for Rolling Stone, published in the October 1, 1970, issue, was The Battle of Aspen, an autobiographical account of the freak power movement in Colorado. Like Hinkle, whose Scanlon's Monthly soon folded because of financial mismanagement, Wenner understood that Thompson was a rock and roll mix of Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, and H. L. Mencken, a sort of literary wild man running amok on speed and insolence, yet with a controlled grace and unreal precision to his hallucinatory prose, and in the end his trenchant and sober-minded critiques of modern society were perhaps, as Nelson Algren put it, the sanest of all. By 1970, what Bob Dylan had become to electric music, Hunter Thompson had become to cutting-edge journalism. Sidetracked by Aspen politics and freelance assignments, Thompson, as revealed in this volume, was having a hard time with his book on the death of the American dream for Random House. Deadlines came and went. Debts piled up and frustration grew. Stone broke was a way of life. It was under this intense duress that, while working on a serious investigative piece for Rolling Stone on Ruben Salazar, a Chicano activist who had been shot and killed by a member of the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Thompson stumbled on the answer to his 3-year-old quest in the glitzy gambling emporiums of Nevada. The appearance of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas in 2 issues of Rolling Stone in 1971, under the pseudonym Raoul Duke, sealed Thompson's reputation as an outlaw genius. As the subtitle warns, the work takes readers on a savage journey to the heart of the American dream. The New York Times review said, "What goes on in these pages makes Lenny Bruce seem angelic. The whole book boils down to a kind of mad, corrosive poetry." Tom Wolfe pronounced it a scorching, epical sensation. Essentially, the narrative follows Duke and his 300-pound Samoan attorney, Dr. Gonzo, to Las Vegas, ostensibly to cover a motorcycle race and then a convention of district attorneys. How did Thompson and his accomplice prepare for the trip? As Duke wrote, "We had 2 bags of grass, 75 pellets of mescaline, 5 sheets of high-powered blotter acid, a salt shaker half full of cocaine, and a whole galaxy of multicolored uppers, downers, screamers, laughers, and also a quart of tequila, a quart of rum, a case of Budweiser, a pint of raw ether and 2 dozen amyls." The primary question that readers of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas ask is, was it all true? Did he really gobble up all those drugs? Was his attorney a thinly disguised portrayal of Chicano activist Oscar Zeta Acosta really that demented? The correspondence included in this volume between Thompson and his Random House editor, Jim Silberman, addresses this speculation in a frank, candid, and surprising fashion. An unexpected image emerges of Thompson as clever wordsmith, completely coherent and purposeful as he tries to puncture the hypocrisy of Rotarian America and fulfill his contractual obligation to boot. Self-editing throughout the process of completing the book at Owl Farm in Colorado and a Ramada Inn in California, Thompson knew he had a bizarre classic on his hands, a book that only he could have written. Also included in Fear and Loathing in America are several of the outlandish letters that Acosta, the legendary Brown Buffalo, wrote to Thompson from California and Mexico during the 1970s. A nearly full-blooded Aztec Indian obsessed with the violent legacy of Cortez the Killer in the New World, Acosta is now considered one of the most influential Chicano power playwrights, defense attorneys, and intractable activists of his era. Raised by Mexican parents in El Paso, Texas, as a strict Catholic, Acosta received formal religious training in Panama. Blessed and afflicted with a hyperkinetic disposition and forever craving the limelight, Acosta loved to preach like an Old Testament prophet one minute, then eat LSD like a deranged drug offender on the run the next. But one historical observation from the period is certain: a synergy developed between Thompson and Acosta during the winter of 1967 to 1968 that benefited both artists. There were times all too often, I felt, when Oscar would show up in front of the courthouse at 9 in the morning with a stench of fresh gasoline on his hands and a green crust of charred soap flakes on the toes of his $300 snakeskin cowboy boots, Thompson wrote in his memorable Rolling Stone obituary of Acosta, who died mysteriously in 1977 somewhere in Mexico. He would pause outside the courtroom just long enough to give the TV press 5 minutes of crazed rhetoric for the evening news, then he would shepherd his equally crazed clients into the courtroom for their daily war circus with the judge. When you get into bear baiting on that level, paranoia is just another word for ignorance. They really are out to get you. Paranoia is a central theme on nearly every page of this book. Deep suspicions of the FBI, the CIA, and the Secret Service abound. Doom is always looming down, financial ruin is always on the horizon like a thundercloud about to break. In Thompson's distrustful world, agents are thieves, editors are swine, and politicians, with occasional exceptions like former South Dakota Senator George McGovern, are charlatans. While writing the series of articles for Rolling Stone that became Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72, Thompson excoriated George Wallace, Hubert Humphrey, Edmund Muskie, Henry Scoop Jackson, Richard Nixon, the whole phalanx of candidates. But unlike other sharp-tongued critics of the American political process, there was a Jeffersonian idealism in Thompson's writing that transcended mere cynicism. Hunter was a patriot, McGovern recalls of the gonzo journalist who crisscrossed the nation with him in 1972. He thought in universal terms. He was not a jingoist. He hated that war in Vietnam with a passion. And he hated the hypocrisy of the establishment. Basically, I think he wanted to see this country live up to his ideals. And he wanted us to do better. There is no doubt that what he wrote in 1972 was the most valuable book on the campaign. Fear and Loathing in America holds many surprises for the political junkie. We learn of Thompson's wild-eyed ambition to run for the U.S. Senate from Colorado, his retention of lawyer Sandy Berger to sue cartoonist Gary Trudeau for the potentially libelous portrayal of him as Uncle Duke in the Doonesbury comic strip, his strange friendship with Nixon man Patrick Buchanan, and his unexpected embrace of Jimmy Carter during the 1976 presidential election. There are feuds with journalists Sidney Zion and Sally Quinn, denunciations of Timothy Leary and Abby Hoffman, and bitter disappointment when even McGovern turned to the Pauls. Experimentation and overindulgence in drugs such as mescaline, hashish, and LSD are also commonplace occurrences in these letters. For a while, in fact, Thompson considered titling this book Confessions of a Mescaline Eater or The Jimson Weed Chronicles, in tribute to narcotics enthusiasts Thomas De Quincey and William S. Burroughs. In the pages that follow are largely unedited letters documenting 8 years in the high-speed life and times of Hunter S. Thompson. As in The Proud Highway, the dilemma was choosing which letters to include, which to excise. At a party to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the publication of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a reporter from Entertainment Weekly asked Jan Wenner what Thompson would have been without drugs and guns. An accountant, Wenner answered without hesitation. No doubt about it. When asked about this, Thompson replied, "Well, Jan says a lot of stupid things. He used to be smart, but now he's just another bean counter." For every letter included in this volume, 5 others were cut. Some of the axed missives were of an intense personal nature regarding Thompson's wife, Sandy, and son, Juan. Others were rejected because of repetition or their financial nature. Many of the letters dealing with Aspen politics were left out due to their obsolete inside baseball content. An effort was made, however, to include letters that showcased Thompson's struggles as an aspiring writer, the difficult task he confronted waking up every day with a sheet of snow-white paper in his typewriter, seemingly demanding that first-rate prose come to grace it. At times Thompson's uncompromising perfectionism overwhelmed his editors. But it must be remembered that he was a self-made, rugged individualist living in the wilds of Colorado, thousands of miles from Madison Avenue. Worried that treacherous New Yorkers were going to take advantage of his high-country isolation and rip him off, Thompson assiduously stayed on top of his business affairs, threatening lawsuits over late checks and sloppy bookkeeping. There is a legalistic quality to many of these letters, with Thompson playing the righteous Clarence Darrow dueling fraudulent and churlish confidence men of every stripe. Over the years, in fact, Thompson has worked on a book he calls Hey Rube, a wicked manifesto that lampoons the white-collar criminals and New Age astrologers who take advantage of the hard-working, honest folks in the provinces that John Steinbeck wrote about with such tender awareness. Filled with an Avengers rhetoric and idiopathic outrage, Hey Rube is Thompson's all-season scorecard against the world of fast-talking money manipulators, used car salesmen, and TV evangelists. Behind the complex personality of Hunter S. Thompson, the gonzo journalist cranked up on Chivas Regal, Dunhill cigarettes, and LSD, lurks a trenchant humorist with a sharp moral sensibility. For Thompson understands that against the assault of laughter nothing can stand, at least not for long. His exaggerated style may defy easy categorization, but his career-long autopsy on the death of the American dream places him among the 20th century's most iconoclastic writers. Outsized truths are Thompson's stock in trade, and the comic savagery of his best work will continue to electrify readers for generations to come. Perhaps novelist Tom Robbins comes closest to explaining the enduring high-octane appeal of Thompson's work. His prose style reads like he's careening down a mountain highway at 110 miles an hour, steering with his knees. It would be a mistake to claim that Fear and Loathing in America answers the question of whether Thompson writes fiction or nonfiction. But we do learn what a literary workhorse he was during the chaotic era of Woodstock and Watergate. Like Mark Twain, he believed that the difference between the nearly right word and the right word was a large matter, The difference between the lightning bug and the lightning. An aspiring gonzo journalist working for some alternative newspaper like the Boulder Planet or an Associated Press stringer anxious to insert invective into his copy would be wise to take note of the supreme discipline Thompson devoted toward perfecting every word in every line. As with Hemingway, many young writers ache to imitate Thompson's hyperbolic style and maverick attitude, they nearly all fail miserably. There is only one Hunter S. Thompson, an incorrigible, doom-haunted observer whose dazzling prose and outlaw persona have made a distinctive mark on our times. Douglas Brinkley. New Orleans. July 15, 2000. Asterisk special thanks to Shelby Sadler for researching/writing the footnotes and many of the letter introductions and contributing editorially to the entire volume, Mara Surucci for brilliantly overseeing the entire Simon & Schuster editorial process, Deborah Fuller for managing the Thompson Archive in Woody Creek, Colorado, Erica Whittington of the Eisenhower Center at the University of New Orleans for manuscript preparation and superb editorial assistance, Anita Bajamook for her heroic all-night proofreading sessions, Curtis Robinson for brainstorming with Dr. Thompson and creating subheads, and Wayne Ewing for his ceaseless intellectual input into how to improve Fear and Loathing in America. Author's note by Hunter S. Thompson. The form calls for me to write a few words of wisdom at this point, but I am not feeling wise tonight, so I will leave that job to Mr. Halberstam, who is better at it than I am. These letters are not the work of a wise man, but only a player and a scribe with a dangerous gambling habit. That is a risky mix that will sooner or later lead you to cross the wrong wires and get shocked, or even burned to a cinder. On some days you will be lucky and only break your fingers and make a fool of yourself. But luck is a very thin wire between survival and disaster, and not many people can keep their balance on it. I have never believed much in luck, and my sense of humor has tended to walk on the dark side. Muhammad Ali, one of my very few heroes, once took the time to explain to me that there are no jokes. The truth is the funniest joke of all. Ho ho. It takes a special kind of mindset to believe that and still have smart people call you funny. I have never quite understood it. But there are many things that I have never quite understood, and these letters, to me, are a sort of berserk historical record of my efforts to grope and flail and occasionally crawl along in the darkness and try to make functional sense of it. That is the best we can do, I think, and luck has little to do with it. The real keys are timing and balance and the learned ability to know a hot wire when you see one. People who count on luck don't last long in the business of defusing bombs and disarming landmines, and that is what my business seems to be. It helps to know these things. Muhammad Ali was not lucky. He was fast, very fast. The period covered in these letters, 1968 to 1976, was like riding on top of a bullet train for 8 years with no sleep and no wires to hang on to. Is that a dangling participle? Never end a sentence with a preposition. Never get off a train while it's moving. These are only a few of the rules I have learned and carefully broken in my time. Beer on whiskey, mighty risky. Whiskey on beer, never fear. That is a rule I learned early, and it has always served me well. I don't take credit for it, but I will pass it along as truth. It has stood the test of experience. So that's about it for my wisdom tonight. I guess I lied. Or maybe I just changed my mind. So what? Right now I am focused on going out in my dark front yard and shooting a bear who weighs 500 pounds and is into a feeding frenzy. I don't want to kill the bear, I just want to sting it in the ass and make it move along. I am a territorial man, and I have been here longer than the bear has. I don't mind sharing with him, in principle, but the bear is rude, and he makes a mess when he eats. I have plenty of food, and if the bear wants to act right, I will feed him. If he has interesting things to say, I will offer him whiskey and shrimp and snow peas. I am a good listener. But I don't have time for guests who compel me to keep a loaded .44 Magnum on my side of the table because they might go wild and get into a feeding frenzy. If that happens, I will quickly shoot the beast, but that would bring its own strange problems, and I don't need them. And so much for that, fuck bears. I will deal with them soon enough. Right now we are talking about letters, many letters, and my job is to find some meaning in them, which is not an easy assignment. All I can see, for sure, is that I got what they call an adult dose of American political reality in an era when the nation seemed to be going up in flames every day of every week. There was no relief from it, and no place to hide. You didn't have to be a revolutionary to be part of the revolution, and even if you were innocent, you could be beaten and gassed just for watching. In a 4-year span I was tear-gassed or beaten or chased like a rat by police about 200 times in at least 20 states, from Key Biscayne to the Olympic Peninsula, from Gainesville and Miami to Montreal and Austin and the gates of Beverly Hills. I had such a steady diet of riot control gas that I became a junkie, and I still get nostalgic for it on slow nights. I came to know gunfire and panic and the sight of my own blood on the streets. I knew every airport in the country before they had metal detectors and you could still smoke on planes. Pilots knew me by name and stewardesses took me home when my flights were grounded by snow. I made many new friends and many powerful enemies from coast to coast. I went without sleep for 70 or 80 hours at a time and often wrote 5,000 words in one sitting. It was a brutal life, and I loved it. My main luxury in those years, a necessary luxury, in fact, was the ability to work in and out of my home base fortress in Woody Creek. It was a very important psychic anchor for me, a crucial grounding point where I always knew I had love, friends, and good neighbors. It was like my personal lighthouse that I could see from anywhere in the world, no matter where I was, or how weird and crazy and dangerous it got. Everything would be okay if I could just make it home. When I made that hairpin turn up the hill onto Woody Creek Road, I knew I was safe. Or at least I was safe from my enemies. Nobody is safe from their friends, and especially not me. I have never really worried about my enemies, not even when they included the president, the director of the FBI, or the district attorneys in 5 states. I am generally proud of my enemies. The list is long and I still hate every one of them. I have forgiven a lot of the minor sins, but the major ones will still get me cranked up in a matter of seconds, on a hot rainy day in the wrong town. Jesus. This riff could go on and on, so let's leave it for now except to add, in boldface, thanks to Sandy Thompson and Juan Thompson, who had to live with the whole bizarre saga and kept the home fires burning at all times. You bet, we need those fires, Bubba, and we need that place to laugh. So, thanks again. And may the right gods fall in love with you, like I did. Hunter S. Thompson. Woody Creek, Colorado. August 20, 2000. 1968. Chicago, the Great American Slaughterhouse. Public murders and private beatings. Whipped like a dog with the whole world watching. Which side are you on? Clandestine meeting with Nixon, coup de grace for the 60s. Thompson's press pass for the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. Courtesy of HST Archives. Self-portrait, Woody Creek, 1968. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Juan Thompson, age 4, views a bullet-riddled portrait of FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, summer 1968. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. The Gamekeeper, summer 1968. Photo by Burke Uzzell. Owl Farm, winter of 68. 1967 was the year of the hippie. As this is the last meditation I intend to write on that subject, I decided, while composing it, to have the proper background. So, in the same small room with me and my typewriter, I have 2 huge speakers and a 100-watt music amplifier booming out Bob Dylan's Mr. Tambourine Man. This, to me, is the hippie national anthem. It's an acid or LSD song, and like much of the hippie music, its lyrics don't make much sense to anyone not cool or with it or into the drug scene. I was living in San Francisco's Haight-Ashbury district when the word hippie was coined by San Francisco Chronicle columnist Herb Kahn, who also came up with beatnik, in the late 1950s, so I figure I'm entitled to lean on personal experience in these things. To anyone who was part of that post-beat scene before the word hippie became a national publicity landmark, in 1966 and 1967, Mr. Tambourine Man is both an epitaph and a swan song for the lifestyle and the instincts that led, eventually, to the hugely advertised hippie phenomenon. Bob Dylan was the original hippie, and anyone curious about the style and tone of the younger generation's thinking in the early 1960s has only to play his albums in chronological order. They move from folk whimsy to weird humor to harsh social protest during the time of the civil rights marches and the Mississippi summer protests of 1963 and 64. Then, in the months after the death of President Kennedy, Dylan switched from the hard commitments of social realism to the more abstract realities of neo-protest and disengagement. His style became one of eloquent despair and personal anarchism. His lyrics became increasingly drug-oriented, with double entendres and dual meanings that were more and more obvious, until his Rainy Day Women No. 12 and 35 was banned by radio stations from coast to coast, mainly because of the chorus line saying everybody must get stoned. By this time he was a folk hero to the under-30 generation that seemed to be in total revolt against everything their elders were trying to believe in. By this time, too, Dylan was flying around the country from one sold-out concert to another in his private jet plane, worth about $500,000. His rare press conferences were jammed by reporters who treated them more like an audience with a wizard than a question-and-answer session with an accidental public figure. At the same time, Dylan's appearance became more and more bizarre. When he began singing in Greenwich Village about 1960, his name was Bob Zimmerman and he looked like a teenage hobo in the Huck Finn tradition, or like the Nick Adams of the early Hemingway stories. But by 1965 he had changed his last name to Dylan and was wearing shoulder-length hair and rubber-tight, pinstripe suits that reflected the colorful and sarcastically bisexual image that was, even then, becoming the universal style of a subculture called hippies. This focus on Dylan is no accident. Any culture and especially any subculture can be at least tentatively defined by its heroes, and of all the hippie heroes, Bob Dylan was first and foremost. He appeared at a time when Joan Baez was the queen bee of that world of the young and alienated, but unlike Joni, who wrote none of her own songs and preferred wistful ballads to contemporary drug anthems, Dylan moved on to become the voice of an anguished and half-desperate generation. Or at least that part of a generation that saw itself as doomed and useless in terms of the status quo, business-as-usual kind of atmosphere that prevailed in this country as the war in Vietnam went from bad to worse and the United States, in the eyes of the whole world's under-30 generation, seemed to be drifting toward a stance of vengeful, uncontrolled militarism. The fact that this viewpoint wasn't, and still isn't, universal deserves a prominent mention, but it has little to do with the hippies. They are a product of a growing disillusion with the military/industrial realities of life in these United States, and in terms of sheer numbers, they represent a minority that doubles and triples its numbers every year. By 1967 this minority viewpoint had emerged, full-blown, in the American mass media, and it obviously had a powerful appeal at least to the publishers, editors, and reporters who measured the public taste and found it overwhelmingly ready for a dose of hippie articles. The reason for this is the reason the hippies exist, not necessarily because of any inherent worth of their own, but because they emphasize, by their very existence, the same uneasy vacuum in American life that also gave birth to the beatniks some 10 years earlier. Not even the people who think all hippies should be put in jail or sent to the front lines in Vietnam will quarrel with what is usually accepted as the hippie ethic: peace, love, and every man for himself in a freewheeling orgy of live and let live. The hippies threatened the establishment by disinterring some of the most basic and original American values, and trying to apply them to life in a sprawling, high-pressure technocracy that has come a long way, in nearly 200 years, from the simple agrarian values that prevailed at the time of the Boston Tea Party. The hippies are a menace in the form of an anachronism, a noisy reminder of values gone sour and warped, of the painful contradictions in a society conceived as a monument to human freedom and individual rights, a nation in which all men are supposedly created free and equal, a nation that any thinking hippie will insist has become a fear-oriented warfare state that can no longer afford to tolerate even the minor aberrations that go along with individual freedom. I remember that pre-hippie era in San Francisco as a good, wild-eyed, free-falling time when everything seemed to be coming out right. I had an exciting book to write, and a publisher to pay for it, and a big chrome red motorcycle to boom around the midnight streets wearing a sweatshirt and cut-off Levis and Wellington boots, running from angry cop cars on the uphill blocks of Ashbury St., doubling back suddenly and running 90 miles an hour up Masonic toward the Presidio, then gearing down, laughing, on the twisting black curves with the white line leading through the middle of that woodsy fortress, past the MP shack out to the crowded lights on Lombard St., with the Cold Bay and the Yacht Club and Alcatraz off to the left and all the steep postcards of cable car San Francisco looking down from the other side. Getting off Lombard to avoid the lights and roaring down Union St., past the apartment where that girl used to live and wondering who's up there now, then around the corner by the dentist's office, and I still owe that man $211. Pay him off, pay all those old debts, who else do I owe? Send a bill, you bastards. I want to flush those beggar memories. Around the corner and down a few blocks on Union to the Matrix, a blank-looking place on the right, up on the sidewalk and park between those two small trees, knowing the cops will come around yelling and trying to ticket the bike for being off the street, park that motorcycle in the gutter, boy. Maybe seeing Pete Nell's orange chopper parked in that gutter. Pete was then the talking spirit of the Frisco Angels and later president of that doomed and graceless chapter. Sometimes he played a banjo in the drinking gourd up on Union, but that was before he became a fanatic. The Matrix, womb of the Jefferson Airplane. They owned part of the club when it still served booze, and maybe they own it all now. They've rolled up a lot of points since that night when I reeled through the door with no money, muttering Jerry Anderson invited me, and then found Jerry somewhere in back, listening to his wife Sinya wailing out in front of the airplane's half-formed sound. Sinya with the trombone voice, and Marty Balin polishing his eternal signature song that he titled, For Some Wrong Reason, and I Like It. I recall telling Jerry, while he paid for my beer, that this Jefferson Airplane thing was a surefire famous money bomb for everybody connected with it, and later calling Ralph Gleason, the Chronicle's special pleader, to tell him the airplane was something worth hearing. Yeah, sure, he said. People keep telling me about these groups, I try to check 'em out, you know how it is. Sure, Ralph, not knowing if he remembered that about a year earlier I'd pushed another group on him, a group that almost immediately got a record contract without help and then exploded into oblivion when Davey, the lead singer, choked to death on his own vomit in an elegant house on the beach in Carmel. But about a year after the airplane opened at the Matrix, Gleason wrote the notes for their first record jacket. The Jefferson Airplane is another key sound from that era, like Dylan and the Grateful Dead. And Grace Slick, who made even the worst Matrix nights worth sitting through. In that era she was carrying a hopeless group called the Great Society, which eventually made it by croaking the group and going off in different directions. But Grace Slick was always my best reason for going to the Matrix. I would sit back in the corner by the projection booth and watch her do all those things that she later did with the airplane and for Look magazine, but which seemed so much better then, because she was her own white rabbit. I was shocked to learn she was married to the drummer. But I got a lot of shocks in that era. My nerves were pretty close to the surface and everything registered. It's hard to understand now, why things seem to be coming out right. But I remember that feeling, that we were all making it somehow. And the only one around who had already made it was Ken Kesey, who seemed to be working overtime to find the downhill tube. Which he eventually did, and I recall some waterhead creep accusing me, in the LA Free Press, of giving away Kesey's secret address in Paraguay when he fled the country to avoid a marijuana rap. That was about the time I kissed off the hippies as just another failed lifestyle. All these veteran heads keep telling me to get off the speed because it's dangerous, but every time I have something to say to them late at night they're passed out. and I'm sitting up alone with the music and my own raw nerves, hearing Balin or Butterfield 1 yelling in every corner of my head and feeling the sounds run up my spine like the skin of my own back was stretched across a drum head, and some burning-eyed freak with the great American knot swelling up in his head was using my shoulder blades for a set of kettle drums. So I guess I should quit this speed. It tends to make me impotent, and that can be a horrible bummer when it comes with no warning. Like a broken guitar string. A gritting of teeth and thinking, holy shit, not now, you bastard. Why? Why? Speed freaks are unpredictable when the great whistle blows. And boozers are worse. But put it all together with maybe 66 milligrams and 9 jolts of gin on ice and maybe 2 joints, and you get the kind of desperate loser who used to crawl into the woods on the edge of Kessie's La Honda compound and drop some acid for no real reason except that the only part of his body that would still work was his mouth and his swallowing muscle. And the ears, the goddamn ears, which never quit, the terrible consistency of the music mocked the failures of the flesh. That too bright hour when you know it's time for breakfast, except that only the pure grass masters are hungry and you want to come alive again because it's a new sunshiny day, but the goddamn speed is doubling back on you now, and although you're not going down, you can't go up either, but just out, and stupid. An electric eel with a blown fuse. Nada. So maybe the heads are right. Forswear that alcohol and no more speed. Just wail on the weed and go under with a smile. Then get up healthy and drive up the road for breakfast at the Naughty Pine Cafe. But despite the nature-healthy prospect of illegal grass culture just around tomorrow's corner, I think I'll stay with the speed, even with the certain knowledge of burning out a lot sooner than if I played healthy. Speed freaks are probably the junkies of the marijuana generation. There is something perverse and even suicidal about speed. Like the devil and Daniel Webster, to buy high and sell low, ignoring that inevitable day when there's no more high except maybe a final freakout with cocaine and then down the tube. A burned out case, drunk and brain crippled, a bad example for youth. The walking, babbling dead. And why not? Speed is like sandpaper on the nerves. When all the normal energy is down to dead ash and even the adrenaline starts to vaporize in the dull heat of fatigue, there's a rare kind of brightness, a weird and giddy sensitivity that registers every sound and smile and stoplight as if every moment might be the next to last, memories carved with a chisel. That's what I see and hear when I look back on those pre-hippie days in San Francisco. I remember a constant excitement about something happening, but only the fake priests and dingoes called it the wave of the future. The excitement, for that matter, was all done in by the time the big league press got hold of those hippie spokesmen and guru caricatures like Tim Leary and the press conference diggers. Point 3 By that time the Haight-Ashbury had become a commercial freak show and everybody on the street was selling either sandals or hamburgers or dope. The whole area was controlled by hippie businessmen who wore beards and beads to disguise the sad fact that they were actually carbon copies of the bourgeois merchant fathers whom they'd spent so much time and wrath rejecting. But despite all that, and probably because of it, a sense of doom generates a weird, intense kind of light. That whole pre-hippie scene lent a special kind of elan to everybody who blundered into being a part of it. And the root of the excitement was the black certainty of a time limit, a euphoric, half-wild fatalism about the whole thing coming to a bad end at almost any moment. But this was the special light, and it was good while it lasted. To U.S. Senator Eugene McCarthy. Although he admired Lyndon Johnson's Great Society programs, Thompson had turned on the president for escalating America's military involvement in Southeast Asia. By 1968, Thompson was so drawn to Senator Eugene McCarthy's anti-Vietnam War candidacy that he offered his services to the Minnesota Democrats' long-shot presidential campaign. January 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Senator McCarthy, I just read William S. White's comments on your potential candidacy, your grandiose design, as it were, and I thought I'd send a note to offer any possible help I could lend to this hideous plot you're unfolding. I'm not sure how I could help, but given the fact that I make my living as a writer, it would have to be in that area. I see your efforts more as a tactical and not a determining factor in the '68 elections, so I don't feel any real compulsion to volunteer for ward duty. Any ideas about how I could be of help would have to come from you, but if you have any, I assure you I'll go out of my way to deal with them. At the moment I'm fairly loose, in terms of assignments, etc., but that changes weekly and even daily. I move around quite a bit, but I can always be reached here in Woody Creek, Aspen, Colorado, at 303-925-2250, or via Random House in New York, Selma Shapiro. For your own information and perspective, I'm enclosing a copy of a book I wrote more or less recently. It might help you to know more about what, if anything, I might be able to do. In any case, good luck. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Gerald Walker, The New York Times. The success of Hell's Angels had brought Thompson numerous high-profile freelance assignments, including The Hashberry is the Capital of Hippies, which he wrote in May 1967 for the New York Times Magazine. Walker, the assigning editor, next commissioned a piece from Thompson on the Nevada State Prison's new therapy retreats, designed to teach guards and inmates to coexist more agreeably. January 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gerald. Like I've been saying for months, this is a bad year all around. 1967 is the year of the overall freakout. Which is neither here nor there, for now. Anyway, I found out what my trouble was. I had a serious case of flu and I was trying to cure it with what those in the trade call speed. This does not mean methadone, despite what you read in Newsweek, and I suspect there are people over there who know better. But back to the general badness. I talked to Paul Simonon for the other night and he said the Times refused to publish the "hell no, we won't pay" ad. I'm a bit surprised, for reasons I should probably examine. Desperation makes for strange bedfellows and a few strange prick teasers in the bargain. And how's that for a head on the Times editorial page? Desperation makes for strange prick teasers. And so much for that. You can apply the $10 I sent against the $366 expense money you sent me. It came on the same day, and in the same mail, with a letter from one of the NSP convicts, asking when the article would be published. That thing has become a terrible albatross around my neck. Not a day goes by without somebody claiming that I let them down, and of course they're all right. That expense check from you was close to the final straw. I told my wife I was going to send it back and she began screaming. She handles the finances and knows our treacherous score. I sense it, but I'd rather not know the details. Things have been rather tense here since the Tahoe article crisis and my simultaneous derailing of two other projects totaling $3,700. We are into another one of those nightmarish pregnancy scenes, whacking God in the teeth again, and that helps. Life should be made as difficult as possible, so that the victims might develop more character. Jesus, I just went outside to piss and got whacked in the eyes by the results of what looks like a 7 to 8 inch all-night snow, the first of the year. It's 6:45 a.m. here, with the sun just coming up. Everything is fat white, even the sky is white. Dead silence, no color. This is what should happen in Vietnam. It gives you a sense of mortality, like if anybody was unnatural enough to drop a bomb in my clean white front yard this morning, I'd naturally blow his head off with a 12-gauge shotgun. And then I'd eat all the flesh off his bones, just to teach him a lesson. Christ, it feels good to be out of the flu funk. I'd like to go out in the snow and fuck some corpse in the neck. I'm sure there's one out there. Outgoing U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara came last week to check on his new house. He arrived in a black car with 6 Secret Service men acting like some humanoid from another planet, and since he had to drive through an area of dope-smoking construction workers who once tried to burn his house to the ground, I'm sure he created some corpses if for no other reason than to take them back to LBJ, who likes his erotic brunch. And so much for that, too. The point of all this, I guess, is that those dirty bastards from Tahoe have loaded me with so much guilt about that failed article that I might, despite my better judgment, attempt to resurrect it. I don't know exactly how, because it's obviously no longer a news item, and in fact it never was. But I still think it's one of the best subjects I've dealt with in several years. It reminded me of the first article I did, somewhat reluctantly, on the Hells Angels, which gave me an incredible amount of trouble because of all the confusing action it kicked off in my head, which wouldn't fit into an easy 20-page article, and which eventually wound up as an 800 or so page manuscript that had to be cut in half, by me, to fit into book covers. But, back to the point, how do we deal if I actually do a rewrite on that article? I assume you should have first reject rights, and I also assume it'll be rejected, since I don't have the vaguest idea how to make the thing work as an acceptably contemporary news item. But I might try, and I stress that word might. Probably I will, so give me a guideline about how to proceed diplomatically. The only other markets that seem even possible right now are Ramparts and The Nation, but considering the circumstances and the onus that settled on me, I'd much prefer that any resurrected article appear in the Times, if only because that's how I represented myself in the first place. In any case, send a word or two as to etiquette and obligations and possibilities. My agent used to handle these things, but he's now suing me, or at least forcing me to sue him for not leaving me alone. That's Scott Meredith, in case you're curious, and even if you're not, that evil pig-fucking skunk. For the past year he's been hounding me like some sort of cop out of 19th century Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky. It's a nightmarish story, maybe even a book. Yeah, only you, HST, or How to Make $1 Million by Taking Scott Meredith's Advice and Identifying with Norman Mailer, the only Meredith client who lives in the black, and any punk who don't like it can sue. There's another good title for you. Maybe I should get a job with Time, et. Yours in Deep Snow. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. A few days into the new year, Thompson flew to New York to negotiate a deal with Random House for a book on the death of the American dream. At this early stage, Thompson envisioned it as a scathing exposé of the U.S. Armed Forces Joint Chiefs of Staff. January 5, 1968. Delmonico's Hotel. Park Avenue at 59th Street. New York. Dear Mom. I've just about finished here and things seem to have gone as well as possible, although no contracts are signed yet. Wednesday night I had a 5-hour dinner with the vice president of Random House, the editor-in-chief of Ballantine, and my lawyer, at the Four Seasons, the most expensive restaurant in NY. That's a good omen. Especially since nobody blinked when I wore my boots and my shooting jacket. I'm still being sued for $5.5 million in California. I thought that had collapsed. But the other legal problems seem manageable, at least for the moment. In all, I have a hell of a busy year ahead of me, 3 and possibly 4 books. The big one is being referred to as The Death of the American Dream, which makes me nervous because it's so vast and weighty. Hells Angels is past the 500,000 mark in printing, not sales, but if they all sell, that's a lot of nickels for your black sheep, son. I keep borrowing against earnings to the point where I stay about even, but after April I should be able to send Jim a few dollars if he gets in trouble. The Christmas visit was good. Sorry my nerves were so edgy, but the miscarriage thing had me worried ever since we left Aspen. That's why I decided at the last moment to go to Florida. I didn't want Sandy to be alone in planes and airports if the thing was going to happen any moment. Anyway, it was good seeing all of you. I enjoyed the stay more than I expected to, and it was good getting to know Jim again. It was even better to see that you've got the drinking under control. I'm proud of you. That's it for now. I still have to rewrite that NY Times article. Love. H. To Bernard Shercliffe, Ballantine Books. While in New York, Thompson pitched his idea for a savage fictional attack on President Johnson to Bernard Shercliffe, who had edited the paperback of Hells Angels for Ballantine Books. Shercliffe asked to see a written proposal. January 12, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bernard. Here's a Lyndon Johnson idea. I was talking to Peter Collier at Ramparts tonight, trying to buck him in on a Super Bowl bet, and somewhere along the line I mentioned our Johnson project. He suggested a serious, non-fantasy preview of the demo convention, based on his certain knowledge that all manner of hell is going to break loose in terms of critical protests, demonstrations. Ramparts has numerous connections with SDS6 and other radical types, and Collier says they're going to freak out the convention. At first I said no, but then I added the fantasy element and saw a possibility, which is fading almost as fast as I can type. Maybe a good pamphlet, but probably not a book, unless you can figure out a new twist. What I came up with, and this was just a few minutes ago, was a very straight-faced and very nightmarish handbook for convention delegates. Like when the 10,000 rats are going to be released on the convention floor, and which organization is planning to kidnap an entire state delegation in order to degrade and humiliate them for the purpose of making an underground film. We have to keep in mind that various outrages are in fact being planned, and that I probably wouldn't have much trouble getting a vague battle plan, but of course that wouldn't be enough. I'd have to mix up fact and fantasy so totally that nobody could be sure which was which. We could bill it as a fantastic piece of root-hog journalism, the Thompson report, as it were. This courageous journalist crept into the sewers of the American underground and emerged with a stinking heap of enemy battle plans, and just in time, by God, to warn the good guys what to watch out for. Oh, I could have a rattling good time with it. I could even compose a fictitious interview with Guru Bailey, the demo chieftain, during which I try to warn him of this impending disaster, and he reacts first in anger, then with tears, throwing down hooker after hooker of gin during our conversation. And a private chat with Johnson, who heard of my dread information and summoned me to the White House for a toilet-side interview with 2 recording secretaries, a prancing fag and nervous old lady from New Orleans taking notes on a voice writer, echoing my words, and Lyndon's, for the private record. Yes indeed, I'm beginning to hear the music. Did you ever see the Walter Jenkins 17 Rusgate drugs and leather cult section that I had, at one point, in the H.A. Hell's Angels manuscript? I don't think I ever sent it in. Some of the best parts of the H.A. book never made it past the first draft because they wandered too far afield. The Case of the Naked Colonel, did you ever see that? A fantastic story, and absolutely true. A Pentagon colonel found naked in his car, passed out on the steering wheel with a pistol in each hand, no explanation. The music, yes. I hear the sound of drums now. An interview with Richard Nixon, who calls me at my Chicago hotel, during the course of my research, and offers me $20,000 for my information, then a meeting with Nixon and his advisors. They want to exploit the freakout, but an argument erupts when one of Nixon's aides makes a crude remark about his daughter. Undertones of drugs and nymphomania. Julie caught on the 14th green at Palm Springs with a Negro caddy at midnight, the caddy now in prison, framed on a buggery count. Well, I guess you have the drift by now. Sort of a report from Iron Mountain, as rewritten by Paul Krasner. Point 9. I see it as a ding-dong seller, given adequate promotion, at least until the convention. But I'm not sure what kind of staying power it would have unless we could come up with a longevity gimmick. The key, I think, would be pre-convention publicity. The existence of this frightful report by the well-respected, hard-digging author of Hell's Angels, a known confidant of all undergrounds, a man with his ear to the sewer at all times. But if we couldn't promote it fast and fat enough to sell 100,000 copies, I'm not sure I could work up the superhead of steam that I'd need to get the thing done. The idea of writing against a fiendish deadline, with $10,000 at stake, gets me high and wild just thinking about it. I hear gongs and drums and whistles all around me. Not even the Green Bay Packers roll that high. The Super Bowl stake is only $7,500 per man. What do you think? Any ideas for keeping the book alive beyond the convention? Needless to say, most of the fantasy content would be based on fact, and for that I'll need the 1964 Theodore White book, Nixon's Crises 10 bullshit, and the Iron Mountain thing that I asked for quite a while ago. The more I think about this, the more I think in terms of fictitious interviews and bogus secret meetings with the principals. What about lawsuits there? If it rings any bells at all, let's ponder it on the phone, or if this idea kicks off any others in your head, let's talk about those too. Send word, make contact, etc. Ciao. Hunter. To Robert Craig. Thompson rented his house in Woody Creek, 10 miles outside Aspen, from a good-humored friend, fortunately for both. January 13, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bob. I came by the house twice last week and called tonight, so I assume you're off somewhere, and for God knows how long. Anyway, in lieu of rent money, I'm sending another mean bitch about foul-smelling water backing up in the basement. This isn't directed at you, but I figure you can use my complaint as reason for refusing to pay those incompetent fucks a penny until they finish the job they agreed to do. I was going to call Holub tonight, but he disregards everything I tell him until you vouch for it, so I don't see any sense in calling him a lying pig fucker for nothing. In any case, this goddamn water scene is going to have to be cured eventually, no matter who is, or isn't, living in the house. I've been waiting for months to make something out of that big room in the basement, but with all of Springer's gear in the way, and a flood of shit water every night, it's impossible to do any work down there. Even the lumber I bought is getting wet and warped, the lumber for building in the room. All this brings me to ponder a much longer view, which includes the fact that I'm due, sometime this spring, for a fat royalty on the paperback Hell's Angels sales, and I intend to spend it on some kind of real estate. So if you're at all inclined to think about selling either this property or the East Mesa or any combination, we should probably talk seriously about it sometime soon. Because I've never been known to hang on to money, and this next check will be no exception. So let's get together, when you get back, for a serious rumble about money, acreage, etc. and water rights. Which brings to mind that you still owe me a bottle of Old Fitz. But I might let you off the hook for some blue chip ski instruction. I suspect we can work out a deal. Which leads me to the point of the whole rude note, to wit, give a ring when you get back. Among other things, I have a Lord Buckley 11 record for you. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Silberman had edited Hell's Angels for Random House, and would continue to provide Thompson with editorial guidance. January 13, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. A late rising thought: what happened to my Hell's Angels manuscript? I asked Margaret Harrell about it several times last spring, but it was always somewhere else. I just read where D.H. Lawrence traded the MS of Sons and Lovers for a ranch in Taos, so I'm naturally concerned about mine. I'm land hungry right now, and maybe the MS will come in handy if I want to buy a ranch from a dirty old rich woman. Which I might. Half the land around Aspen is owned by dirty old rich women who are also cousins of Paul Nitze 12 and friends of McNamara. I suspect that my probing of the Joint Chiefs will reveal that one of them is the real owner of the house I live in. Anyway, send word on my manuscript, or, better still, send the manuscript. Thanks. Hunter. To Kelly Varner. In its first year in print, Hell's Angels sold nearly 500,000 copies and generated a torrent of fan mail. Thompson occasionally replied to the most thoughtful letters. January 15, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Kelly. I just got back from New York and found your letter, and for a moment I was going to throw it in the fire because I found it depressing, but on second thought I decided to answer it. First, thanks for the good words on the book. One of the best things about writing for publication is getting letters from people who read what you tried to put down. I think the shrinks call it communication. Anyway, it's a good feeling to know that somebody in Heron, Ill is hearing my music, however weird or warped it might sound at that range. But I'll be flat goddamned if I can understand how a guy like you, who sounds pretty bright and on top of things, can take the Angels seriously enough to want to go to all that trouble to join them. What the fuck would you want to do that for? You sound like you have enough going for you, as an individual, so that you wouldn't need some kind of bogus identity like a HA jacket. Do you really need Sonny Barger's okay to do what you feel like doing? If so, here's the last address I have for him, which is at least a year old, 9847 Stanley, Oakland, California. I doubt that he still lives there, but he might. You can try. As far as I know, Sonny is still president of the Oakland chapter, but I haven't followed that scene for a long time. As for the rest of your questions, Sonny could answer them better than I could, especially since I view your whole notion of getting approval from the angels as a bad joke. I'm not trying to put you down here. If that was the idea, I wouldn't have bothered to answer your letter, so don't take it that way. The thing is that you sound like you have more sense than any 6 angels I can think of, and I can't quite understand why you want to defer to them. But that's obviously none of my business, and that's why I'm sending the only address I have for Sonny. But I'm also sending my own ideas on the subject which you didn't ask for, but which you can't keep me from laying on you anyway, and the main one is, play your own game, be your own man, and don't ask anybody for a stamp of approval. For the past 2 years the angels have been creatures of their own publicity. I wouldn't get fucked up with them any more than I would with the FBI or the Lyndon Johnson fan club. To hell with organizations. There's a lot of things wrong with this country, but one of the few things still right with it is that a man can steer clear of the organized bullshit if he really wants to. It's a goddamn luxury, and if I were you, I'd take advantage of it while you can. Ciao. Hunter S. Thompson. To Gerald Walker, The New York Times. Walker had been pressuring Thompson to revise his article on the Nevada state prison system. January 15, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Gerald. Here's a better response to your telegram. I sent a rude card earlier tonight, but it didn't say much. Anyway, I'm struggling now with the goddamn new lead, and fighting the overwhelming temptation to write a new article. I don't want to, and in truth I don't think I should. What I probably didn't make clear in New York is my feeling, based on your suggested revisions, that you're asking me to write the kind of article that you should have assigned to Amherst College historian Henry Steele Commager or some of that ilk. If I wanted to write in the wire service or 5W style, I'd have sent in my original manuscript with an application for a job on the New York Times. And maybe that sounds worse than I mean it to sound. The point is that I don't really have any heart for changing the article, except for the obviously necessary new lead, and especially not in terms of putting it into a cool, straightforward chronology. In those terms, you're asking for an account of something that didn't happen. The conference was chaotic, the participants destroyed the planned chronology on the second day. Nobody knew, from one day to the next, if the whole thing might be cancelled to prevent a riot, and I'll be fucked if I'm going to try to pass it off as a 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of a thing. If anything, it was 3, 2, 4, 1, and that's the way I tried to write it, because that's the way I saw it. On the other hand, I'll admit that my lead as it stands now is perhaps a bit dull and confusing. Or at least confusing. But I can't get over the feeling that you're asking me for an article that you never should have assigned me to in the first place, some sort of legally logical exercise in straight gray journalism, which is what I'm trying to do right now, if for no other reason than a deadweight sense of obligation all around. Frankly, I wish I'd never heard of the goddamn article, or the conference, or anything connected with it. Okay, for now, I just thought I'd get that off my head, and thanks for the good lunch. Ciao. Hunter. To Carrie McWilliams, The Nation. McWilliams, editor of the left-leaning Nation, had discovered Thompson in 1964 after reading his articles on South America in the National Observer. They became friends, and the next year Thompson wrote 2 notable pieces for McWilliams's magazine, Motorcycle Gangs, Losers and Outsiders, May 17, 1965, and Non-Student Left, September 27, 1965. January 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Carrie, it's always good to hear from you, so no sense commenting on your note of January 11th. As it happens, I left NYC on January 10th, after a short, very intense, whirl on the contract/lawsuit circuit. I'm being sued on both coasts for $5.5 million in California and for 10% of my total earnings in New York. The catch is that the bastards have to come to Colorado to get me into court, so I spent my time in New York slinking around like a weasel. You asked about the Joint Chiefs book, which is what all the contract talk was about. Scott Meredith apparently had me in a legal limbo until December 15th of last year, but I didn't find that out until I got there. I now have a lawyer, instead of an agent. Leon Friedman, by name. He seems okay and I left all my dealing in his hands. As far as I can tell, I've settled with Random and Ballantine for a book that I still call The Joint Chiefs, but which they refer to as 1, Hunter Thompson's America, and /or 2, The Death of the American Dream. Which is all the same thing, I guess, but it's hard to adjust to the idea that somebody wants to pay me for writing an epitaph for 3 generations. Or maybe 5. I don't know yet. The only thing certain about the book is that it's going to kick off with a gaggle of profiles, or sketches, of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. That's the first chapter, but after that, I'm open. And, frankly, I don't have the vaguest idea as to what kind of narrative thread I'll use to hang the whole thing together. What I'll really be writing, I think, is a sort of prosecutor's brief, demanding a fitting penalty for the killers of the American dream. Whatever that is, or was, or might have been. I suspect I could have found an easier book to write, especially since I've come to see myself as a sort of hoodlum writer. I'm not sure how I feel about taking on the whole establishment in one swack. But that's what I've agreed to do, and as I've said in the past, if you have any good article leads for me, I'll be more than happy to work on them. The catch, as I've also noted in the past, is that I've never had a saleable article idea of my own, and at this stage of the game I don't expect to. In other words, don't expect me to sell you anything in embryo. And I say this to you in particular, because our whole editor-writer history has been a monument to the notion. You've rejected every idea I've sent, and the 2 articles I did on your specific request are among the best things I've ever done. But I guess that doesn't take into account your ideas for a book, which in fact are very much at the root of the Joint Chiefs thing. So if you feel like adding anything specific to a prosecution brief, by all means let me know. Ideally, I'd like to use some article assignments as springboards for this book project, and you're the best idea man I know. My entire output for 1967, by the way, consisted of 3 articles, all 3 on hippies and all written last spring, for a total of less than $1,500. It was, as they say, a bad year. In any case, I'm sorry I didn't get by to see you in New York, but after 3 weeks in Florida and Kentucky, I was in no mood to socialize when I got to the big money graveyard on the Hudson. I just wanted to get my legal bullshit straight, and get out. Or, more specifically, back here to Woody Creek. I'm beginning to wonder how in hell anybody can live in New York and still consider himself human. It's the meanest goddamn place in the world, and I think it's a damn good thing that they have the Sullivan Law. 13 Without it, half the population of the island would be killed overnight. And maybe that's the answer. But not for me. I'm sitting out here waiting for contracts to arrive in the mail and wondering what I'm going to write after I sign them. If you have any ideas, be my guest. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson's memo on his book tracing the death of the American dream follows the letter. January 29, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Jim. The enclosed is something I ripped off just before dawn on Sunday, and a few hours later I had a scene in my front yard that scared even me. Gun freaks, it looked like a Minuteman meeting. And weird conversation. Birchers. 14 I think I told you once that these private army people were a bunch of demented gas station attendants, but the first two on the scene were far from that, the assistant DA and the local dentist. Then came a pilot and a ski patrolman and a reporter for one of the papers. There was another guy who looked so wild and evil that I couldn't bring myself to inquire about his line of work. All these people arrived just as my stone hippie Montana friends were leaving, gathering their water pipes and acid for the trip north. My world is becoming a zoo. Anyway, I hope the enclosed is coherent. If any one thing seems unclear, as I wrote it, I think it's my own idea of how to create the bone structure. So let's try again. I want to take all those things you mentioned in your letter, along with several others, and illustrate them. Maybe I'll want to go to a pro football game with a ranking Marine general, and then talk about the Super Bowl mentality in terms of the Pentagon, but letting the general talk, thus making him a character in the narrative. During that talk I may find out that he's been married 4 times, so that would lead to another phase, maybe a talk with one of his ex-wives, now married to a peace freak. That's unlikely, considering the very special nature of military wives, but it points up to the fact that I want to have people in this book, and I want to make them real. The editorializing will come in my choice of people, and how I treat them in print. I want them to introduce themselves, as it were, instead of being introduced by the author, as archetypes. The bone structure, then, will be made up of existing individuals not necessarily named whose lives, words, actions, fears, hatreds, etc. best illuminate the various keys we need to show how and why the American dream is dead. Consider, for instance, a self-educated, multimillionaire businessman who is now, at the age of 50, a Democratic National Committeeman, a power in both state and national politics. What kind of power is he exercising, and how does it relate, for that matter, to Abe Lincoln? What does he say about him? And what does he say about Eichmann, 15? Maybe this should clarify what I mean about bone structure. I want to search out specific people to illustrate specific points, and on this score I'll welcome any help or suggestions I can get. Billy Graham 16 for instance, how does he fit in the American dream? Is he a rose or a thorn? And what is he really saying? Okay for now. This, plus the enclosed 3 pages, should give you something of an answer to your questions, or maybe I should say, your letter. Ciao. Hunter. Memo to Jim Silberman. Thanks for the good letter of January 16th and sorry I didn't reply sooner. I've had people here ever since I got back, and more coming. The rising tide, as it were. I'm trying to learn how to write in this situation. When I was doing the Hells Angels book nobody came to see me because they were afraid I'd ask for a loan, but now I've paid back all those loans, and the scene has changed by 180 degrees. At the moment I'm grateful to the supplicants who only write, instead of making personal appearances. I am also the victim of a momentary confusion in the national action polarity. Not even the front runners know if the center of gravity is on the east or west coasts, so everyone's in flux. I have one friend coming through from New York, with all his furniture, driving a rented van en route to LA. Another, a musician, is coming from LA en route to Boston. Right now I have 2 potters from Montana in the house. Next week it's a musician from Calgary. These are the ones I've confirmed. On February 15th I get the Tangier shipment, coming to pick up the motorcycle they left in my basement. And then my brother, looking for a scent of the West. Sela. And now, for the root of your letter. I like your clutch of ideas. As a matter of fact I'm both amused and pleasantly surprised at some of the connections you make, but I don't think it all sounds like a good way to open another book by Hunter S. Thompson. Probably this explains why we had trouble talking about the bones of the book in New York. We all know what the meat's going to taste like, but the bone structure is still a bit hazy on the screen, and the last way I want to clarify it is in terms of an essay. I don't think that's my gig at all. I write essays by accident, by injecting my own bias into the material even when I try to avoid it. This is what I meant when I said I'd write the same book, no matter what we decided to call it. But coming up with a title and a vague subject is not quite the same as structuring a book that I necessarily approach as a sort of major document. And I say necessarily because I'll need that big book notion to keep me working. I could say a lot more about this, but by this time I figure you should know me well enough to understand the drift. I have no interest in writing a book that won't be read, and I think the surest way down that tube is to lead off with an essay. Any essay, however brilliant. This is the age of scare headlines, not essays, and the only way to suck the readers in is to jolt them off their rails so far that they'll need an explanation for what jolted them. The latent essay, if you will. Some examples that come to mind: The Fire Next Time, The Other America, most of Oscar Lewis stuff 17, well, to hell with that list, it doesn't seem to be proving my point. Which is, for good or ill, that I think this American dream thing needs a narrative structure to hold it together. Hell's Angels had that by accident, or because my involvement served as a narrative, and that's all we'll need for the next one. I can't sit out here in Woody Creek and ruminate on the death of the American dream. That's why I tried to impress on you as subtly as possible, since Leon was handling the details, the importance of providing, in the contract, for adequate expense money to let me get involved. Otherwise, I'll sit out here and serve up a bundle of pompous bullshit. As a start, my involvement will have to serve as the beginning of a narrative. But, once I get into the thing, I suspect I'll find something tougher and not so Plimptonesque. Point 18. In any case, I'll want to zero in on details and action, and let the essays happen as they will. And that's the least of our worries. I just delivered, standing in front of my own fireplace, what was probably a 40,000-word screed on why I won't shoot Lyndon Johnson. My mind is going so fast these days, and working on so many brutal edges, that it's no trouble at all to wrap off a verbal essay. The problem will be in lining it all out, so that every nervous bastard who reads 5 pages of the book will be compelled to read it all. And I don't see a lead essay as the fuse we're looking for in that area. That's a good concept, the fuse. The reader lights it by becoming initially involved in the book the first few pages, and then he has to be dragged, reluctantly, if possible, so as to traumatize his memory, all the way to the end, at which point he may or may not realize that he's been forced, or duped, into reading an essay. Which hardly matters. The point is that I want at least a dim notion, in my own head, of a storyline that will jerk reluctant readers from beginning to end. On another level, I think the phrase for that is render. The story should be rendered, or maybe it would be more honest to say the bullshit should be rendered. The gig I have in mind is an opening research shot at the Pentagon, featuring attempts to interview the Joint Chiefs, by a man who got tired, many months ago, of seeing them referred to as a nameless, yet ominous, cabal that seemed to be in charge of almost everything crucial. I don't really expect these worthies to indulge me, but I think their lack of indulgence will be the beginning of my narrative, to wit, who are these people who won't talk to me? Where did they come from and why are they in charge? How far does their power extend? Where does their power originate? Why them, and not me? And once we've established some answers in the form of a pattern, or historical framework, where now? If you disagree with this, the overall tentative approach, I urge you to make yourself as clear as possible now. Because there's no sense in my getting started on something you might not want or agree with. I've had enough arguments and bullshit, in the past year, to last me a lifetime, so I don't want to court another accidental war by my failure to explain what I intend to do for $20,000 plus expenses. I assumed, after that friendly elegant dinner at the Four Seasons, that we all understood that I was going to use the Joint Chiefs as a tool for getting at the death of the American dream. I don't want to just Lewis decried the culture of poverty in studies of poor Latin Americans, such as his 1961 analysis, The Children of Sanchez. Comment on it. I want to show it, and show it in terms of a narrative that will also be an exercise in selective judgment, so that even people who disagree with my triumphantly subjective thesis will have to come to grips with the book in order to quarrel with it? In a nut, I want to hold up a mirror and let the bastards argue with that, not me. Which boils down to the simple, flat, and absolute fact that I have no intention of writing an essay. That's what critics are for, so let's give them something to chew on. Details, madness, action, all leading, inevitably, to the theme of the book. But not in terms of just another well, or ill, qualified opinion. Let's do up a massive indictment, focusing on the murderers of the so-called American dream. Let's name these swine, and perhaps even turn the indictment around to zap the false prophets of a new world that never existed except as a gaggle of slogans. Or maybe not, I don't know enough right now to say anything, for sure, about what I'll finally write. I am sure, however, that I want at least a general agreement between you and me and Shercliffe before I gear down. So if anything I've said in this jangled and 6:05 a.m. letter seems like something we should talk about, let's do it. And on that note, I'm hanging it up, for local Minutemen types are due here in 5 hours for a shotgun orgy, and I'll need some rest in order to shoot well enough to keep them nervous. Okay for now. Hunter. To the Alaska Sleeping Bag Co. Thompson never could tolerate shoddy merchandise. January 29, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Alaska Sleeping Bag Co. 334 Northwest 11th Avenue. Portland, Oregon 97209. Gentlemen. I am returning the navy blue Everest parka that I received from you 2 days ago. Your guarantee notes that I may return merchandise within 10 days after delivery and my full purchase price will be refunded. So that is the purpose of this letter, and the carton to which it's attached. In the carton you'll find the parka, never worn and in absolutely new condition. I'm returning it for a very simple reason. I don't think it feels or looks right on me, and I don't think it's as good a value as several other parkas I could buy here in Aspen for the same price. This is no fault of yours except that your catalog description led me to believe that I was ordering a much tougher and heavier parka than the one I received. But I suspect this was a matter of misinterpretation on my part, and for that reason I offer my apologies. In any case, I'm returning the parka and requesting a full refund, INRA, your guarantee. Thanks. As you know, I ordered 3 other items when I sent the check that covered the parka, a canvas hunting coat, a leather vest, and a pair of leather moccasins. I trust these will be sent as soon as possible, but if there's any problem, please send me a refund on these items also. My check, number 253, was for $121.35. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To the Overseas Press Club. The Overseas Press Club offered its members group health insurance at good rates. January 30, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Business Office. Overseas Press Club. 54W 40th. NYC 18. Gentlemen. I seem to have lost contact with the OPC, which is PAR for the course, except that I want to keep track of my Blue Cross group plan insurance. One of the bad aspects of the club was brought home to me recently, when I spent about 2 weeks in New York and had to spend about $700 on a hotel where the only other guest I knew was TV variety show host Ed Sullivan. The point, of course, is that I'd have stayed at the OPC if it still offered rooms, and the secondary point is that I never even found time to get to the club, where my presence would have shown up very powerfully at the bar ledger. In any case, I wonder why I haven't received any Blue Cross bills for a while, and, for that matter, any bills for club dues. The last dues bill I got was for some massive amount, about 5 times what I've been paying for the past 2 or 3 years. Naturally, I discarded it. But since I'd like to retain my Blue Cross policy, I thought I'd write and inquire. Please bring me up to date. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Sue Grafton. Now one of America's best-known mystery novelists,
Grafton grew up in Thompson's Louisville, Kentucky, neighborhood, 3 years behind him in school. January 31, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sue. Your very elegant MASH note arrived today, and although I'm not sure how to answer it, I thought I'd at least say thanks. I don't get many letters like that, and probably it's a good thing. I wouldn't get much work done. I don't, anyway, for a lot of good reasons that range from simple diversions like drinking and skiing to other, murkier things that would probably be ominous if I gave them enough thought. Like my reasons for answering this letter. Aside from that one sentence, in yours, that would be reason enough for answering any letter, to wit, it seems to me that we have vital business to conduct on a level that should threaten neither of our households. Well, if that's true, I guess we might as well have at it. But first you'll have to be a little more specific. I'm not sure exactly what level of engagement would threaten your household, and I'm not particularly worried about mine, but from what you say about yourself, I get the impression that we might tend to misinterpret each other. I am not given to mysticism, for instance, or astrology. I smoke and drink constantly, but I guess I don't have to make a list, since you've already read the book. Which reminds me that you were very recently impressed on my consciousness, as you put it, when my mother told me the library had just received your first novel. I was curious, but I wasn't in Louisville long enough to see it. It was my first visit in 4 years and, considering the possibilities, it was fairly pleasant. My mother still lives in the same house on Ransdale, and it just occurs to me that I remember almost exactly where you lived, but not the name of the street, although I think it was up a hill from Willow, just off the park. I can't imagine why I remember that, or do I? Maybe I'm wrong. For that matter, I barely remember you, except as Anne's little sister. Your description of me as a lurking, sinister figure, menacing young girls on longest, well, I did have a cracked brown leather jacket, army surplus with broken zippers on the slanted chest pockets, but most of those worthies you mentioned were among my brother's gang. I ran with an older gang, more wicked. We sold dope at the OT Forbes magazine counter, to finance our candy bar habits. At least that was the word on longest, and it probably still is. My youngest brother, Jim, told me the word at Atherton was that I'd joined the Hells Angels. The book was only an afterthought. Anyway, I got to Louisville on Christmas Eve and left a few days later for New York. Ever since the book came out I've been involved in fantastic legal hassles, breaking contracts, trying to fire an agent who wouldn't quit, haggling endlessly about new contracts for new books, but I think it's finally settled. I have 2 books to deliver by June 1, the novel, and a paperback quickie aimed at LBJ. Then I have another to deliver about a year and a half from now. Random House calls it The Death of the American Dream, and I call it The Joint Chiefs. Which hardly matters. It's going to take a vast amount of travel and brain twisting. I have no idea what I'm going to write, but if nothing else I expect to learn a lot, and that's the only part of writing I enjoy. The actual work, the typewriter horrors, I approach with fear and loathing. Maybe that's why I've written almost nothing for the past year. I wasn't broke enough, I didn't need the money, so all I did was a few articles on hippies. And so much for all that, except for your question about the novel The Rum Diary. I wrote it a long time ago, but after it bounced once or twice I put it away. Then, after I'd agreed to write a book on the Angels, I sold the novel to Pantheon almost by accident. But Pantheon is a division of Random House, so RH took the novel, and about that time I decided to completely rewrite it. But I didn't have time until I finished the Ha book, and after that I got involved in the contract fight. So it's still unrewritten. I'm not sure how easy it's going to be to get back to fiction, but I'll know more about it when I get started. Right now I'm not thinking about it. You said you're writing your 6th book. Have you published 5? That would be fairly incredible. In any case, why don't you send me a copy of whichever one you like best? Or tell me the title,
and I'll order it here. Or I'll trade you straight across for a graffiti-laden copy of mine. Okay for now. Is this what you expected from the wicked wizard of longest? I'm getting meaner and my hair is falling out, exposing numerous scars. I doubt that you'll ever find out who I am, but I'm flattered that you're curious and your letter was the best thing I've read in months. Thanks again. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. El Paso, Texas. Native Oscar Zeta Acosta was a radical East Los Angeles lawyer known for representing poor Chicanos and challenging race-based exclusions from California's grand juries. Thompson had met Acosta in Aspen in 1967, and would make him notorious as the restless and brutish 300-pound Samoan attorney of fear and loathing in Las Vegas. This letter was the first in their long, strange, and sometimes serious correspondence. January 31, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Grand Hotel. 10th S. El Paso St. El Paso, Texas. Hunter. True that most men live lives of quiet desperation, with the emphasis on most. Then there's the freakheads, flop-outs, flamethrowers, and narcs. Christ, 3 days in Mexico and I've been screwed several times, broads, drunked up, doped up, in jail, fights, blah blah. In that order. But my head is good and my spirit's never in better shape. My friend wasn't home when I arrived late Friday. Checked into a cheap hotel in Juarez with roaches for roommates. I had $185 with me, so I put $150 of it in the safe. Went out and did the town. Returned next morning to check out. Asked the clerk for my loot. What loot? Señor. Here's the receipt, señor. Sorry, señor, there is no money of yours in the safe. You motherfucker, señor, where's my dinero? Turned out the guy who took my money was not the clerk, but a mere acquaintance who was watching the store while the real clerk was out eating. So I cussed the bastard out and went into my room to pack. 5 minutes later the inevitable knock of the narc knocks on my door. Señor, this man claims you have insulted him. You goddamn right I insulted him, the stupid shit. Blah blah, argue, spit, cuss, señor. I was arrested for insulting the dignity of the man and using obscene language in the presence of others, mainly 2 old farts sitting in the lobby. I wasn't thinking. I could have bought them off for $5 each, there were 2 of them. But my dander was up, so I flounced into jail knowing that justice would prevail. I had heard of Mexican jails and Mexican justice before, but since those telling the stories were gringos, I always believed that it was a combination of prejudice and unfamiliarity with the language. Nope. I don't have time to describe it justly, suffice it to say crud, crap, cold, stupidity, stench, barf, ugliness, dilapidated is too nice a word. 60 ugly poor drunks in a room 8 times 40. Since I was late I had to stand. I had maybe 2 cubic feet to myself. There was no roof and we had a cup of beans for breakfast and a cup of beans with a slice of bread for dinner. What you think this is, a hotel, señor? The cold here, when it is worse than in Aspen. My balls ached, no sleep for 2 days, dirty, grubby and still shit-faced I suffered for 24 hours. Until my trial. My arguments were well prepared. Had all day to think it over. Here I come, Juez, ready or not, I will blow your mind, Señor Juez. Point 19. I peek in the door and see a lady. Voila! A lady, I can win over easier than a señor. Enter Oscar into a room not unlike the cell. Lady, reading, it says here you insulted a man and used obscene words in front of others, is that true? Oscar, if the court please. Lady, is that true? Cop, just answer the question, señor. Threatening. Oscar, Your Honor, I would like to explain that I am an attorney and... Lady, one more time, señor. Is it true that you insulted this man in the hotel? Eyes a blaring now cause I've taken too much time for my trial, delay of justice and all that. Oscar, we had an argument over this matter. Lady, it also says you insulted the policeman, the arresting officer. Is that true also? Oscar, nods, cause he's smart by now and knows he should admit everything to hurry things up. Lady, that'll be $1,200 pesos. Or 30 days. Oscar, I'm sorry, I don't understand. Lady, the multa 20 is $1,200 pesos, $300 pesos for each offense. Oscar, figures quickly, but your honor, that only amounts to $900 pesos. Lady, thinks for a moment, didn't you use obscene language in the presence of the arresting officers also, Señor? Oscar, smiling humbly, oh, that's correct, your honor. It is my error. Forgive me. In round figures, that's about $100, American. Then a man directs me into a cube-like thing about 6 times 4 and offers me coffee and cigarettes and is very, very nice, Señor. After an hour of pleasant chit-chat he asks if I'd like to get out. Or do I intend to put in the 30 days? Out, man, out, now. Well, we can fix this matter up, don't worry, I'll help you. I am your friend. Maybe the only friend you have in all of Mexico, is that not true? Yes, Señor, you are my benefactor, my only salvation. Help me, please. Well, we got a message to my friend here in Juarez, sold my record player, pawned my clarinet, radio and camera and I was finally called, 10 hours later, to the front. I had put about $25 in the bag when I checked in. They gave me a receipt. They took me into another room and searched me again. The first guy had let me keep my cigs, matches, gum and the receipt. The second guy took it all. He'd take care of my receipt for me, Señor. I'm 5 feet from freedom and the money is not in the sack. Fat cop, is everything in order, Señor? Oscar, no, Señor, the money is missing. Fat cop, money, Señor. Oscar, yes, Señor, I had $25 American, when I came in. Fat cop, ostentatiously looks over list, checks it against contents. No, Señor, you must be mistaken, there is no money in here. The receipt says nothing of any money except for those coins. Oscar, 5 feet from freedom, the receipt I had said. Fat cop, smiling like a bastard, let me see your receipt, Señor. Oscar, 5 feet from freedom, smiles, I lost it, Señor. Fat cop, the mark of the victor, smiles, ah, then you have no proof, is that correct, Señor? Oscar, 5 feet from freedom, no, Señor. Fat cop, and had you had your drinks that night, Señor? Oscar, 5 feet from freedom, yes, Señor, I was drunk as hell. I probably gave it to the whore. Fat cop, yes, that is probably what happened. These things happen. Philosophically, many times they happen to those who come here to drink and sleep with our women, it happens, you know. Upon leaving I found out that the benefactor, the guy who got the messages across, etc., he is a prisoner, doing 10 for dope. He had asked me for my clothes but I convinced him I'd send him a $5 when I got out. I wondered why he was so trustworthy. Now I know. I've paid for a week to stay here in El Paso. Got a few deals going, not the smuggling. Adrian has spent all his money building his house, he's returning to Aspen to work at Tico's, but I won't know for a few days what I'll do. As usual, everything depends on him, in his good time, but I do know that all things work together for good, to those who love the Lord, to those who are the called according to his purpose. A fifth of tequila costs 96 cents, so I got no worries. Yours in Christ, Oscar Acosta, Attorney at Large. To Dorothy Davidson,
American Civil Liberties Union. Thompson, a proud lifelong member of the ACLU, had been asked to help out at the Aspen chapter. February 1, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Mrs. Dorothy Davidson. American Civil Liberties Union. 1452 Pennsylvania Street, Room 22. Colorado Branch. Denver, Colorado 80203. Dear Mrs. Davidson, thanks for your 131st letter, the information, and the suggestions. I'd be happy to assist you in reorganizing the chapter, and there's not much doubt that it needs a shot of something. Or maybe not. I say this mainly because a friend of mine, rather desperately needing legal help in what I considered a good case, couldn't locate anybody in Aspen who claimed to even be a member of the ACLU, much less a legal representative. I notice, however, that Bill Dunaway, of the Aspen Times, is listed on your stationery as a member of the state committee. I know Bill, and I'll talk to him about getting the local chapter at least active enough to be visible. I don't, however, think that I'd be the right person to represent the ACLU locally. The Aspen guru should be somebody with local leverage, such as Dunaway or a local attorney. My reputation as the author of a book on the Hells Angels, a Woody Creek recluse, gun freak, and friend of known criminals is not the image the ACLU needs to be most effective. I'm listed as a columnist for Ramparts, I've signed the editors and writers Vietnam tax protest, and I've admitted in print the New York Times, no less, that I smoke marijuana. This is not the man to deal with local judges and juries. Besides that, I'm traveling about half the time, and after June 1st, I'll probably be gone all summer. I'm writing a book on the Joint Chiefs of Staff, so I won't have much time to devote to local affairs. I tell you all this to explain that I can't maintain the degree of availability and effectiveness that I'd like to see in a local chapter head. But I'll talk to Dunaway and let you know what happens. I'll also check with local ACLU members Janet Gaylord and Banker. Thanks again for writing. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Charles Curalt, CBS News. Charles Curalt, who died in 1997 after a distinguished 40-year career at CBS News, had been a correspondent for the network in South America and one of Thompson's favorite drinking buddies when they both lived in Rio de Janeiro in 1962 and 1963. February 5, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Charlie. I assume you're still there, stomach boils and all. And I thought I recognized your off-camera voice asking a question of Gene McCarthy in NH the other night. Are you up there? If so, I'll probably see you very soon. I just got a fluff assignment to do a piece on Nixon for Pageant, but what it really is, or hopefully will be, is a chance to get material for the Johnson campaign book, which will naturally feature Nixon in a triple cameo role. I've agreed to do that one and also agreed to gamble a bag of money and time on it. That's one book that came out of the New York visit. Two others, The Rum Diary and The Joint Chiefs, are now also scheduled. It's an even bet now as to whether my hair will turn white before it falls out, or vice versa. Anyway, I'll try to find you in the East if you're still there. I'd guess around mid-Feb, or whenever Nixon is in NH. Otherwise, give me some warning about your DOA here. I have numerous transients on my hands, so if you'll want to bring anyone with you I'll need advance word. But there's no problem if it's only you. Send word, and hello to PD.21. Hunter. To Bill, Aspen Dentist. February 8, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bill. I'm here, but not for long, leaving for New Hampshire and Nixon tomorrow. Just got back from New York to find your bill and desperate search note. The idea of me sending anyone $277 in one shot is sheer madness unless the supplicant can prove great and urgent need, but here's $100 to maintain good faith, etc. Don't worry about the rest, I'll get it to you, but don't forget to send periodic reminders. I doubt, quite frankly, that I'll be needing any further dental assistance.
I just read today in the underground press that frequent inhalation of marijuana smoke prevents rot and heals cavities, in addition to making the teeth sparkle and the soul smile. I may have to try the stuff, but only under strict supervision. Keep this to yourself. Hunter. Check number 286. $100 sent February 8, 68 1/3. Payment. To the Alaska Sleeping Bag Co. Thompson took satisfaction or your money back guarantees at their word. February 8, 1968. Woody Creek, Colorado 81656. Alaska Sleeping Bag Co. 334 Northwest 11th Avenue. Portland, Oregon. Gentlemen. I am returning the Alaska hunting code for which I recently paid you $24.95 for a full refund, as noted in your standard guarantee. The Cadiz, Kentucky code I received bears only a vague resemblance to the code pictured in your catalog. The most flagrant misrepresentation has to do with the leather-lined pockets and leather shoulder patches. If the garbage on this coat is leather, I'll eat it. In a nut, the coat is far below the standards I've come to expect from quality mail-order suppliers, such as Eddie Bauer and L.L. Bean, from whom I buy consistently. On the other hand, I'm quite satisfied with the Russell Oneidas you sent, and also the Jockey shooting vest. So I'm willing to write this off as inconsistency, rather than fraud, but I suggest, in the meantime, that you be more careful about the wording of your catalog. I look forward to receiving your check for $79.90. This represents $54.96 for the Everest down parka that I returned last week and $24.95 for the enclosed hunting coat. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. P.S. I see, in the new catalog that came with my order, that you've dropped the word leather from the description of the hunting coat's shoulder patches and pocket edgings. This is an admirable move, but it's not much help to me since I was using your not-so-new catalog. HST. To Oscar Acosta. The thing I liked about Oscar, Thompson says, was that he was always willing to go further than I was. This included burning a judge's lawn. February 9, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. My knee is ripped, my crotch is broken, I hurt all over, and about 2 hours from now I have to go out to the fucking airport and wait around on standby for a crucial flight to Denver and NYC, and then to New Hampshire for a week with Nixon. A quick article for Pageant and also fat research for a bogus book I've signed to do almost instantly, by April 1st. On the Johnson-Nixon campaign, the only problem is that it has to come out before either party holds its convention, a hideous fantasy. Anyway, your book came in today's mail and I figured the best thing to do was send it along before I lose it in my mushrooming paper mess. I'm enclosing a letter from one Margaret Harrell, my copy editor for the Hells Angels book. You'll note that she says I shouldn't let you get hold of the letter, but the tone of the letter indicated that it was written more to you than me, with a formal disclaimer at the end. So I'm sending it along, with the request that you do me the favor of compounding the fiction in case you ever talk or write to Margaret. In other words, just remember that I told you what she said in the letter, I didn't send you the letter itself. Okay. She'd be embarrassed if she knew you had the original, for reasons I'm sure you'll understand. Life here is a zoo of false and impossible promises. I have the campaign book to deliver by April 1st. The Rum Diary by July 1st, and the Massive Joint Chiefs thing by July 1st of '69. So gone are the freaked and lazy days of 1967. This is the year of the monkey, which for me means work. I have already become very ugly about guests and visitors. A friend named Magar22 just left today for LA and may look you up. He's okay, but don't let him near the wives of any friends you value. I suspect you'll like him. Your own action sounds like you're a few months ahead of me in terms of getting back on the rails. I don't know how the hell you managed it in light of your special trials in Juarez, but I guess you wetback freaks have a special god. Which reminds me, it's sitting out on the window shelf right now, gathering evil spirits like God's own vacuum cleaner. Thanks. I haven't read the novel and couldn't possibly get to it until late April or May. I've overextended myself so badly that whatever hair I have left at the end of this year will be stone white. Besides that, I've refused to pay my war taxes, and I'm a sitting duck for the IRS, so look forward to massive trouble in that area. I've also agreed to put my little brother through at least enough college time to keep him from being killed. This looks to be a hairy year all around. In terms of your political action, I might be checking with you this summer about writing something about brown power, or whatever term is stylish at that time. I don't like that term any more than I do the black equivalent, but it's a sure winner on the editorial front. I no longer plan to work on random articles, but my research on the Joint Chiefs book will take me into a lot of things I can write about and publish as side effects of the book, and your gig may be one of them. We'll see, but in any case I'll probably be in LA this spring and looking for a short dog or two. Let me know if your phone or address changes. On your car, if you want me to get it running and rolling, send me some sort of notarized letter or signed pink slip so I can deal with it legally. I figure $300 will get it running about as well as it was before, but I'd only get involved in it if you sent me some sort of official or neo-legal authorization and agreed to repay me when you reclaim the car. In other words, I'll get it running at my expense if you'll give me enough paperwork to get it even temporarily licensed until you reimburse me for the repair bill and take it away. It's crazy to junk a car that needs so little work, and which could be a good machine for 2 or 3 years once the work is done. So let me know. I don't need it for wheels, so don't do me any favors. But it offends my sense of survival to see a good life tool abandoned for want of a few horseshoes, as it were. Your last letter wasn't very optimistic about the novel, but if you change your mind and put any rewrite work into it and want me to read it a few months from now, send it along and I'll say whatever comes to mind. Keep in mind while you're fucking around with short stories that your chances of selling a short novel are far better than they are in any short story market. My offhand suggestion would be to cut the novel down to the bare bones, which means about 50,000 words, and then write a book on brown power which will give you a launching platform for the novel. If the idea of writing anything, book length, on the BP theme interests you, let me know and I'll try to interest somebody. Your problem there is that your club hand is dialogue, which used to mean fiction, but if you can teach yourself to use dialogue to tell a topical, non-fiction story, you'll sell it. I guarantee that, but only if you get that goddamn missionary instinct out of your narrative. Let the people tell their own stories, they may surprise you. Okay, for now. I have to pack and flee. Sandy is as pleased as I am with your new gig. Maybe by summer we'll be ready to invite you and Marco 23 out for a visit. Where is he now? Anyway, you're one of the few people I can think of right now that I'd enjoy seeing, for whatever that's worth. Send word. Hunter. To Juan Thompson. Homesick in a Sunset Strip hotel while in Los Angeles to explore a possible movie deal for Hell's Angels, Thompson vented to his 3-year-old son back in Woody Creek. February 13, 1968. Hyatt House Hotels. Los Angeles, CA. Dear Juan. I thought I'd write you a letter on this weird typewriter I borrowed from Oscar. I'm just learning to use it, so I'll make a few mistakes before I get straightened out. It's raining outside on my balcony and the news is on. It's been raining all day. I'm on the 11th floor of this hotel on the Sunset Strip in Hollywood. I haven't been outside all day. I slept until 2, then went down to the coffee shop and had a club sandwich. Now I have some beer and a bucket of ice, getting ready to work for a while on the test pilot article. Ah, damn it, my package of carbon paper slipped into a puddle of eucalyptus oil. I just went out on the balcony to get my last beer. I keep them out there, where it's cold. Very cold here, rotten weather. In about 2 hours I'll go down to the coffee shop again and have another club sandwich. Then I'll come back up here and work on the article. I don't know what's on TV because I don't have a newspaper. Tomorrow I'll call John Smith 24 and maybe go out to see Nicholas and Emily. Magar is moving this weekend and his phone is disconnected, so I can't get hold of him. I met Oscar's new wife last night, a pretty little Mexican girl. I have to mail this article on Monday, so I'll have to spend most of tomorrow working on it. The Air Force visit was interesting. I saw a lot of strange planes and talked to a lot of dull people. For entertainment, I drove around at high speeds in a rented Mustang, going 90 miles an hour across the desert. There is no snow out there, just sand and dry bushes. And you can see for 20 miles in all directions. There are no grizzly bears on the desert, but people say there are a lot of wild pigs. I didn't see any. As a matter of fact, I didn't see much of anything. Well, there's more news coming on. Still raining outside, I have the sliding glass door open, to cool the room. When the news is over I'll call Sandy and find out how things are going. Love. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. At this point Acosta was winning more cases for Mexican clients than any other defense attorney in California. He often asked Thompson to critique his writing, then objected to what he heard back. February 20, 1968. Los Angeles, CA. The destructibility of contingent remainders. And other such nonsense. Hunter. You've got to be mad. How the fuck you gonna do all that stuff? And what's the rum diary? Your memoirs at so early an age? I've thought of that. Seems everyone waits until they're old farts and got nothing much left to say, but the whole truth. And since, as it's now been established by you and Miss Harrell now that I'm Honest Abe in Brown, maybe I should start working on my biography now. I once made a deal with a poet buddy that he'd write mine and I his. Until he fell for my ex and felt too guilty to talk to me anymore. It was funny because I wanted him, I encouraged him, I even encouraged her, to take up together. I only got pissed off when they both cut out on me. Anyway, perhaps if we're still around in, say, 2000 AD, perhaps you can make a few bucks off me and I one or two off you. I wrote a letter to your friend. I thanked her and explained a few things about myself and the MSS. And I asked her if she'd read Perla in exchange for some California sun. I also told her you were nuts. 1 Oscar writes a short novel. 2 Hunter says it should be a short story. 3 Oscar writes a short story. 4 Hunter says it should be a short novel. 5 Oscar says Hunter is a novel short story. I have thought about doing non-fiction. In fact, just yesterday I decided to do a long letter to the editor type thing to the Free Press. A little one about their constant reference to Mexican/Americans and Spanish/Americans. Any stupid fucker who thinks he knows where it's at nowadays and uses terms like that, euphemistic, insulting shit, needs to have a few lessons in the art of semantics. For Christ's sake, that's what the Okies used to do with us. You see, to them, the word Mexican was like nigger. So to us, we got all screwed up about it, too. So, when they liked you, Uncle Tom, where are you, they'd say, hey, bud, you Spanish. Now the only Spaniard in Riverbank was the owner of the grocery store, and everyone knew damn good and well the rest of us brownos weren't anything like old man Bordena. So we all got in the habit of saying, yes. Even my cousin Becky, who married an Okie kid named Billy who raises pigs, who once told me when she was 6 years old, mi Italiana. Okay, that was in the 40s and 50s. So in the later years when the politicos started asking for the brown vote, they started calling us Mexicans/Americans. My hyphen is broken. Because, you see, they too thought Mexican was a bad word. Did you know the only other significant group that is still commonly hyphenated are the Japanese/Americans? Why? WW2, that's why. How come there ain't no Negro/Americans, Irish/Americans, Aspen/Americans, etc.? So one would expect these left-wing grags to know this sort of stuff. One would expect the highest Mexican elected representative to know this, too. Wouldn't you think? So I went to see Congressman Roybal 25 and talked to his field secretary. The secretary kept on using the word over and over. Mr. Roybal has done this and that for his people, the Mexican/American, blah blah blah. Finally, I said, yes, but what's he done for us? Who's that, sir? I think at that moment he thought I was Indian. Us, sir. What's Mr. Roybal done for the Mexicans? Also, I want to write a studied article on what to do to protect your right of privacy. I've had about 25 dope cases in the past 3 weeks and could possibly have won twice as many as I did if people would remember a few rules of the road. Trip. Main thing, don't open the fucking door. Let them break it down. It's better to pay for a broken lock, which gives you a better chance to beat it, than go to jail. Second, don't say a fucking word. Nothing. If you feel compelled to talk, if you're the Gabby sort of uptight guy, then just say no to everything. Third, if you're selling, for God's sake don't keep all the paraphernalia around the house. Fourth, keep the stash hidden. Now everyone knows this, but I want to show from actual cases that were won or lost on appeal why it is imperative. Also, in advance of any retort about, well, man, that's being too uptight, I want to say a few words about you fucking a John it's uptight. I've yet to see anyone cool in the cooler. In fact, why not? A cooler is not cool, for a title. In other words, better to be uptight a few minutes while you're hiding your shit than spend a couple of years in CYA or Big 26 Quetzales. Had this Nazi bastard on the stand the other day. He had qualified as an expert witness to testify that he could give an expert opinion to the fact that this single 2-inch joint was marijuana. The chemist had done the test, but I refused to stipulate to that, which is a story in itself, but they couldn't find him and the judge and the DA were determined to finish the case that day, so they put the cop on the stand. He testified that he had seen and smelled dope over 100 times and that in his opinion, by smelling it and looking at it there on the stand, that it was dope. So I asked the following questions, to which he answered, I don't know. Is that a California joint or an Eastern joint? Is that Acapulco Gold or Bangkok Gold? How much, if any, hash does that contain? Is it rolled in sugar? Well, is it cut with anything? You ever smelled clover? How would you define that unique smell? Are you sure it isn't dried banana? Have you smelled dried banana skins? Is oregano a narcotic? Have you ever smelled a mixture of oregano, banana, and dried clover? Are young kids using that combination to turn on? Needless to say, the judge struck his testimony on the grounds that the cop was not an expert. Off the record, the judge asked me, no, it was the sheriff, if that was true. I told him that kids nowadays were turned on by almost anything. I'm still wearing my boots to court every day, and the rumor has spread that the D.A.S are out to get me. Don't you think I'm having one swell time? I am. Not since my first year of preaching has it been so good. You never answered the letter about the short story, 23 pages, and Sandy was vague. I don't care nothing for that stinkin' greaser novel. Had a bit of dope and booze in SF last weekend. I'm staying clean in LA because I seriously believe the cops might be after me because of my success and my bugging them in court. And because I got no need for it. Oscar. To Bob Semple, The New York Times. Robert B. Semple, Jr., a New York Times editor who would win the 1996 Pulitzer Prize for editorial writing, helped set up interviews for Thompson's Pageant magazine article on ominous Republican presidential candidate Richard M. Nixon. February 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bob. Thanks again for the help in Manchester. Point 27 I kept after Ray Price 28 all day Friday, the day you took off from Boston, and just about the time I gave up I found myself in Nixon's car, with the great man himself bending my ear about pro football. The bastard really knows it, I figured his claiming to be a fan was just another one of his hypes, a pitch for the violence vote. You're right, I think, in saying he's not a conscious phony. That complicates my story considerably. I'm not sure what I'll write, but I'll send you a copy if and when it comes out. Meanwhile, if you see Ray Price, tell him I did my homework, based on the lesson he gave me, and now I'm sure he was bullshitting me. He should have quit while he was ahead. And convey my thanks to Don Irwin. 29 He's a good example of my theory that journalism, despite all its faults, is still flexible enough to give people like Irwin enough elbow room to redeem the other 90%. Okay for now. Stop by Owl Farm on your way out to Oregon. Ciao. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. Hunter Thompson wrote to his mother often until the day she died in 1998. His concern for his brothers was always apparent, even on less serious matters than how to keep Jim, the youngest, out of Vietnam. February 22, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. Now that you mention it, I guess you know how I feel about thank you notes, too. So yours is a bit embarrassing, and especially so when I thought I wrote that check for $25. But what the hell? Money talk is always embarrassing, like thank you notes. I didn't answer Jim's very good letter because I had to go to New Hampshire right after I received it. Sandy wrote him a letter while I was gone. I just got back and now have to write 4,000 words on the meaning of the new Nixon. The trip was fun, but grueling. Very little sleep and expensive confusion trying to deal with Nixon, Romney 30, and McCarthy all at the same time. McCarthy is the only human being in the race, so he's naturally doomed. But he's fun to travel with. Nixon is a nightmare of bullshit, intrigue, and suspicion. Romney is a circus. I was there about 9 days, then I spent a day or two in New York to argue about contracts. Things are almost settled, but the difference between almost and settled is vast and treacherous. As for Jim and college, I'll do everything I can to keep him out of the draft, but my income is so irregular and uncertain that I can't promise anything in advance. If we're lucky, I'll have what he needs when he needs it. If not, we'll have to kite some checks. Okay for now. Love. Hunter. To Sue Grafton. Again, Grafton asked Thompson to reveal himself to her. February 23, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Sue. Sorry to be so late, short-worded, and useless, but I just got back from New Hampshire and 10 days with Nixon, and now I have to make sense of it all, very quickly. Who is Nixon? And why? In 4,000 words by the end of the month. I've also just signed, tonight, the contract for a book on Johnson, so I won't be geared for letter writing for a while. Yours was vaguely unsettling, I'm not sure why, except that I've always been leery of people who want to know who I am. Most of them seem to be probing for some kind of response, from me, to confirm an uncertain image they have of themselves. So I never know what's expected of me except that I'm expected to respond, for good or ill. Don't take this personally, I'm talking in half-remembered generalities, and besides that, it's 4:42 a.m. here and my head's not working as well as it should. I shouldn't be writing this at all, I'm way behind schedule on the article and it still hasn't gelled in my head. I have visitors here, as always, and my water pipes are freezing. The basement is flooded, one of my cars is dying, and the tax man is after me for explanations I don't have. Send me your book and I'll write again after I read it. Ciao. Hunter. To Oscar Acosta. February 23, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Abe. I don't recall telling you to rewrite that story as a short novel, I was merely trying to brief you on the current word market, where books sell much faster than stories. This is a weird situation and it won't last, so if I were you I'd try to write it. Believe it or not, your chances of getting a $5,000 guarantee for a Brown Power nonfiction book are far better than your chances of getting $500 for Perla. It's also true that your chances of getting $5,000 for the book depend on its being unwritten at the time of negotiations. Don't write a word until you get at least $1,000 and a firm contract for the rest. I'm not kidding. Your comments on Mexican Americans strike me as a good book seed. Send me 2 double-spaced pages, describing whatever kind of book you'd like to write, and I'll send it on to Ballantine with a recommendation. Keep it loose, loud and menacing with details. I don't recall getting your letter about the short story, but let me look. Meanwhile, keep whacking on the bastards. I just got back from 10 days with Nixon and now I have to write something. Ciao. HST. To Tom Wolfe. Thompson had quit his job at the National Observer in 1965 when the editor refused to run his glowing review of Tom Wolfe's The Candy-Collared Tangerine Flake Streamline Baby. Later, he lent the author some tape recordings he had made at novelist Ken Kesey's California ranch, which Wolfe would put to good use in his 1968 book on the Merry Pranksters, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test. February 26, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom, I just got back from a quick shot in the east, and called from the airport but you weren't home again. Who are these old crones who answer your telephone? I have a picture of some gout-riddled old slattern on her knees in your hallway, waxing the floor when the phone rings and rising slowly, painfully, resentfully, to answer it and snarl he ain't here. Anyway, I called. The quick shot was New Hampshire for a look at the new, etc. Nixon. I'm not sure what I found, but since the article is due in 2 days I'll shut this off and get back to it. Did you, by the way, hear about the death of Neil Cassidy, 31? The Berkeley Barb says he died of unknown causes while walking along some railroad tracks in Mexico. I offer that, for the moment, without comment. What stage is the Kesey book in? I finally came to terms with Ballantine, after coming to terms with Lynn Nesbitt 32, for a fantasy book on Johnson, to be finished at once. Did you ever deal with those tapes? Don't lose them. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson had come to rely on Silberman's editorial judgment, and together they would spend 2 years searching for the right approach to a book on the death of the American dream. March 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Thanks for the good letter. It arrived just as 2 of my house guests returned from taking 2 others to the train station in Glenwood Springs. Tomorrow I plan to dynamite my cesspool, which will blow up my driveway and perhaps even the county road in order to get the sewage out of my basement. Things are happening here. I insist on drainage, and if the landlord won't provide it, then Alfred Nobel 33 will. Alfred. Is that right? I'm glad we all agree on the active, rather than abstract nature of the Joint Chiefs book. I don't see the narrative idea as an ego trip on my part, but as the only possible way to make the book an original document. The essays have already been written and I'll probably steal from a lot of them, but I think we need a participant's point of view, not an observer's. My overdue article on Nixon should give you an idea what I mean. I'll send you a copy if it ever gets finished. Probably I'll need a lot more help on this book than I did on the other, at least in the formative stages. What I'm looking for right now is a long list of Joint Chiefs, which I can narrow down to about a dozen. The first, of course, will be the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the real ones. But after that I want to select the 10 most prominent suspects in this investigation of the murder of the American dream. I've already settled firmly on the oil industry and the press, but I'm not sure exactly where I'll focus on either one of those. Maybe the Chi-Trib/NY News Combine would be a good starter for the press section. As I've said before, this is a far extension of Faulkner's idea of seeing the world in a grain of sand 34, except that I need at least 10 grains of sand. I want to concentrate on 10 specific people or institutions who represent the 10 most obvious suspects in this case. The police? Perhaps even the new Negro leadership. Maybe the gun freaks. Mailer had the right idea in his last book. 35Y,
indeed. So if you come up with any ideas, please send them along. Maybe just newspaper clippings, or somebody's column. I can't read everything, and this is a crucial first stage. Thanks. Hunter. To the editor, Aspen Times and Aspen News. Outraged that Sheriff Earl Whitmire had ordered riot gear for tiny, mostly rural Pitkin County's police force, Thompson wrote a satirical letter to the editor of the local paper praising Aspen's move toward law and order the Gestapo way. March 9, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Hair Editor. I am writing this letter for my friend Martin Bormann 36 who has finally arrived in one piece, as it were, but who has not yet mastered the language. We were warming ourselves around the furnace the other night, chatting about discipline, when I pointed out the newspaper article on Sheriff Whitmire's request for riot control weapons. We both agreed that the sheriff would certainly make a name for himself if he ever got his hands on a full arsenal of riot control devices, and that the town would reap untold benefits if a local boy made good in the national press, but we also wondered if weapons alone would do the trick. What we really need is a riot. This would not only justify the purchase of gas, firebombs, electric zappers, and various armored equipment, it would also give Aspen the modern, up-to-date image that it vitally needs. We are fortunate in having people like the sheriff and Guido and Bugsy around, if only to keep a rein on dangerous waterheads like Tom Benton. 37. Now I realize that a lot of people know about the bad blood between me and Benton because he crossed up my plans to build a 14-story bamboo and styrofoam turkey barracks on top of the Paragon. Mr. Bormann and I had commitments for Argentine financing on this project, and it cost us a lot of money, but the big loser was the city of Aspen and one or two local architects whom we naturally refused to pay when the gig turned sour. Most of the locals were in favor of this project. I overheard numerous conversations at the tower, the refactory, and the leather jug, and everybody was asking the same question: what happened to the turkey barracks? But no matter. The thing we need now is a powerful symbolic display of Aspen's willingness to come to grips with the 20th century, and by this I mean a flat-out, ding-dong riot. Mr. Bormann and I have offered, on numerous occasions, to furnish the necessary ingredients on a cost-plus basis. Sheriff Whitmire, in his wisdom, has anticipated our project and is already pushing it. Aspen needs more men like this, far-sighted men who are willing to invest in the future. Martin Bormann and I can do business with people like this. We can turn Aspen into a paying proposition. To the others I say only beware. They will be driven, like the Schwein 38 they are, from the money-changing temple. The future is on us, and in closing I can only offer my condolences. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson, for Martin Bormann. To Bernard Shercliffe, Valentine Books. March 25, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bernard. I'm enclosing a few words on a book idea by a friend of mine named Oscar Acosta. Brown Power, as it were. Be the first on your block to have the definitive text on this new and growing menace to the white man's peace of mind. Après les Blakes, les Browns, once more, Zapata 39 looting and rappin', throw the rascals out. Yeah, and if I seem a bit flippy from being threatened at every corner of my consciousness, you'll have to pardon it at least long enough to remember your job, which is, they say, to publish saleable books, and in that context I think I'm doing you a favor by putting you onto a potential inside view of the Brown Power thing. Somebody's going to do it, that's obvious. And it's going to make money, especially when the first Negro governor of California is burned at the stake on a Big Sur beach by brown nationalists. Oscar is very much into this scene, as I think you'll see by his letters. The 2 pages marked outline are intentionally limited at my suggestion, so don't blame Oscar if you'd have preferred to get more. I told him 2 pages would do for an opener, but after reading these 2 I suspect 5 or 10 would have been a better vehicle. Anyway, I think Oscar is eminently capable of writing a book on this thing, despite the fact that he seems to have approached the outline as an adversary proceeding. He has a pretty good eye for most things, and I suspect he'll regain his focus once the initial excitement of this new scene breaks down into mean tangibles. As a Chicano lawyer, he'll be forced to see brown power for whatever it is, in terms of day-to-day reality. Anyway, I recommend it. Check with Oscar and see what you think. His address is on the outline, and I'm enclosing his card. He has, by the way, written a full-length, unpublished, novel and several other things, so he won't go blank at the notion of turning out 75,000 words. Call me if this letter doesn't tell you all it should. Okay. Hunter. To Oscar Acosta. March 26, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. I sent your outline and 4 other pages to Bernard Shercliffe at Ballantine. Probably you'll hear from him soon, but in the meantime I suggest you pay your rent by conventional means. This is not to say I've paid mine at the moment. I owe Craig for February and March, but I'll have to pay him soon or he won't introduce me to McNamara. Yet. Anyway, I was not impressed with your presentation on brown power through the vengeful eyes of Oscar A. The subject itself will sell a book by somebody, but damn few publishers are going to want a flat-out piece of bugle blast propaganda. You're asking for some serious beatings both as a writer and a lawyer if you persist in your notion that all Mexicans are doomed heroes. Some Mexicans, as I recall, actually drive their own cars off of cliffs for no reason at all, or stall in the middle of highways and piss on themselves, right? And we all know what the world can expect from Kentucky booze freaks, so don't bother with that indictment. It's a matter of public record. My point is that you're going to have to figure out some way to reconcile your roles as a Chicano lawyer and a Chicano writer, which might also involve some weird juggling of the lawyer-client relationships, or maybe not. But if you want to write propaganda tracts about how all the brown and black brothers sing truth at all times and fuck anybody who can't understand it, then I submit that you'll probably wind up publishing your own book. Yeah, the whole publishing world is a gang of evil racist swine. They won't give Nelson Algren 40 a Guggenheim Fellowship because they're saving the money for Leroy Jones .41 back scratchers. But not racists. They don't have the balls for that. They talk about Jesus, but they pay dues to the Grand Inquisitor. Jesus is the favorite son, but on the second ballot the smart money will be on the GI. Sila. Obviously, it's late here. Your letters and outlines are sealed in a fat envelope, so I can't answer anything in detail, which hardly matters because the only question you asked had to do with the book notes you sent me. And this letter should settle all that. As for prospects, I suspect you'll have to outline your ideas again for Shercliffe, and in far more detail. Your problem is going to be in convincing any publisher that you're capable of deciding, in your own head, whether you want to write as a reporter or an advocate. I'm not sure, myself, what you have in mind, but since most of the stuff you've sent me was biased to the point of dementia, I felt an obligation to tell Shercliffe that your head is really pretty good. Ciao, HST. To Ted Sorensen. JFK's gifted wordsmith Theodore Sorensen was working on New York Senator Robert F. Kennedy's just-announced presidential bid when Thompson volunteered his speech-writing services just as he had 3 months earlier to Eugene McCarthy's rival Democratic campaign. March 28, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Ted Sorensen. C/O Sen. Robert Kennedy. Senate Office Building. Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Sorensen, I understand that you and the Senator are casting about for human assistance in this strange and whimsical gig you're into. Perhaps I can help in some way, I'm not sure how, but if you have any ideas by all means let me know. I met you several years ago at the Aspen Institute. You were one of the gurus at that session, along with Walter Reuther, Lionel Trilling and Justice Brennan. 42 I was writing a piece on the Institute for the National Observer, my employer at the time. The article appeared, in gutted form, some weeks later, spring of '63, as I recall. But what the hell? Shortly after that I moved to California and continued to work for the Observer until the 1964 GOP convention,
which I covered as part of the Dow Jones team and blew my cover, as it were, in the process. That scene, plus my coverage of the first Berkeley uprising, caused the Observer to question my objectivity, which led to my reclassification as a book reviewer and eventually as a non-person. At that point I began writing for The Nation, which led almost instantly to a book project, the results of which I'm enclosing, along with a review of the book and an article I did last year on hippies. All I can tell you about the book is that it's about a hell of a lot more than the Hells Angels. They are a logical product of a society that created them just as inevitably as it also created McDonald's Golden Arch. And the president, our leader and millstone. With the lone exception of the 1960 presidential campaign, I've gone out of my way to avoid any personal involvement in politics, but I have the feeling that we're down to bedrock again, and if that's the case I guess I want a piece of the action. Like I say, I'm not sure what I'm offering. I live in Woody Creek, about 10 miles out of Aspen, but I think that's immaterial. I move around a lot, and right now my schedule is pure politics. I spent about 2 weeks in New Hampshire, for instance, following Nixon around with the idea of finding out if he really existed. I'm still not sure, but the article is already written and now I have to finish a quick paperback for Ballantine by June 1st called The Johnson File. Your Friend and Mine. It's a fantasy book, a rude parody of the Iron Mountain thing, but this time with all the fangs showing. No sense explaining it here, but I'll tell you about it in Oregon if you have time for a beer up there. I'll be there in connection with another book that I'm writing for Random House on the Joint Chiefs, and /or who killed the American dream. If Nixon wins, or, if the boss gets in, as Pat Buchanan 43 says, he'll qualify for canonization as one of Thompson's Joint Chiefs. Actually, he's already qualified. Nixon is a monument to all the bad genes and broken chromosomes that have queered the reality of the American dream. Nixon is the Dorian Gray 44 of our time, the twisted echo of Jay Gatsby 45, the candidate from Almost, Los Angeles. And so much for all that. I think I'm rambling. It's late here, almost dawn, in fact, and in looking back over this letter I don't think I've made myself clear. So I'll try to strip it all down. To wit, I'm not volunteering to ring doorbells or hassle the 500 or so registered voters of Aspen, many of whom are already worried about my house guest, Martin Bormann, who writes letters to the local papers about McNamara. So precinct work is out. I'm not looking for a career in politics or even a dam for Woody Creek. All I really want to do is get that evil pig fucker out of the White House and not let Nixon in, and the only real hope I see right now is your friend Robert. So maybe I can write something for you. That's the only thing I do better than most people, so I guess that's what I should offer. This Hells Angels book, by the way, has sold about 500,000 in paperback, mainly in college-type bookstores. I'm not sure how relevant that is to your interests, but perhaps you can do something with it. If you think I could help in some way, by all means write or call ASAP so I can adjust. My phone here is 303-925-2250. Or you can reach me through Jim Silberman at Random House or my agent, Lynn Nesbitt at 1271 6th Avenue. Okay for now. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Thompson. Thompson's youngest brother was now a sophomore at the University of Kentucky. April 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Sorry, very sorry, to be so late with a letter. I've more or less given up writing them. Ever since Christmas I seem to have been either traveling somewhere, or just getting ready to leave, or just getting back. And in between all that, I've been plagued with visitors. My nerves are shot and my temper is raw, and last Sunday night Johnson's cop-out cost me $10,000. That's what I was going to get for a book on the bastard. I really hated to see him quit. He deserved to be destroyed on his feet. Speaking of all that, how is it going at UK? I think you'll have it made if you can hold out another year. It's going to take us that long to admit that we've lost this war in Vietnam. I say this without losing sight of the chance that Johnson might provoke something totally unforeseen, and if that happens it's every man for himself. But I don't think it's going to happen that way. I traveled around with McCarthy in New Hampshire long enough to realize that a lot of people are very disturbed about this war and its implications. I went there to write about Nixon, but McCarthy was a lot more fun to travel with, so I switched off whenever I got the chance. My Nixon article should be in the June or July issue of Pageant. Another article just came out in the Collier's Encyclopedia 1967-68 yearbook. Check in the library if you get a chance. The photo in the front of the book is a horror. I've checked with the local radio station about the possibility of hiring you this summer, and it doesn't seem too promising. There's a chance, but it's damn slim. Keep looking around on your own and don't count on this thing. I'll let you know if anything breaks. Sandy's mother says she might be able to get something for you with a new station in DeLand, Florida. I'll have Sandy check on that and let you know. The enclosed check is something I've had on my desk for a few weeks, so I thought I'd put it to good use. Maybe it's a birthday present. I don't know how you're fixed for money in terms of tuition, etc., but let me know if you get seriously strapped. The sudden death of this Johnson book has jolted the shit out of me in terms of this year's money, but if things get hairy on your end I can probably come up with something. In any case, let me know. Like I said, I think you can ease off after the elections. But hang on until then. It would be a rotten goddamn thing to get drafted out and killed for no damn reason at all, and don't kid yourself about that. Draftees your age are going to be killed right up until the last hour of this stinking war. So be cool about it. I assume you're in good shape, but I haven't heard anything for a while, and if your status has changed any since Christmas, let me know. I thought I'd have a chance to stop and see Davison 46 on the trip to New Hampshire, but it didn't work. I haven't heard from him at all in a few months. I haven't heard anything, for that matter, so send a line when you have time. I feel like a pure bastard for not writing in so long, but there aren't enough hours in my day to even keep up with the basic action. Right now, for instance, it's 8:15 on a Thursday morning and I'm going to bed just as soon as I finish this letter. Juan is already up, banging around in the kitchen and watching Captain Kangaroo or something like that on the TV. Sandy is still asleep. The dogs are outside, fighting over a deer hide that turned up yesterday and terrorizing a strange dog that turned up on the porch last night and won't leave. It's a fine bright day, for a change. Still a lot of snow on the hills, but there's already grass in the yard and I have my motorcycle running. That's a sure sign of spring. Juan and Sandy say hello. We'll let you know about the slim chance of a radio job here, but even if it doesn't work out, plan to come for a visit sometime this summer. The phone here is 303-925-2250, call collect some night and bring us up to date. Okay for now. Love. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. Civil rights leader Martin Luther King, Jr., had been assassinated on the balcony outside his room at the Lorraine Motel in Memphis on April 4, 1968. A day or two after they shot King, or a day or two before we burn. April 6, 1968. Los Angeles, California. Hunter. One thing the movement does to you is it takes away your sense of humor. Once upon a time I was a liberal, yesterday I was a militant, today I am a revolutionary, trying like hell not to become uptight. By their own admission, 4 of us have wrecked the educational system of 6 million. An inside joke amongst ourselves. Today East LA, tomorrow the world. Outside agitators arise. One tries like hell not to take oneself so seriously. The awesome responsibility of the rabble-rouser matures you, when you suddenly realize you could raise the people to take arms against his neighbor, to burn the city, to murder the fascist pigs. Christ, that makes you grow up overnight. TV cameras, reporters, electronic equipment, suffocating white lights, bastards from the Dolce Vita jamming those mics in your all too tired face, your thing becomes headlines, and suddenly the newsprint becomes the event. And all the time you get this sickening feeling that they, the Fourth Estate, want you to burn the fucking town, all for a bigger and better circulation. What has happened in Ella to this day from the time of my arrival, depending on what happens to us within the next week or two, could be an historic thing. Even on paper it looks like a man carried away with his own rhetoric, doesn't it? Look at it this way, the mayor, through millionaires, wants to meet with me in private. We have, in our pocket, a telegram of support ending with the words Viva la Raza, 47 signed by Bobby Kennedy. Large sums of money are being dangled in our brown hungry faces, and the sex thing. Hunter, I came here to blow minds, as usual, and as a secondary thing to stir the Mexican-American liberation. It has happened all too fast. The slogans have become reality. And now with the king thing fucking our heads, it is not inconceivable that this largest of cities could be on fire before this letter reaches you. I'm scared shitless because the anger within me looks forward to seeing the fear in their faces, and the burning. Oscar. To Karen Sampson. Thompson could be extraordinarily generous with his time and thoughts in responding to young Hells Angels fans such as Sampson, a high school student who had written him for advice on her term paper about the biker gang. April 14, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Karen. Thanks for your good letter and comments on my Hells Angels book. I wish I could send you a bundle of ripe information that wasn't included in the book, but unfortunately I didn't anticipate this market, so I went ahead and put most of what I knew about the Angels into the book. Sorry. The only thing I can think of that might help you with your term paper is an aspect of the story I couldn't put in print for the same reasons I can't tell it to you in a letter. This is the fact that I was as careful as possible to leave out of the book any piece of specific information that might have been used as evidence, in a criminal case, against any of the people I was writing about. This is something that might help you, if you ever pursue sociology as a means of income. It took maybe 5 or 6 months of drifting around with the Angels to convince most of them that I wasn't going to write something that would get them all arrested. This is a problem that every honest street-level sociologist runs into sooner or later. If the people you're interested in are living in any sort of conflict with the law, they won't tell you the truth until they're sure they can trust you. And that's when your work really begins, because then you have to decide if they're really capable of telling you the truth. Some of the Angels, for instance, were so much in the grip of their own myth that they really believed some of the ridiculous lies they told me. So I had to keep cross-checking, sifting, comparing versions, etc. This is the sort of thing I mean, and it's very involved. The point I mean to make is that any book like this is written in a web of additional information that can't be published. Ernest Hemingway referred to it, in a different sense, as that part of the iceberg that floats beneath the surface, or something more or less in those words. As for your note on my courage for spending a year with them, I think you miss the point by focusing on the word courage. I never thought of it that way. At the time it was simply an assignment, to write a true book, and to write the truth I had to get close to it. Right now, tonight, there are photographers and reporters in Vietnam doing far more dangerous things than arguing with Hells Angels. If you're looking for an example of courage this year, try a name like Martin Luther King. Okay for now. I hope this helps your paper a bit. Good luck. Hunter S. Thompson. To Tom Wolfe. Thompson admired Tom Wolfe's sociological term behavioral sink, and offered up his own word jewel, atavistic endeavor. April 21, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom. I was talking to a friend in LA the other day, and when he asked what I was doing I replied that I was into a behavioral sink. And I'm only putting quote marks on the term because he advised me that you've already written about it. He lived in New York until about 2 months ago, claims he read your sink stuff in the Tribune. Did he? If so, could you send me a copy? The term itself is a flat-out winner, no question about it. Every now and then I stumble on a word jewel. They have a special dimension, like penetrating oil. Right? Behavioral sync is up in that league with my all-time, oft-used champ, the atavistic endeavor. I picked that up in a Ketchum, Idaho, bar about 5 years ago, and I suspect it's appeared in every article since then. Or almost. Even Kessie, his whole problem in La Honda was that he didn't understand that his whole gig was an atavistic endeavor. How about that for a zapper? Yes sir, penetrating oil. To queer the lubricant and bring us back to zero. Oh, it's a good life here, meanness and terror on the land, the taxman just bit me with 9 league fangs. If you can send me a copy of that thing you wrote, I might be able to get out of the, yes, and thanks. Hunter. To Larry Schultz. Another Hells Angels fan got a pointed answer to his question about Christianity among bikers. April 21, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Schultz. In response to your query about the Hells Angels and Christianity, which I note you spelled with a capital C. In that context, I'd have to say that the Hells Angels have no attitude at all toward Christianity. This is one of the few redeeming facets of their collective personality. Through no fault of their own, they have been spared the millstone of one of history's greatest lies. The answer to your second question should be self-evident by now. The notion that capital C Christianity might reach anybody who's in touch with the reality of this world strikes me as a hopeless joke. Those bastards have done enough damage with their hypocritical, dues-paying, soul-rotting cage of a mean religion. If any one of those hired swine had a decent impulse in him, he'd get the hell out of the way and make room for some Christians. I trust this answers your question. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Oscar Acosta. April 22, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. You rotten brown freak, thanks for the clips that give me at least a distant notion about what you're into. You forgot to explain it, in those other letters, so I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about. I hadn't seen the Time clip, for instance, or anything in the LA Times. All I had was a shoddy, amateurish story in the free press about a school walkout, and it didn't mention you. Try to keep in mind that all your truth and passion and fiery brown Baptist absolutes aren't worth a hoot in hell out of context, or when you're railing at a dumb Anglo motherfucker who doesn't know brown power from brown and root. This is the bitch I had with the book stuff you sent me, and it's also why I didn't send it back. I knew you'd call me a dirty Anglo hack if I told you that you have to at least pretend to be objective when you're trying to sell a book to a New York publisher. I didn't see any sense in telling you to back off and get uninvolved, because you'd have told me to fuck off, right? I figured that the book idea would stand a better chance if I passed it along to the dirty white hack in New York, and tacked on a few explanatory notes of my own. To wit, Oscar's excited now, but believe it or not, he can actually say what he means now, and then he has a weird instinct for dialogue. He can make it carry a whole narrative. There's a good book in this, if you can get Oscar calm enough to write it. I suggest you offer him some money. Those aren't exact quotes, but they're the main tone of a long letter. And if Shercliffe hasn't answered yet, keep in mind that he hasn't answered me either, and he owes me a fat bag of money that I want now, at once, to buy some Woody Creek acres. So at least he hasn't burned you, that's more than I can say. I just paid a New York lawyer $436 to deal with this shit. The $36 is for phone calls, and I can't get anything out of him either. One of these days you brown and black radical blowhards will figure out that money is power in this country, and that money is colorblind. That bullshit about color is for the sheep. Keep 'em squabbling, stabbing each other. And then lock 'em up, teach the scum a lesson. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe this is just another dose of gringo bullshit, but it seems to me that this color bag is so limited that it has to be self-defeating. I had this same argument a few years ago with a guy named Clyde Warrior, a wild-eyed, beautifully articulate Indian freak from Oklahoma who is now raising some headlines by telling the tribesmen to use their rifles because that's all the white bastards can understand. But Clyde can't tolerate niggers, or at least he couldn't then. Maybe he's figured things out by now. I just wrote him at his old address,
and if he's up to anything active I might drive over there sometime soon and have some serious drink talk with him. You'd like the bastard. If I can locate him, maybe the CP will pay your way out here for an eyeball-to-eyeball chat with him. He's a natural ally, and he wails first class at the podium. But he needs to be jerked out of that narrow pure Indian gig he's into, or maybe he's already out of it. I haven't seen him in 2 years. For all I know he's tied with Tigeria by now. Anyway, I should know pretty soon. Would you be interested in getting together with him if I can work it out? Send word. As for your book, I think I made myself clear to Magar when he called the other day. My objection will obviously be the publishers, any publishers, and it dwells on the brutally partisan nature of your stance. It's like if I had joined the Angels before writing the book so that everything I said would be suspect, in terms of which axe I was grinding. And that's all fine if we're talking about biography, but neither of us is famous enough at this point to sell our life history and viewpoints to the evil Anglo press lords. At least not in those terms. The thing for you to do, I think, is to write about a 3,000-word article for The Nation, and send it to Kerry McWilliams, the editor, with a note saying I thought he should have a look at it. Then, if he puts it in print, you'll be in a leverage position on a book contract. I'm not saying this is something you have to do, it's just a ripe and proven way to get a book contract. All this talk ignores my obvious doubt that you're capable, right now, of writing anything less partisan than a bazooka shot on this subject. There is a shale hassle, and after that I may or may not pick up that dormant thing I was doing on Aspen. These pig fuckers should all be boiled in oil. If I can find my latest Marty Bormann letter, I'll enclose it along with a clip on Diaz Ordaz, which I think you'll like. If you can think of any central happening that I could peg a story on, in connection with the Chicano action, let me know and send a clipping which I can use to convince some editor to pay my ticket to LA or wherever. Your signed voucher won't make the nut. Sorry. As for here, it's 6:37 now and the gray light of dawn is bubbling up on yesterday's heavy snow. No sun, just stinking wet warm snow. Yesterday afternoon I stumbled into the living room and found Juan talking very straight and seriously to your wooden man with the necklace. He has served his purpose, at least to the extent of keeping evil spirits away. What I need now is a man to keep well-meaning people away. Juan and Sandy both speak well of you, which is more than I can say for myself. And I'm about to go to the mat with the local greed heads. As for your car, it's not a question of my wanting you to sign it over. I haven't seen it since you left, but unless you want it towed off to the Pitkin County dump, you'll have to authorize somebody to cope with it. I can get it repaired if it isn't already stripped, but if I do, you'll have to pay the repair bills before I sign it back over to you. If you send me the pink slip, I'll do something about the car. If you don't, I'll forget it. Okay for now. Hunter. To Selma Shapiro, Random House. In New York, after visiting Thompson in Woody Creek, former Richmond, California, Mayor David Pierce was supposed to hand-deliver a gift from the writer to Selma Shapiro, the Random House publicist for Hell's Angels. April 24, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Selma. I was expecting a letter from you, but not the kind you sent, the look/mailer review, which I appreciated immensely, due to my crippled self-image as an actual working writer. Any mention like that reminds me of what I should be doing. And it also reminds me that people expect me to do it, although I'm not sure I need any more reminders on that score than I get every day in the mail. But now, back to why I was expecting to hear from you this week. Pierce left my house about 10 days ago with your present, the long-lost totem, in his possession. He was en route to New York by train, which made him the first available human carrier I've managed to come up with in a year or so. He left the house about 5 in the morning and was due to catch the train a few hours later. The totem was all wrapped and tied with notes, addresses, etc., and all he had to do was get it to the train. But a few days ago I stopped at the hotel he stayed in here, and there was the goddamn totem, forgotten and abandoned on top of a disconnected bathtub full of firewood. I raised all manner of snarling hell with the tenants,
whose responsibility it was to get him and all his baggage to the train station some 45 miles away, which they did, except for the totem, but they said he was pained and distraught from a flesh wound sustained the night before his departure while operating a tape recorder, and attempting to steal a tape, in my living room. He was shot in the base of the spine, he said, by a plastic target bullet of a .44 Magnum caliber, causing him extreme fear at the moment of contact, and prolonged pain thereafter. Ho, he, the giddy bastard, thought, for an instant, that I'd laid a genuine .44 Magnum round on him. He thought he was dead, he said, but when he realized he could still walk, he fled from the house at great speed, abandoning the tape he was trying to get off with when I caught him in the act and nailed him on the coccyx bone with my trusty .44. So I guess we can't really wonder why good old Pears, the prophet of nonviolent theft, was not entirely straight when he gathered his baggage together a few hours after being shot. I just got a card from him today from the boat. He said he wished I were there 100 yards off the starboard bow, floundering in the water, so he could shoot at me and hopefully teach me a lesson. Anyway, that's why I didn't get a letter from you last week, either thanking me or cursing me for my present. It's sitting on the porch right now, covered with stinking evil snow. The weather has gone mad here, fine spring days laced with blizzards and freezing sleet. And last week I got swacked with a $2,800 tax bill. I told Gerald Walker of the New York Times this would happen. His circular said he wanted the signatures of respectable, law-abiding, and presumably tax-paying writers. I tried to explain that I was none of these, and that any tie to me would compromise the high liberal masochism that he seemed to favor. What is the position of the tax protest right now? Is Wilbur Mills 48 running it? I suspect I'll be locked up for egregious non-payment before I have to decide whether to withhold 10% or 23%. I think that's the last one of those white-collar protest gigs I'll get involved with. Or maybe not. I was going to say that the whole tax protest was a bad joke, but I guess that's not fair. And it's not fair to grapple with anything that complicated at this hour of the morning, which is late and getting light. For the moment I'll just say good night. Send a decent letter, when you have time, and tell me what's happening there. As for here, I just focused back on the rum diary after losing the Johnson fantasy book and the easiest $10,000 I ever thought I'd see, so maybe I'll get off something human and interesting before I have to get into that stinking fat compendium on the American dream / power and reality. In the meantime, I have to go over to Denver on May 1st, for a conference on the oil shale menace, an article for the LA Times. Call if you feel like talking. I'll be at the Brown Palace Hotel from May 1st to May 4th. Wheeling and dealing with the oil moguls. Drunk and oily, and quite faithfully yours in Half-Light. Hunter. To Bernard Shercliffe, Ballantine Books. Thompson responded to his editor about the possibility of writing a short book on American violence. April 26, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bernard. 2 days have gone by since I talked to you by Bell telephone regarding the commercial withering of my Johnson file and the new possibility that you mentioned a quick book hung somehow on the title, Violence in America, Does It Have a Future? Well, I'll bite. Does it? This is a really fascinating question, Bernard, but I'm damned if I can see any way to make a book out of it unless you want to roll high and wild, and make it a sort of essay question for me. This could produce almost anything, 40,000 words of mad drivel, perhaps. Or a strange manifesto of some kind. I've thought about your question long enough to know I can't give you a quick answer. As you probably suspect, I think that violence in America has a fat and happy future. I have before me at this moment in space and time a printed advertisement from the Shotgun News, which I'd otherwise enclose for your amusement, except that I want to order several of these items, to wit, 1 tube of mace gas, complete with top grain belt holster, and maybe a GR3 all chrome, lowest priced .38 special on the market $32.95. There is a touch of fine humor in this gunpowder game these right-wing All-American waterheads are said to be loading up like young oxen. 40 feet of running room and a cheap, unreliable, overpriced weapon in every loser's pot. They are due for an awful surprise when the go horn sounds, sort of like Batista .49. They are courting some weird echoes. Which is neither here nor there, except to stress the peculiar and potentially biased tone of my own involvement. Any realistic appraisal of the next few years of history and action in this country would have to be weighted heavily on the side of tearful, mind-bending violence. It will come to the point of martial law and a non-elected emergency regime, headed by God knows what sort of monster but a military man, choked up from the ranks of that faceless, soulless, hopeless power tribe that Mendel Rivers 50 has helped us make for ourselves. Maybe Pat Nugent .51, or where is Dave Skine 52 these days? Well, I had to let that rest for a few days. I can't handle too much of my own bullshit at any one sitting. What's fun in 2 sentences becomes rancid in 2 paragraphs. I get tired of whipping on the same old freaks. We need some new villains, or at least some new names. Anyway, I've drawn a blank when it comes to thinking of specific forms, shapes, and contexts for a Violence in America book. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like my Joint Chiefs idea. Hell, it's all the same subject, the one we've been haggling about for more than a year. Let's assume this and get down to the narrow, finite focus we need for a beginning. It's the same subject. What we're looking for is that opening that newspaper freaks call a peg. And that, as I see it, is more your province than mine. You're an editor, right? I'm only a writer, and maybe we're both on the skids if you overprinted the HA book by 400,000, which is what I have to assume if I have only $10,000 on account with 600,000 copies in print. Why don't you put your sales and distribution guru in a heavy canvas bag and send him to me, Cod, Woody Creek? I think I could use some instruction in the basics, win sprints with Doberman Pursuit, etc. Sincerely, Hunter. To Rust Hills, Esquire. Thompson had enrolled in Rust Hills's creative writing course at Columbia University in 1958. Now he let the critic know what he thought of Esquire's Kid Gloves review of Making It, the latest neoconservative screed from Commentary magazine founder Norman Podhoretz. A decade earlier, in his December 1958 Esquire article Where is the Beat Generation Going?, Podhoretz had proclaimed that what juvenile delinquency is to life, the San Francisco beat writers are to literature. April 29, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Rust. I liked the zap and spirit of your Esquire piece on Norman Podhoretz, but I suspect you walked right into his snare. You gave him another billboard. The book deserved one of those hard, one-page shots you were always talking about at Columbia. Jesus, what a really horrible and degrading book, and what a horrible and degrading way of life it describes. I didn't sense much emphasis on that connection in your piece, but, shit, I guess a man has to be careful. Norman's harmless, but some people in that family, well, they have a bit of clout, right? I'll be interested to see your new book. The last I heard, you were driving a cab in Stamford and writing radio spots for Nixon as a sideline. And growing a neck beard. It just goes to show that some folks will lie about a man. Anyway, I liked the tone of the article. The best line was in part 3, to wit, but the impulse and motive seemed to have come first. I thought you were moving in for a critic-type kill, there, but you backed off and only hinted at it. I think you lack the killer instinct, Rust. That's a very mean gig that Norman is into, and he seems to be pretty good at it. Which side are you on? Viva la Raza and Pie in the Sky by American, right? Hunter S. Thompson. To Bud Palmer, KREX-TV. Located 150 miles away in Grand Junction, Colorado, KREX was the only station Thompson's TV could receive in pre-satellite dish Woody Creek. April 30, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bud Palmer. KREX-TV. Grand Junction, Colorado. Dear Mr. Palmer, I've been meaning to write you ever since that night you made the statement on the death of Martin Luther King. I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing on KREX, it was a hell of a fine thing. Since then, however, KREX TV has appeared to be under the direction of Eric Starvo-Gault. You may have taken a cheap, Outback station and made it even cheaper and more provincial than it was under that freak who is now working for Nixon. I've had about all I can stomach of chinchillas, Cushman golf carts, Smoky Mountain travelogues, Insight, Romp and Walter Cronkite at mid-afternoon. Somebody told me in Aspen the other day that you'd scheduled the Smothers Brothers at noon on Sunday, and I believed it. That's a very bad atmosphere to have to live in, especially when Bill Dunaway's Aspen Times cable is only 10 miles away. It's a nightmare to confront my TV set and know that the programming is 20 years behind reality. Yeah, I know all about the advertisers and the local culture and the rest of that Madison Avenue bullshit. And it all made sense in the context of Palmer's predecessor Rex Howe. But how did you come out from Chicago, with all your liberal credentials, just to perpetuate a cheap carnival? Are you that contemptuous of the people you've come out here to entertain? You know, some of us can actually spell and read, like I get the New York Times every day including the Sabbath, and I get the San Francisco Chronicle every day excepting the Sabbath, and I get all the local papers too, but the curse of my life, on a day-to-day basis, is the total abdication of responsibility in broadcasting that I find in the programming of KREX TV. This is understandable, to some extent, in that you brought some waterhead from small-town Pennsylvania to whip us yokels into line for the sponsors. I notice you even have your newscasters reading commercials for the camera, and, man, you can't get much cheaper than that. I've heard from Dunaway that you're the bright young man from the big city who's supposed to be getting this crippled station back on its feet, but I'll be damned if I've seen any evidence that you're doing anything but whipping it down to its knees. You've done a spectacular job of mangling the sequence of your programming to the point where it's impossible to know what's coming at any given hour or any day, but the overall level of programming is noticeably lower than it was in the Howe era. Not much lower, but that shouldn't be the point. What I see, when I look at my one-channel set, is an unctuous liberal who came out here for some fresh air and a good investment and to give the local folks what he thinks they want. But what are your credentials for deciding that the KREX audience is so goddamn eager to watch half-hour advertisements in prime weekend time? Do you really believe we're all so dense and primitive that we don't realize that all that garbage about chinchillas and golf carts and Smoky Mountain tourist delights doesn't cost you a penny? Whereas a good movie or a decent network special would cost you something. There's plenty of good, interesting stuff available on TV this year. The Denver listings are evidence of that, and as an independent station, KREX should be able to pick and choose for a first-class format. But you've apparently chosen to go with whatever's cheapest. I guess I'll have to take your word for your claim that you knew Doc King, but if the KREX programming is any indication of the way you think, I can't believe you ever had the faintest understanding of what Martin Luther King was talking about. Regardless of what you, or I, or we, thought about the man, there was no denying his courage or his faith in the ultimate goodness of even the people who hurled rocks and eggs and insults at him. Dr. King didn't patronize anybody, he was wrong at times, and even foolish, but I think he believed what he preached, and I envy him for his faith in men who gave him damn little reason for it. The style of his death was a testament to his ignorance. He felt he was an honest man, and that even potential murderers would be neutralized by this honesty, but of course he was wrong, and in retrospect his faith in this country seems like a tragic delusion. Your personal eulogy, on the night of his assassination, would have been more appreciated by Dr. King, I think, if it had not been such a rare and startling departure from the normal run of crude, cheap and degrading commercialism that KREX TV dumps on its captive audience night after night. To my mind it's unfortunate like you get to get off with one-shot hypocritical weepings that, in the context of those other 364 days of the year, are more a mockery of the living than a tribute to the dead. Most sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Bellows, Los Angeles Times. Because of legal concerns, Thompson's long article for the Los Angeles Times on oil shale development in the West was never published. May 7, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim, I just got back from Denver and the Oil Shale Symposium, which turned out to be an oil company pep rally, instead of the freewheeling dialogue that I naively expected to fall into, on the basis of a small notice I saw in the Denver Post, which turns out to have been a press release from the Colorado School of Mines, which is to the oil and mining industries what Caltech and MIT are to the defense industry. 53, so I spent 3 days and about $150 in the grip of one of the most high-powered lobbies in this nation or any other. Jesus, you should have heard them talking about the student action at Columbia. They wanted to make soap out of the faculty, lampshades out of the niggers, and a corpse out of Bobby Kennedy. These are weird people, Jim, and after listening to them for 3 days I think I'm inclined to take Garrison's New Orleans Action 54 a bit more seriously than I have in the past. I drank with some of the more articulate of these oil freaks for 2 straight nights, and I haven't had conversations like that since I was hanging around with the Hells Angels. Strange, dehumanized concepts, highly technical one moment and insanely callous the next. When I was an hour late for dinner on Saturday, I explained that I'd been haggling over the purchase of a shotgun, and they thought that was fine. The point of all this is to advise you that we're into a very heavy subject, involving some very heavy people and some very heavy investments, like $7 million in one case that I know of, and $10 million in another, that are hanging, right now, in a UDOL 55 created limbo, and the investors are highly sensitive to the possibility of uncontrolled exposure in such press as the LA Times. The enclosed postcard, for instance, is from the Jim Smith who was Assistant Secretary of the Navy under Ike and is now a prime mover of some sort in the oil shale gig. He lives in Aspen, but he doesn't know me and I don't know him. Nevertheless, this card was in my mailbox on Monday, and I got back from Denver late Sunday night. When I called him today I asked how he knew I was writing something on oil shale, and he said somebody from the Oil Shale Symposium told me. The odd thing about that is that I told the people over there that I was from the LA Times and let it go at that. The only indicators that I was from Colorado were my hotel reservation and my car license plate. You'll note that the card is addressed to me in Aspen, not LA. It was Gov. Love's official advisor on oil shale, who is also a paid consultant to several oil companies and whom I shall certainly see again after I talk at length with Smith. Wild connections. For instance, Smith told me on the phone today that Western Oil, which invested some $10 million in oil shale research by the early 1950s, abandoned their research when Union was bought out by Gulf, which is controlled to some large extent by a man named Ludwig who also has a massive interest in the oil tanker, shipping, industry, which may or may not account for Gulf/Union's current emphasis on imported oil, instead of research and exploration on the domestic scene. This is just a small example of what this story will get into. What I see at a quick and running glance is that the whole U.S. oil industry is in trouble, but that some companies are in more trouble than others. So that the real action in this thing is not in the conflict between liberals and conservatives, or exploiters and conservationists, but for the time being it's a fight for survival within the oil industry. Nobody denies that U.S. petroleum reserves are inadequate, but this poses 2 questions. 1, where will the U.S. get its crude oil after 1975? And/or 2, will some other fuel replace petroleum, or begin to replace it, in the near future? Both questions are rife with menace to the oil industry, and when an industry that size feels threatened, people get jerked around. Right? Remember what happened when Jock Whitney's 56 auditors got nervous? Yeah. I'm telling you all this to let you know that this is going to be a complicated and time-consuming piece, but beyond that it has the look of something that might not generate real amusement in Norman Sr. and Buffy's 57 circle of friends. I thought I should warn you about this as much for my sake as yours, because to do this thing right I'm going to have to put a lot more time into it than I intended to at the start,
and I'm going to have to spend either a lot or a little more than that $200 expense allowance. On this type of story I have to learn so much, so fast, that I'm mentally exhausted for days, and I can't say anything definite right now in terms of time and expenses, and I don't mean to hassle you with either item because neither one of them is going to worry me if this thing turns into the fat/heavy story that it smells like. But I don't see any sense in putting that kind of time, effort, and money into it unless I can feel pretty certain that I'm writing for publication, and payment, rather than the censor's hole. In other words, I don't need the $250 guarantee enough to work my ass off on a doomed piece. Don't take any of this personally. I know you want the piece. But how confident are you that the Times is going to hang out the oil industry's dirty linen in West? Like I said, we're not talking about a standard Ramparts type right vs. left thing here. We're talking about weird Darwinian realities such as Standard of NJ putting the death squeeze on Standard of California in order to starve Texaco and, as a left-handed adjunct to it all, using John Galbraith 58 for leverage against Stuart Udall. You see what we're into? The figure that's being tossed around at the moment is 2 trillion barrels. That's a Bureau of Mines calculation of what's potentially available out here, in terms of oil reserves. The oil industry hoots at that figure, but they concede, according to the WS Journal, that 100 billion to 500 billion or more barrels of oil could be economically processed from the shale. The latter figure exceeds the world's known petroleum reserves. That latter figure is also the one that most oil men seem to take for granted at the Oil Shale Symposium. So, give or take a billion here and there, we're dealing with the biggest potential oil strike in the history of man. The biggest so far. The Sarrier field in Libya is estimated to have reserves of 15 billion, which is 3 times the size of the East Texas field, the biggest in the U.S. Jesus! I think I hear shots outside. They're shooting my Dobermans. Ludwig has driven his gunboat up the Woody Creek Road. I'm beginning to see why you wanted this story. These people make the Hells Angels seem like a bunch of manacled pansies. The Angels rob a gas station to buy a Smith & Wesson .38 special from a punk in a tavern, but these people buy the whole goddamn Smith & Wesson, or was it Winchester or Western or Olin Matheson, just to pick up the Mace gas patent. What you ought to do now, for maximum commercial benefit on this story, is assign somebody like Nick von Hoffman 59 to cover this lunatic research. Horrible Hunter, formerly of the Frisco Angels, comes to grips with the big hammer, in the form of the world's top 10 oil combines, or, truth in the shale stones, and let the devil take the hindmost. Okay. I think you see what I'm getting at here. I'll proceed full bore unless I get some sort of damper words from you. I don't see the Times often enough to make my own fine judgments in this area, so I leave it to you on the huge assumption that you somehow knew what you were doing when you started all this. Ciao. Hunter. To Virginia Thompson. William J. Kennedy, Thompson's literary confidant and barmate since their days together at the San Juan Star, had just sold his first novel, The Ink Truck. May 8, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. Let's just assume all the usual apologies for lateness, etc., so I can write without going through all the guilty feeling motions that I'd rather not try to explain right now. The terrible truth is that I very, very rarely write a personal letter these days. By that, I mean the kind of letter that doesn't pertain to something current and unavoidable, questions that demand to be answered, money threats, psychic horrors, that sort of thing. I no longer enjoy reading my mail, much less writing it. Every message that comes in here is depressing, with extremely rare exceptions, such as last afternoon Bill Kennedy called to say Dial Press had bought his novel. This is the Bill Kennedy from San Juan and Albany, New York. He's one of the best people I know, and the novel he sold is a far expanded version of an unpublished short story I once read. Afterwards I was in his living room and told him I thought it was the best thing he'd ever written and that he should push it as far as he could. Which he did, so if you see a novel called The Ink Truck by W.M. Kennedy on a list next fall, try to buy it.
He may have changed the title, but I'll let you know in time to look for the new one. As for me, I just lost $10,000 when Johnson quit the race. That's one of the contracts I arranged in New York, a quick paperback on LBJ, to appear this summer, but 2 weeks after I signed the contract, he quit, and there went the book. And my income, so I agreed to write an article for the LA Times on oil shale, which sounds harmless until you start getting into it, and then it becomes a political and economic atom bomb with ramifications beyond the ken of any normal man. That's what I'm working on right now, trying to make sense of one of the most complicated and politically loaded subjects I've ever encountered. It involves the largest single oil field ever discovered by man right here in western Colorado, and every oil company in the world is trying to get their hands on it. People who've investigated it in the past have been shot at, threatened, and generally scared off the story. It's the most volatile and high-powered thing I've ever been onto, and my only concern right now is that the Los Angeles Times won't print the type of story I'm starting to put together. So I can't say for certain that you'll ever see the story in print. But until the Times pulls me off of it, I'll be working on this for the next month or so, at least. I regard this sort of thing as another chapter in my education. At age 50 I'll decide what kind of degree to ask for. At the moment it looks like mineral engineering is the best bet. I spent 3 days in Denver last week at a fiendishly technical conference of oil engineers. Here's a wandering writer who couldn't even pass algebra at Mile High, sitting in on oil shale sessions with some of the highest paid, mathematically oriented mineral experts in the world. And I have to understand at least enough so that they can't try to talk around me, which they would if they thought I was incapable of dealing with them. So that's what I'm into right now, and it's totally exhausting. As for other things, I got letters from both Davison and Jim the other day, and the general effect was alarming. Jim wrote to thank me for some small checks and other items I'd sent in lieu of a birthday present, and Davison wrote to say that Jim was in serious academic trouble and on the verge of being drafted. I'm not sure how to look at all this. My only flat conviction is that I don't want to see Jim drift into the cannon fodder mill, and especially right now when every life lost in Vietnam is a waste and a mockery of human reason. It's all mechanical now. The talks are getting started and we all know the war's over, in terms of the power struggle, but people will go on being killed right up to the final flag whistling ceremony. I don't see much point in him joining that stupid, tragic list of last-minute casualties, and this is why I've told him he should stay in school at least until the goddamn killing stops, and then he can flunk as spectacularly as he wants to. I don't really think it matters what sort of record he compiles at UK, except that he should have enough sense to realize that the alternatives of the moment are far more deadly than the alternatives of 6 months from now. But of course this is his life, and if he doesn't care enough to understand these things and try to cope with them, I know from experience that other people's advice won't make a hair of difference. I don't know Jim well enough, as a person, to try to lay any wisdom on him. Maybe he should come out here for a week or so right after school ends. I could help pay his fare if he couldn't get a car to drive, but I suspect if he wants to come out he'll find a way. I'll help with whatever he suggests. As for here, things are momentarily good. I have to keep my literary/legal life separate from the daily Woody Creek/Aspen reality, which involves a lot of shooting, drinking, talking, and general laziness until everybody else goes to bed and I have to get back to reality and the typewriter and my lawsuits and agents and lawyers and contracts and statistics on standard NJ earnings for the past 10 years and trying to figure out why they've spent their money on one kind of research instead of another, and right now it's 5:10 a.m. and I have to be in Rifle, 120 miles from here, at noon to see a man on this oil shale business, so I'll say goodnight and sign off. Let me know what's happening on that end. Love. Hunter. To Charles Kuralt, CBS News. Kuralt had just launched his On the Road feature series for CBS News when Thompson began mulling a run for elective office in Pitkin County, Colorado, which was fast filling up with rich weekenders and East Coast exiles such as disgraced former Secretary of Defense Robert S. McNamara, whose new condominium in Snowmass Village, a pricey planned community just outside Aspen, had mysteriously burned down a week after he bought it. May 9, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Charlie. Enclosed is today's issue of the Aspen Times. None of it will make any sense to you out of context, but the context, I think, would make a hell of a good TV feature. What's happening in Aspen is a total confrontation between the liberal Jeffersonian hermits who more or less colonized the place, and the new breed of planner-developer-builder types as typified by John McBride, who wrote the letter appearing on page 5C and who also works for the Janskcorp at Snowmass the Instant City. At the moment I'm wrapped up in the oil shale story, which doesn't have much to do with Aspen at least on the surface, but I've had an article pending with Harper's for more than a year, a sort of Aspen saga, that I'm thinking of reactivating. The story is complicated on paper, but harshly apparent to anyone walking the streets and talking to the actors. It's the sort of thing you'd like. I think it's the tangible rape of the old dream of getting away from it all. People who came here 10 years ago to find their own world are now being chased, or bought, out of it by developers from Oakland and LA and Chicago. Yeah, it's the same old story, but it's being played out here in very stark and dramatic terms. I think you could define it and lay it out in terms of the camera and words that fit. I could give you enough help to get you started, and I don't figure you'd need any more than that. Actually, you could probably get a pretty quick and accurate word picture of the situation from Eric Severide. He did a piece last year on Hunter Creek, but that was a long-range abstract sort of thing that would apply to a lot of scenes, but since then the Aspen action has come out in the open, with screaming public meetings and court injunctions and physical beatings and a half-mad sheriff who was once a local thug and local architects working for West Coast developers who want to build condominiums that will cut off the view of the mountain from the town despite the fact that Aspen sewage is polluting the river, and, Jesus, it's too much to try to scratch out in a letter. Ask Severide for the general background, but he won't know the current scene because it's just developed. He's a friend of Bob Craig's, who's thinking of running for county commissioner this fall with the idea of getting the rape under control. I told Craig last night that I'm thinking of running for county commissioner myself to present an alternative as it were, and besides that I think it might be fun. McCarthy got a nice ride out of that alternative thing, and he might even win. I'll be satisfied to make waves, as a candidate or otherwise. I've been running from this plastic shit for years, and now the shitmakers are trying to run me out of Woody Creek and I think it's time to play cornered rat. This is the nut of the story, and also the reason I thought you might like it. Melodramatically yours. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. As the epical 1968 Democratic National Convention drew near, Thompson was eager to secure the best press credentials to cover the scene in Chicago for his prospective book on the death of the American dream. May 10, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. I just got the spring 1968 issue of the Columbia Journalism Review, which contains an article, Find a Press Seat at the Conventions, PG-24, that gives me every reason to believe that I should get moving on this at once. To wit, I want some sort of press credentials for the demo convention in Chicago. I covered the 64 GOP thing in SF as part of the WSJ/NAT Observer team, and I know from experience that press credentials are largely what you make of them. I was thrown off the floor, for instance, with a valid Wall St. Journal floor pass, but when I returned an hour or so later with a stolen Pinkerton badge I was treated like a rich tourist. The same mean freaks who threw me out when I was a journalist welcomed me in the guise of a cop. I'm still not sure how to evaluate that situation. I got the Pinkerton badge from a mutual friend of Kentucky Democratic Senator Thruston Morton's son, who, the friend, was hired and fired from the Goldwater 60 Palace Guard within 24 hours and simply neglected to turn in his badge. But the WSJ floor pass, which I came by quite honestly, was virtually useless in terms of realistic access to people on the floor. And not just for me, other WSJ staffers had the same sort of troubles, and of course there was that scene with John Chancellor of NBC being dragged off. The point, at any rate, is that I'll be at the convention in connection with the Joint Chiefs Project, or the failure of the AM Dream, if you prefer, and I'll need at least the facsimile of press credentials to make my way around. The real, honest engine floor passes are like gold nuggets in press circles, but I think that a letter from you on your own stationery and in your official capacity might elicit a Random House floor pass for you or me or anyone else who felt any immediate need for being on the floor. If nothing else, a serious request for a floor pass would probably guarantee a second-level press ticket, which is good for everything on the floor except a reserved seat in the press hole. But the seat itself is not important except that it commands a ticket that will allow the bearer to pass through the several gates between the public and the action. In other words, a press ticket at the convention is a pass to the whole action, but even a 4B press ticket is good in the right hands. The only crucial prerequisite is to have something. I think the people who issue these press passes, a semi-sacred oligarchy called the Standing Committee of Correspondence, is pretty well aware that a valid press pass, in the hands of a quick-thinking reporter, is not necessarily subject to the restrictions imposed on it by a nervous committee of party press proctors. In other words, I think that any application for a blue ribbon a press/floor pass will result in some kind of password paper that can be parlayed into a ticket for any necessary purpose. I'm not sure what I'm going to want at this demo convention, but the one thing I can't do without is an ID card and a valid note for my presence, which is that I'm writing a book for Random House and therefore RH needs a floor pass. This is true. I could go to Chicago and spend all my time lost in mob scenes unless I have a ticket to the inner circle. I know this is true, on the basis of my experience in 1964. The press ticket is the opener to whatever doors it can breach, but without that original press ticket a man looking for answers at a political convention might just as well go to the nearest tavern and watch TV. The opener is the ticket, and that's why I'd be very happy if your secretary could find time to request, in the name of RH, a single press ticket for the convention floor and all other press activities. We might even get it since it's only a single and the name on the request is Random House, but even if we don't make the Elite 1000, I think we'll come off with a functional press ticket. The first step, of course, is a quite official letter from RH to, I'd guess, the Democratic National Committee, despite the fact that all press requests will end up in the hands of the Standing Committee of Correspondence. But I don't think it would be good form to write them directly, if for no other reason than a deliberate lack of address. They're not looking for mail, it's a power center in the spirit of any Senate committee, and with the same degree of power. So if you could ask your secretary to apply, through the normal channels, for a Random House press pass at the demo convention, I think we'll eventually get what I need. According to the Columbia J-Rev, there are only about 51 floor passes available. But the truth of that figure is lost in the free substitution ethic that prevails, due to obvious necessity, among the hundreds of press types at every convention. What I'm trying to avoid here is the necessity of getting in line and begging for the momentary use of somebody else's floor pass. And since I'm relatively certain that RH can root up adequate credentials by means of an executive type letter, I think that's the easiest way to handle this thing. If Esquire can get junkie novelist Bill Burroughs accredited, RH shouldn't have any problem with me. Right? Right. And if you have any doubts as to the wisdom of my attending this convention, for Christ's sake let me know. I see it as one of the major power struggles of this era, and I want to understand it. So try to get off a note to the Nat. Democom. Tell them that RH has moved to claim its own seat at the Animal Fair. Thanks. Hunter. Ah, shit, I just screwed up all my carbons, which happens every time I try to use both sides of a sheet, and that's about once every 2 years, but Sandy has been screaming at me about money awareness these past few days, and this is the goddamn stinking result. I was trying to make a copy for Leon Friedman and a carbon for myself. Anyway, the point of my grumbling about the lack of paperback exposure is that every major book outlet that's never heard of the HA book costs you a nickel for every nickel it costs me. and if Shercliffe has sold 650,000 copies at whatever book mart in Maine he's sending them to, I think it's worth a stab at the national paperback market, or at least 5 copies to one rack in a major airport. It took me about an hour to search the racks at that huge bookstore in Denver, and after I gave up on finding a copy of H.A., I broadened my focus to include any Ballantine book. I worked my way back all the way back from the front of the store where people were buying things, to a dingy half-shelf in the rear, about 12 inches from the alley entrance. And there, by Jesus, were 6 Ballantine books. There was Flack over Warsaw, as I recall somewhat dimly, and Good Japs Are Dead Japs, along with 4 others, all by the same author, Arizona murderer Winnie Ruth Judd. So I left that store by the alley entrance, and wrote Shercliffe a letter, the 6th in a series, and I'm only mentioning this ugly subject to you because I figure you like nickels in large quantity, and that maybe you can prod those people into taking at least 1,000 nickel risk now and then. It might even work, right? Hunter. From Carol Hoffman. Illinois housewife and aspiring author Carol Hoffman so admired Hell's Angels that she couldn't help but tell its author what she thought of his book. May 10, 1968. Tinley Park, Illinois. Mr. Hunter S. Thompson. C/O Random House Incorporated. 457 Madison Avenue. New York 22, New York. Dear Mr. Thompson. First of all, may I compliment you on the excellent job you did in compiling your publication, Hell's Angels. I have the book in my personal library and it has been read and reread for my own enjoyment. Your associates still intrigue me. I am one of the 19 million bored to tears housewives in this nation. I am married and have 3 children, 2 boys, aged 9 years and 6 years. Then I have a charmer of a daughter, 20 months old. I thought I could battle the day-to-day tedium of my life by writing, so I enrolled in the fiction writing course offered by the famous Writers' School in Connecticut. Evidently my creative imagination has up and got lost on me. I was a straight-A student in high school, and when I received my first 2 assignments in the mail and found them marked C, I was bitterly depressed. To me this is as good as failure. I don't accept failure very well. I know your time is very valuable and precious to you, and I also realize that my request is highly irregular for the simple reason that we don't know each other. But for this very reason, I would like to enlist your aid in this project of mine. My utmost intention is to pass this course with flying colors, and the flag is at quartermast. I am hoping you can give me some general pointers and some moral support. Would you please? Back to your swingin' angels. These fellows sound wild and delirious. I realize there was some danger involved by just being around them, but, speaking for myself and several others I know, I envy you the experience and the fun you must have had with them. You must have had a perpetual ball. I wouldn't want to wish anyone any bad luck, but I have wondered what the proper, conventional, conforming people in this town would do if your Tiny, Mago, Terry the Tramp, and Barger were just to cruise down the residential district. Just passing through, so to speak. They would die instant deaths. The people, I mean. I have only lived here for a year and a half, but I hate this town like rat poison. The Rock Island Railroad transferred my husband here from Des Moines, Iowa. Recently, I made a trip back to my old stomping grounds and I heard through the local grapevine that the big gun with the Hells Angels was in town. There was quite a lengthy story connected with the fellow and his unannounced appearance. But I won't go into that here. Do you know anything that would substantiate such a rumor? Do you ever hear from any of those fellows anymore? Sometimes some firm and lasting friendships develop from experiences like yours. I know this letter isn't according to Hoyle 61 and that society would frown on my nonconformity. I thought you would like to know that we people do read, and yours was the best book I've read in months. Best of luck to you on your future publications. Hoping to hear from you, I remain. Sincerely yours, Mrs. Carol Hoffman. To Stuart Udall, U.S. Secretary of the Interior. Thompson had read in Newsweek that Stuart Udall, Secretary of the Interior through the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, had proposed a government program to hunt down wild horses on federal lands and sell their carcasses for dog food. May 17, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Stuart Udall. U.S. Department of Interior. Washington, D.C. Dear Mr. Udall, I thought I'd be calling you this week in connection with a magazine-length article on oil shale that I'm doing for the Los Angeles Times. I've spent the past 2 weeks dealing with people like J.R. Freeman, John Savage, Russell Cameron, Jim Smith and others, plus numerous phone talks and enough reading to convince me that nothing I might write would be complete until I've talked at some length with you. I'm sure you're aware that you're getting wrapped from both sides on this thing, and as I see it, that's a definite recommendation. Keep in mind that Scott Fitzgerald couldn't spell either. And George Sand 62 had a thing for billy goats, so none of us is perfect. Which brings me to a separate issue, and one that I found myself howling about today with Jim Smith. What in the name of a crippled half-mad Jesus are you thinking about with this scheme, according to Newsweek May 13, 68, of auctioning off nearly all that herd of Mustangs in northern Wyoming for dog food? If this is the sort of thinking that permeates the Department of Interior as manifested by the subhuman comments of those BLM Bureau of Land Management functionaries who worry about the grass these Mustangs are eating, then I can't help but wonder if perhaps there is something badly out of focus in the Interior Department, or at least on that level on which major decisions are supposedly made. It's a bit of a depressing thing to know that the man who is capable of selling off the last of this country's wild Mustangs for dog food is also the man responsible for coping with the oil shale question. I'm sure that connection is as apparent and as ominous to you as it is to me. But what I really assume is that Newsweek got hold of that story before you did, and that you came up with the obvious solution just as soon as the problem was made known to you. Probably by now you've already decided to move those horses to some other place, right? Or maybe you own a dog food factory somewhere on the north edge of Georgia, or, well, there's no end of connections in this world, but I guess you know that by now. The link between Mustangs and oil shale is so weird that it could only be made under these circumstances, and at this accidental time. But as a journalist looking for something to start with in terms of a point of view on the oil shale situation, I can't help but wonder about what sort of man would sanction this final solution to the Mustang question. How would that sort of man tend to deal with something as massive and subtle as oil shale? Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Robert Bone. Thompson had gotten to know photojournalist Robert Bone in 1958 when they worked together on upstate New York's Middletown Daily Record and then at the San Juan Star. Bone was now living large in Mallorca. May 17, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Well, Robert, your 5/13 letter was the most cheerful and edifying piece of mail I've had in quite a while. I got back from Denver about 4 a.m. last night, after driving through 5 hours of rain in the valleys and vicious snow/ice in the high country, and when I got here there were 3 pieces of mail. One was from the L.A. Times, authorizing $500, instead of $200, expense money for an article on oil shale that I've been doing for a few weeks. Another was from my new agent, saying she was appalled at her carbon of my letter to the Times in which I demanded more expense money. On the weirdest and most bizarre sort of term, she felt my general attitude would terrify the editor and kill the assignment, so I just wrote to ask her to ask for an explanation as to how such a letter should have resulted in a 150% boost in expense money and a personal commitment to publish whatever fiendish garbage I finally write. And the nut of my letter was the assurance that I was about to send an article that could not possibly be published in the L.A. Times. I said this when they offered me $350 for it, and I said it again when they boosted the price to $500 with $200 expenses. Now I'm doing it for $1,000 and $500 expenses, and if I'm sure of any one thing in this world, it is that this article I'm writing will never be published in the Los Angeles Times. But it's a fantastic subject and I'm learning a lot by bugging right-wing millionaires, which is a hell of a lot of fun for $1,500, so what the hell? And so much for all that. It's spring here, and goddamn the snow, but summer will have to come soon, and if you can give a fair warning you'll be welcome. None of which has much to do with my genuinely visceral happiness about your decision to get off to Mallorca and back to the madman's game. But in this case you seem to have some insurance, which is only right in the case of a man who has paid his dues and survived in the total risk league, so it's about time you got a few dividends from all that bullshit, and in terms of dividends this job with Fielding sounds like pure gold. Man, $11,000 a year in Spain, with 6 months of travel and research and a house on Mallorca. I don't see any way you can beat that in this country. The only way to enhance it, I think, would be to write some sort of jangled journalistic log about how it all happened. People like Magar would buy it in great numbers, because the conventional wisdom these days holds that the sort of life you've been living is no longer possible. Only a lunatic, for instance, would quit an up-mobile job in New York and run off to Brazil for a gig with the Rio Chamber of Commerce, and then expect to come back to New York and pick up a job with Life, and then flee again for a fantasy-style job in/on Mallorca. Christ, you really put the screws to every known theory of how to get by in this world by slowly killing yourself. You've put the lie to all that, and once you get back in the habit of writing for print, you might get a boost out of writing a very understated Bowling Green to New York to Mallorca saga with huge emphasis on how to beat the New York big salary death in life syndrome. Shit, you'd sell 50,000 copies in New York alone. But to hell with all that, it's 4:25 a.m. here and I have to write Stuart Udall to bid my Hells Angels royalties for a herd of wild horses in Montana that are about to be auctioned off for dog food. I want to top the dog food bidders and turn the horses loose in some better place like right behind my house. I have 5 million acres back there. But that's another story for another time, right? I'll let you know what happens. The question of a Thompson visitation to the Bone Castle on Mallorca is already settled. The only question is when, and a good guess at that would be roughly a year from now, when my Joint Chiefs book is due, and when, if I ever finish the bastard, I'll probably be willing to give both arms to get out of this country for a mental rest. This is assuming, of course, that the revolution you mention won't rip the country apart in the interim. I think this summer will be a series of horror shows, but I don't see a really revolutionary situation until next year, unless maybe Johnson decides to move for a self-draft in Chicago, that could really touch it off. I intend to be there, with a helmet on. My public works, of late, have been nil. The NY Times thing went all to hell when I literally threw it against the wall and let the pieces drift. The Harper's piece is hanging, subject to my willingness to leave Woody Creek prior to its publication. My Nixon piece, for Pageant, will half appear in the July issue, or maybe August, but it hardly matters because they cut 15 of my first 20 milliseconds pages, and then refused to take my name off the shredded remains. I finally gave in and went back to working on my motorcycle. My $10,000 guarantee for a 40,000-word fantasy book on LBJ went down the tube when the bastard ducked out, but in some ways that was worth $10,000. Except that now we have Hubert Humphrey. Jesus, keep a room for me over there. Congratulations on the second womb child. Sandy's ready for another go in the fall, so I might be up with you on the Kennedy ground pollution scale. But what the hell again? Keep me posted and see the other side of this page for a further note. Ciao. HST. To Davison Thompson. Thompson's brother Davison was 3 years his junior. May 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear D. The delay, this time, is more or less intentional. And pardon the typing, because I can't use my right index finger, which I nearly ripped off 2 days ago when I wound up and hurled a chunk of wood for Darwin to chase, and a jagged piece at the end hooked into my skin and took a piece the size of a dime flying off across the yard. So it's hard to type, and besides that it's about 5 a.m. here, so I'm only writing this because I know it's so long overdue and maybe important. That word maybe is of course what we're talking about. The day after your letter arrived, I got one from Jim, thanking me for a small check I'd sent him and talking in general about what he was up to. I mention this only because he wrote his letter about the same time you wrote yours, and also because of the contrasting attitudes the two letters conveyed. Yours was easily the more coherent and sensible of the two, and I have to agree with everything you said, including your note about remembering 19 as a miserable goddamn age. I agree with you 100% on that, but in looking back and trying to recall why I feel that way, all I remember is a year, and more, of bedrock, basic confusion, my first full year out of that Louisville womb, and learning far more than my brain could handle in a single year, and I'm sure I must have sounded like a fool and a borderline psychotic most of that year, when I talked to people who thought they knew who and where they were at the time, but looking back now, I see that if I wasn't right, at least I wasn't wrong, and in that context I was forced to learn from my confusion, which took a while, and there's still no proof that what I finally learned was right, but there's not a hell of a lot of evidence to show that I'm wrong, either. Which hardly matters except to say that I'm the last person in the world to give anybody, and especially a brother, a hard time about their attitude. I agree with you that Jim seems wholly unmotivated right now, but back off for a moment and recall how you felt about going to UK. I remember how I felt. In terms of preference, it was 50-50 between UK and volunteering for the draft, which I did on a whim after wrecking Almond Cook's truck, and when they told me I couldn't be drafted for a month and a half, 6 weeks, as it were, I went down the hall and joined the AF, where the only hang-up was a quick phone call to Dotson, who vouched for me and made it possible for me to leave 48 hours later. Which sounds fairly horrible, looking back on it, but the point is that it seemed pretty reasonable to me at the time, and also that it worked out fairly well because it gave me time to straighten out my own head. And in those terms, I recall age 19 as the year I was most confused and unhappy. That was the year when I thought I should finish my tour of duty and go back to some half-ass college and get some half-ass degree and admit, in fact, that all the people who'd been giving me advice for the past 5 years were right. But a year later I understood that they were wrong, that they were trying to get me down in the doomsday bag where they were, so as to justify their own bad scenes and timid failures, and I've never had any reason to believe otherwise. So I doubt if I'm really the right person to tell Jim that he has some sort of huge obligation to himself and his future and his past, for that matter, to make his grades and to get off probation at UK and not to screw up and all the rest of that bullshit. As far as I'm concerned, his only reason for staying in school is to keep from being drafted, but the situation has changed a bit since we talked at Christmas, and General Lewis Hershey's blind stupidity has caught up with him in the form of his decision to draft college grads and first-year grad students instead of high school grads. This will introduce chaos in all ranks of the Army, and along with the Paris/Vietnam talks, return military service to its rightful status as a bad joke. The only problem is that, in the next few months, a lot of draftees are going to be killed and crippled for no reason at all, and that's where Jim has to be careful. To Robert Craig. Now hunkered down in rustic Woody Creek on land bordering Colorado's vast White River National Forest, Thompson aimed to secure his position at the end of the road. May 24, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Robert. The enclosed letter is one I began just before dawn last night, but it got out of hand and I quit in favor of shooting magpies. The tone of the letter is increasingly weird and outlandish, but since it conveys the spirit of what I was trying to say, I don't see any sense in rewriting it, particularly since I doubt if you'll find time to read it. I will, however, send a copy to George Stranahan, if only because he's rumored to be involved to some extent in the ownership of this property. And if he is, I'd prefer to have him aware of my interest in buying some of it. You can rest assured that you've made yourself clear as to your lack of eagerness to discuss questions of sale, and while I admire your attitude, I'd just as soon avoid the very tangible problems it creates for me. For one, I've been talking with Toby Hess about finishing the basement of the house, a project involving walls, floors, ceilings, etc., and costing several $1,000s. But I couldn't possibly get into something like this without some kind of assurance that I'll be living here to use the workrooms I want to create, and by assurance I mean a lease with an option to renew and / or buy, along with a contingent agreement of some sort regarding financial responsibility for major improvements. You've been entirely reasonable on that score in the past, but the improvements I'm thinking of now are too substantial for me to shrug off any prior agreements for payment. No contractor, for instance, is going to come out here and build a $2,000 deck around half this huge brown elephant of a house without knowing exactly who's going to pay for it. The work in the basement will cost at least twice that, so we're talking about fat and ugly bills that I think might disturb you if they came in the mail with no warning. This is why I keep trying to ask questions about this property. I'm hamstrung in every way, and I'll be damned if I'm going to sit around all summer and let it ride that way. I told you last night in your living room that I could see the Aspen syndrome at work in this action, and of course I was right. You assured me I could pick up the survey maps from Scarrow in Glenwood, but it developed that there were/are no survey maps. I asked you at one point about the water rights and you assured me there was no problem, but Morrissey's letter says, you must refuse to warrant title to any water rights. Meanwhile I'm about to tap the ditch for some irrigation water on the natural assumption that any land in Woody Creek would have to come with water rights, but after seeing Morrissey's letter I suspect I'll have every landowner from Red Mountain to Basalt on my ass the moment I tap the ditch. Jesus, the more I write about this thing, the more I come to hate the whole concept of property rights. There has to be some reasonable way to deal with them. If you don't want to sell any of these acres, or even if you don't want to sell them to me, you could spare us both a lot of trouble by simply saying so. No doubt you could do a lot better by holding the land for 5 years and then unloading it all to the Levittown crowd. Certainly you can't be blamed for trying to protect yourself in old age. Our senior citizens need security, Robert. What are pig farms to the blind, or sawmills to the deaf? What the old folks want is apple butter, right? Income. Dollars. Bucks. Take a hint from Billy Sol Estes.63 or that freak Gerbez. Buy a mercury vapor yard light on credit, and let inflation pay for it. Hell, yes. Cultivate a Brazilian sense of humor. Tomorrow, the riots, but today, the mazurka. God damn it, I got sidetracked again. I was talking about a lease and the dim hope of cracking this Aspen syndrome and maybe getting some questions answered. But while we're chipping at the edges of the syndrome, I think a malleable lease is the best interim solution. That would be a start, and after running for months in a perfect circle, I'm sort of in the mood for a start or even a finish. I won't expect a reply to any of this because I've gone that route before, but I'll be in touch, and meanwhile, here's the rant. Ciao. Hunter. Robert Craig. Box 1725. Aspen, Colorado. Dear Robert. It was good of you to wave as you passed this afternoon. That plastic bag you ran over when you cut the corner at 65 was your dinner from last night. We were keeping it warm in the sun in hopes it might tempt you to stop and perhaps point, however vaguely and without committing yourself in any way, to even one corner or line of trees or even a shadow to indicate the limits of this vast property, or at least that part of it that doesn't show on the maps your attorney sent me. As a matter of fact, he sent me 3 maps, all of them decorated with a sort of bastard Old English script and dating, most recently, from the year of our Lord 1917. These are wonderful documents to have and to hold, but I'm sure you understand that they aren't worth a rat's ass to me or anyone else who might be interested in buying some part of this property. I was particularly pleased with the 1891 map, which seems to prove, beyond any reasonable doubt, that one Frederick Clavitt owns the land I'm now living on, and which makes me a trifle nervous about sending you my overdue rent check. It also makes me wonder about Ferdinand Bevy, who seems to own the adjoining land. I trust the restrictive covenants you've made with him are a little more stringent than those pertaining to the land in Little Woody, where the enterprising settlers have recently established a pig farm and a commercial sawmill. I think this is wonderful, It's that creative society that Butch Clark 64 and California Republican Gov. Ronald Reagan are talking about. But I don't see much room in it for me, and I'll be goddamned if I want Ferdinand Bevy building a trailer court next to any land I might or might not buy if I could find out where it was and how much it costs. So that's my problem. And it's compounded, on a daily basis, by the fact that I'm doing a hell of a lot of work on both the house and the grounds. Like when you passed today, I was finishing that wooden fence that will hopefully discourage these freaks who keep driving in here to ask where they can find the hunt club or where to rent a trailer, so I thought I'd close off the entrance, and that's just a small example of the psycho/physical stake I'm building up here. I'm sure you've been made aware of some aspects of this, to wit, the septic tank, the attic insulation, the junk car removal, etc. And next we have the porch, the replacement of some 720 board feet of rotten wood, and beyond that the need for some manner of waterproofing or preservative on the house itself, which is degenerating quite visibly after several years of neglect. There is also the matter of making the bottom half of the house livable again, after at least 2 winters, according to Springer's tales, of serving as a sort of giant cesspool. This wretched situation has apparently been cured by the fact of the new septic tank, but it's already flooded once since the tank went in, so I'm still nervous. After 9 months of flushing my toilet into my own basement, I'm not entirely rational on this point. I kept expecting one to come down with typhoid fever, and when that happened I planned to sue you for at least enough money to buy 1,000 acres in Montana. Which brings us back to the original point of all this, which has to do with my frequently expressed desire to know at least enough about the property I'd like to buy, the small mesa and the pinyon draw triangle behind the house, to be able to decide whether or not I can afford it, and, beyond that, whether or not I can buy enough land in Woody Creek to insulate myself against the rape I think is coming. Whatever restrictions you imposed on the future development of Little Woody would seem to have been drawn up and worded by the purchaser's lawyer if they permit the construction of a commercial sawmill. Little Woody used to be one of the best little valleys in the world, but right now it's an embryo horror. I don't see how you can smile at what's happening down there and still talk seriously about trying to preserve Woody Creek. This question of intent is the one that concerns me most. I'm not about to buy into a giant trailer court, regardless of the profits. When I talk about buying land, I'm not thinking in terms of resale value, I'm thinking of a place to live. My income doesn't depend on buying and selling whatever land I can get my hands on to the highest bidder, and I'd rather move somewhere else than fall into an orgy like that. The other side of that coin is the obvious fact that I'm already dug in here, and despite the distance from any literary market I managed to earn some $20,000 last year, and unless I get a good money lawyer I'm likely to more than double that this year. One of my problems at the moment, in fact, is how to draw enough money to make a down payment on land in 1968 without being crucified by the tax man. I mention this only to assure you that I'm not talking in wistful, would-be terms when I refer to buying some of this property. Goddamn, if only Hubert 65 were here I could explain this whole thing in terms of the finances of joy. I think your man Hubert would know what to do with Woody Creek. Sell it all to Butch Clark with a balloon option and a renewable escalator clause to the 5th generation. All water rights to the estate of Martin Bormann, to be held in perpetuity in lieu of gold teeth. 40 pigs and a trailer for every vote, and 200 chickens per year to the cheapest county commissioner. I heard you weren't going to run, by the way, so if it looks like another choice between illiterate 10%ers, I'm afraid I'll be forced to offer the voters an alternative. My campaign shall consist of a series of lurid improvisations on the theme that people get the kind of government they deserve. That's a quote from Nelson Eddy 66 in case you didn't catch it. Or, as 18th century English writer Sam Johnson liked to say, almost all the absurdity of conduct arises from the imitation of those whom we cannot resemble. And in the words of Alexander Woolcott, Germany was the cause of Hitler just as much as Chicago is responsible for the Chicago Tribune 67. That should give you something to think about while you ponder the stark naked reality that the Gerbaz gravel heap is already 1,200 feet high, and at 1,300 feet it will blot out the afternoon sun. and who, in truth, are the greed heads. In any case, I meant to wrap off a quick note here, to accompany my rent check, but it seems to have run off the edge. So I think I'll send a copy to Stranahan, along with a photo of the shopping center plans for Trudy's Ranch, which seems to be on the market again, and several copies of the Woody Creek master plan that Tom Daly helped me draw up. I can't reveal the details except to say that we have a McDonald's golden arch spanning the road above the railroad tracks on the turn to Lenadoug. And don't worry about your option on that land for a midget golf course on that lot behind Ferris's trailer. Tom wrote it into the plan at Judge Crater's insistence. 68. Well, what else can I say? My rent's paid up, and if you try to evict me out of sheer bile, all I can guarantee is that I'll leave this house in the same shape it was in when I rented it. All the insulation will be in the driveway where Hiko left it, and, yes, I promise to restore all those pink walls in the bedrooms, and the gravel yard, and the junk cars. The Owl Restoration Company has a coast-to-coast reputation, and Woody Creek would be a hell of a place to blow it, right? To Jim Bellows, Los Angeles Times. In pitching Oscar Acosta's story on the Brown Power movement to the Los Angeles Times, Thompson offered smart thoughts of his own on race relations in America. May 24, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim, I recently told a friend of mine in LA to give you a ring about the possibility of getting together on a straight/inside etc. Brown Power story. His name is Oscar Acosta. He's a Chicano lawyer who's heavily involved in that action, and he seems to feel the story gets castrated, somehow, every time the establishment press tries to deal with it. This is why I told him to call you. All I know about Brown Power is what I see now and then in the free press, and I take their stuff with about 3 bags of salt to the column. So all I really know about the story is that I'd start with Oscar if I had to get into it. Most people at the core of these color/power movements seem to trade their perspective for their badge, but Oscar has kept his head pretty straight, or at least straight enough to explain the basics of that scene to me on the phone, and considering my fear and loathing of the telephone, that's a feat. I can't even deal with Lynn Nesbitt on the phone. There is something rude and inhuman about trying to communicate with a piece of black plastic. Anyway, I told Oscar to give you a ring, on the chance that you might be interested in an intelligent, non-hostile intro to the Brown Power scene. For my own part, I try to avoid any talk of politics and race in my dealings with the pigmented minorities of this country. That sort of talk is a dead-end trip unless you want to convince yourself or sell something, but then I'm only a writer. If I were an editor of one of the largest and most influential papers in the country, I'd have to consider the implications, however reasonable or otherwise, of the fact that the attitude of the press has become a major factor in the thinking of people who want to tear the country apart. It's a rotten development, I think, but the press has somehow drifted into a mediator's role, and reporters on the scene are more and more forced to think like diplomats in order to get their stories. And by diplomats I mean representatives of a foreign government. Which is why I thought you'd like to talk to Oscar, who understands all this and would like to cut through it. Sincerely, Hunter. To Jim Thompson. At age 30 to his youngest brother's 19, Hunter Thompson was a voice of experience for Jim. May 30, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Jim. Right after I sealed the enclosed note to you, I found your last letter, which I thought I'd lost in the wilds of my desk. Your questions about Tom Dorman and Center, yeah, a lot of colleges have these programs and I've dickered with a few, but the only problem is that once you do a few of these gigs, it's like stepping into a bear trap and you can't get out of the next 15 commitments you never made but which have been made for you. The point is that I think I'd enjoy it now and then, but I can't stand the idea of a speaking tour, which is what the agencies want from any writer they can sell. I wouldn't mind talking to some people at Center, but I don't want to haggle about expense money and that sort of thing, so if he's serious, tell him to write my literary agent, Lynn Nesbitt, C/O the Marvin Johnson Agsi 1271, 6th Avenue, New York City 20. She protects me from people who want to put me on the road as a traveling freak, and she knows how I feel.
Next time I talk to her I'll tell her to make an exception to my normal stance if she hears from anyone who claims to be a friend of my brother. So if Dorman wants to pursue this, it's fine with me. I got a letter from Mom today that struck me as sort of unnaturally depressing. Gypsy's death, etc. John Ray S69 death, for unexplained reasons, your probation. Yeah. So, with regard to your transferring to any school in California, I guess that's out of the question right now. Which is a good thing if you were thinking about the CC Sacramento. Or even SF City. Those are fourth-rate schools, far below UK, and you wouldn't like them at all. San Francisco State is another matter, but any California college or university is financial hell for out-of-staters. They jack up the tuition deliberately, to make room for the ever-increasing tribe of local applicants. I think you're right about getting away from the KY/Old South scene, but you have to be careful about what you trade it in for. Sacramento is no better than Lexington, probably worse. Berkeley or UCLA would be good. John Smith from Louisville is a journalism prof at UCLA and he'll be out here this summer, but if you're on probation at UK your chances of transferring to a better school are pretty slim. I can't tell you in good conscience that your best bet is to stay at UK, but at a glance that seems a hell of a lot better than drifting into the army. Remember that deer I shot in Glen Ellen? Remember how it looked after the bullet and the knife? Well, that happens to nice all-American boys in Vietnam. Any one of those stinking generals will put you and all your friends in the graveyard or a disabled vet's home, just to take a single hill that won't mean a fucking thing to anybody the day after it's taken. Avoid that military thing, that's the best advice I can give you, and I know it's not bullshit. This is a tough thing to talk about on paper and I think we'd accomplish a lot more in person. Try to make it out here for a visit. But give a decent warning before you bomb in. I have friends from California here now, and more coming. My temper goes all to hell when the house gets too full. Okay. H. To Carol Hoffman. Thompson couldn't help but tell Mrs. Hoffman what he thought of her letter. May 31, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mrs. Hoffman. You are one of the few people who read my book on the Hells Angels closely enough to realize that the whole thing was a wonderful ratfuck and, as you put it, a perpetual ball. The best part of the action was beating the living shit out of anybody who bugged me. I broke a lot of goddamn faces, just for the hell of it, and usually I had plenty of help because we all stuck together. Terry and Tiny just took off for New York. They stayed here a few days and I gave them your address before they left. They live off the land when they travel, so they need to know places where they can rest and do their thing for a while. They left the coast yesterday after taking me out to the airport. I missed my flight because we got in a fight with some long hair types, but I finally got off. And then that fucking stewardess gave me some shit about my clothes. I punched her around and put some bastard's eye out when he tried to jump in. They busted me in New York and I need money now so I can hire a punk lawyer. Send $500 to me C/a random house as quick as you can. Terry and Tiny said they'd be here by June 1st, but they always get hung up when they travel, and if you see them before I do, tell them what happened so they can do something for me. I'm in bad trouble because the editor says I owe them money and won't even give me a goddamn dime. You and Terry and Tiny are the only people I can count on. For Christ's sake, do something. As for that shit-brained writers' school, it's a bad hype and a con game, and anybody who falls for it deserves whatever happens to them. You must be thick as a goddamn redwood tree to think they'd give you an A on the first run. Shit, everybody gets a C. That way, there's room for improvement, which costs about $500, right? If you give those evil bastards a dime they'll jack you up for the whole thing. You'd be better off sending the money to me. I picked up a fat young boy in Times Square, but he's a demanding little bastard and I need a lot of grease for him. This younger generation has gone to the dogs. They're a bunch of communist yellow bellies. Every time I see one I whip on the bastard. I'd like to kick the shit out of somebody right now, for that matter.
But my uniform ain't back from the cleaners yet. So I'm naked. Yeah, nothing but crabs between me and whatever I want to hurt. I like it this way. But if you think I'm weird, just wait for Terry and Tiny. They'll show you where it's at, and your friends too, if they want it. H. Ratfucker Thompson. From Oscar Acosta. On June 5, 1968, 2 months and a day after the assassination of Martin Luther King, Jr., Senator Robert F. Kennedy was shot in the head in the kitchen of the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles on his way to celebrate his victory in California's Democratic presidential primary. He died the next afternoon. June 6, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hunter. This is a letter in which both the date and the address are significant. Kennedy died today in Los Angeles, not far from where I sit. If you saw the event on TV, you will recall that the first identification of the suspect was that of a Mexican American or a Latin American. The reason being that on that same day the newspapers out here were full of stories related to 13 Mexican American barrio politicians who had been indicted by the grand jury on conspiracy charges, which is a felony, only the previous Friday. The conspiracy related to a prior agreement between these men to disrupt the public schools. You may recall in my last letter, I think sometime in March, I mentioned to you of the high school walkouts, or blowouts, as they are called, that some 10,000 Mexican American high school students went on strike over the inferior educational system. Now it is evident that massive strikes are not spontaneous, in particular when you are dealing with high school students and serious questions concerning their education. The men in the groups that had been talking about it at least since October 1967, are the people that I mentioned to you that I was working with and have continued to work with, including, but not limited to, the militant young Chicano group called the Brown Berets, of whom you may have read about in Newsweek, another group called UMAS, meaning United Mexican American Students, who are a radical group of Mexican American students in the colleges here in California. Most of the activity centers about the offices of an underground newspaper called La Raza, edited by Eli Risco, who is a Cuban, and who participated in certain events in Havana prior to Batista's ouster. Hunter, this letter is rather halting and stilted for two reasons. 1. Both my hands are broken and in casts, and, if you will recall, I can only write and create on a typewriter. I am not a dictaphone man, because I am chief counsel for the Dirty Dozen Plus One, or the Baker's Dozen, as I am referring to the case. I find it difficult to make statements that could be used against my clients. I know you will accuse me of being paranoid, but the fact of the matter is that not only are my telephones bugged, but the district attorney, here in Los Angeles, is out to get me, and it would not surprise me one damn bit were I to be told that an investigator was in fact tailing me. Sounds kind of funny, doesn't it? Unfortunately it is true. I haven't written to you about these things primarily because they were small time, that is, local, until this past weekend when the matter got national coverage because of its uniqueness and because it was the last weekend prior to the June primaries here in California. The article I am sending along pretty much tells the story, at least the pertinent facts. The bail was set at $12,500 for each of the 13 men. I have to this date gotten the bail reduced to $250 for each person, with the exception of David Sanchez, Prime Minister of the Brown Berets, whose bail has been set at $1,000 because according to the DA when they arrested him he attempted to escape. The irony of the matter is that David in fact tried to run out the back door because he had a date for the senior prom that evening. He already rented his tuxedo and, he told me after I got him out of jail, that he knew that if the girl were disappointed he'd never be able to make it with her again. They caught him of course along with 4 others, put them in an isolation cell, and they immediately went into a hunger strike for 3 days before I was able to bail them out. I worked on the mass demonstrations and the picketing and the press conferences 20 hours a day for the past 6 days. I am just about ready to drop dead, but it has all been worth it because for the first time the entire Southwest is beginning to take notice of what we have been saying for the past year, mainly that the Mexican American is out to get his cut of the apple. We, too, want a piece of the action. An interesting side note to this whole episode is the number of people who have asked to get a share of our apple already. For example, Mrs. McCarthy, the senator's wife, contributed $8,000 to our fund. One of his attorneys appeared in court Monday morning and approached me and said he had the money for the bail, whatever it might be, if we wanted it. I turned him down, diplomatically of course, because the people in the barrios were supporting Kennedy, and although I had no personal interest in either candidate, I didn't want to in any way offend our people. He still made a watered-down sick statement of support and did give us the money, so what the hell? Both the Justice Department and the Civil Rights Commission have contacted me, and based on my report to them over the telephone, they are coming out next week to look into the matter a little more closely. If you can get the tenor of my note, and if by looking at these clippings, you can see that there is a big story here and that there are only certain people who are privy to the hard facts, you would be less than the irresponsible hack that you are if you did not at least attempt to follow through on this. Several magazines and newspapers have already approached me for stories. I have turned them down because, as I have indicated above, my hands being in casts I cannot write, and also because I cannot trust them since I do not know them. Even though I am still somewhat pissed at you for that last volleyball game we had in Aspen, I think I would be willing to at least talk with you about an inside story on the whole thing if, but only if, you do not bring Doberman Pinscher Darwin along with you. The case is of such importance that I have one of the top lawyers in the country working for me, namely, A.L. Wyron, of the ACLU, and I have received calls from attorneys in New York, Washington, D.C., Texas, San Francisco, all asking to get on the showboat with us. For the first time, unlike the blacks, the militant Chicanos have money and publicity on their activities thanks to the foolish political moves of the DA. Evely Younger and Chief Thomas Redding Sick of Los Angeles. I do not yet know what part Mayor Sam Yurdi had to play in this thing, but it is rather evident to any perceptive person that the whole mess, the timing of the grand jury indictments, the arrests of the group, was to hurt certain candidates and help other candidates. It is rather significant that Kennedy got the massive number of votes from the Mexican Americans in East Los Angeles, which is to say that the plan, if there was such a plan, backfired. But even if I cannot prove that it was a question of national politics, I am convinced that I will be able to prove that it was politically motivated insofar as the DA was concerned, and the continued power of Chief Redding Sick was concerned. On that score there is no question in my mind. Just one more thing, I don't give a damn if you laugh at me for it, if you call me on this thing on the telephone, whether at my office or at my home, don't expect any direct answers to any specific questions. And also, I still am planning to go to Aspen and get even with you on that volleyball game, hopefully next month. Seriously, Hunter, I would like to know very soon if you are interested in this thing, because others are. Although we have some very good writers from within my own group, I feel that we are all too directly involved to make any meaningful appraisal of the situation, of the story that needs to be told. Very truly yours, Oscar Acosta, Attorney at Law. To Carol Hoffman. Thompson's housewife fan from the Midwest had taken to writing him nearly every day. June 8, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mrs. Hoffman. Terry and Tiny got busted for rape in Denver. I'm out of jail and headed for Mexico, where I own a silver mine. Don't send any money, it won't reach me and I don't need it anyway. I appreciate your concern, but your letters are more than I can handle. These are strange and savage times. My condolences to Merle. Sincerely. H.S. Thompson. To Margaret Harrell, Random House. Thompson looked to his Hell's Angels copy editor for help dealing with the downside of success. June 8, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear M.A. Somehow the initials seem appropriate, considering this wild heap of garbage I'm sending. 8677574635544P058 at, or which I was in the process of sending 3½ hours ago when I heard a car in the driveway, at 2:30, and now they just left. They being a guy I barely knew last summer and a girl and a carload of hashish from California and who showed up here foaming desperate because he'd just heard that the sheriff and federal narco people were waiting for him at his APT. 2 hours of wild speculation hiding cars, too, and a little brown bag worth as much as I could make with a best-selling novel. Speed freaks are hard on the nerves jabbering about heat on the Sunset Strip, borrowing shovels to bury the evidence along with $12,000 in small bills. Jesus, summer is coming on again, I can feel the mad vibrations. Anyway, I want you to mail these 2 letters for me from New York, but I thought you'd like to see the background on my letter to Mrs. Hoffman. Notice the dates on her letters, they came like hailstones, one a day, ruining my breakfast. Each one worse than the last, a raving nightmare. I left my final note to her unsealed, so you can see the end of the saga. At least I hope it's the end, and that's why it's crucial that you mail this from New York. I can't allow this woman to find out where I am. So please mail my off to Mexico note after reading it. The Xerox copies are a souvenir for you, they are a stark and terrible example of that secret madness I was talking about in the book. I was talking sort of abstractly when I wrote that stuff, projecting in the sense that I was using a novelist's license for journalism, but Jesus, it's true. They're out there, and they're real, and they're tracking me down. You can't imagine the wild shit that gets forwarded to me via RH. The other letter came in the same mail with one of the Hoffman poems. Show it to Jim, along with my reply suggesting that he contact him, Silberman. Hell, this may be the great white southern dope novel. Don't get these things mixed up. All I want you to mail are the 2, entirely separate, replies that are already in envelopes. I only left them open so you could read them before mailing. Hang on to the Xerox copies and the original Stanford letter. We'll all be involved in a terrible lawsuit if you mail Xerox copies of that woman's correspondence back to her. But it struck me as right and necessary that you should see this awful evidence of that syndrome I was talking about. This is really the nut of the whole Hell's Angels book. Jesus, when I read this woman's first letter I thought, no, God damn it, I can't humor these freaks any longer. So I wrote what I considered a cruel and final letter. I figured the worst thing I could lay on her was the prospect of a visit by Terry and Tiny, plus a demand for $500. And you see her reaction. The rising tide is worse than I knew, the iceberg is about to flip over and dump all these freaks out of hiding. That stinking Arab in Los Angeles 70, the losers are coming out of their passive cramp. 5 years from now Sonny Barger will run for president as a moderate. The new Barger. Another terrible prospect is that Carol and Shirley will mail me some money and set me up for a mail fraud bust. She sounds serious about it, and if any money arrives I'll send it to you immediately so you can return it to her with a very rude, severe, and wholly impersonal letter, saying perhaps that I've been put away somewhere, for my own good, and that any further letters from her will result in the whole file being sent to her husband. But maybe she'd like that. Her husband must be worse than she is. Where do these people come from? How can they stay alive? Thank God for the American dream. If it weren't for that I might think these freaks are real. I have at least 50 letters like that first one, they keep coming, day after day, now that we're into the paperback audience. Christ, it's nearly 7 o'clock and I have to get to bed. Unless I get arrested before noon, I face about 6 hours of brutal bike climbing in a few hours. Forcing a motorcycle uphill over logs and snow and rock piles up to 14,000 feet. For no reason or profit. No sense at all. Oh yeah. Oscar Acosta called yesterday, he asked about you. He's the lawyer for that Brown Beret case in LA. McCarthy gave him $8,000 to defray legal costs. And Lee Berry 71 is writing some very good long pieces from Paris for the Albany Times-Union. Bill Kennedy sold his novel to Dial and I just finished building a beautiful log fence in Woody Creek. That's the news for now. H. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson updated his editor on his field research on the death of the American dream.
June 9, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. I'm enclosing a draft of a letter I've been meaning to tone down and rewrite, mainly because any rewrite would probably need another tone job, and that would mean another week on my desk. So read the enclosed for what it is. Sela. Lynn seems to be handling the foreign rights. I sent her that letter from Penguin that Leon Friedman received several weeks ago. Have you sent them anything? I have the impression that Hell's Angels bombed terribly in England. Somebody sent me one tepid review, and that's all I've heard. Except for a constant stream of requests from a freak who calls himself Sir Alan Lane, he keeps sending copies of the paperback edition, with requests that I autograph them for his personal library. I signed the first one he sent, but I'll be damned if I'm going to mail any more books to England at $2.50 a crack. Judging from their performance on all fronts, I suspect Penguin's corporate structure was the blueprint for the rape/murder of the British Empire, and my concept of rape is necessarily conditioned by those cases I treated with in Oakland and Points West. Anyway, Lynn has the Penguin letter, and also a query from a German publisher that Shercliffe received last November. At least I assume she has the German query. The wheels of justice, I've discovered, are not the only wheels that grind terrible slow. And now to the point of this, tonight's letter. For weeks, nay, months I've been trying to absorb the fantastic amount of printed matter that fills my box every morning, in addition to 3 daily papers, the New York Times, the SF Chronicle and the Denver Post. I get about 5 magazines a day ranging from Business Week to Open City to Human Events and the American Rifleman, Time, Newsweek, Life, The Nation, The New Republic and a regular assortment of flyers for such toys as electric anal stimulators, vibrating plastic penises that feel like human flesh, and numerous home movies with titles like 8 Lesbians in a Family-Size Sleeping Bag. Yes, that was one I ordered, as I recall, but I have no projector. Sela, and so much for that. I was trying to say that my mail is driving me mad. I just sent Margaret a mind-boggling sample of the sort of things that come to me, almost daily, via the blithe spirits at the Random House forwarding service. The sequence I sent concerned a crazed housewife in Illinois. It's too horrible to explain, you wouldn't believe it unless you read it, anyway. Ask Margaret for that and the other one from the white southern dope fiend. All that keeps me sane is the fact that I can look out my window and see space, sky, mountains, grass, water, horses, and no freaks. If you get a chance you should come out here and see how the non-urban world lives. I'll take you for a ride on my motorcycle. Anyway, the awful volume of wisdom I'm trying to cope with on this search, or autopsy, INRA, the death of the American dream has thus far confused me more than it's helped, to the extent that I'm losing any hope of a focus, and I think that would be unhealthy. So the idea that came to me tonight took the form of a query letter, a form letter of sorts, to perhaps 30 of the people I might be dealing with in this investigation, sort of. Dear Sir, I'm investigating a rumor that somebody killed the American dream, and since the neighbors recently reported screams from your apartment, I thought I'd ask if you might possibly be able to suggest an explanation for these rumors, and perhaps name a few suspects. I wouldn't presume to tell people like George Meany or Tom Kuchel or Dr. Spock or Abe Fortas or Thruston Morton or Cassius Clay or Hugh Hefner 72 or my cattle ranching neighbors or a dope freak in Malibu, that the American dream is dead, nor would I want to suggest this to U.S. Commander in Vietnam General William C. Westmoreland or Roosevelt Watkins. But I think if all these people were forced to confront the rumor, which they could then either deny, ignore, explain, or confirm, I think I might put the answers and comments together and derive a pretty good notion of where to start looking for the killers. I also think the replies would amount to a good Esquire-type article that couldn't do the book any harm if it appeared prior to publication. So the next steps would appear to be these: 1. For you to send me about 200 sheets of valid RH stationery with about 400 matching second sheets. 2. For you to suggest any and all names who might prove out in terms of suspects or leads to suspects. And 3. For me to draft the query, which I'd assume you'd want to see,
since 9/10 of its effectiveness will derive from the RH letterhead. Let's not kid ourselves about George Meany's reaction to a vaguely unsettling letter about the death of the American dream if it comes from an owl farm in Woody Creek, Colorado. But I think Meany would feel compelled to answer a very formal, cleanly typed, discreetly worded yet urgently toned letter on this subject if it came from Random House. Needless to say, we'd have to include a murky hint that failure to reply will be interpreted as lack of interest on this subject, and duly noted when the returns are published. Let's make the bastards answer. 1. Is the American dream still pertinent? 2. If so, how does it apply INRA, the war in Vietnam? The U.S. balance of payment? Andy Warhol, 73. The politics of joy. The editorial policies of the New York Times. Ed Sullivan, 74. The composition of the query would amount to an outline of the book, and the answers, I think, would provide a tangible framework for my research. To Nick RUWE, Nixon Presidential Campaign. Nick Ruwe, a mid-level Nixon advance man and associate at the New York law firm of Nixon, Mudge, Rose, Guthrie, Alexander, and Mitchell, had done what he could to gain Thompson access to the candidate and senior campaign staff for his pageant article. Ideologies aside, Thompson clearly respected Ruwe's professionalism. June 10, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Nick Ruwe. C/O Nixon Presidential Campaign. Nixon, Mudge. 20, Broad Street, NYC. Dear Nick. My long-delayed and oft-scrambled pageant article finally appeared in the July issue, for good or ill. Or, as pageant seems to prefer, either for good or for ill. If you find time to read it, keep several points in mind. 1. My assignment, very specifically, was to go to NH and do a hatchet job on Nixon. My original subject was Billy Graham, but he came down with viral pneumonia last winter, and the editors finally substituted Nixon. So it was simply a question of where to aim me, and your boy won by default. 2. I submitted around 45 triple-spaced pages, most of them dealing with backstage, mechanical, seemingly trivial stuff, and 15 of the first 20 of these pages were deleted by the editors. This is sort of like trying to race an 8-cylinder car on 4 spark plugs. And 3. My central emphasis, once I got to Manchester, was more and more focused on the silent, or at least unpublicized, mechanics of the campaign, rather than the straight tricky dick article I'd been sent there to write. The comment that interested me most, in the course of that 10-day gig, was something you said one late night as we dealt with the old crow jug. I don't feel like rooting through my notebooks to find it, but one phrase I remember distinctly was, "It makes everything else I've done seem pretty dull." The "it," of course, referred to your work as an advance man in a major political campaign. In one of my drafts I took off on this and worked up a long and complicated analogy comparing advance men to horse trainers and fight managers, and I still think it was the most interesting angle I tried to develop, despite the fact that nearly all of it was chopped out for space reasons. The only example that appeared in print, as I recall, was your explanation of why Nixon stayed at the Holiday Inn, rather than the Wayfarer. All this came back to me vividly a few moments ago when I read in Newsweek that one of Robert Kennedy's advance men, Jerry Bruno, looked out at the crowd that had come to see Kennedy's body off at the LA airport and said something like, "He would have liked this crowd." I wouldn't have recognized that thinking without the context, in memory, of some of your observations in Manchester. But, given that context, I recognized Bruno at once for an 18-karat gold advance man. All of which reminds me of another thing you said, that somebody whose name I forget, but I have a Boston Globe article by him somewhere in my file, wrote a novel, called The Advance Men, which couldn't be published because none of the subjects would sign a release. Jesus, that sounds odd, now that I see it in print. Was it a novel? If so, he must have been a piss-poor writer if he needed releases to get the thing published. But then Thomas Wolfe 75 had that sort of trouble, so I'd give it more thought if I considered it relevant, but I don't. The point is that Bruno's remark revived my interest in the subject of advance men. I recall a story one of Nixon's staffers told about getting accidentally booked into Kennedy's St. Louis suite, or block, in 1960, because he had an Irish name and the room clerk assumed that any sinister-looking East Coast type with an Irish name was with Kennedy. And your story about the Chamber of Commerce freak in Nashua who gave you the Buster routine when you were trying to set up that dinner. And I keep wondering how Nixon campaign press aide Henry Hyde got into the act, but I guess that gets away from the subject of advance men. I only mention it because I had a beautiful, and deleted, sequence in the article, a fantasy version of Henry's call to pageant, but, what the hell? And back to the point. Which is, in a nut, that I might like to do a quick book on advance men, their relevance, realities, raison d'etre, backgrounds, etc. It's the only critical profession that I know of, or at least the only one that interests me, that almost nobody has ever heard of. Beyond politicians and political reporters, how many people even know that advance men exist? The other side of that question is the problem of writing and publishing even an article, much less a book on the subject, without getting involved in a gaggle of lawsuits, arguments, bullshit, etc. Given that probability, my style of research would be pretty useless, and I've never had much use for the Ben Heck 76 style. That's the TV/showbiz/front page act, but I prefer the sort of thinking out loud scene, in fairly congenial circumstances and a long-range mutual interest, and on this score I don't think I can be faulted on my performance in NH, or even in what I wrote. One of the scenes deleted from my piece was my first encounter with Pat Buchanan, about 30 minutes before I met you, and his very visible and verbal reaction to me was so consistent with what I expected that it took me several days to cool off and realize that my real interest was less in Nixon and more in the mechanics of his, or any presidential, campaign. And my only serious bitch about the article is that it doesn't reflect this interest except by accident. You can't lose 15 of your first 20 pages and still say what you mean. You don't necessarily lose the sense of what you mean, but without the details you cripple both the context and the evidence. And so much for that. I wouldn't want you to misinterpret any of this. If I didn't make it clear in the article, let me say again and now that I went to NH with the idea that Richard Nixon was a monster, and although I left NH with a strange affection for the man, as a man, I still tremble at the prospect of President Nixon. He is the unlucky personification of all the root problems that I'm beginning to suspect are going to croak us very shortly. He doesn't realize this, and I think if he did he would want to be something else, but he's not, and he can't be. And I wouldn't be writing this sort of thing in a personal letter if I honestly thought it would offend you. Nor would I expect you to agree with me, which is more or less beside the point if we're talking about advance men, and I'm not looking for agreement on that score, either. Jesus, this is tricky ground. I just wanted to assure you that I wasn't apologizing for anything I said about Nixon. My interest and my reason for writing this letter is beyond any specific candidate in any specific election. I'm interested in why advance men are necessary. This sounds naive, and especially to you, but in this context your opinions don't matter. You know why you're necessary because you've been there, time and time again. And it's as obvious to me as it is to you that a candidate's chances of winning any election are massively influenced by his selection of advance men. I tried to make this point in the article, but I doubt if it came through. I believe it, and on this point I think you might even admit that you agree. So, I suppose, in closing, that I should pose a tangible question and perhaps a possibility. So, the question: how feasible is the prospect of a non-fiction book on advance men? Given your experience with me and my research style, do you think I could get close enough to the reality of the thing to do an honest, short, book or even an article? That's the question. The possibility has to do with the fact that I'm momentarily in a position to write a book on almost anything. I assure you I'm not talking pie in the sky. Het. So let me know what you think by return mail if possible. And thanks again for the help in New Hampshire.
Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Oscar Acosta. June 17, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. Thanks for the letter. I sent it, along with a brief note, to the New York Times Magazine, where my name is often cursed. If nothing else, it should result in a call, fairly soon, from a New York Times news staffer, requesting an interview with you. And it might even result in my being sent out there to write something. I frankly doubt it, but if it happens I wouldn't want you to assume that I'd approach it from any point of view except my own, which is now non-existent. Let's keep that in mind, in case it ever becomes necessary to apply it. How did the talk with Jim Bellows go? I'm curious. Call if you can, or send comments. I'm about to hit him with a terrible scandal-laden twist in this oil shale thing, and I'd like to know what you thought of him. And what of Eugene McGarr? Whose wife, sister, mother, daughter, friend, etc. is he fucking or chasing these days? Let me know if he shows any signs of getting over that sickness, and I'll write him a decent letter. Okay. I'll let you know when I hear from the Times. Ciao. Hunter. To Charles Kuralt, CBS News. Kuralt had asked Thompson to write a dust jacket blurb for his new book about visiting the North Pole, to the top of the world. What he got instead was 2 pages of crazed insults and jokes, which Kuralt understandably failed to appreciate. June 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Charlie. Maybe I should re-examine my sense of humor. Did your editor Kroll show you my second, explanatory letter? I don't really blame you for the cavities in my teeth. Christ, I figured they wanted about 2 lines for the jacket, so I sent a wide selection. What do you mean? The book is doing okay, anyway. But what the hell? I've almost given up trying to communicate on any level. My efforts these days are purely physical, building huge fences, digging water ditches, hammering, sawing, growing things, etc. The country seems doomed and I'm not sure yet what to say about it. Or do. The Random House book is a start, but in the meantime I think I might run for county commissioner this year, if only to gain a momentary forum and hold up a mirror to the town. At the moment there's only one candidate and most people seem satisfied to keep it that way, but rather than see the Old West drift into communistic electoral patterns, I think I'd have to make the race myself. The Aspen story is still bubbling, and getting worse. Right now the fear trip concerns the several thousand hippies who gathered last week in Boulder to witness the end of the world but who've been so badly hassled by vigilante groups over there that they announced a move, en masse, to Aspen. This has put the locals in a swivet. The sheriff is running around trying to deputize all the unemployable thugs in town and the county commissioners have scheduled an emergency meeting to consider methods of beating back the tide. This morning, according to bulletins, a vanguard of some 25 hippies was sighted on Independence Pass, trudging downhill toward the town. They were said to be burdened with backpacks and signs saying, "California, Big SUR." The populace is bracing for the worst. If the above sounds like an exaggeration, I urge you to ponder the enclosed clipping from today's Aspen Times. Guido is a Swiss Nazi, a local restaurant owner who has a sign in the window of his establishment saying, "No beatniks allowed," and he's also the local magistrate, which amounts to the municipal judge. Can you imagine the scenes that develop with this sort of freak in a town full of vagrant hippies? Read the letter, it's an application to an asylum. Anyway, I'll be looking for you in August. I'll be in and out of town, so give a bit of warning when you know your schedule. But I suspect I'll be here around then in a death battle with the local Nazis and greed heads. I'd like to run for the Senate, but that won't work, so I guess I'll start at the bottom and maybe take a few of them with me on my way out. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. With the Democratic National Convention 9.5 weeks away, Thompson tried again to make sure he would have the right press credentials to cover the proceedings the way he wanted. June 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. I have about 3 letters to you sitting here on my desk, but they're all so goddamn involved that I can't resolve them enough to sign them and send them off. All kinds of wild rambling. I'll do some chopping and send you the bundle in a day or so. In the meantime, however, I want to assure you that I'm counting on whatever action you've initiated to get me on all the right lists for the Democratic Convention in Chicago. I'm not sure what you're doing, but I hope your DC contacts are worthy. I'm planning on going, but it's absolutely crucial that I have the proper credentials. Without them, I might as well watch the show on TV. My experience in SF at the 64 GOP thing convinced me of the value of a proper pass, and I suspect the security at Chicago will be so tight that even accredited people will be harassed. It also occurs to me that a first-hand comparison between the GOP convention and the demo thing might be interesting in light of what we're after, especially with these settings, the middle of Chicago versus the beaches of Florida. I see a far-reaching symbolism in the contrast, maybe surface, but maybe not. I think a detailed comparison of the people at both conventions might be instructive. Given the candidates and their backgrounds, it seems particularly fitting that Nixon should launch from Miami and Hubert from Chicago. In 64, for instance, neither candidate had any psychic identification with the convention cities Goldwater in SF, Linden in Atlantic City. But this time it meshes. Nixon's Miami is down there in the Old People's Belt, a long way from Whittier 77, but still the same scene. And Humphrey in Chicago is almost melodramatic down there in the stockyards, giving drugs to the cows before they get whacked in the head. City of broad shoulders, and deeper corruption. Take this liberal aspirin, dear, it's stronger than pain. What I'm saying is I think I should take in both conventions to find the details in the contrast between Republicans and Democrats in their most shameless public moments, and their chosen backdrops. If nothing else, we could probably sell this contrast idea as an article. It goes beyond the notion of a specific commentary on a specific thing, so even if all the candidates are murdered between now and convention time, the comparison will still be valid. Neither Miami nor Chicago nor any of the delegates will change, regardless of who gets killed en route. I suppose or assume that your DC contact is equally at home with both parties, in terms of arranging press accommodations for a Random House author. If not, let me know. We don't have much time, and there's going to be a hell of a press list. The more I think about the idea of comparing the physical reality of these two conventions, the better I like it. And unless I hear from you to the contrary, I'll assume you'll handle the credentials problem in your own style. I'll send the other stuff as soon as possible, but this credentials aspect is the only rush item on the list. Thanks. Hunter. To Bill Cardoso, The Boston Globe. Boston Globe political reporter Bill Cardoso had introduced himself to Thompson on the Nixon press bus in New Hampshire by saying, "Hey, you're the cat who wrote the Hells Angels book." They shared a joint, and a bond was struck. June 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Bill. For Christ's sake, do me and every other ill-dressed journalist in the world a huge favor, and don't get busted for holding. If a Boston Globe reporter goes down for holding on the job, there'll be such a vicious outcry against the drug-maddened press that freelancers like me who look a bit strange anyway will be locked up on sight. And besides that, if you ever got busted for holding on the job, you'd be screwed forever in terms of newspaper jobs. You could do almost anything else: punch Nixon in the face while slobberingly drunk at a TV press conference, abuse small children behind bushes in public parks. Most editors would giggle at stuff like that, but man, once your byline became associated with dope, you'd be doomed. Beware for your sake and mine, getting stories without wearing a tie is hard enough already. Your scene at Laconia sounds a bit like mine at Base Lake with the Angels of Fear trip, never knowing which direction you'd be hit or busted from. Horrible. I've never been able to read my own book because of those hideous scenes. My memory is still too clear. I read a sentence or two and suddenly it's all real again. I like the spider poem Collect Telegram from a Mad Dog, October 13,
1965 much better than the book, as a matter of fact I like it better than anything I've written. Did I send you the original? If so, please send it back and I'll send you 2 copies. At one point I had 10 originals, but they're all gone. If you have one, I need it for my secret head. The pageant thing is the lead article for July, but they cut about half of what I sent, including 15 of the first 20 pages. We had a terrible scene about it, that's why it's a month late and also why I no longer communicate in any way with pageant. They fucked it up so badly that I first asked them to take my name off of it, and when they wouldn't do that I sent a long author's note, but they wouldn't run that either. So I told them to fuck off, and that's the way it ended. Christ, I wish you'd made the gig as McCarthy's press secchi. I'd have immediately joined the press camp. On that end, I'm definitely planning to make the demo freak out in Chicago. You should tell the Globe that you have special contacts in the underground delegation, which will enable you to get the rebellious elements story that no straight reporter can get close to. There's a lot of hell and disruption planned, like blocking the freeway with garbage and that sort of thing. As far as I know, Random House is getting me press credentials, etc., and probably a hotel room which you're welcome to use if it comes with 2 beds. I don't know what they're doing for me on that end, but you'd be better off doing it through the Globe and getting on all the right lists, etc. Otherwise, it's hell. I went through that ticket sharing scene in San Francisco at the '64 GOP convention, and it wasn't a real winner. I never had the right ticket for where I wanted to be, or if I had the right ticket I didn't have the right ID to match it. Anyway, I could probably put you in touch with enough of the strange action to justify any pitch you make to the Globe on that basis. They can't lose much by sending you. Nobody's going to be reading stories out of Concord during that time, anyway, so you'd be potentially more valuable in Chicago than sitting around home. Why not? It's going to be a very weird show, with a lot of good offbeat stories hanging around, even if Hubert H. Humphrey has it fixed from the start. As a matter of fact, the more obvious the fix, the more certain the action. The mean freaks will be quiet as long as McCarthy has a chance, but if he's obviously out of it they'll do everything they can to embarrass Humphrey. Life here is decent, peaceful, and entirely unproductive. I do a lot of physical work, but not much writing. I'm going broke, though, so I have to get back to the words. I see a bad and ugly time coming up, so I guess I'd better write before they lock me up. A Nixon-Humphrey election will set the scene for a total showdown. McCarthy is the last dim hope for a peaceful solution. If I were you, I'd get your passport updated and ready. Let me know about Chicago. And don't get busted. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. July 7, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. How does it feel to write a letter asking me for something? Weird, eh? I guess it's that $5,000. Or maybe you're getting mellow in your old age, after all those power struggles. Anyway, thanks for the letter. I appreciate the interest and also the new, old, twist. Your notion about violence in America reminds me of something Bernard something or other at Ballantine, that fellow who owes me $25,000 and won't answer his phone anyway. He once mentioned a book on violence in America. But that gave way to the Johnson file, and then he quit and a lot of people were killed, and I got so busy clipping articles relating to the death of the American dream that I couldn't think anymore. You can't believe the amount of garbage that comes in my mailbox every day. Try Human Events 78 for a month or two, it'll send you into the streets with a grease gun. I had to buy 3 14 shelves, at $1 a board foot, to file all this garbage. Sandy works day and night to file all the clippings I mark in the New York Times, the San Francisco Chronicle and the Denver Post, and I spend all my time speed reading. My only amusement these days is the wild, atavistic behavior of Howard Hughes. He's the only real freak still on his feet and wailing .79. Which is neither here nor there. Your suggested focus on violence, or violent people, may be the skyhook I need to pull me out of this mire of information. Maybe the only way to get at the vitals of the American dream is to come at it crabwise, focus down close on something specific, then slam the enemy in the balls from some wholly unexpected vantage point. We're still talking about the same book, and of course we always were, but perhaps your notion of narrowing the focus might save my head. Actually, I hadn't realized what a savage, stupid, and dissolute nation this is until I began to clip every article that related to the death of the American dream. The idea of moving to British Columbia has crossed my mind more than once in the past few months. Other than that, I've been thinking about getting some sort of money statement out of Ballantyne so I can make some kind of agreement about buying this land I'm living on, and get that out of the way. And I've also been wondering if I traded a meal at that restaurant full of rubber plants for $7,500 worth of expense money on the new contract. I say this because of the 7-month time lag on reimbursement for my New York hotel bill and half my plane fare RT from Aspen. It was, as I recall, $425, plus $150, in that order. Those bills were submitted in January on Leon's advice and it's now July. This strikes me as ominous, and makes me very leery of incurring any other out-of-pocket expenses. If that $7,500 expense money part of the contract is a joke, I'll be fucked if it's going to cost me any more than it already has. If the joke is on me, I intend to keep it cheap. Sela. Well, pardon that outburst. I meant this to be a friendly letter. I still have to finish off that thing on oil shale. Jesus, what a fantastic subject. It's dull as hell until you realize that these bastards are playing a huge and vicious chess game for literally billions of dollars. I just came back from a chat with a fellow who interrupted one of our earlier talks to take a phone call from Ratty. Admiral Radford 80 as it were, calling, no doubt, from his semi-private ward in the old sailor's home in Bude. I get the same sort of feeling in dealing with these mean fuckers as I did with the Angels. It's mainline adrenaline, out there on the edge where you can't make the slightest mistake. I've had 2 sessions with the fellow I talked to today. A few weeks ago he got me off balance when my tape recorder failed and he never let me up, but today I wailed on him, no mercy at all, and he blew it completely. It wasn't entirely fair, because I wrote all my questions down last night, and then came to him today after 4 hours at the motorcycle races. The music today was a whip song, so forgive any echoes that might seem to sing in this letter. Another subject, the conventions. I can't understand why my press credentials should be subject to the weird, neo-Crumpian politics of East Coast publishing. Why in hell should Random House put the granting of convention press credentials on the level of personal favors? I sent you the name of that press committee. All you had to do was send in my name on a Random House letterhead. I can't do it on Owl Farm stationery. What the hell are you thinking about? Those bastards aren't doing me any favor by allowing me to see them in action. Candidates don't hire press buses because they feel sorry for reporters who would otherwise have to rent cars. And Theodore White's books have made these freaks think twice about brushing off writers. I showed up at Nixon's New Hampshire HQ looking like a refugee from the final midnight mine with no credentials except my casual word that I was writing something for Pageant magazine, and despite my rat-bastard garb and cruel comments on the candidate, to his staffers, I was soon granted a private audience and a lengthy, freewheeling interview that was so obviously an indulgence that it caused a lot of bitching among the other reporters in camp. And all that for Pageant. So why should Random House consider press credentials a favor? Just send a note to the Demo and GOP national committees, at this stage, and tell them what we need: access, no favors, no free meals, just freedom from harassment. And, as I've said, my experience at the 64 GOP convention in SF, with a Wall Street Journal pass, convinced me beyond any shadow of a doubt that credentials are necessary, at least for openers. Without a press ticket, you might as well watch TV. The most obvious hangnail, at this point, has to do with the relevance of my presence at the conventions to a book on the violent people. I'd prefer to think that I need not try to explain this, Conventions are the twin orgasms of the American political process, the sperm ceremonies, the conception of the champion and the anti-champion. You can't talk about the NRA or surfers or hot rodders without putting them in the context of the political ceremonies that eventually inflict the hot rodder mentality on a rice farmer in the Mekong Delta. Remember those 40 high mug shots of Lyndon in Atlantic City? He was the peace candidate, right? I guess we should deal with this on the phone, but in the meantime, for Christ's sakes disabuse yourself of the idea that a major publisher should have to ask a gang of hyenas for the privilege of watching their candidate in action. Fuck them. Without the press, nobody's candidate would ever get beyond New Hampshire. And I'm all in favor of that. The primaries are a corruption of everything that might be possible in politics. Well, I seem to have gone out of control here, and, as always, it's late. It's always late when I write letters. I just read over what I've said in this one and it occurs to me that it doesn't sound as friendly ho-ho as I meant it to be. That's a language problem. I'm trying to be nice, Jim, but it's hard. Anyway, I'll try to call sometime soon on the violence focus. Or maybe you should call here. If it's up to me, I'll put it off as long as I can. Life is too pleasant here, and that, I suspect, is the hang-up. But then you and every other editor would be on the breadline if all writers were happy and in good shape, right? So bear with me, it can't last. I'll be miserable soon, and I'll write you a money song. Ciao. Hunter. To Lynn Nesbitt. Thompson's agent, Lynn Nesbitt, had proposed an article by him to Esquire magazine. July 15, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. Thanks for the ESQ/NRA possibility. It came just as I was about to resign my NRA membership with a vicious letter. Actually, I just joined and I haven't paid yet, so they've been dunning me. Between the NRA, Human Events, and the Conservative Book Club, I've been taking a real beating in the mails. I thought I'd subscribe to all these things, as part of the M-Dream research, but it's driven me to a near-suicidal depression. These swine should be, well, this may sound funny, but, yes, I think they should be killed. Anyway, I like the idea of a chat with the NRA. I'm not sure what Esquire managing editor Don Erickson wants, but one aspect that interests me is what the NRA does with all that money. Dues are $5 a year, and with 900,000 members, that adds up, and all you get for your $5 is 12 issues of the American Rifleman, one of the dullest and least informative screeds in the history of printing. Members are also offered the opportunity to buy NRA tie clips and Zippo lighters at Retail Plus. I once bought a set of glasses from them at some brutally inflated price, and the NRA emblem flaked off the first time I put the glasses in hot water. Maybe a good angle would be something like Why I Quit the NRA, by a gun freak. The thrust of the thing could be that the NRA is a hype, that they're using their 900,000 members, rather than representing them. I own about a dozen guns, but as far as I'm concerned the NRA is blowing my gig. That waterhead president, Orth, doesn't speak for me. So, speaking as a Badlands gun freak, I have to wonder what they're doing with my $5. I don't read their magazine, I don't have access to military ammo, I don't get weapons at a discount, all I get is a lot of stupid grumbling about maintaining an armed militia, or something like that. They send me form letters that I'm supposed to sign, or rewrite, and forward to my congressman. Fuck them. My congressman is a senile bag of pus and he agrees with the NRA, anyway. The question is, who does the NRA really represent? This leads to other twisted questions, like, who does Tom.81 represent? I'm not sure what he's pushing just now, but at one point he was trying to ban all mail-order gun sales. One of the facts of the gun business is that 99.9% of all guns bought by mail are foreign guns. Mail-order guns are bargains, they're cheap. They have to be, or nobody would buy them sight unseen with payment in advance.
American-made guns are available in sporting goods stores, gun shops, drug stores, etc., and always at fair trade prices. No discounts, no bargains. So the availability of cheap foreign guns cuts into the Buy American market, and Connecticut is the capital of the U.S. commercial arms industry. The 1967 Gun Digest contains a comprehensive directory of the arms trade. 36 companies are listed under the heading of guns, U.S. made. 11 of these are in Con, 4 are in Mass. Smith & Wesson, Savage, Iver Johnson and Harrington and Richardson. The other 7, of the top 11, are in Con. Winchester, Sturmruger, Remington, Mossberg, Marlin, High Standard, and Colt. And how many of those 900,000 members really support the wild-eyed bullshit that spews out of NRA HQ? The digest has another heading for guns, foreign. 51 companies are listed, and not one is in Con. The only Massachusetts entry is Savage, which appears on both lists because the bulk of the guns sold by Savage, as U.S. made, are made in Europe. Winchester should also have appeared on the foreign list. All their rifles, since 1964, have been made in Japan. This has caused them such trouble in the marketplace that my well-used 1960 Winchester rifle is now worth more than I paid for it, new, 8 years ago. The new Winchesters won't sell. Christ, this is beginning to sound like oil shale. Why does the president of Rumble Oil agree with John Galbraith? Why does Tom Dodd, the senator for the gunpowder state, want to ban mail-order gun sales? How does the NRA feel about Dodd, who represents Winchester, Remington, Colt, etc.? Or does he? Bangor Punta, a huge cartel, controls Olin Mathieson, which in turn owns Winchester Western. Jesus! These swine should be killed. Somewhere in that factual outburst I lost my original point, which was, as I recall, that maybe the NRA is conning its own membership. Who really runs the NRA? What are their salaries? What are they doing for the people who chip in $5 a year? The answer to that last question, appearing in Esquire, might pique the interest of those people who finance the NRA by proxy, and without really giving a damn. The NRA's big stick is its ability to flood the congressional mails with menacing letters, and pound various desks with a sign that says 900,000 strong. But how strong? Hell, one of those 900,000 is me, and as far as I'm concerned the NRA is a corrupt and devious lobby that doesn't even understand my interests, much less represent them. When I say me, I'm speaking, very loosely, for a gun freak, a man who quit the NRA because he decided that it wasn't what it claimed to be, and that its spokesmen were either dangerously stupid or consciously sold out to somebody. There may or may not be a valid argument against nationwide gun registration, or even against guns. I'm not sure, and I don't really care, because I don't think those are the issues. But I'll admit it's an interesting argument. My own position is hazy, mainly because I can't make any sense of the gun control controversy. It sounds like a Nixon-Humphrey battle. I can't believe, for instance, that Dodd and the NRA are really on opposite sides of the fence. Dodd is so corrupt that he makes Franklin Orth seem like late Cuban revolutionary leader Che Guevara. Dodd reminds me of that Dick Tracy character who was always surrounded by a horde of flies. I can believe Ted Kennedy's, D. Massachusetts, gun control speeches, but I can't believe Dodd's. And everything Franklin Orth says reminds me of Roy Cohn's bastard sister, who now runs a white slave house in Silt, Colorado. I have documents to prove that. My real point, I guess, is that a frontal attack on the NRA won't make the nut. They're geared for frontal attacks, they wave the flag, sound the rape warnings and quote the Constitution, which makes perfect sense in a nation where, according to the latest Gallup poll, 54% of the population thinks looters in riots should be shot, rather than dealt with in some other manner. Given the current national atmosphere, I don't see much sense in mounting another reasoned, liberal and humanistic attack on the NRA. That's playing on their terms.
They've spent the past 50 years designing bear traps for liberal journalists, and most of the public evidence suggests that they've done pretty well. They have put Dr. Pavlov's Theories 82 to such good and massive use that the membership hears nothing but bells when the NRA is attacked. So maybe the way to go is not to attack them, but to chronicle the efforts of a gun-owning member to find out how the fight is going. Consider the possibilities: a man claiming to be the president of the Woody Creek, Colorado Gun Club goes to Washington to find out how the NRA is doing in this time of anguish and dread possibility for all gun freaks. He asks where the battle lines have formed, and how much the battle will cost, and who are the generals. Well, that sounds like a bad joke until you remember that humor first declines and then freezes as it approaches the conservative pole. There is absolutely no humor, for instance, in the oil business. I have been dealing, for months, with the walking rich dead. Their nerve ends are rubber. They don't understand why I smile when they tell me obvious, deliberate lies. At first I thought they were hyper cool, but now I suspect they don't even realize they're lying. Anyway, the oil croakers and the NRA foodmen were all born under the same rock by Jay Gould out of Amy Snopes 83. So if you can convince Erickson to go for a sort of open, or simple-minded/devious, approach on an NRA piece, I think we could make something of it. I'm not naive enough to think they'd believe I was a worried cowhand from Woody Creek. The first thing these right-wing freaks do is check with whomever you claim to be writing for, but I think I might be able to convince them that I, as the owner of 12 weapons worth anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000, disregarding the riot market, where prices are wildly inflated, that I, a taxpayer, and landowner if Ballantyne pays me, am personally concerned with the role of the NRA in the current gun law controversy. I want to know if they're getting the job done, and if so, how? And who's getting the juice? Hold on there, fella. What do you mean by juice? Nothing, nothing at all. That's only a Western Slope colloquialism. Out there, you know, we're all pretty nervous about water rights, juice rights, we call them. Yeah. They'd throw me out of the building unless Erickson could assure them that Esquire had indeed sent an authentic NRA member to Washington, to check on the hierarchy. The true-hearted president of the Woody Creek Gun Club, where a recent fast-fire shotgun competition featured 2x3 target photos of J. Edgar Hoover. The official FBI target is a half-torso silhouette, and the WC group wanted to be as authentic as possible, so the obvious choice for the official FBI target was the director himself. That's authenticity. Photos will be available, pending return of signed releases from participants, not all of whom were happy to have been photographed in the act of firing at J. Edgar. All of which brings us back to your question: could I get in to talk to people involved in this? The answer is yes, but I can't guarantee what they'll tell me. A hand-carried letter from Esquire would be a crucial tool, I think. It should be a letter to me, saying that Esquire wants an article from me on, say, the embattled NRA. Orth and his people should have no warning. Ideally I'd show up with the letter, wearing my Eddie Bauer Trapshitters dress code, on a Wednesday, just before lunch, which will put them in a position of having to cope with me very quickly, just as all the secretaries and flunkies are leaving for lunch. With a bit of luck, and the leverage of a letter from Esquire, I won't have any trouble compelling some spokesman into a 2-hour drinking bout. The sudden appearance of a major publicity opening, just before lunch, will prevent any structured response and deprive them of any employment agency, desk-to-chair interview-style advantage. People who left their imaginations in junior high school tend to ramble when they drink, and not all of them blow it. I ran into one fellow on the oil shale gig who was surly and sluggish all afternoon of the conference, but after 2 hours of gut-prodding in the Brown Palace bar he was counter-punching like a man who just remembered what he really enjoyed doing. Or maybe it just seemed that way to me, as I crested the great hump, but I doubt it, and in any case I think I'll finish this letter tomorrow. 2 acid freaks are scheduled to arrive in a few hours, to build a new deck/porch on the house. They tore the old one off yesterday. And for an unexpected footnote, I suspect the creation of this porch will end my preoccupation with the physical end of life in the Rockies. I am very conscious of eras, and all I need to finish this one off is a quick action on the either slash or purchase of this property, which seems, for the moment, at least as important as publishing another book. I suspect, now and then, that I'm off on a bad and atavistic track, but in the hot sun of these Woody Creek afternoons, stone sober and reading the newspapers, watching the TV news, offering a beer to a local reporter who drives out from Aspen to tell me the sheriff says he's going to get me because of what I said about the local magistrate, or wailing flat out on the motorcycle past the district attorney's horse barns and going too fast on the gravel road to hear what he's screaming at me. Yeah, that's life in Woody Creek, and I'm beginning to wonder if there's room enough here for me and all the others who want to get out, off, away, that aging version of the teenage hippie's dream of the peaceful valley, man and nature in harmony, right, and Aspen merchants forming vigilante committees to shave the head of any long-haired freak who looks transient and without visible means of support. I think I'll offer to trade the Boston University Library all my papers in exchange for a windowless apartment in the subcellar of the library building. That would finish the circle, all the way back to my basement hole on Perry Street in New York City 10 years ago, 84, before I understood that I was living on the verge of the Fourth Reich. It occurred to me the other night that I should probably concentrate all my current efforts on the Rum Diary, because I doubt I'll recognize any part of it if I wait another year. As a hopelessly American writer, I'd be foolish to waste that moment of high drama and terrible understanding, that high white note, as Mr. Fitzgerald heard it, that has to die on the way up, because there's no way it can come down. It's a note that, after a certain point in time and action, you never hear again, which is why nearly all good American novels are written by waterheads. Christ, it's 5:40 a.m. and I just heard the dogs barking, so I went outside and, goddamn, there was a huge white truck backing into my driveway with about 120-foot strips of pure California redwood, a whole truckload of wood that I had to help unload. "You're up early," the man said. "Fuck early," I told him, "I'm still working, and what in hell are you doing in my driveway at this hour? I should blow your head off with my special hair trigger .44 Magnum that I have here on my hip, as you see." But I let him off when he said the boss told him to be at the sawmill by sunup. Jesus, Starkweather 85 was right. This poor fool makes $70 a week, he's 50 years old, he works from dawn to dusk 6 days a week, and he's going to vote for Nixon or maybe even Wallace because he's worried about law and order. Holy shit. Which reminds me that I told a friend of mine named Lee Berry to contact you. He's in Spain, I think, tracking echoes he can't explain. He's freelancing and selling nothing except huge, full-page $20 features to the Albany Times-Union. Berry won't be worth a penny to you for quite a while, if ever, and I told him most agents really detest broke writers, but I gave him your address. No harm in it, eh? I pay for my own paper, and Ballantyne owes me 5 times as much money as I owe Random House. Every time I try to work myself into one of those good old-fashioned adrenaline fits like I did in the old days, when I actually wrote things, I remember the paperback royalties and I know they're going to fuck me when the big split comes. There's no question about this, they're going to do me, for sure. I've been filing my nerve ends for months, getting braced for it. They say it's coming in August, the big grip, when they finally come out of their hole and snarl at me. Well, now you know we screwed you to the grill of an Edsel and sold you, as an icon on wheels, to the Arab commandos. Don't worry, they'll pay you well, for your services. Of course, like all those Hell's Angels foreign rights we sold. Jesus, what a ball I had with that money. Well, why kick that goat again? It blows my mood, which was pretty good until now. But it tones me up for the coming rape of August. That's a good opener. Well, you see, Hunter, The reason we didn't sell even $10 worth of foreign rights regardless of those query letters was because Marvin Watson 86 said he was going to close the 4th class pose, and we knew you lived in Woody Creek, so we figured what the hell, you'd never get the check anyhow, so we told them to jam it. Besides, we know how you feel about Nazis, slants, wops, frogs, mix, spics, Poles and rubes of every other description. We know how you feel: buy American, sell American, and keep a stiff upper lip when your sloth and stupidity catch up with you. Why not? Yes sir, the countdown is on us. I can feel it. A snowballing rage that has long since shadowed reason, an iceberg of loose ends, a mountain of floating hair, moving south toward the sea lanes. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House, July 19, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Thanks for the $424.62. You're 2 up now, so I guess it's my move. I can't bring myself to read my last letter, but I recall the gist of it, and this is the way I've refined that hazy thinking since I wrote, to wit. The massive American dream filing system that I started building on my return from New York is a bummer. The brute weight of it all has paralyzed my head, flooded my drawers, and caused me to initiate a vast shelf-building program, which is not so crucial as the vicious depression that I pulled down on myself by using this awful focus. There is absolutely no humor in the death of the American dream. I can't get out from under it, we are caving in, I'm sure of it, and it's happening so fast that only the daily papers can really keep up. There is no good news, none. All these vicious publications I subscribe to on the RH Expense tab have caused me to chew my fingers down to the main knuckle. Human Events, Business Week, the Conservative Book Club. Jesus. I saw these people at the 64 GOP convention in SF, and my uncontrollable reaction caused my final split with the National Observer. I think the 68 conventions may be the last of their kind. The continued existence of the Electoral College will mean the 1972 conventions will be held at the bottom of the sea. You can quote me on that. Anyway, this M-Dream/Violence book needs a much tighter focus than we've given it so far. The open-ended possibility that we all endorsed at the Rubber Tree restaurant in New York was a sort of definitive statement of everything that's happening now, plus a total background to explain it all. Contrary to all external evidence, I exist in a steaming funk relating to this subject about 20 hours a day. All the bad fantasies that I used in the Hell's Angels book have now come true. My mail is evidence of all the rude speculations I made about the fantasies of suburban housewives. Did Margaret show you the file I sent her from the woman in Tinley Park, Illinois? You should look at that file. It's only a few letters, but they add up to one of the most depressing documents ever set in any kind of type. Every time I get one of those things, I look at one and wonder how I can possibly tell him what to watch out for. The dimensions of what we have fucked up in this country are beyond any coherent explanation. It's beyond any reasonable rage and almost beyond despair in words, at any rate. But the terrible depth of the cross-referenced reality that I've been building for 6 months leaves me still unprepared for the sort of shock I received this morning, about dawn, when I called one of my neighbors and said, "Your cows have eaten my lettuce, they're shitting on my porch, and I'm going to kill every one of the bastards if you don't get them out of here in 10 minutes. At that point in my killing rage, I was advised that the laws of Colorado make it mandatory for a landowner, or dweller, to fence his land against the entrance of cattle rather than requiring the owner of the cattle to fence them in. In other words, the burden is on the afflicted," at which point I said that I really wanted the cows in my yard, because it gave me an opportunity to practice random high-speed patterns on my motorcycle, running the cows hither and yon across the landscape, burning off valuable pounds of market meat in the process, and chasing the bastards till they foam at the mouth and fall in their tracks. The bulls are tricky, they don't always run, and when they charge you have to be very fast and cool with the gear changes or they'll crush you. Anyway, that's the style, the atavistic reality that I've been running into in my effort to set up a local fort, if only so I can leave it. As a matter of fact, I have come to the point where I think I should leave it. I think the trick, right now, is to move to LA for at least 6 months. And to see, firsthand, what sort of hole the freaks are digging for themselves. New York is intolerable and unrepresentative, Chicago is the most representative city in the country, but impossible to live in, which leaves us with LA, which is still slightly open and possible like Chicago was when a whole generation of American writers abandoned it for the best of reasons, and despite all the worthy reasons for burning LA, it is still the main big city to watch, if you want to know what's happening. All the others are salvage jobs. Well, this is a last effort to rescue this from the nice but never mailed letters file. This is the bundle that haunts my typewriter. To the left, to the right is the pile of things that must be answered. And the whole goddamn pile is a monument to whatever is hanging me up, and it must be pretty obvious all around that something is. I'm really not writing much, or, rather, I'm writing a hell of a lot and not submitting much, which amounts to the same thing. And it's mainly because there's no humor, no laughter, no redeeming quality of insulated absurdity in the terrible wisdom I've been filing for 6 months. It's a fucking nightmare, and nothing in my repertoire of snide acrobatics has cut me loose from it. The July 20th issue of the New Republic is a fine example of the perils of clipping public documents. Try TRB's 25th anniversary column for a laugh. 87 I have commissioned a bumper sticker that says Fear and Downhill. I have also commissioned 2 others, which I won't reveal here. Local issues are so sharp, in terms of what's happening nationally, that I can't avoid them. We're fencing here, on pretty violent terms, and the local power structure is going far out of its way to view me as a colorful wildman from Woody Creek. Did I send you that letter, from the Aspen Times, where I called the local magistrate a hate-infected wart on the appendix of humanity? Yesterday this human cyst fined a harmless drifter $250, plus 90 days in jail, on a complaint of obstructing traffic in front of a local insurance agency. 4 years ago I lived in Woody Creek so broke that I didn't have a phone or a TV or a radio or any other kind of contact, and so completely without funds that I could only afford to drive into town about once a week for a few commercial beers. The local merchants, these vicious pigs who are forming anti-hippie vigilante groups now, with the published blessing of the local judge and magistrate, wouldn't cash a $5 check for me in the spring of 1964, and now these same gutless dollar animals go out of the way to ignore me, my general image and my Martin Bormann letters in the local papers so they can give me credit and reap the benefits of my patronage. These fucking curs, these hyenas, these swine, my credit here is unbounded, unlimited, unchallenged. Well, maybe the thing to do right now is to finish off the Rum Diary under the subtitle of, or Why I Live in Woody Creek. Which would bring me a bit closer to the things that bug me on a day-to-day basis. A memory voice, talking about how it was in San Juan in 1960, when you still believed in the sun, and now after 10 years of New York and Rio and San Francisco and Big Sur and the Rockies and the whole train of staying ahead of tomorrow's time covers, trying to get the crucial edge on that hollow, totem pole system that doesn't even exist anymore, but which is still so pervasive, and so awfully weighty, that even its enemies will be better off if it can be brought to its knees slowly, with a touch of the gradual, time-buying politics that will make a little room for a newer, more human structure. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. Thompson had sent Acosta an Aspen Times article quoting him as an opponent of the ski resort company that already pretty much ran the town. July 22, 1968. Los Angeles, CA. Hunter. The only question I have about that article in the Aspen Times is, can't you really afford another shirt? You've been wearing that same goddamn shirt now for over a year that I know of. The last time I saw Sandy, my last day in Aspen, she noticed that I had a shirt somewhat similar to that one of yours, only a different color, and she said she was going to get you one. I mean, is this your trademark now? Also, it seems to me you've grown about another inch balder. The letter from Gerald Walker of the New York Times. What would be the reaction, do you think, if I had David Sanchez, Prime Minister of the Brown Berets, send him a very threatening letter? I mean, You know we do have people in New York, and they are not all boys. As to his crap about it not being newsworthy, that especially from the New York Times is simply a bunch of bullshit. You know as well as I that the New York Times creates the news itself. The point of the note that meant more to me was that he seemed to be saying that he did not want to get you personally involved in something like this, which is another story in itself, of course. As to my flamenco dancer, it is over with. For reasons that would take me several days to explain, in any event, she leaves for Mexico this weekend. Once again, I am sad and lonely, but I am not dead yet. I guess I simply will not be able to make it to Aspen this summer. I could take 1 week off, but it will take me a day and a half to drive there, a day and a half to drive back, leaving only 4 days for all the shit we got to discuss, for all the booze and dope we got to consume. That would require 24 hours a day, thus resulting in my returning to LA 10 times more exhausted than when I left, so I think I better put it off till the fall sometime. In any event, I like the fall in Aspen best of all. Living in that color last fall will be an experience that will stay in my head for the rest of my life. Hey nos vemos. Oscar. Chicago summer of '68. Thompson's experiences at the chaotic and bloody August 26 to 29 Democratic National Convention in Chicago were so unsettling that he created the alter ego Raoul Duke to tell the story. August, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Sometime after midnight on Wednesday I was standing in Grant Park about 10 feet in front of the National Guard's bayonet picket fence and talking to some digger types from Berkeley. There were 3 of them, wearing those Milwaukee truck driver hats with mustaches instead of beards, and their demeanor, their vibes, as it were, made it clear that I was talking to some veteran counterpunchers. They were smelling around for a fight, but they weren't about to start one. They had a whole park to kill time in, but for their own reasons they'd chosen to stand on the front line of the mob, facing the guardsmen across 10 feet of empty sidewalk. Behind the line of bayonets, Michigan Avenue was a crowded no-man's land full of cops, TV cameras, and barbed wire-covered jeeps, and on the other side of that moat was the Conrad Hilton, its entrance surrounded by a wall of blue police helmets and big sheets of plywood covering the windows of the street-level Haymarket bar where, several hours earlier, the plate glass had been shattered by human bodies pushed completely into the bar by the crazed police charge. The Berkeley digger types were convinced that the earlier action was only a preview of a clash that would probably come before dawn. "The bastards are getting ready to finish us off," said one. I nodded, thinking he was probably right and not even wondering as I do now why he included me. I was, after all, a member of the official, Total Access Press. I had that prized magnetic badge around my neck, the same one that, earlier that day, had earned me a billy club shot in the stomach when I tried to cross a police line. I'd showed the badge and kept on walking, but one of the cops grabbed my arm. "That's not a press pass," he said. I held it under his face. "What the hell do you think it is?" I asked, and I was still looking at the snarl on his face when I felt my stomach punched back against my spine. He used his club like a spear, holding it with both hands and hitting me right above the belt. That was the moment, in Chicago, when I decided to vote for Nixon. The Berkeley trio had noticed the press tag at once, and asked who I worked for. "Nobody," I said. "I'm just sort of getting the feel of things, I'm writing a book." They were curious, and after a jangled conversation of bluffs, evasions, challenges and general bullshit, I introduced myself and we shook hands. "Thompson," said one of them. "Yeah, you're the guy who wrote that book on the Hells Angels, aren't you?" I nodded. The one closest to me grinned and reached into his jacket, pulling out a messy-looking cigarette. "Here," he said, "have a joint." He held it out to me, and suddenly, with no warning, I was into one of those definitive instants, a moment of the Great Fork. Here I was in Chicago, in a scene that had all the makings of a total Armageddon, with my adrenaline up so high for so long that I knew I'd collapse when I came down, 10 feet in front of a row of gleaming bayonets and with plainclothes cops all around me and cameras popping every few seconds at almost everybody, and suddenly this grinning, hairy-faced little bugger from Berkeley offers me a joint. I wonder now, looking back on it, if McGovern would have accepted a joint from McCarthy on the podium at the amphitheater, which reminds me that I think I read somewhere that McGovern's daughter was arrested for possession of marijuana shortly before the convention, Unruh and Cranston 88, which hardly matters, because I felt, at that moment, a weird mixture of panic and anticipation. For 2 days and nights I'd been running around the streets of Chicago, writing longhand notebook wisdom about all the people who were being forced, by the drama of this convention, to take sides in a very basic way. Once again, I had written on Monday night, we're back to that root question, which side are you on? And now, with this joint in front of my face, it was my turn, and I knew, when I saw the thing, that I was going to smoke it. I was going to smoke a goddamned lumpy little marijuana cigarette in front of the National Guard, the Chicago Police and all 3 television networks with an Associated Press photographer standing a few feet away. By the time I lit the joint I was already so high on adrenaline that I thought I would probably levitate with the first puff. I was sure, as I looked across that sidewalk at all those soldiers staring back at me, that I was about to get busted, bayonet and crippled forever. As always, I could see the headlines, writer arrested on marijuana charges at Grant Park protest. Yet the atmosphere in the Grant Park that night was so tense, so emotionally hyped, and flatly convinced that we could all be dead or maimed by morning, that it never occurred to me not to smoke that joint in a totally public and super menacing scene where, as the demonstrators had chanted earlier, the whole world is watching. It seemed, at the time, like a thing that had to be done. I didn't want to be busted, I didn't even agree with these people, but if the choice was between them or those across the street, I knew which side I was on, and to refuse that joint would have been in my own mind a fatal equivocation. As I lit the thing I realized that I'd lost the protection of the press pass, or at least whatever small immunity it carried in Chicago, if any. That billy club jolt in the stomach had altered my notions of press leverage. With the joint in my hand, glowing in the night as I inhaled, I figured, well, I may as well get as numb as I can. Then, in a moment of fine inspiration, I took a nice lungful and handed the joint to the AP photographer standing next to me. His face turned to putty. I might as well have given him a live hand grenade, and then, like a man stepping up on the gallows, he put the thing to his lips and inhaled. And I knew I was home free, or at least I wasn't going to be busted. He'd been standing there very cool and observant waiting for something to happen on the front lines while he stayed on the balls of his feet ready to run when the bayonets came. I could almost feel him over there, a heady presence, vaguely amused at this flagrant felony being committed under the eyes of the National Guard and taking sides, himself, by declining to photograph us. It would have been a fine Chicago Tribune style photo, drug-crazed hippies defy the flag, and then, it was his turn. When he put the joint to his lips and drew on it very skillfully, I knew he had measured the balance of terror and decided that it was safe, under the circumstances, to smoke a joint in public. I admired the man, and liked him even better than I had the night before when he'd bought me a drink out on Wells Street. We had both been caught in a police charge, and instead of running with the mob we had both ducked into a bar, letting the cops sweep on by. Now, 24 hours later, he was sitting on another flashpoint, smoking a joint, a strange gig for a press photographer. They are a weird breed, estranged in every way from pointy-headed reporters and editorial writers. If reporters are generally liberal in their thinking, photographers are massively conservative. They are the true professionals of journalism. The end, the photo, justifies anything they have to say, do, or think in order to get it. Police brutality, to a good press photographer, is nothing more or less than a lucky chance for some action shots. Later, when his prints are drying in the darkroom, he'll defend the same cops he earlier condemned with his lens. All this was running through my head as the joint came back to me and my sense of humor returned along with my sense of taste, and I realized, after 3 or 4 tokes, that I was smoking really retrograde shit. Jesus, I said, this is awful stuff. Where did you get it? Lake Michigan. The fellow who'd given it to me laughed and said, hell, that's THC. What you're tasting is Old Bull Durham .89, it's chemical grass synthetic stuff. We soaked it in THC and dried it out. Bull Durham. Synthetic grass. I was tempted to jam the butt of the thing into the little bastard's eye, all those terrible charges, and I wasn't even smoking grass, but some kind of neo-legal bastardized Bull Durham that tasted like swamp corn. It was just about then that I got the first rush. THC, DMZ, OJT, the letters didn't matter, I was stoned. Those bayonets suddenly looked 9 feet tall and the trees above the park seemed to press down on us, the lights across the street grew brighter and bluer and they seemed to track me as I wandered off to see what was happening in the rest of the park. It didn't take me long to realize that I'd blown my keen-eyed observer thing for that night, and that I should get the hell out of the park while I could still walk. The scene was bad enough with a perfectly straight head. Peripheral vision was the key to survival. You had to know what was happening all around you and never get out of range of at least one opening to run through when the attack came. Which was no place to be with a fuzzy head. I aimed for the stoplight at Balboa Street and lurched across to the Hilton bar. A 500-pound cop with blue fangs stopped me at the hotel entrance and demanded to see my non-magnetic hotel press pass. It was all I could manage to find the thing and show it to him. Then I aimed myself across the lobby toward the bar, where it suddenly occurred to me I had promised to meet Duke at midnight. Now, as closing time neared, the bar was 3 deep with last-minute drinkers. The desperate scene outside seemed light years away, only the plywood windows reminded those of us inside that the American dream was clubbing itself to death just a few feet away. Duke was sitting with Susan at a table across from the bar. They didn't see me and I stopped for a moment around a corner, standing in a dark spot near a table full of Humphrey delegates with their badges and straw boaters and noisy home folks chatter, waiting for my head to clear. Nobody gets stoned on Bull Durham, I muttered. What's that? Said one of the men at the Humphrey table. Bull Durham, I replied, and he turned away. Duke was hunched down on the table, with both hands on his drink and talking very easily. Susan, the girl with that electric memory, was sitting next to him, watching his hands as he talked, smiling that same vague smile I remembered from, 5 years ago? Yes, almost 6 now in San Juan. She looked thinner, not much older, but her eyes were bigger and her cheekbones were sharp, a woman's face, no more of that wistful virgin thing. I gave my head a quick snap, an acrobat's trick, they say, to stop the whirling fluids that keep us balanced in those little horseshoes of the inner ear, and then I advanced on the table, feeling perfectly balanced. Duke looked up, and for an instant I thought he didn't recognize me. Then he smiled. "Goddamn," he said. "It's about time." I nodded and sat down in the booth, with words piling up in my head and saying nothing, looking across the table at Susan and smiling, or at least trying to. I felt very obvious, as if everybody in the place was watching me, waiting to hear what I'd say. Susan smiled, "Hello," and I nodded, croaking out an echo, then looking away and calling for a drink. "Some dope fiend from Berkeley just got me stoned," I muttered. "I'll get my head straight in a minute, just ignore me." She laughed, reaching across the table to touch my wrist, and I jumped, just as the waitress arrived and I ordered a beer. "What kind?" she asked, but I waved her off. "Any goddamn kind, just a beer, a large bottle, terrible thirst." Duke was watching me with a flat, undecided sort of half stare. I could see it without looking at him, but when I leaned back and faced him he smiled instantly. "You're a traitor to your class," he said, "sneaking in here to drink with the over 30 generation." "I'm 30, I said. "This is my time, my perfect moment," and I suddenly felt straight. The THC fog was gone, a bottle of beer appeared in front of me and my world came together again. I looked at Susan and smiled. I saw you at the Fillmore last year, I said. But when I tried to get backstage they threw me out. Oh, her face was confused. You should have called me, or told them you were, or something. Her eyes flicked up at me, then away, looking down at her drink, confused, like me, by 5 years of living in different worlds. The last time I'd talked to her, in San Juan, she was hysterical at the airport, waiting for the plane that would take her back home to Connecticut for a rest, a hideout, a refuge away from that nightmare scene of the beach house and the carnival and Duke, and even me. I felt like touching her, to say hello in a better way than I had, but it seemed like the wrong thing to do. Duke was curling down on the table like a cold wire, sipping his drink without lifting it off the formica. The scene was too weird, too heavy, none of us could handle it, too much had happened, and too far apart. Well, Duke shrugged and sat up straight in the booth. What the hell is wrong with us? Can't we talk like human beings? He looked at Susan. Let's do it like an interview, sweetie. You're famous now, and we're just a couple of rude journalists. Where's your public manner? She looked at him, not quite smiling, then turned to me. Are you as uptight as he is? I shrugged, fishing in my pockets for a match. Yeah, I said. HST. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Still reeling from Chicago, Thompson submitted his expenses to Random House. September 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Enclosed is my expense bill for the demo convention trip, and trip is the word for it. I recall sending you a note of some kind, but I don't remember what I said except that I wouldn't have missed that nightmare for anything. Hubert is right when he talks about a new era, but he won't be part of it. The thing that impressed me most about Chicago was not the crazed violence of the cops, even though I got punched in the stomach with a billy club at one point, but the style of the protesters. That scene in Chicago made all the Berkeley protests look like pastoral gambles from another era. On Monday night I saw 3,000 lined up behind a barricade of park benches and garbage cans, beating on the cans with clubs and shouting, "Pigs eat shit," at a mass of 400 cops, about 100 yards away, chanting "Kill, kill, kill." We've come a long way from Sproul Hall and Go Limp. No more of that, from now on it's going to be hell. Those freaks on the barricade stood in clouds of tear gas and fired spray cans of oven cleaner, a lye-acid solution, at the cops. They stood and fought, and took incredible beatings. I witnessed at least 10 beatings in Chicago that were worse than anything I ever saw the Hells Angels do. At one point I stood about 20 yards off, while 4 cops beat a photographer who was rolling around on the sidewalk screaming "Help, help," and all I could do was stand there, constantly watching around me to make sure I had running room if they came after me. A half hour later I was talking about what I'd seen in a bar when I suddenly started crying. The whole week was that way, fear and tension and supercharged emotions, sore legs from running, no sleep, and a sense of disaster pervading it all. Anyway, here's my expense tab. I'm going to write about Chicago, and just see what happens. I think I have a central incident to work with, now, and in terms of the book I think I've come out of a fog. Chicago was the reality I've been theorizing about for too long. The evidence exists now, I saw it, I was there, and I think I'll have some pages fairly soon. In the meantime, please cope with this expense tab so I can keep functioning. At $664.86, I suspect Chicago is going to be a bargain. Thanks. Hunter. Expenses. Hunter Thompson. Democratic National Convention, Chicago Aug 25-31, 1968. $168.18. 6 days at Sheraton Blackstone Hotel. 138.60. RT flight, Denver-Chi Denver. 24.68. Aspen, Denver flight, 8/25, Vail Airways. 26.25. Denver, Aspen flight,
8/31, Aspen Airways. 307.15. Total daily expenses, 7 days, including all meals, cabs, equipment, entertainment, sick, and other items as shown on attached notes. $664.86. Total expenses. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. Receipts and daily expense notes in. To Warren Hinkle, Ramparts. A kindred spirit since his first encounter with Thompson early in 1967, Ramparts then, executive editor Warren Hinkle would launch the trenchant liberal monthly Scanlons in 1969. September 4, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. Here's the proof. Some people say drugs are more powerful than truth, but I survived all that and got away with the evidence you asked for, about what the press people were doing in Chicago, and like I told you before, they were armed. They blew out a whole wall in that hotel I was telling you about. They were all taking that nose drug angina pectoris 90 and a lot of other things, too, and when they got all high and crazy they'd take turns shooting at this target, and then they took pictures of it and threw them out the hotel windows on the cops. Polaroid pictures, still wet, those dirty pig fuckers. I wish I could tell you what else they threw out those windows, but I can't say it in public. All I can tell you for sure is that those dirty, godless, flagless, wrong-souled scum-suckers were shooting at a target that makes me want to puke just to look at it. They didn't care that nobody else in the hotel got a wink of sleep. Oh no, the press never sleeps, not as long as there's something to shoot or fuck or cheat. You think the Hilton lobby smelled bad from those stench bombs? Jesus, you should have smelled those rooms where the press people stayed, drugs, gunpowder, stale urine, and fire. They had the target set up against one wall, and they took turns shooting until they all got so excited that they'd begin to bite on each other and break glass and utter strange cries, then they'd call room service for more whiskey and drugs and another bellboy to whip. They treated the help like most people would only treat niggers. They raped the maids and slit the shin bones of the old men. I only stayed because I wanted the evidence and the hippie hookers they kept bringing in. Oh yes, they had regular orgies when they weren't shooting or taking pictures. And all this went on very close to Humphrey headquarters. I can't use names, of course, but we both know that well-known persons were involved. They got this way all the time, everywhere they go, but the decent public never knows. It's kept from them by news managers and slavish hotel owners who don't care what happens on their premises as long as the bill gets paid. Most of these people are connected, one way or another, to the Red Underground. We all know that. The FBI has their records, and that's why they act like they do. They don't give a fuck, that's why. So don't believe anything you read about what happened in Chicago, and remember that the camera, too, can lie, especially in the wrong hands. God damn them, they'll spend all night shooting at a likeness of the director and then take drugs so they can publish newspapers and magazines and talk their deranged and filthy notions into TV tubes. Well, you asked me for evidence, and by God, when people question my sources I go all out. What I'm telling you now is something I never told anybody, God love em, and I went to Chicago with a true Jesus determination to give that stinking evil mob every benefit of the doubt. I tried to be as fair as I could with that scum, but when they pulled Old Glory off the flagpole, well, I wanted to choke the yellow opium eaters. And I knew the red press had put them up to it, so I had to go underground and see for myself. Which I did, and now I'm sending you the proof. I'm also in a position to offer you the East Coast franchise for Howard Unruh's favorite oven cleaner, a proven product. And massive sales potential. Unruh's oven cleaner sells itself. Witness the enclosed target. The bullet holes are, after all, just holes, but one shot of oven cleaner virtually destroyed the target. Judge for yourself. Yours in fear and loathing. Howard Unruh. To Lynn Nesbitt. Thompson's business correspondence, particularly with his agent,
was taking on the ever looser and more gonzo tone that would distinguish the book he was pitching on the next presidential contest, eventually the brilliant Fear and Loathing, on the campaign trail 72. September 9, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn, I just found the original of my NRA outline letter and, despite the mad overtones, it struck me as a decent piece of rambling. Let me know ASAP on the NRA chances, so I can work it into my outline for the book. I want to get 10 or 12 scenes sketched out for Silberman and anyone else who cares, like Penguin, and then start on them one at a time. I suggested several to Jim, in a letter last night, and asked for his ideas. The NRA was one, another was the notion of spending a week, the first week in November, in Los Angeles, dealing in a very heavy way with about 4 pre-selected voters, 2 from a blue-collar precinct and 2 from a high-white area. Using a title like the LA Vote, I could try to show why these people voted as they did, who they are, how they live, and why they should all be sent to zoo therapy, to prepare for their roles in the wave of the future. Oil shale was another possibility, but the article you sent to Esquire isn't my idea of what I want to say now about oil shale or the oil people. The article, in its present form, is hung up in all the loose ends that come with trying to be fair and informative in too little space. I want to really do the bastards, without having to worry about the LA Times format, so don't send the article to anyone else assuming that ESQ won't deal with it until I decide how to revise it. As for Ramparts, I think Hinkle would rather have a short piece on the problems of publishing an oil shale article than a full-length fog bank like the one I did. I'll sound him on that and let you know. In the meantime, let's keep the main shot for revisions and possible sale to a Rich Nixon/Humphrey type journal. Did you, by the way, get any photos in that package from Bellows? Also, did he return a bundle of my first draft material that I did first as separate boxes, his idea, but finally mixed into the main thing? I'm curious about what's being read, seen, or pondered in my name. The article was never really finished, despite Bellows' effusive compliments and subsequent croaking. I'll take your word for it that Bellows is one of the good people. He seemed that way to me, but then so did Hubert Humphrey. My final talk with Bellows was very sad. I'll tell you more about that action if I decide to write something on the subject for Hinkle, whom I just sent, by the way, a bullet-riddled photo of Hoover that I found in a Chicago hotel and a psychotic note on the activities of the press people after hours. I doubt very seriously if he has the balls to print it, and maybe that's not the right word, but if he does I'll let him deal with you. I just wrote him, saying I didn't want my name used in connection with that sickening photo, a copy of which I'm enclosing FYI. They were all over the hallway in that hotel, everybody who saw them wanted to puke, or at least that's what they said. They were mainly press people, so I couldn't believe anything they said. Beyond that, my head was a bit fuzzy from tear gas and a billy club shot in the stomach, so all I can really tell you about this photo is that I picked it up along with all the other press handouts. Now, a weird and wholly tentative idea for that open contract with Ballantyne. I've been pondering the long-range view for 1972, the breakdown of current political parties, etc., and I see the dissident lineup as sort of like this: the Democratic anarchists, with no candidate except maybe a symbol like a huge plastic donut and a lot of oven cleaner to back it up; 2. The progressive yahoos, with a program we'll have to wait for any prediction would necessarily fall short of reality; 3. The mystic conservatives, peace and power, drugs on approved credit, a sort of Leary Maddox 91 ticket; 4. The Black Iguana Party, a militant blend of blacks and Chicanos, united behind a symbol of sudden death for all human obstacles, and, let's deal with this later. The idea, in a nut, is a short fantasy on the 1972 campaign, assuming the collapse and splintering of the Democratic Party, dealing with the remnants, their programs, candidates, weapons, backgrounds, the convention in Las Vegas, run by Howard Hughes instead of Chicago Mayor Richard Daley, Martin Bormann as Chief of Security drafted by accident on the 38th ballot, fire and chaos, and the final solution. That's the nut, shall we lay it on Bernard? Okay for now. Hunter. To Selma Shapiro, Random House. Since directing Random House's publicity for Hell's Angels, Shapiro had proven her worth to Thompson as both an informal literary agent and a good friend. September 10, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Selma. Your letters are getting very formal, I thought often of the Sheraton Blackstone, etc. Anyway, you'll be happy to know that I covered that vicious program as an official representative of Random House, so you had a voice on the floor, or at least from the press balcony, when I repeatedly tried to nominate Martin Bormann during the Wednesday night balloting. Right. Jim Silberman did the trick, after much arguing, and when I got to Chicago I was treated as brutally as all the other press people, cursed, pushed, chased, punched in the stomach with a billy club, the whole gig. I wore my motorcycle helmet for 4 straight nights and ran so often and so far that my legs hurt for 3 days after I got home. Those pigfuckers were stupid enough to stage one of their numerous attacks in front of TV cameras, but the really horrible stuff took place in midnight parks, vacant lots in Old Town, doorways on Wells St, and places like that. I was terrified all week. It was the worst scene I've ever been involved in, and that includes the whole Hell's Angels gig. I'm not sure what I'll write about it, except that whatever I write will be part of the suddenly active nonfiction book. Right now I'm sorting my notes, reading press comments, and thinking about what it meant, not in the sense of an article on Chicago, but as the death of a whole era that began, for me, one night in 1960 when I was hitchhiking from Seattle to San Francisco and stopped somewhere in Oregon to watch the first Kennedy-Nixon debate in a country bar. A whole generation was driven mad in that interim. I doubt if we'll ever recover. Maybe Portugal is the answer, and maybe you're right about democracy. I'm getting my passport in order and thinking seriously about quitting if Nixon gets in, and he will. Or maybe I'll stay. We're heading for a horrible showdown of some kind, and I'd hate to miss it. Back, momentarily, to Chicago. Your mention of Paul Fanning reminds me that I tried to call him while I was there, but he wasn't listed. On Monday night I sat upstairs in Mother Blues and made notes until they suddenly closed the place at 10:30 because of the violence outside in the street. Nobody knew where Fanning was, so tell him I tried to look him up. I also tried to locate Studs Terkel for a peaceful drink, but in the end there was no time for peaceful drinks, no time for anything but fear and pills and astonishment and rage and adrenaline. I'm not sure when I'll get east. Right now I'm trying to hash out a totally revised book outline for Silberman. For a while I'd almost abandoned the thing, but suddenly I feel like writing 100 pages a day. The novel remains dormant. The summer has been a foreshortened nightmare of local politics and low finance, vicious dealing and bargaining over land, house, etc. It's been so bad that I think I should probably move to a small apartment in Watts. These dirty bastards are going to take us all down with them, when they go. These rich oaky dealers and landowners mean scum. As for the antlers, yes, they're from a large timber buck, a Rocky Mountain deer. You can dress them up considerably by taking them to a local taxidermist who will mount them on a wooden plaque and cover the skull with rich soft leather. What you have is the crude reality. Check the yellow pages for a taxidermist. He'll be happy to transform that head into a trophy as soft and mellow as an old painting. A set of polished horns in wood and leather, yes, very nice above your bed. Well, it's 6:10 a.m. here and I'm going under. My head is much more active than it has been for at least a year. Maybe I'll even write something. Silberman has been very decent of late. I actually feel like I owe him some words, and that's a weird feeling, for me. As for your notion of switching jobs, I naturally oppose it for purely selfish reasons. Or maybe not purely. You're one of the very few human beings I met in all that terrible wrangle with the world of publishing, and if you quit I'd feel like I'd lost a beachhead in a world I have to deal with. But I guess that's purely selfish, except that other people would feel the same way. All us outback freaks need a place to hide in New York, and you'd play hell hiding me in some teacher's lounge in a slum school. That's the sort of thing you could do on a part-time basis, anyway, to see if you really liked it. I'm not sure you would, but, yeah. Okay for now. I'll probably get to New York this fall and I'll see you then. Ciao. Hunter. To Allard K. Lowenstein. One of the sincerest and most courageous left-wing activists of the 1960s, Allard K. Lowenstein had co-organized Mississippi's 1964 Freedom Summer protests before turning from civil rights to anti-Vietnam War activities. Rebuffed in his attempts to reserve Chicago's Soldier Field for a rally of his coalition for an open convention, a week before the Democrats assembled, Lowenstein declared correctly, as it turned out, that Chicago was determined to have a confrontation that can only produce violence and bloodshed. September 10, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Lowenstein, I trust this is the right address and the same Allard K. I saw in Chicago. If not, well, what the hell? I returned, to Aspen, from Chicago and told everybody to vote for Nixon, as the surest means of seizing the Demo Party from the hands of croakers like Daley and Texas Governor John B. Connally. But now, as I ponder that heinous reality, I suspect I won't be able to bring myself to do that, unless I'm convinced that my Nixon vote is really a contribution to a far, far better thing, as it were. Otherwise, I wouldn't want it on my conscience. Yet I refuse, under any circumstances, to vote for that sold-out scum-sucking freak who now says he could have accepted the minority plank on Vietnam. About 10 minutes after that vote, I got punched in the stomach by a cop's billy club when I tried to cross the bridge from the Hilton to the band shell in Grant Park. I showed the swine my Super True Magnetic Stockyards Amphitheater press pass courtesy of Random House, and they let me know the score very quickly. I fled to my room at the Blackstone, to pick up my motorcycle helmet and running shoes, and emerged just in time to get caught in the Rommel-style Attack 92 on the stalled marchers, the one they pulled off right in front of all the TV lights. Wednesday evening on your screen. Sela. So it occurs to me now, faced with a choice between Nixon and Nada, that we'll all waste our votes, individually, unless we can settle on some way to waste them effectively. Like, I went out yesterday and voted for Ken Montfort, the anti-war Senate candidate in the D primary, but I found out today that most of the local peace freaks didn't even vote. They didn't know Montfort's name, much less what he stood for, and in terms of the November election they simply won't vote, the few who will can't agree on who or what to vote for. My own preference is Martin Bormann, whom I tried to nominate from the press balcony, on several occasions, after Alabama and Bull Connor voted for George Wallace and Bear Bryant. 93 The Jesuit priest sitting next to me kept me from hurling my binoculars down on Oklahoma Democratic Congressman Carl Albert, and Daley's thugs, sitting all around me, luckily didn't know who Martin Bormann was. In any case, a vote for Bormann is a vote for Nada unless everybody who agrees with me votes for Martin, too. The point is that we should all get together on some word, name, or symbol. It could be almost anything, as long as everybody knows what it means, and then register a huge, coherent protest vote for president. The Eldridge Cleaver/Dick Gregory line won't make it. That's Jerry Rubin's gig. Beat me, you bastards, I'll make it easy for you. But I don't need that, and neither do most of the people I've talked to who say they can't vote for either Nixon or Humphrey. They assume, as I do, that some kindred spirit, somewhere on high, will soon unleash the word, a unity concept of some kind, a set of simple directions telling how to make yourself heard in November. Whatever word, symbol, or slogan that finally emerges doesn't seem to matter. These people need a sign, a pole, a thing to keep them together. We're dealing, right now, with an incredibly rich talent/influence pool that might, if it doesn't shatter and evaporate by November, be the nut of a whole new thing in 1972. I'm sure all this is as obvious to you as it is to me, but after a week of assuring people that we'll get the sign in plenty of time to vote no, together, in November, I thought I'd check with you for some details. You are, after all, one of the few people with enough media leverage to make the sign real. It'll have to be something very broad, emotional, and vaguely in. Otherwise, we'll have a scene where dope freaks, Black Panthers, and Cambridge cocktail liberals will cancel each other out, and we'll all go into a fear spiral for at least 4 years and probably 8. Looking back on that last graph, I have to wonder if it's possible to bring all these weird elements together under one flag, but I also think it's a case of having not much to gain and a hell of a lot to lose. There's not much time, another month of count on me quotes from the leaders will croak any chance of a working coalition for 1972 or even 1970. Do you have any thoughts on this? If so, I'd very much like to hear them for 2 reasons, on 2 different levels. One is personal and obvious, the other is the fact that I'm working on a book that Random House calls The Death of the American Dream. And I leave you with that. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To U.S. Senator Abraham Ribikoff. As the whole world was watching the Chicago Police Club unarmed demonstrators outside the Democratic National Convention, Senator Abraham Ribikoff of Connecticut publicly decried the city's Gestapo tactics, to which Mayor Richard Daley responded, on camera through the din, "Fuck you, you Jew son of a bitch. You lousy motherfucker. Go home." September 22, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Senator Ribikoff, I had never given you much thought, as a person or a politician, until that Wednesday night in Chicago when you nominated Sen. McGovern. I was there all week on press credentials from Random House, and in retrospect your performance stands out as the high point, for me, of that whole nightmarish scene. Everything you did and said that night seemed to rest on a bedrock of decency. It's a very rare thing, in the stinking world of politics, to hear phrases like, "his peaceful soul," and "his wholeness as a man." I went to Chicago to research part of a book on the death of the American dream, and needless to say my trip was a rotten success. Yet, on the other side of the ledger, I think I'll remember your Wednesday night speech long after I've forgotten the details of the evidence I gathered. There was an awesome dignity in your handling of Daley and his thugs, and for a moment that whole evil scene was redeemed, but only for a moment. I'm enclosing a token contribution to your campaign, the first political contribution I've ever made. I'd send more if I weren't broke, and I'd offer to write something for you if I thought you needed a speechwriter, but I don't think you do. I hope to hell you win, because the next 4 years are going to be a horror show, tempered, perhaps, by the handful of decent men in the Senate, on the bench, and in whatever other, unforeseen roles or situations that will force a few men to define themselves, for good or ill. In any case, I think you'll do all right, win or lose. And I feel a little better for knowing you're around. You elevated that convention, for a moment, to a level that made Hubert and all his sold-out dealers look like sewer rats. I'm glad I was there to see it. And, again, the best of luck on all levels. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Bud Palmer, General Manager, KREX-TV. Still incensed by the subpar programming on the only channel he could get in Woody Creek, Thompson once again went after the General Manager of KREX-TV. September 24, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Palmer, 6 months ago I watched your tearful commentary on the night of Dr. King's death. It was an impressive performance, and I use that word very deliberately, in light of your influence on the level of KREX-TV's programming since you took over as General Manager. Your predecessor, as I recall, retired to work for Richard Nixon. He was an infamous Yahoo, recognized all over the Western Slope for his unenlightened views on almost everything. So it was a hopeful sign to those of us who can get only one channel on our sets when the station's management was taken over by an articulate human being who publicly cast himself as a one-time friend of Martin Luther King. Well, with friends like you, Dr. King didn't need enemies. It's you and your swinish, hypocritical ilk who've created and sustained the world that Dr. King was trying to change. You weep great liberal tears in public,
but what have you done regarding KREX TV programming that your old buddy Doc King would have even condoned, much less approved of? It's phonies like you who wander around asking what's wrong with the younger generation. Look in the mirror for a minute, you sold-out penny-pinching freak, you and that other great Democrat from Chicago, Mayor Daley. A fellow named Tom Wicker, Washington bureau chief for the New York Times, wrote the other day, "The question deserves to be asked, who shaped the society this generation scorns?" Hubert Humphrey might fit part of that bill, along with people like you and Daley. You weep for Dr. King, yet you manage a TV station that stands as a rancid monument to the worst instincts of the industry. You talk of the need for a better world, yet you treat your TV audience as if they were total waterheads. Not only have you failed to improve the station since you took over, you've actually made it worse. To wit, you moved the CBS News back to 4:30 p.m., a time slot most stations use for soap operas for housewives, the only people watching at that time. Has it ever occurred to you that most people work until slightly later than 4:30? Are they supposed to settle for that provincial hash you call the 10 o'clock news? What prevents you from carrying Walter Cronkite at 6:30, as they do almost everywhere else? I noticed you didn't have any qualms about delaying the Harry Reasoner, Mike Wallace 60 Minutes show tonight at the announced time. All I got was Perry Mason, which I assume has replaced, on KREX, Judd, for the defense. This is a goddamned stinking abomination, and a perfect example of the way you've downgraded the programming. Judd is one of the best shows on any network, one of the few literate, realistic efforts still made in television, and you have the stupid, ignorant audacity to drop it for Perry Mason, a piece of cheap hack work that's been ridiculed in every corner of the legal and TV professions, a bad joke on everybody, and especially the audience. Is it too much to ask of you to provide even 1 hour a week of something above the level of simian or senile entertainment? Just 1 hour? Not even in prime time? I could go on, perhaps, to mention the Jacques Cousteau oceanography special that was recently scheduled, but which never appeared to my knowledge. Or the 20-minute film advertisements, in prime time, for Heston tractors. Or the half-hour films on vacation fun in the Great Smoky Mountains of Tennessee. Or the local ads inserted in those Xerox of Black America specials that were introduced by the Xerox man who said they wouldn't be interrupted by commercials. And running a 2-hour pilot film for some cheap Hawaii cop series, an obvious freebie, and no decent movies. Well, I'm sure Doc King would be proud of you. You got your hands on a captive audience and fed them the cheapest, meanest kind of swill you could find. You blew the national news, killed the good shows, got rid of the movies, and made KREX a total wasteland. If a quote from the New York Times doesn't register with you, maybe this one will. By their fruit ye shall know them. How do you and your station measure up on that scale? If the answer comes hard to you, just give me a ring or send a message via my local Geritol dealer, I'm sure you know him well. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. CBS campaign correspondent Hughes Rudd had stood Thompson up one night during the Democratic National Convention when they had agreed to meet for drinks at a local tavern, but he had the good excuse of having suffered a mild heart attack. September 25, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. Fuck off with your excuses about why you didn't show up at Miller's Pub on Thursday night. So you had a fucking heart attack, so what? Are you some kind of pansy? Hell, you should have had the ambulance take you from the amphitheater to the pub, not the hospital. The next time I plan to meet you anywhere for a drink, I'll know what to expect. Yeah, and so much for all that. I just remembered that my humor doesn't always ring bells at CBS, so I won't push it. Needless to say, I'm sorry to hear about the heart action, although in retrospect it strikes me as the most honest and straightforward reaction of that stinking week. It was, in truth, the only way to go. You can be proud of yourself. As for me, I showed up at Miller's around 2:30 and left, very abruptly, around 3 o'clock.
I was sitting at the bar, writing feverishly in my notebook so I could drink, later on, with a clear conscience, when suddenly I was engaged in conversation by a whale of a man standing next to me. He wanted to know what I was writing, and I said I was writing about the Chicago Bears, and that led to a long talk about football, very cordial, open, etc. Then a friend of his roamed up and asked why I was wearing that funny hat. And that led, by some convoluted route, to the subject of hippies and dirty scum. Which bugged me, and at one point I shouted, "Yeah. Well, I'm one of them, and you're going to see a hell of a lot more of me before you get your fucking pension." I left shortly after that. To make a short story shorter, I almost left with my head in my hands. They were going to do me, I could see it coming, so I suddenly stood up, left a full drink on the bar, and zapped outside, to find a taxi waiting for me. How about that for weird luck? "To the pump room," I said, and we fled. Actually, Ramparts had a bunch of rooms in the Ambassador, with a lot of booze and flesh on the tab, so I ended up there. I got back to the Hilton around dawn, just in time for the wild aftermath of the cop raid on McCarthy's HQ. People running and screaming in the lobby, bleeding, falling, veteran CBS correspondent Blair Clark darting wild-eyed from one scene to another. It was the ultimate horror, the final groin shot that only a beast like Daly would stoop to deliver. It was an LBJ-style trick, no rest for the losers, keep them on the run, and if they fall, kick the shit out of them. So I stayed around all day Friday, mainly sleeping, but for the record I sort of wandered around and viewed the remains, checking the empty suites for echoes, picking up handbills, talking to the wounded, thinking, and on Friday night I really went out of my head. I wound up racing around Chicago on a bike, drunk and drugged, burning a week's accumulation of adrenaline. No sleep, a dirty argument with a gaggle of cops in the Hilton coffee shop on Saturday morning, and then the plane, 4 more hours of whiskey in the Denver airport, and finally home around dusk. It took me 2 weeks to calm down. I kept bursting into tears at unexpected moments, and now I'm trying to write some of it down, but it's hard. Nobody really believes me when I say how terrifying it was. Nothing I read compares to what I saw, so I feel like I'm working in a nightmare vacuum, with nothing but my notes to assure me that it really happened. The worst aspect of it all is that the national press, as it were, with the lone exception of Newsweek, has acted like a gang of abject street urchins, caught in the act. The polls praise Daly and the press hangs its head. What a shitty way to treat the people who actually tried to cover the story. What a rotten bunch of sold-out freaks to work for. Those bastards spend millions of dollars outflanking Daly, and then when they get even a taste of the story, they apologize. I think you're right about the damage being fatal this time. Nixon's in, I'm out, and the devil take the hindmost. My vote's going for Dick Gregory, he's on the ballot here. I think you're in the clear with that advance from RH, get the Cortez thing, keep your passport up to date, and dig the free time while you have it. I figure about 2 years until the crunch. It'll take that long for the would-be vested interest people to figure out which side they're on, and after that it's going to be hell. In the meantime, I have a big house and about 20 acres, all the amenities, more room than I can use, local credit, a bike, a horse, 12 guns, and, in general, a good place to hide. You'd like it around here. Give a bit of warning before you come, and if you're serious, hang on to this phone number 303-925-2250, I've taken great pains to make it unavailable by any public means. If worst comes to worst, however, the keepers of the Woody Creek store will always finger me, or the Aspen Times. No man is safe from his friends. And, speaking of that, tell Charlie Curald I just donated 1 copy of his book, I have 2, to the local library, but they rejected it on literary grounds. And hello to Ann. Ciao. Hunter. To Lawrence Terman, 20th Century Fox. Thompson's brutal appraisal of his own first novel, The Rum Diary,
written in the early 1960s about the escapades of an American reporter for Puerto Rico's daily San Juan Star, can't have helped the odds that 20th Century Fox would make the yet unpublished book into a movie. October 3, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Lawrence Terman. C/O 20th Century Fox. Box 900. Beverly Hills, California. Dear Mr. Terman. Steve Geller suggested that I send you a note about a novel, my novel, titled The Rum Diary, which is currently lost in weird limbo. Weird, in that Random House and Ballantine have already bought it, weird in that 2 years ago I sold it to Pantheon and had the sale croaked by RH, and weirder still in that I sold the book on the condition that I'd be allowed to rewrite it, and since then I've never even read it. Mainly because neither RH nor Ballantine seems to give a hoot in hell about novels, or at least mine. They're pushing me on a non-fiction book about the death of the American dream, giving advances, due dates, heavy questions, like Hunter, me boy, when are you going to send us the wisdom? I can't escape the notion that I'm about to erupt with some sort of ultimate bullshit. The other day I went into town to rent a chainsaw and the man asked me, what's going on in this country? What's happening? And today a potter from New Jersey showed up on my porch and asked, what does it mean? I took him inside and made him listen to a SW Voice of America broadcast on Wallace's choice of Curtis LeMay as VP, then I put on Tom Paxton's album for him, the Vietnam Pot Patrol song, and 1000 Years 94, and after that he left, mumbling about getting his passport in order. None of which has anything to do with either my novel, The Rum Diary, or my effort, titled Hell's Angels, which I'm enclosing for any purpose you might want to put it to. Maybe a wedding present for your daughter. We live in strange times. In any case, I find myself suddenly jacked up once again on the possibilities of fiction. I'm not sure why, except that I'm now trying to make some sort of long-term journalistic sense out of that fascist freak show that RH sent me to cover in Chicago, the cauterization of the duped, the whipping of the wounded, half-mad in the streets of Love City, etc. etc. Which brings me back, in a half-mad sort of way, to my current New York-focused subject, the death of the American dream, and the fact that I think I should sit and watch it gel for a while, until Nixon gets in. That's the ending I think I need, a fitting climax to the second saddest story of the last 2,000 years. Which also means I'll be in my own kind of limbo until Election Day. I want to watch it happen, ponder and savor the madness, let it swim around in my vision like a frog in a deadly grease trap. And in the meantime I thought I might read my Rum Diary again, and maybe try to do something extra with it, like selling it to Hollywood for $1 million. And also rewriting it, for good or ill. I haven't seen Pretty Poison yet, so I don't know how you handled Steve's book. When I read it I thought, God damn, there's a pure weird and steady tone here, a man with a good eye, but the ending bothered me, so I wrote Steve and said he'd blown one of the best strange stories I'd read in 10 years. I felt the same way about The Graduate. It was a third-rate story, stale bullshit in the main, but on film it somehow flowered and grew. I recall at least a dozen scenes that I envied, as a writer, and to my mind that's the highest kind of praise. Even the ending of The Graduate had a beautiful sort of Walter Mitty 95 hype. It was bullshit, of course. I saw it right after I got back from Chicago, where Walter and his friends got their heads and illusions cracked by a gang of uniformed white trash swine, who were also human, like the rest of us, and just as honest, in their stinking vengeful wrath, as any McCarthy staffer. All I meant to say, there, was that I was amazed after seeing The Graduate to realize that not all stories lose in the translation to film, and that in fact, some gain. I guess I saw that first in The Pawnbroker 96, which I'd read, a year or two earlier, but that was such a powerful story that it was a long time, many months, before I could deal with it on a technical, nuts and bolts sort of basis. And to hell with all that rambling. I began this letter as a quick note to ask if you might be interested in reading The Rum Diary. I couldn't tell you much about it, except that it's a very inept,
very honest tale of very young vagrant journalists converging to work on a new English language paper in the Caribbean. I wrote it about 5 years ago, and when I start the rewrite I can't help but change it immensely. The first 100 pages are worthless, the characters lack the essential major/minor sort of focus that a good story needs to stay on its feet, but, every now and then, as the book reels along, there are scenes that I'd match against anything in The Graduate, and maybe even against one or two of the best in The Pawnbroker. And there are others that I could never do, on paper, as well as I know they could be on film, like there's one with a bunch of young/cynic, hard traveler types from various US backgrounds, playing touch football with a coconut on a Saturday afternoon beach near San Juan, a wistful, underhanded salute to the great god football and all those homecoming Tallahassee/Boulder/Bloomington Saturdays that seem, in retrospect, as a chain of innocent frauds, leading to, what? A coconut football game in a world that mocks homecoming in every way except finally. Maybe that sounds useless, but I see it as one of the best scenes and comments that anyone could make on the permanent roots of the American head. But what the hell? Maybe you went to NYU, or some other place where a word like quarterback was a bad pathology 2x joke. How many flankers flood a zone? How many receivers mean the passer is left naked? How many dope/drunk drifters will pick up a coconut from some beach in a new and freestyle world they can't tolerate? Just last weekend a freak showed up here, coming off a 30 pounds in 3 weeks beat the draft diet which failed, and he said he was too weak to do anything more than sell hash on commission, but suddenly there were people throwing a football around in the yard, and within 10 minutes the spitter and fuck America dope dealer was out on the grass, pumping like quarterback Roman Gabriel 97 and grinning like a fool, throwing long spirals and catching that weird, off-shaped ball as naturally as he'd light a cigarette. And fuck all that, too. I got carried away with the possibilities of a scene I haven't rewritten yet which is already there in the MS, but not properly rendered, as they say. Probably I'm talking to myself, more than you. The freedom of fiction is incredible, compared to journalism. I'm just letting my mind run a bit, why not? Why not, indeed. All I meant to ask was whether you'd like to look at the book before, or after, I do the rewrite. Or for that matter if you'd like to see it at all. Because, in all good truth, it's a hopelessly naive and half-conceived book as it stands now. I know I can make it better, but I might also make it worse by killing a lot of valid notes that tend to embarrass me now, in my balding wisdom. My current Random House project is keyed on the death of innocence, the flat opposite of the Rum Diary, and I'm not sure if I can do them both, at the same time, without going mad. So if the novel interests you, in terms of film, I think I'd prefer to do that first to deal with the beginning, before documenting the end. It seems like the right way to do it. Well, I seem to have carried on, here, a bit of good rambling, as it were. But the fucking carpenters are coming in an hour or so to wail in the basement. They are making my writing cave down there, a soundproof room with a big fireplace and redwood walls, a blue floor like a rubber tennis court or an acid freak's golf green, to hide from President Nixon, or maybe Wallace, and Curtis LeMay, a man whose time has come and the devil take the hindmost. Beyond that, and to temper the jangled tone of this letter, I should probably say that I'm going to be working on the Rum Diary anyway, if only to save my head from the terrible realities of journalism, at least for a while. So if you want to see the book in its present embryo state, that's fine and easy. If you want to wait and see it finished, well, I can't be definite in terms of time, or even content, and not even context, for that matter, but I can say for sure that it will be a tighter, more functional story, with a heavy emphasis on plot and absence of bullshit. But, after seeing The Graduate, I can't take plots very seriously, and I find myself thinking more in terms of scenes, high points, moments, and these are the things I might cut, change or fail to develop in my rewrite of the Rum Diary, and it worries me. I wrote a very bad book 5 years ago, but I wrote some very good things, which I might or might not recognize in the course of rewriting a novel to fit the new Random House list. Perhaps I can make it a goddamn bone connection masterpiece. Or maybe I'll blow it completely. I see it mainly as a salvage job, and they're always tricky for a lot of reasons, including the market. And so much, again, for all that. It occurs to me now that I've had a definite boot out of writing this letter, and it also occurs to me that I'm not sure what it says, which should concern me very deeply, I guess in a professional sense, but for some reason it doesn't bother me at all. That's the luxury of writing to total strangers. Oh Christ, I hear the carpenters, pushing their ancient VW bus up the gravel driveway. I know they have hammers and power saws, god damn them, their noisy smugness, smoking pipes and fancy handmade tool aprons, hair on their faces, mumbling about how it was in New Haven before the world went mad and they quit, drinking wine for lunch and shooting flies out of the air with sawed-off BB guns, a very weird type, at this stage of my chemical frenzy, and with a long day ahead, I think I'll have a bit of sport with them, jangle their heads with some happy talk about LeMay's candidacy, play some old Hitler records. Good fun. And an end to this letter. If the novel interests you, let me know. If not, I'd have blown this night anyway, and probably in some rotten anguished style fit only for burning. So I'll close on that note, and in fair humor. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Don Erickson, Esquire. October 16, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Don. Lynn Nesbitt tells me we have a tentative agreement on a piece on the NRA. I'll call you in a day or so, to hear what you're thinking, but in the meantime I thought I'd sketch out a plot, of sorts. To wit, I thought I'd go to Washington and ask the boss shooters exactly what they are doing for us members. There are 900,000 of us out here, chipping in $5 a year for what? My own suspicion is that the NRA is a harmless swindle, a massive con job, a rich and well-publicized lobby that isn't doing a fucking thing either for or against anybody except the handful of people on the NRA payroll. Maybe I'm wrong, so I thought I'd ask the folks in Washington to put me onto a really successful NRA gun club, preferably in Southern California. One of those patriotic groups that gets government ammo and other special advantages. I'd like to drop in on one of the shootouts and see for myself why all us gun freaks in Woody Creek are missing out by not hooking up with the NRA. Just the other day, for instance, I blew a huge hole in my living room floor with a 19-gauge shotgun load, a hideous accident caused by a mixture of gunpowder and LSD. The carpenters working in the basement left at once and haven't returned. The magnum load tore through the hardwood, the subflooring, and made hash of the acoustical tile they were installing in the basement. Number 5 pellets were embedded in the power saw table. They said it was like a bomb dropping on them, so they left, to go duck hunting. That's what you get, they said, for fucking around with the NRA. My point, I think, is that the real gun freaks dump on the NRA. They'd sooner join an Elks Club than a formal shooting group. I doubt if Eldridge Cleaver, for instance, was a member of the NRA. But again, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there are benefits I've been missing. If so, I want them. I want to know exactly what the NRA can do for me. I want to know what they do with all that money, who gets it, and why. Well, I think you see the drift. I'd like to spend about 3 to 4 days at the NRA HQ in Washington, then another 2 to 3 days at one of their model gun clubs, none of which exists out here in Marlboro country. All the gun freaks I know view the NRA as a tool of the federal government. This raises several questions, which I've already mentioned. So I think you see where I'm looking. If you have questions of your own, keep them in mind and I'll call in a few days. I'd like to get started on this thing soon. Ciao. Hunter Thompson. To Davison Thompson. Without saying so directly, Hunter Thompson lamented the death of the American dream to his younger brother. October 16, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Davison. Your letter arrived a few days ago, was read,
Sat around for a while, read again, digested, but it's still hard to cope with. All personal letters are hard for me to cope with these days, increasingly hard, because everybody I hear from sounds wretched and screwed up. 1968 seems to have been a really awful year for everybody except maybe Nixon, that evil scheming bastard. My mail is a snowballing nightmare, there is no good news. And no hope of any. Nixon is going to win and then implement the Wallace program like Johnson became Goldwater. Republican Vice President-elect Agnew is the wave of the future, a stupid shithead, so cheap and useless that he can't understand his own failure. My depression with current politics in this country is so vast that I can't find words to express it. Your letter, needless to say, didn't change any patterns here. Your sketch of corporate fear and the terrible 20s makes me wonder what kind of letters you'll be writing when you're 35. I wonder the same thing about myself, for that matter. And everybody else I know. Maybe it's because we're all around 30 and the game is beginning to look more serious than we realized. The scoreboard looms huge, and nobody seems to be winning. Maybe this year of black politics has showed us a mirror of ourselves, a gang of aging bullshitters and incompetents, like Humphrey and Nixon. That's the best we can cough up, to speak for us. I seriously believe this country deserves everything that's going to happen to it. War, revolution, madness, the whole bag. I'm looking around for another country to live in, it's only a matter of time. Jim's visit was a pleasant break in my long, downhill funk. He seems oblivious to all the stinking realities, and it's nice to have somebody like that around now and then. But right after he left I took off for Chicago and the convention, and that was pure horror, much worse than it looked on TV. It was a real Hitler scene, the air smelled of fear and desperation. I'm trying to write about it now, as part of my alleged new book, but it's hard to explain except as a final loss of faith in whatever this country was supposed to stand for, all that bullshit in the history books. Well, I hate to write such rotten letters. I wish I could say something cheerful, but I can't find it to say. The other night, for the first time in more than a year, I ate some LSD and relaxed for a while. Everything was fine until I wandered into the kitchen about mid-morning and found Juan watching Spiro Agnew doing a TV interview. Jesus, what a horror. He's bad enough when you're straight and sober, but on acid he's a babbling, pus-filled nightmare. His eyes are slits and his skull is like a rotten pear. Everything he says is a stupid lie. I felt terribly sorry for Juan, growing into a world that can take a man like Agnew seriously. And so much for all that, I feel sorry for all of us. Your Chagrin Falls culture is amazingly similar to a big chunk of Aspen. About half the town is in hock for their souls to the Ski Corp and the Tourist Bureau. Independent businessmen live in fear of bad publicity, a bad winter, bad people in town, and God only knows what else. And they're all trying to screw each other out of every possible dollar. Never saying it quite like that, of course, but doing it all the same. A gang of cheap whores, again, like Humphrey and Nixon. I've about given up in my efforts to buy this house and meadow I call home for the moment. The price went from $30,000 in May to $80,000 in September, and I figure I can do a lot better than that in Canada, without having to worry about being put in some kind of detention pen, as a dangerous anarchist heretic. Which I am, and I hope to get worse. If it comes down to a which side are you on, crunch, I think I'll go with the human beings. In clearer terms, I look forward to a split between the corporate Nazis and the desperate freaks, with no middle ground, and, as much as I dread that kind of choice, it seems pretty clear and unavoidable. What do you think? I sent Mom a sour note the other night. I can't seem to write any other kind, but there wasn't much to say. I gather that Jim is going to need some cash around Feb, and I said I could come up with some, although my situation right now is bleak. I have never, for instance, collected a dime on Hell's Angels paperback sales, despite sales approaching 500,000. I can't understand why, if I understood these contracts,
I think I'd be rich. As it is, however, I can't even get a gasoline credit card. For a freelance writer, it's always cash on the barrel head. You people with jobs can at least get a loan. Anyway, let me know when Jim needs a cash transfusion. I've developed a weird talent for producing cash out of nowhere, although I'm getting tired of having to do it. Why don't you call from Kansas City and we can see how a quick visit might work? I expect to be traveling in late Oct and early Nov, but right now I don't know the dates. Do you know if there is a National Rifle Association gun club in your area? If so, I might find an excuse to visit in connection with an article I'm doing. Let me know, and hello to Adilyad, SP. Jesus. Addy. I think I'll go to bed. Ciao. H. To Jane Flint. Although Thompson has always acknowledged that he lent Tom Wolfe some of the audio tapes he had made of the Hells Angels debauching themselves at Ken Kesey's ranch in La Honda, California at Wolfe's request, and with the understanding that he would use the material in the electric Kool-Aid acid test, some fans assumed that Wolfe had lifted sections from Hells Angels. October 18, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jane Flint. Thanks for your very detailed evidence INRA, Tom Wolfe's plagiarism of my La Honda gangbang. I appreciate the instinct that caused you to write me, but I'm not sure what to tell you about the attribution problem. Your weird guess that, maybe you and Wolfe witnessed the same thing at the same time and not the same reaction, borders on the obscene and even the half-mad. The inference that Kesey staged gang rapes for journalistic tours and that Wolfe and I happened to be on the same Gray Line tour makes me wonder what sort of crippled reality show I'm contributing to by writing journalism. Yours is not the first letter to rumble on this theme, and barring the weird chance of a merciful God, it won't be the last. The weird truth that few editors and writers can even imagine is that the literate public is far stranger and freakier than the very square world of editors and journalists, all of which makes journalism a sort of echo, rather than the force it seems to be in the context of Time and Newsweek. None of which has much to do with Wolfe's swinish plagiarism, which I'm sure was accidental. What he did there, I think, was beef up his narrative with an unpublished revise of my book, meaning to rewrite it for style and tone, but never quite getting around to it. We all do that, I'm afraid, and one of these days when Wolfe writes something true enough to be worth stealing, I'll feel free to use it more or less as I see fit, and I hope you'll write and nail me when I do it. I'm genuinely amazed to find that anyone reads new books that carefully. I'm neither annoyed nor bored by your observations, and only half amused. In any case, I sent Wolfe some tapes relating to that part of my Hells Angels research, and since my account of the gangbang was taken almost directly from my taped account, I'm not surprised that Wolfe's account is very much the same since it came off the same tape. The only difference, of course, is that I was there and Tom wasn't. Which is only half important, in terms of true journalism. All journalists improvise on the skeletal truths they drag up. The trick is to do it right and truthfully. Wolfe improvises straighter than most, and besides that he gave me a credit in that part of his narrative that deals with the angels. This is a standard brand of decency, I think, in the world I have to make a living in, which reminds me, for no particular reason, that we all get a little older and less honest every time the sun comes up, which it's about to do here, so I'll hang up. Again, thanks for the letter and the heavy style. I'm forwarding your letter to Tom, for good or ill. Yeah, I had to pause, there, to turn some John Fahey 98 records over. Music is the better part of journalism these days, anyway. Ciao. Hunter Thompson. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. With Election Day just 2.5 weeks off, Thompson was genuinely concerned about his nation's future. October 18, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. I meant to send you my report on the press in Chicago, a study in degeneracy, but I haven't been able to make a copy. Maybe tomorrow. I'm alarmed at the trend to fearful breastfeeding, this nervous deference to freaks of every stripe who write letters to the editor/producer, insisting that all reporters are liars. I got a radio newscast tonight in the car, a report from City Hall in New York, where a mob of some 40,000 had gathered to condemn Mayor John Lindsay and the president. The newscast, CBS Radio, talked at length about the fuck the press atmosphere, but he seemed apologetic about even being alive. If you bastards keep backing up and apologizing to fascist mobs, we're all going to be in a terrible hole. You should send one of your heavies into a mob and have him grab one of these fascist freaks and let him give his own play-by-play of what's going on. That would cure the buggers. One time Democratic front-runner Senator Edmund Muskie did a variation on that act, and it worked pretty well. Let these pile-driver punks make fools of themselves once or twice, and the others will back off. They're gutless pigs. All mobs are swine, right, left or center. But this fuck the press thing is snowballing, and the only way to cope with it is to meet it head on. Edward R. Murrow did it for everybody last time around, but why create that sort of desperate vacuum again? I wandered into the kitchen the other morning, with a head full of LSD for the first time in a year, to find my son watching Martin Agrinsky and Roland Evans goading Agnew on the tube. Jesus, what a horror. They should have destroyed the bastard, instead of just playing with him. Maybe they went to cocktail parties later that day and told how they'd really worked him over, but west of the Hudson it didn't come off. I dug it, but then I'm a special case out here. As for my neighbors, I'm sure they felt that Agnew had survived an attack by pinko wolves. Which reminds me that, 2 days later, on Tuesday night, my neighbors got jerked around very severely by the CBS Playhouse The Drug Scene. I think it was called The People Next Door. By Wednesday morning the Wallace vote had doubled out here. Jesus, what a bummer that was. And so much for all that. My reason for writing was to say that my RH book has become such a weird bugger that you don't have to worry about any conflicts. I've decided to write the first fictional documentary novel. To wit, Hey Rube. The Memoirs of Raoul Duke, or a report on the rape and looting of the American dream by a gang of vicious swine. My friend, Raoul, has agreed to provide details of his secret life. And I'll provide the journalism. Together, we have the artillery to smote the bastard's hip and thigh. Smote. Smite. What the hell? It's a mean gig, no matter how you word it. Which reminds me that I expect to be in LA for election day. I want to observe some polling places in Hollywood and what's more book research. How can I find CBS's Bill Stout? I'd like to mortalize him in print, or maybe just follow him around for part of election day and find out if he's a liar or not. Actually, what I want to do is use election day in Hollywood and Watts as a peg for a general comment on Southern California and the coccyx of the American dream. I've decided to use this election and its scenes, Chicago, LA on election day, the inauguration, etc., as the loose framework for a book on how it was the year the lights went out. With 10 years of quasi-biographical notes, courtesy of Raoul Duke. I mention Stout in LA because I think he'll be covering the same general scenes that I'll want to look at, and I'm also planning to bear down heavily on the role of the press. I wouldn't want to bug him, but if you think he wouldn't mind a shadow from noon to midnight on election day, let me know and tell me how I can locate him. On other fronts, I'll be in Washington sometime soon, doing an article on the National Rifle Association. I don't know whether I can get to it before election day, or after. Hopefully, before. In which case I plan to get up to New York for some talk with RH and agent, lawyer, dealers, etc. If you'll be around, we can have a drink. I'll send word when I know the dates. Ciao. Hunter. The enclosed button is a present for N. I got it in the mail today, from Ramparts, and rather than give it any thought, I figured I'd pass it along for somebody else to wear. It has a vaguely unsettling quality and might be fun to wear, but not for me. I hate buttons, stickers, labels, the whole bag. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson updated his mother on family life in Woody Creek. October 21, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. I have just less than an hour ago moved into a new dwelling. I am now the proprietor of a vast ranch, currently listed on the Aspen real estate market at $250,000. My rent is $50 a month, with the situation apparently firm until summer. It is a feudal situation. I have a working stable, with 6 horses, a separate building for my studio, various corrals, jumps and a professional riding ring, a 3-level main house with a piano and a big freezer, 2 fireplaces, 2 baths, a washer and dryer, and all manner of benefits I haven't discovered yet. It's situated more or less like the other Woody Creek house, but the other one was an oaky shack compared to my current estate. This is really an incredible thing, the lucky result of being in the right place at the right time and having some good friends in Aspen. I think the thing to do now is have you and Jim come out for Christmas. If you balance the cost of a round-trip ticket, plane or train, against what you'd normally spend on a Christmas at home, the trip won't seem too expensive. I'd offer to pay for the fares, but until some new windfall comes in, I'm dead broke. The $1,000 Esquire paid for the segment they'll run in the January issue was advanced to me a long time ago in loans of $100 each by my agent. Whatever was left went for car repairs, moving expenses, and all the expensive details of getting settled in here. The Esquire sale postponed publication until mid-January. I hate the delay, but having part of the book in Esquire will be a great help to sales. More than ever, I think this book might make money. Which reminds me, of course, that I owe you that $100 and much more. If you get in a tight spot, I can borrow the $100 and pay you back when you need it. But if you can wait until publication, I think I'll be in much better shape. Either way, let me know. I owe Leah $100, too, and more than that from the past, so I have to balance these things. I also owe Geiger and Clancy $99, but they're used to me by now. Anyway, let me know about Christmas. I'll give this letter time to get there, then I'll call. About November 1st. When I talked to Davison, I said I'd be there for Christmas, Lou, but this ranch was too rare a thing to pass up. Staying here will foul me up in a lot of ways, including my plans with Random House, but I can't pass up this chance to live like a human being for a while. After the Hells Angels, I think I deserve Woody Creek. For the moment, we're all very happy. Sandy is ecstatic. Juan has 105 degrees temp, and Darwin just went through a siege of porcupine quills in his nose, mouth, eye and throat, many visits to the vet, large bills, etc. But tonight we're all fine. I am way behind on the work, but now with the headquarters and no immediate money pressures, I think the writing will move fast again. The Rum Diary was due August 1st, so I have to rush. That's it for now. This is the longest letter I've written in 2 months and the first in about 3 weeks. Things have been very hectic here, but I foresee a calm period. Right. Love. H. Tell Jim I can see elk, not deer, from my back door. Deer are everywhere, and I can see coyotes outside right now. To Tom Wolfe. Fretful that he may in fact have inadvertently used passages taken too directly from Hell's Angels in the electric Kool-Aid acid test, Wolfe had written Thompson to apologize. October 26, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Dude. You don't owe me any apologies, or even explanations. Not even footnotes. Keep in mind to whom ye speak, a natural word thief in every way. The weird thing about that gangbang scene, though, is that we both stole it from my tape, which makes me think I should have been a pro football commentator instead of a writer. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the instant/verbal notes were better and more real than either one of our interpretations. We're both thieves, stealing from reality, which is like Faulkner's notion of land ownership, see The Bear. Only a mean fool or a twisted ego freak would try to claim ownership of a scene just because he saw it. Like I said, I'll steal from you when you write a scene I know I can't make any other way. So to hell with your deep bows. That was a hell of a good book, and the Pump House Gang, which I'm reading now, hits peaks that are even better. Not many, but the good things are better than the best acid test stuff.
So I tend to admire the other book a little more. I don't know about you, but in my own mind I value peaks far more than continuity or sustained effort. Those are for caretakers on the killing floor. Mr. Fitzgerald spoke in terms of the high white note, which explains it pretty well, at least as far as I'm concerned. That, in fact, is the theme of the book that Random House is finally forcing me to write. It's due in July and I'm doing my practice runs now, 5 and 10 pages at a time, getting limber. In the meantime, however, I'll be in New York /O Deck 5 a Thursday, as I recall, and probably for that weekend. Will you be around? I think it's about time we did a mano thing, like having a human drink together. I'll be in Washington from December 2nd until 5, reachable at the Washington Hotel, I think, or if that fails via Jim Ridgway, 2920 28th Street NW, Washington, D.C. My king hell desire, at this point, is to hear one of your lectures on the new journalism. I really want to know what it is. If all other connections fail, you're invited to lunch with me and Jim Silberman from Random House on Deck 6. Call him and say you're coming, at my insistence. See you then, or Hunter. With footnotes. To George Kimball. Journalist George Kimball, who would run, unsuccessfully, for sheriff of Lawrence, Kansas, in 1970, had sent Thompson a galley of his grotesque and depraved new sex novel, which Thompson found so obscenely violent he was appalled to have been asked for a dust jacket blurb. November 17, 1968. Woody Creek Co. George Kimball. C/O Maurice Girodias. Olympia Press Inc. 36, Gramercy Park, New York City 10003. Dear George. Strange twists in this strange and evil world. I just moved my writing hole downstairs to a timeless, lightless dungeon in the basement, and in the process of moving I found a letter of yours dated a hell of a long time ago that I'd put in my answer now slot, but that whole file got lost in the chaos of that stinking little cubicle, and if I hadn't moved, yes, had I not changed desks, as it were, your letter would have withered away, and me under the impression that I'd answered it most cordially and informatively. And why can't that fucking Kimball deal with his mail? Anyway, this book of yours is the foulest, most rotten thing I've ever laid eyes on. It goes so far beyond pornography as to approach a new form of some kind. You may be the founder of the carnal/axie handle school. Your setting and characters are weirdly similar to the situation in Aspen. Jesus, I'm too tired and fucked up to carry on here. But I'll be in New York the weekend of December 6th, maybe we can get together and do about 40 amels for lunch in the Americana. Call Jim Silberman at Random House and leave word as to how you can be reached. Ciao. Hunter Thompson. To Maurice Girodias, Olympia Press. Hardly a prude when it comes to erotic literature and good pornography, flat broke as he was, Thompson refused Olympia Press's offer of $500 to endorse George Kimball's violent sex book. November 17, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Maurice. I was shocked, at first, to think you'd address me on a first-name basis, and especially in the context of a rude solicitation for an endorsement of that hideous drug nightmare by George Kimball. On the other hand, I was favorably impressed by your offer of $500 for a 10-word plug. People have said you were generous, but I didn't believe them until I got your fine and friendly letter. Unfortunately, I can't under any circumstances endorse that heap of deranged offal that Kimball has coughed up in the shameful guise of art. I'm sure you're aware of Mr. Kimball's background. He has dealt, as it were, with agents. These people, as you know, are the enemies of art. Kimball suffers from more strange diseases than any 3 people you know. Angina pectoris is probably the worst and most offensive of these. I doubt very seriously if he wrote that stinking book by himself. It strikes me as the work of a preteen visionary of some kind. Frankly, I hate the personal connotations in this work. I was there in Chicago, and it wasn't like this at all. You may have seen me on TV. I was in the press gallery with my day shift people from the Studebaker plant in Gary. In any case, I'm coming to New York in December to beat the living shit out of Kimball. Only Skin Deep is a vicious and intolerable mockery of the whole filth industry. It reminds me of a photograph I recently bought for $50 in the Denver airport. It showed a local high school cheerleader sucking on a garden hose while roaches crawled out of her anus. I think you and Kimball and Daly have gone too far this time. Pornography is one thing, but raw obscenity is quite another. Somebody is going to have to answer for this book. If I were you, I'd get the hell out of town. Sincerely, Hunter S. Thompson. To Ralph Ginsberg, Fact. A former staffer at Esquire and then Eros, Thompson's friend Ralph Ginsberg was now an editor at New York's Fact magazine. November 18, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ralph. You're right, somehow, about me and the perverse hibernation syndrome. Ever since I got back from Chicago I've been a ball of fangs, ready to tackle almost anything except this goddamn long-range never-ending book on the American dream which I'm coming to New York in a few weeks to discuss, etc. Maybe we can have a beer and ponder any ideas you might have. As a writer, I don't see where I have any obligation to deal with the saleable idea market. That's what editors are for, and besides that, I've never had a good article idea in my life. Journalism, to me, is just another drug, a free ride to scenes I'd probably miss if I stayed straight. But I'm neither a chemist nor an editor, all I do is take the pill or the assignment and see what happens. Now and then I get a bad trip, but experience has made me more careful about what I buy, so if you have a good pill I'm open. I'll try almost anything that hasn't bitten me in the past. I'll be in New York on deck 6, 7, 8. And maybe December 5th and 9, too. Why don't you leave word with Jim Silberman at Random House, so we can at least have a drink? Okay. Hunter S. Thompson. To the Federal Communications Commission. The failings of KREX-TV had grown so unbearable that Thompson took his complaints over the station manager's head all the way to the FCC. November 26, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Federal Communications Com. Washington, D.C. Gentlemen, I'd like to register a formal complaint against station KREX-TV in Grand Junction, Colorado, and if this isn't the proper procedure for filing complaints, then please send me all the proper forms. I'll assume, however, that a coherent letter is as good a form as any, at least for the moment. And I might also add that I'm complaining on behalf of my 4-year-old son. To wit. For the past 2 Sundays, Nov 17 and Nov 24, KREX-TV has preempted Lassie in favor of full, half-hour advertisements for Black & Decker power tools. This has been done without explanation and despite the fact that KREX-TV has listed Lassie in the 5:30 p.m. time slot, in TV Guide, on both Sundays. So as far as I'm concerned, this is not only a case of the station running paid commercials in prime time and half-hour, 30-minute commercials at that, but also fraudulent advertising. If KREX-TV has sold that time slot to Black & Decker, they should say so in their listings. Please advise me as to what can be done about this. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Lynn Nesbitt. Thompson's friend Bill Cardoso, who had just been named editor of the Boston Globe Sunday magazine, would coin the term gonzo journalism in 1970. December 16, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear Lynn. Thanks for the Christmas card and tell Richard the First may be in touch with him sometime soon. For good or ill. INRA, the inauguration, I'm definitely going, and if nothing turns up in the way of fat assignments on your end, I think I can get $300 from the Boston Globe Sunday magazine. A friend of mine has just become the editor and he is, in truth, a giant real freak. The fact that the Globe would make him editor of their Sunday mag fills me with a kind of mean karate optimism for the future. Billy Cardoso, remember that name, he'll probably be editor of Esquire in 2 years. The freaks are being sucked into power against their will. Cardoso is the reality of the new journalism, a generation ahead of Willie Morris and that ilk.
I talked to him on the phone today and it was astounding to realize that I could actually talk to an editor like talking to a person who knew what I was talking about. My normal reaction to editor calls is a nervous sense that I'm busting the routine in an old folks' home. Anyway, I told Cardoso that I'd like to write him a weird, freewheeling piece on Nixon's inauguration, but that I couldn't tell him anything definite until I checked with you, to see if anything else was happening on the fat money front. If we can't find anything fat, I'd just as soon go ahead and do a short piece for the Globe for $300 and press credentials out of their Washington bureau. And maybe some minor expenses. Since I'm going anyway, I might as well enjoy it and drag down some dollars for a $1,500 word outburst on the death of hope. I'd naturally prefer a $3,000 assignment, and I'm sure you would, too. But if all else fails, let's deal with Cardoso. As a matter of fact, unless we can get something at twice the price he can pay, I'd prefer to write for him. Let's put the line at $1,000, Cardoso's offer beats anything under that, but anything above is a different ball game. I leave it with you. Have you tried the oil shale thing with True? Okay, for now, I'm still dingy from all that movement. I finished that trip driving 90 miles per hour from Lansing, Michigan to the airport in Detroit, but I think I have a good thing. We'll see. Ciao. Hunter. To the General Manager, Dynaco Incorporated. December 20, 1968. Woody Creek Co. General Manager. Dynaco Incorporated. 3060 Jefferson Street. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania 19121. Dear Sir. Over a month ago I sent a $1 bill, $1, and a request for the owner's manual for the PA preamp, which I recently bought, slightly used, along with a new Dyna Stereo 70A. You neither acknowledged my letter, containing the dollar bill, nor sent the book on the PA, so I'm writing again. I have several problems with the PA and the 70A hookup, and I need a book on the PA so I can understand what I'm doing. 1. Of course, is the standard problem with all Dyna amplifiers that of putting in a headphone jack. Another is figuring out how to record records on tape with the PA/70A set. I had the SCA35 and had to build a switch into it so I could tape records without putting out a bunch of leads. It seems like you people could install these simple features at the factory, unless perhaps you have some institutional bias against headsets and tape recorders. My other problem concerns the attachment of a center speaker to the 70A. The book that came with the amp says I have to write the factory to find out how this is done, so this is what I'm doing without much optimism, since I've already lost $1 trying to get an owner's manual on the PA. By all means bill me for another $1, if necessary. I want that owner's manual at once. There's no goddamn excuse for any reputable company taking a customer's money and ignoring his query. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Perrion and Gleason, U.S. Senate. Thompson tested his new pseudonym, Raoul Duke, on 2 investigators for the U.S. Senate. December 28, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Perrion and Gleason. Hired Geeks. Juvenile Delinquency Committee Sick. U.S. Senate. Listen, you bastards have been lying about this gun control problem. It's worse than you think, and I want to warn you right now that if you don't get Tom Dodd to pass a total confiscation bill pretty damn quick, a lot of people are going to be killed. I know what I'm talking about mainly because I'm a karate black belt and I'm about to kill some of these gun freaks that keep writing letters. I'll rip their goddamn heads off, and don't think I'm kidding. We have a lot better ways of croaking people in this country than old-fashioned bullshit like guns. I run a karate school out here and my people are so goddamn tough that bullets bounce off their bellies like popcorn balls. These gun nuts are a bunch of softies, and if you don't pass a law against them pretty damn quick, I'll turn my people loose to enforce the natural law. There are more of us than there are of them, don't ever forget that. In closing, I remain, yours for a violent solution to the gun problem. Raoul Duke. To William J. Kennedy. William J. Kennedy, an old and trusted friend since the Puerto Rico days, would win the 1984 Pulitzer Prize for his novel Ironweed. December 28, 1968. Woody Creek Co. Dear William, this will not be a good letter. I am going under and I can't say why. Like Mailer, I am writing great sentences and paragraphs, but when I get beyond a page I go all to pieces trying to put too much in too little space. Anyway, I may be in New York or Boston around the end of January, after attending the Nixon inauguration for reasons of my own. On the other hand, if my money problems don't heal, I'll come back here at once and begin writing anything that pays. If I were you, I wouldn't count on getting a fucking penny off your company store principal. The idea, Dylan said, is to get you down in the hole that he's in. Fuck them. Sandy is pregnant again and can't travel by air, which is only an excuse for canceling all social movements until I finish something in the form of a book for RH. That should be June or July at the earliest. After that we might get east, and if so we'll definitely sock in on you for a while. Here's a note for you, the new editor of the Boston Globe Sunday Mag is a natural freak named Bill Cardoso, who is looking for stuff beyond the new journalism to blow New England's mind. He doesn't pay much, but there aren't many editors who'll assign a man to load up on dope in order to cover Nixon's inauguration. He asked me to put him in touch with anybody who's writing weird new stuff of any kind. Check him out if you can. I suspect he's the wave of the editorial future, like Clifford Ridley, God bless him, was the wave of the past. I met Cardoso when I was looking at Nixon in NH. You'll like him. Glad to hear you liked beat poet Allen Ginsberg. Actually, I made up that quote in my book that goes, for a guy that ain't straight at all, he's pretty goddamn straight. Or something like that. He's one of the few honest people I've ever met, for good or ill. Hello to Dana. I'll call from New York if I make it. Yours in Fear and Loathing. Hunter. 1969. The Battle of Aspen. Local politics with a vengeance, death to the greed heads. First visit with Mescalito, dangerous fun with the brown buffalo. Death trip to the White House, Nixon über alles. The author with nemesis J. Edgar Hoover. Photo by David Heiser. Owl Farm, 1969. Photo by Michael Montfort. Marlboro Man, 1969. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Thompson on Bear Hunt, Montana, 1969. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. Owl Farm, posing for LL. Bean Ad, 1969. Photo courtesy of HST Archives. To Oscar Acosta. The wild Chicano crusader from East LA had sent Thompson his play The Last Laugh of an Indian Gandhi Dancer for a critique, though probably not the one he got, especially after a lecture on the joys of settling down. January 3, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Oscar. Okay, I got the play today, haven't read it, of course, due to spending most of the day in bathtub reading that heinous Don Juan book, A Yaqui Way of Knowledge. Very weird, that old man really fucked the kid around, eh? But maybe he had something with that four enemies bit. You should give that one some thought. Particularly in light of your ugly, self-proclaimed, outlook on the revolutionary front. What makes you think you're going to catch a stray bullet during some demonstration? Shit, you'll never be that lucky. When it's all over, you'll still be sitting there fasting, waiting for the TV cameras, a yucky way of publicity. Fuck it, I'm tired of all that bullshit. If you had any sense, you'd steal some money and buy a ranch on the western coast of Mexico. Get hold of a good green hillside looking down on the sea and build something on it. Make a decent human place where people can come and really feel peace, if only for a few hours, before rushing out again to that stinking TV world. You may well be, as you noted, well on your way to becoming the middle-aged, loud-mouthed, so-called revolutionary that you say you deplore. but your concern for your image suggests that you like that scene too much, all those microphones and cameras and people asking for statements. Which is fine, but where do you go at midnight, when the last act ends? By doing it that way, you become a freak/pawn in their game. During the 5 years I worked at jobs, I got fired from every one, without exception, and with the single exception of this place I'm in now, I've been evicted from every place I've ever lived. Which proves, of course, that I was right all along, and let me tell you why. Shit, my reasons would fill 200 garbage cans. Well, maybe I'm leaning too far in my own direction here, maybe trying to justify my efforts to build a personal fort where the pigs can't get me except on my own terms, but even if I've overdone my thing out here, I'm convinced the instinct is valid. Like Don Juan's idea of a CDO.1, I think you need at least a claim on a sense of internal order before you can rush out and rip at the world. Who the fuck are you to be preaching about the eternal verities when you can't even manage to find a door to close behind you? What have you built? What have you left behind? Again, maybe I'm projecting, and maybe your play will explain it all. But I don't have much faith in words. People buy them and print them for no reason except that maybe they'll sell. The validity of writing a book, or a play, is about on par with the validity of making law. Which is no reason for not doing it, but only a fool takes it seriously. Your whole lifestyle, and mine, for that matter, is horrible mute testimony to your reverence for the law. The men who wrote the Volstead Act II thought they were laying God's own truth on us, and even the editors of Time magazine think they're doing the world a favor. They have their own weird reasons, like the Pope has his, but every one of the fuckers thinks he's doing God's work. So fuck them all. And now, 2 days later, I've finished reading your play, or, more precisely, your rewrite of that TV script you sent me about 6 months ago. What the fuck makes you think I'd like it any better now than I did then? You think my head is getting soft? That I wouldn't remember it? You'll recall, I hope, that I sent you some comments after reading the first draft, and I find this one essentially the same, although perhaps toned down a bit here and there. But not much. It's still a race/culture exercise, with every character a stereotype, including Jose, the stoic Chicano hero solving the riddle for the rest of society's leftovers. The Eden Oak bit strikes me, then and now, as a flimsy attempt to wrap your preachings in some kind of neo-dramatic framework, but I'm damned if I have any idea why those people were gathered in that auditorium, or what the fuck that man with the Harvard accent was trying to prove. Maybe I'm thick, you'll have to figure that out for yourself, and this may be the finest piece of dramatic writing ever conceived by human hand. I'd like to think so, because I'd like to see you get rich and powerful in the film racket so you could give me a job here and there. But I doubt if this thing is the ticket. Why don't you try writing about life and reality for a change? Your novel at least had good dialogue, but in this thing you've resorted to the wooden puppet talk of an old-time morality play. Come down off your fucking cross and look at the world. You've been trying to get yourself crucified for about 10 years now, and it's getting so obvious that only your friends are likely to indulge you. I think we could manage it out here for $200 or so, with photos nail you to a tree above Snowmass, or maybe in basalt. And for another $100 I could make up a mind-rattling press release and arrange to have it distributed. Why not? You could even arrange to have your biography printed privately. But that's too easy. They won't even let you starve to death on TV in LA, they'll jam a tube down your throat and put you back on the street. That's the real punishment, and frankly I deplore it, but why get into that? Writing and politics are all part of the same foul game, and I have enough shit on my hands out here without adding your Christ complex to my list. Yeah, and how's that for the naked criticism you asked for? Probably you'd be better off sticking with the lily-livered liberals because they pay good money for a lot of crap far worse than this thing of yours. The crucial difference is that yours is obvious, it's too awkward and serious in a direction they don't want because it's not entertaining. With half the time and effort, you could write a very saleable, harmless thing for TV, and by adopting that viewpoint you wouldn't have to endure this kind of crap from people like me. Which you asked for, right? I wish you wouldn't hold back, you said. I have it here in print. And so much for that. As for the acid problem, I don't know what to make of it. All I know is that I wouldn't pay a dime a cap for that acid you gave me in LA. I had the same problem with that big mescaline score I was onto, it turned out to be pure shit. I bought 20 caps for $30, and it was all a bad hype. Since then, however, I've discovered a sporadic supply of excellent mesc. For $3 a cap, but if you stumble on anything good in SF I'll happily send you $20 for 20, if that's the price. My stuff is so strong that a full cap means the loss of a night and the next day. I'd like something a bit cheaper and less violent, so consider me good for 20 when you go up to SF providing you try it and say it's okay. And that's it for now. I have to get to work. Everybody in the world is shitting on me for not producing, and although I don't see much point in it, I guess I have to write something if only to pay the rent and taxes. In the meantime, let me know if you can manage to get an address and a phone number. This is the last thing I'll send to 408 Spring. Ciao. HST. To the editor, Aspen Times. As Aspen continued to develop from a quiet mountain town into a swank playground for the rich, famous, and security-conscious, Thompson feared their encroachment down the valley toward Woody Creek. January 17, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Hair Editor. Wonderful, yes, that's the way I feel, back in Aspen. Heil, Heil. Many times, while traveling, I raised my stein to sing the Aspen anthem. Roll me over. Indeed, we all know that one. They know it in Detroit, and in East St. Louis, too. In East Oakland and Whittier they said I had a certain kind of class, and I said, why not? I'm from Aspen. How fine it is to be back. And how wonderful to see that Herr Barnard, the Burgermeister Aspen Mayor Bugsy Barnard, has finally done my thing, and none too soon. If more people realized how many communists there are in Aspen, and how well organized they are, we could burn them all out in 9 hours. Bring them to me, at the furnace in Lenadoux. My summer ashes are settled and well raked. I took the beads and flutes to Spanish Fork, where I traded them for cheap gas. Heil, Heil. I have a list of Reds, and I know where they live. There are exactly 644 known communists in Aspen. All but 14 have burned their cards since Herr Barnard began his investigation. Of these 14, 2 are on the police force, 1 dispenses drugs at Carl's Pharmacy, 3 run a printing press in the Paragon cellar, 1 is in the roofing and siding racket at Snowmass, 4 sell dope while posing as ski instructors, and the other 3 live in a pumpkin near Ashcroft. What I say is true. I have a list, which was sent to me from California by Judge Crater. Now, for the second phase of my memorandum, after a 2-week delay. I was called to Washington, yes. For an event of massive importance, a medical first. Heil. The first chief executive to grow from a dropped pile. I witnessed it all, the dropping, the growth atavistic reversions and surgical victories, yes, and finally the big day, which I attempted to witness, but was driven off the parade route by a hail of garbage. Those swine will pay, and pay dearly. We have ways. But I digress. Indeed, I took a trip, a brief vacation from the cheap unprincipled haggling that passes for news in the sold-out valley. The boss has been told about the dealing here, and his creature, Herr Hickel, has been instructed to study our methods and apply them, on a cost-efficient basis, to the mindless rape of almost everything else. No other city in the nation can claim to represent both the vanguard and the rearguard of human endeavor. Nowhere else is the tax structure so advanced and so flexible that the validity of any tax depends on the willingness of elected officials to settle all complaints on a civic payoff basis. We are on the verge of establishing a really mind-staggering precedent in this area. I think it's wonderful a tax is valid if the litigant can be bought off cheap, but otherwise if the geek can hold out long enough it may be unconstitutional. What better way to spread the Aspen spirit? Only one: lunatic slurs on the ancient political affiliations of those who challenge local tax law. By the mayor, no less. Sorry, bub, we have orders to cut your legs off, his owner says you're a red Heil. Meanwhile, the district attorney is having his neighbor arrested on drug charges, as a final solution to the water rights problem. And Carl's Pharmacy pays for an ad showing a phalanx of employees giving the Black Power salute. And ski freaks in Washington talk about a Playboy Club on top of the Hotel Jerome. Yes, it's a wonderful idea, of course I wouldn't go there anymore, but Herr Barnard has told us all this in prophecy. I recall sitting at a gathering at the Aspen Institute sometime in the fall, a seminar, of sorts, on the future of Aspen, and the mayor spoke up on the subject of sewage. The sewer system, he said, is approaching its hydraulic limit, which is the point where the sewage starts flowing back to the point of origin, a reversal in the pipes. Obviously, that limit has come and gone. We are now awash in our own waste. And humor fails in the long shadow of that reality. Aspen is now Disneyland in the snow, and to me that has a fine familiar ring. 30 years ago, in my time, we called it the 1,000-Year Reich. And we did a lot of building. To Lynn Strugnell. Thompson responded to a bizarre letter from Lynn Strugnell of Villa de la Rosa Aurora, in Belize City, British Honduras. Addressing him as Dear Hunter, the fan suggested she would beat him up if he objected to her use of some of your stuff from that groovy book you wrote on Hell's Angels. January 33 Sick, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Miss Strugnell. It's hard for me to cope with the wretched excess of your notion that you might have the prerogative of addressing me, in print, on a first-name basis. I regard it as just another stinking, evil indication of the moral and ethical rot that is driving us all to bad acid. Beyond that, the magic sound of your address compels me to write and advise you that under no circumstances and in no way, in no form or otherwise do you have my permission to reprint my book or any part of it for monetary gain, profit, or in any other style except as might elevate me in the public consciousness of Belize City or any contiguous unincorporated part of that area. Beware, I have more lawyers and agents than I could possibly tell you about. Tracking you down in Honduras would be no problem for them. They are a gang of treacherous monsters without mercy even for me, the doomed client. Regarding your own problems, I suggest you go to the ambassador and confess. Otherwise, thanks for the good letter. I've received a mountain of weird garbage about that book, so a human communication is a welcome thing. As far as I'm concerned, you can do anything you want with the book or anything short of reselling it in any way. What do you have in mind? I can't think of any way you could hang me up in Honduras, but I'm sure you could find a few without much effort. My legal problems on that book are still mounting up, no end to them, no hope. And to hell with all that. The official world is crazier and meaner than we know. I just got back from Nixon's inauguration and my head is still jangled from seeing it. Ah! The horror. Yes, President Nixon. It's easier to be fair with the angels than with that freak. Well, good luck with whatever you're doing. Quote me as much as you want, but for Christ's sake be careful about selling whatever you're doing. You could complicate both of our lives by getting greedy. Like I say, there's not much you can do in Honduras that would make waves up here. Okay, thanks again for the good words. It's nice to make contact now and then, especially from the Villa de la Rosa Aurora. Yeah, that's tough. What the hell is it? Hunter S. Thompson. Oh yeah, your handwriting indicates that you're crazy and wound up backwards. Sela. To Jim Silberman, Random House. For the first time, Thompson reveals why he felt the need to create his alter ego Raoul Duke. February 11, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Aspen photographer Cherie Heiser tells me you didn't see a book in those Haight-Ashbury photos. And, in all truth, I didn't, either. But I hate to see a collection like that just turn yellow in the drawer, particularly since it's the first honest photo view of the hippie scene I've ever laid eyes on. All the other stuff is a reflection of various put-on snapshots from the Great Love-In, etc., yippie press agent work. But that girl seemed to get into the thing so far that they could look straight at her and never see the camera. Or maybe not the person behind the camera. Anyway, it suddenly reminds me of all those Hell's Angels photos of mine, all that work and even the stomping, just to get a few wall decorations. I finally got the color stuff back from Ballantine, but I never did see the black and white. The last I heard of it, Chris Surf 3 had taken it somewhere. Remember these things when the bell tolls for thee. Tomorrow, for instance, I will mark the 10th anniversary of my discharge from the Air Force by going back to an AF base to do an article on test pilots. I told them I'd be back someday. 10 years ago those pigs made me spend a week painting a latrine, over and over again, 12 hours a day for 6 days, the same 4 vomit green walls. And now they tell me they're going to put a driver at my disposal. Yes sir, whatever you need. Ho, ho. Yeah. Which means I'm taking off for Los Angeles and Edwards AFB in a few hours. I'll be there, at the Continental Hotel after a few days at the base, until February 23rd or so. I'll also be drifting around the East LA barrio with my Brown Power man, Oscar Acosta. There's a good article and even a book in that action, but Paul Jacobs IV is the only person who seems to believe it. The Mexican gig, right now, is about 5 years behind the black bandwagon. Oscar is the lawyer for the Brown Berets and those people. I once sent his novel to Margaret Harrell, but she didn't seem to think it measured up. And probably she was right, but Oscar could do a book on the Brown Power business. I won't mention this again until it's time to say I told you so. Well, all I meant to write here was a note about those photos. Cherie said she mentioned her astrology book to you, and I guess I should apologize for that. I told her I wouldn't involve myself in that kind of rude hype, and I didn't. But, like Mr. Nixon says, the business of America is business. Or, when nothing else works, try the stars. As for progress, all I can say is that I'm learning more than ever. This past year, on paper, has been a total loss and a prelude to bankruptcy. But if I should drop out of the sky in a big jet plane one of these days, you can come to my funeral with a clear conscience. My sporadic jokes about Random House paying for my education are really quite serious. You can write it off as a charitable enterprise, or an educational experiment. I have learned a hell of a lot in the past year. And I might even get a good book out of it. We'll soon see, I guess. I find myself slipping more and more into the role of my pseudonymous foil, Raoul Duke, who no longer understands what his journalism is all about. I am still working, for instance, on that goddamned NRA article which now seems like a nerve center of some kind, touching on every other question or problem that plagues us. The notion of gun control spreads out, like some kind of malignant ganglia, to almost every story that sounds big right now. Frightening, eh? And I guess I'd better get back to it, in the few hours I have left. I am sitting in the middle of about 20 stacks of MS paper, all dealing with guns, crime, murder, madness, fascism, bullshit, and law. Jesus, the freaking goddamn law. The gun problem, for instance, has led me into a detailed grappling with Anthony Louis Gideon's Trumpet 5, one of the best things I've read in 10 years. It's a genuine classic. And so much for that, too. One of these days I'll explain how an allegedly talented writer can produce 5 pages a day for a solid year and finish with nothing at all. That, too, will be a genuine classic. Ciao. Hunter. To Hiram Anderson, Edwards Air Force Base. Thompson had agreed to provide the final draft of his pageant article on test pilots to his press contact at Edwards Air Force Base for pre-publication review. February 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Anderson. Sorry, as usual, to be late checking in. I was late finishing the test pilot article, and consequently I'm late getting this copy to you. But what the hell, if I were seriously concerned about time I should have stayed in the Air Force, right? Curtis LeMay 6 would have known how to capitalize on my talents, just as he did on his own. Sela. Anyway, in accordance with our vague agreement, I'm enclosing a copy of the article. I resent it, of course, and if you hadn't been so helpful and considerate I would have found some excuse to skip this exercise, but neither you nor anyone else at Edwards gave me any kind of excuse to be vindictive or vengeful in even the smallest way, and if the article itself doesn't make you or the others entirely happy, I'm sorry. It represents a necessarily incomplete distillation of the impressions I got during my visit, and in fact I can't see much about it that I'd expect would disturb the kind of hard-nosed, fine-focused pro that test pilots seem to be. I deliberately avoided using technical matter as far as possible, in order to avoid any chance of hassling with an Air Force truth squad. There are, however, a handful of possible errors, and if I've made any factual mistakes I'll appreciate hearing from you at your earliest convenience. Matters of opinion, as you noted in one of our conversations, are not subject to censorship. In any case, thanks again for the help. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Researching the death of the American dream was not cheap. March 1, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Statement. Expenses incurred by Hunter S. Thompson in research on Death of American Dream book/project. 6 days in Los Angeles 2/14, 2/1969 not including RT airfare from Aspen, car rental in LA or other expenses in connection with article for Pageant magazine on Air Force test pilots. All following items pertain to activities in LA proper, not the test pilot research expenses, which I billed to Pageant. $191.62. 6 days Continental Hotel, LA. 21.33. Books on California and LA culture, Pickwick K Shop. 120.00. All other expenses including meals, entertainment, tips, cabs, magazines, and papers, etc. Except the following item, computed at $20 per day. 50.00. Special contribution to Brown Power Firebomb Fund, as it were absolutely necessary for access to this very nervous area of activity in East LA Ghetto. This is a difficult item to explain on paper. Sela. $382.95. Total. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Silberman, Random House. To Thompson's great relief, Silberman liked his idea of using Raoul Duke's wild escapades as a fictional thread tying together the death of the American dream. March 17, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Thanks for the words. You have focused on my root problem in the new book combining controlled, and formal, journalism with the jangled reality of my day-to-day thing. That was my original reason for bringing in Raoul Duke to let me sit back and play reasonable, while he freaks out. Or maybe those roles should be reversed? Or maybe the whole thing should be done in the tone of the Nixon inaugural piece. That would be more honest, I guess, but it would leave me without a framework, making the book a series of newsy vignettes, and that doesn't excite me. Probably the thing to do, for now, is to write a long section with Duke in, just to see how it looks all around, and also to get that $5,000. And if Duke doesn't work, we can take it from there, especially since most of the straight journalism is already written in first draft form. Things have gone out of control since I talked to you last. Playboy has sent me off to capture the soul and essence of Jean-Claude Killy, the ski freak, and as usual what seemed like a quick and easy thing has turned into a complicated monster. My first encounter with Killy, for instance, was at the Chicago Auto Show in the goddamn Stockyards Amphitheater, all those ghosts, with Killy and O.J. Simpson selling Chevrolets in the same big room where Carl Albert Seven once peddled Hubert Humphrey. Christ, what a nightmare. Anyway, I'll be in New Hampshire tomorrow and most of this week, C/O Bill Rollins, Skiers Gazette, at the Outlook in Waterville, or C/O Bill Cardoso at the Boston Globe Sunday Mag. Let me know if you think it would be a good thing for me to stop through New York on Friday, on my way back home. If you feel like talking, it's no problem for me to stop in New York, so let me know. Friday is sort of open for me, the only question is which hotel, and which city, I'll spend the night in. Okay for now. Hunter. To Carrie McWilliams, The Nation. March 24, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Carrie. Good to hear from you. It reminds me of a time when I was a writer instead of a dealer. Contrary to your apparent impression, I haven't abandoned the nation for fatter markets. I wish to hell it were that simple. In truth, I find myself constantly grappling with senseless, ill-conceived notions for book chapters and other garbage. Bottomless pits that keep me writing desperately and accomplishing nothing. I have a huge book due in July and another next April, both requiring constant research and travel. I have spent about 3 weeks at home since December 1st. As always, I am naked of good article ideas despite my constant involvement with good subjects. You can imagine my frustration, I think, when I found myself in Chicago with press credentials from the Demo.com. And then no article to write at the end of that incredible week. My situation at the moment is insane. I have an expense account to go almost anywhere I want, for any good reason, but all I am doing is going into debt to the Diners Club. I just got back from New Hampshire and Boston, and the week before it was the Chicago Auto Show in that same evil Stockyards Amphitheater. There's a possible, Reflections on the Stockyards, 6 months later, or something like that. I spent 2 days in that place and was terrified the whole time, many ghosts. Before it was LA, where my friend Oscar Acosta told me you'd queried him about a piece on the Chicano action there. As a matter of fact, I have it here on my desk. He asked me to look it over before he sent it on. And I told him the lead was hopeless. He has a good story down there combining the felony conspiracy backlash with his own personal challenge, in the courts, of the grand jury system. Echoes of the latter surfaced briefly in the Sirhan trial, and about a month ago some LA, I think, assemblyman introduced a bill in Sacramento, virtually identical to Oscar's brief. His article is a good legal document, but not good journalism. I suspect, now and then, that the best way to tap Oscar's complex and finely articulate grasp of the Chicano situation would be to send somebody to interview him. But not me. I've been privy to too many accidental confidences in that area to be able to write a straight article without losing at least one friend. At the moment I'm trying to finish a long article on the Nat. Rifle Association, allegedly for Esquire, but I have to leave in a few days for Fort Lauderdale, to check out a book chapter. I hope to avoid this, but if I can't, it might be an article of some kind. Let me know if any of this interests you. Ciao. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Japan Sony Corporation introduced the beta videocassette in 1969, a development that prompted a Nostradamus-like burst of prescience from Thompson. March 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Are you ready for the death of print, books, and magazines? The whole weird future was laid on me tonight by a professor from UCLA Journalism School. The only missing link, he says, is a process for editing videotape without computers, and after that it's a whole new ball game. No more Hollywood, no more book publishers, no more magazines. I never paid much attention to Marshall McLuhan 8, if only because he's basically incoherent and needs about 5 editors. but the forecast I heard tonight is ominously clear, the underground backstairs line from UCLA and from a man whose checks are signed, as it were, by Max Rafferty and Ronnie Reagan. 9. The real new journalism. He offered to turn me loose with a SoundSync videotape machine the next time I get to LA. No bigger than a typewriter, combining the roles of script writer, director, editor, producer, and, yes, even publisher. Tape cassettes instead of book covers, videotape receivers instead of magazines or newspapers. Jesus, it boggles the mind. The next time I get to New York I'd like to talk about it. This is a wild new gig. Are you into it? Why not ponder a tape/book experiment? To hell with the undiscovered editing process, that's inevitable, anyway. Why not learn to use the tools before they're perfected? Do you have any screening rooms designed into that new building? Send word. Hunter. To the Cherokee Institute. Thompson was scrupulous in researching his exposé of the NRA. April 12, 1969. Box 37. Woody Creek Co. 81656. Cherokee Institute. Box 7243 Department RM25. Country Club Station. Kansas City, Missouri 64113. Gentlemen, please send at once the following items, as per your ad in the Rocky Mountain News. 1. Brevet tear gas pistol, complete with 6 shells and 6 blanks, 1 gun unit. 2 extra boxes of 10 tear gas shells, each box, 20 extra shells in all. 1 holster. I am enclosing my check for $21 to cover the above items. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Oscar Acosta. April 13, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. As much as I hate to say this, I'm afraid it's become perfectly clear to me and a lot of other people that you're wasting your time trying to communicate in a language you've never mastered and probably never will, especially now, in light of the new information we have on the Mexican IQ factor. Most of the people who know you agree that your best chance lies in moving at once to some border town like Nogales and getting into a small divorce practice or maybe the buying and selling of children, anything that won't require you to grapple with the subtleties of composition, which is not your bright suit, as you must know by now. There is no longer any point in ducking this issue. Sandy cried when she got your last letter. She said it reminded her of the gibberish she used to get from her father, just prior to his fatal brain transplant. That woman in Riverbank should be whipped for the damage she did. I had her checked out and discovered that she's had a serious drug problem for many years and recently caused trouble on a Mohawk Airlines flight between Albany and NYC. It seems she had a large satchel full of transistor radios, all tuned to different stations at top volume, and refused to give them up when other passengers became alarmed at the din. Or was that the Bo? 10? He sounds in good shape. I knew he'd sooner or later get around to blaming me for his troubles. Moving to New York is pretty drastic and it's never cured anyone else, but what the hell? As for your new lead, I haven't been able to get at it yet. I've been traveling steadily, between bouts with this Esquire article, which is now up to 93 finished pages and totally unsaleable and unfinishable. On top of that, I have a useless Playboy piece due in a week, but I haven't begun. I spent 2 weeks traveling on it, then hung it up for lost, but due to vicious tax problems I have to at least try to write something for them. After that I plan to quit all articles until the end of summer, concentrating on this stinking book, so I can quit nonfiction altogether and write fantasies. The Playboy thing is due April 20th, and after that I'll try to doctor your thing. Although you should have told me you'd sent it to Kerry McWilliams, I had written him a long letter about your whole situation and suddenly you short-circuit the thing. In any case, you're now on his list for LA/Chicano stories, so the best thing to do is wait until he wants something. He rarely buys things he hasn't asked for. If I were you I wouldn't give Magar any more acid, he's likely to have one of those disastrous delayed reactions and go all to pieces on the freeway some afternoon, a racist freakout, consumed by a sudden overwhelming hatred for all Mexicans and maybe Jews too. His last letter sounded somewhat down. I think he should join the police force and abandon his shameless Irish pretensions. Those potato-grubbing pigs have never been worth a shit for anything. We all know that. In any case, you're going to have a hard time selling your thing in its present form, which is hobbled by a POV somewhere between legal objectivity and raging bias. I think it should be one or the other, although perhaps the new Ramparts might go for the present form, once the lead is redone. You might drop Peter Collier 11 a note and ask if it interests him. Don't send the piece, just describe the situation in a graph or two and see what he says. My name won't do you any good there, since I welched on a piece for Collier and am in the process now of welshing on a promised book review. Writing has become so difficult for me that it's all I can do to finish a letter. Aspen is a mudhole these days, wet snow and cold rain, turning to rumors of eviction in the afternoon and followed in the evening by vicious notes from the Diners Club. If I get kicked out of here, I think I'll do something drastic, like burn the house and flee to Guatemala. Well, fuck it, I have to get back to work. Good luck in Nogales. HST. P.S. Are you trying to tell me you think a cop shot a kid at point blank range with a .38 special and not one of 5 shots went through the body? Were there holes in the seat? Did they change seats? Or was the kid just a real tough spick? To Jim Silberman, Random House. Desperate for cash, Thompson proposed that Ballantine Books put out a quickie paperback edition of his unpublished decade-old novel, The Rum Diary. April 15, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here's a copy of a thing I sent to Shercliffe the other day. I talked to him yesterday and then tried to call you, at 4:55 p.m., your time, but there was no answer. Anyway, I think I've blown an essentially rich and pleasant contract out of the water by firing this notion off in the mails, but since I've already done that, I figure I might as well bring you into the circle and see what happens. All this really amounts to is a plot to get rid of the Rum Diary by publishing it secretly and letting the Ballantine distribution system do the rest. Then, if you feel like putting out a new edition or something like that at some later date, you'll be free to either do so or ignore the thing completely. It just seems to me that we've wasted enough time pretending the Rum Diary is a major project, or even that RH intends to publish it. I can see my way clear to put a steady month of work into it, but not the 6 months it would take to get it up to even the minimum level I'd want for hardcover publication and reviews. Anyway, read the Xerox letter and say what you think. Shercliffe said he doesn't give a hoot in hell either way. I see definite signs of Nixon's disease coming over him, a gut despair of some kind, or maybe it's just me, maybe he thinks I'm never going to write another book. Actually, I've been writing like a bastard for the past 6 months. Tomorrow I'm sending Esquire 101 pages of an article titled My Gun Problem, and theirs, with another 20 to 30 pages to finish it off. This may be the seed of that evil book you bastards have been trying to lure me into doing for 2 years. It's horrifying to think I've done 101 finished pages after only a week of actual experience and interviews. Maybe you should look at the crap and see what it means, what it amounts to now. I think far more than an article is a heavy chunk of the AD/Hayrub book. Maybe even a fifth, ho ho, yes, and if we can send Raoul Duke out to Lansing, Michigan to see the president of the NRA, put him on a plane with a head full of mescaline, well, we might start talking in terms of a third, Actually, the thing that sustains me these days is stolen moments of work on a piece of nightmare fiction set in SF, LA, and Tijuana. I'll write you a 10-page outline if you promise to sell it to the movies for $250,000. It beats the hell out of anything I've heard of or read in a long time. Okay, for now, back to page 102. Ciao. Hunter. To Bernard Shercliffe, Ballantine Books. Thompson had finally received a royalty check for Hell's Angels. April 17,
1969. Woody Creek Co. You have great tactical sense, Bernard. A check for $15,000 tends to scramble a man's brains when it comes out of nowhere. Needless to say, I appreciate it, but what really haunts me now is the vision of all that money we might have made if the book had ever reached the mass market racks. Ah, nightmares, nightmares. Anyway, thanks. And, with regard to my recent letter altering various contracts, I urge you to keep in mind that it was only a suggestion, a hazy idea for giving you a book that otherwise won't be published. Leon Friedman 12 called to ask why I was dumping the contract that Lynn had just worked out, and I explained that I hadn't meant to dump anything except a dim-looking trip to Fort Lauderdale. Anyway, again, I told Leon that I was and am amenable to whatever seems best all around. If Silberman wants to sit on the rum diary for the rest of all our natural lives, well, maybe he knows best. And that anti-travel book still looks good to me, regardless of who brings it out. So, in closing, I remain, as always, in favor of whatever's right. Hunter. To Peter Collier, Ramparts. Although he had agreed to review Timothy Leary's two new books, High Priest and The Politics of Ecstasy, for Ramparts, after reading them Thompson reneged out of distrust of the author and distaste for his work. April 21, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Peter. First off, or early on, as it were, here's $15 for 2 more years. I assume you'll want to pass it on to the money people. I'd send $100 for a lifetime gig if I thought I'd be around for 10 years or so, but given the realities of this vicious age, I figure a lifetime subscription to anything right now is a bad investment. Actually, the reason I'm sending this to you instead of the Adresograph gentleman is my abiding curiosity as to Warren Hinkle's action these days. The snide backhands laced into your New Era statements and fund appeals express the staff position pretty well, but it naturally saddens those of us, or at least me, who remember Warren at his high-rolling best, and who also remain ignorant of whatever heinous action must have transpired in the last hours. Is he serious about putting out a new magazine? If I had a lot of money, I'd be tempted to give him some, if only to watch it burn and hear the screams of the afflicted. Maybe Hinkle was the first victim of the Nixon era, the death of humor and a purge of profligate crazies. In any case, his demise, like former editor Paul Krasner's conversion to whatever humorless gig seems to have claimed him, puts another notch in the great angst that seems to come on me these days when I wonder if it's worth the effort to go down and clean out my P.O. box. The simple fact of Hinkle sitting there in his office full of bad debts and strange animals 13 lent a sense of possibility to the task of confronting my mail, some slim wild chance that the fiendish daily stack might yield up something with a terrible zang and rattle to it. Well, I seem to be rambling, so fuck all that. I suspect I've said whatever I meant to, anyway. The only other thing on my list at the moment is a note to say something about the goddamn Tim Leary book review I've been promising Susan Lydon 14 for many months. There's no point trying to explain why I haven't sent it in. I've been doing that for so long that I no longer believe anything I say, and not much of what I write, and, strange as it may seem, I'm writing a hell of a lot. Probably too much for the wrong people and the wrong reasons. Everything I start turns into a 100-page screed of some kind. I've made 2 mean and ugly starts on the Leary thing, but in truth I don't have much stomach for laying another bad shot on the poor bastard. His prose is worse than H.L. Hunt's. 15 Leary is still the same power freak who tried West Point and the priesthood before he found an opening in the acid world. He is still hustling the idle rich, at least that's what he was doing in Aspen a few weeks ago, and I guess his hustle still makes the nut, but it's a little sad to see him so completely irrelevant to anyone under 50. I don't see much point in fucking with Leary except as an excuse to comment on that era he tried to represent. He's nothing but an aging PR man for himself, and that's a pretty lonely gig these days. Knocking his books won't serve any purpose unless maybe I'm so far out of touch that I don't realize that a lot of people still take him seriously. If so, well, I guess he deserves a mean shot or two. Otherwise, I have to come over to SF pretty soon to look at whatever's left of Love City. It's a part of this goddamn book I've supposedly been working on for the past year. So maybe the thing to do is use Leary as a touchstone for some comments on that scene. The hate situation has a particular relevance to me, since that was my last address before coming out here, and the fact of it poses a continuing question in my head, a thing that needs good evidence before I can let it rest. So I'll be over there anyway, and it may work out that I can make good use of a deadline to force a coherent comment out of myself, as a seed for something bigger. I did that with Nixon's inauguration, and the system seems to work. Anyway, I'll give you a ring when I get over there, probably in June. Meanwhile, tell Susan L. that, despite all my noble intentions, chances are pretty good that I won't be sending her a straight review of those Leary books. I'll be happy to send them back, or send them to somebody else, so tell her to send a line if she thinks that's the best way to go. Either way, I'll give a ring when I get to town. Ramparts is the only magazine, except The Realist, whose staff I've ever enjoyed meeting on a personal basis. Most personal confrontations are disastrous for me. I just had one with Playboy that is still haunting me, in every way. I think David Pearce, the garbage mayor of Richmond, had the right idea. He is now living on a hashish farm in Nepal, financing his new life with profits from various hypes and skullduggeries from the old days. I now understand why he panicked when I put you onto that garbage lobby deal. Okay, it's getting into dawn here and I have to finish off a 135-page article on the gun lobby, my failed project for this winter. For the summer season I mean to do a thing titled, Failure, or, No More Freaks, Good Riddance, and Fuck You All. In closing, I remain, in the necessary spirit of fear and loathing. Hunter S. Thompson. To Davison Thompson. April 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Davison. I assume you have the sweater by now. It's new and fresh from its first dry cleaning. I bought it because I liked it, but without knowing how fucking stylish it was. At that ski resort in New Hampshire every geek in the place had one, and I had to keep my down parka on the whole time. If I lived anywhere but Aspen I'd wear the thing and like it, but around here it makes me look like somebody who buys from the Playboy Advertiser's Guide. Let me know if you feel you can wear it without apologies in Cleveland. I placed an order for another blue sweater, but with a sewn-in Viet Cong emblem instead of those goddamn killy racing stripes. This new typewriter is difficult to cope with, nothing moves except the ball. I picked it up for Juan, for a $50 IOU. He can't jam it, and I've never seen a better teaching toy. He copies words and learns to spell. I wouldn't be surprised if he could type a simple letter on his own within 6 months. He handles it better than I do. I'm giving my other machine a rest after just mailing, this morning, that goddamn NRA article I began back in December. It came out to 140 finished pages and I see no hope of getting it published as an article. Maybe a book, but not without a lot more work that I'd rather not get into. But I may have to. As it stands now, I've worked 4 months for either $1,000 or nothing at all. I seriously doubt if any editor will take the time to condense 140 pages down to 35 or so. I'll find out soon enough. Meanwhile the killy piece was due today, the 25th, and the 5-day extension I got won't help much. I haven't even begun to write, and it will take a miracle to do the thing quickly, since there's not much to write about in the first place. After this, I'm declaring a moratorium on all articles until I can finish a book of some kind. There's one due July 1st for RH, but I won't make that either. All in all, there's not a lot of good news from this end, particularly after borrowing to pay long overdue taxes, with penalties, charges, interest, etc. Mom called the other night and talked to Sandy. I wasn't here, but apparently they had a good talk. Sandy said she seemed depressed, but not weird or difficult. There was something about a depressing letter from Jim, but it didn't sound like anything unusual.
I've been meaning to send her $150 for my share of that tuition, and I'll get it done tomorrow. I think I have some funds left over from the tax panic. Life continues to become more complicated, although Sandy's pregnancy is coming along without problems. The thing is due sometime in July, and then I plan to have myself castrated. Christ, it's 25 of 6 here, and I think the morning radio stations just cut into my night reception from LA and San Francisco, which come in like local stations at night, but now it's all static and whistling. I got up around 10 last night, so I suppose I'll be up all day. It was snowing the last time I looked outside, this filthy, muddy spring. Snow, rain, and melting snow drive most people off to Mexico until June, but not me. Maybe next year, after a film sale of some kind. Or something. Okay for now. I think one's about to get up, which means a taste of Captain Kangaroo and maybe the morning news. I guess I'll be around here until at least June, trying to put a book together. Ciao. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson wanted to make sure his draft-age brother had the option of staying in college. April 27, 1969. Owl Farm. Dear Mom. Here's my share of Jim's tuition, $150, or at least my share, according to Davison. The last I recall, he was going to send half of the necessary $300, so I guess this is the other half. I talked to Jim from Chicago about a month ago and couldn't make heads or tails of what he intended to do about school. But, frankly, I can't see how any honest appraisal of his choice adds up to anything but a potluck of greater or lesser evils. I remember thinking I had a tough way to go at 19, but in fact I had a hell of a lot of options that Jim doesn't have in this goddamn war-maddened world. I'm not sure what I'd do today if my only choice was between staying at UK or getting drafted or going to jail or leaving the country. In all honesty, I think I'd leave the country, although I wouldn't want to, and I'd feel I was being driven out. But I'd feel like a ghoulish hypocrite if I told anybody these days to grit his teeth and obey orders. Nobody kids themselves anymore about the military building character or anything else worth building. So, if a check now and then can help buy options, I figure it's nothing lost and a chance of something gained. Tell Jim to let me know how his prospects look. As I've said, I rarely have money, but I can usually get my hands on some when it's absolutely necessary. On other fronts, Sandy said she and Juan had a good talk with you last week. I just finished a huge, impossible piece on guns and gun control. And now I have another due yesterday, and that's my rent and spending money, so I have to get on it. Let me know more about how things are going there. I'll be here until July, then probably another burst of traveling after the baby arrives. Knock knock. Okay for now. Love. H. To William Murray. Thompson's old friend William Murray, a Princeton graduate now working at the Saturday Evening Post, had written about the Hells Angels for his magazine. May 7, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Willie. The Owl Farm is, as everyone knows, my place of residence since 1960. This one happens to be 25 acres and a large house finely situated in a pasture on a dirt road within Longmortar's range of Aspen. I am always just a hair ahead of the action. There were those, you'll recall, who scorned my choice of dwelling areas in SF, little realizing, etc. So hang tough and wait till you hear about the Kingdom of Ender scene out here, but if you show up out here with a big grin and a legal pad, I'll blow your head off. As for Tom Wolfe, yes, I gave him that scene. He called to ask if I had any tapes, and of course I sent him the bundle. I learned slowly, but I can still smile affectionately at the mirror. Wolfe knows. And he knows that I know. And now, you, too, and in time maybe others, as it were. Or maybe not, but why worry? Given the strange and terrible nature of my contract haggling, I'll never be able to write again, anyway. I have now hired a New York literary lawyer, in addition to a new agent, and I've blown enough fat assignments to make 9 men rich, but sometime soon I might publish something worthwhile. The novel remains in limbo while I spend numerous advances for other books I have no interest in writing. But I sense a crunch coming on. So I may have to perform, if only briefly. I feel entirely on top of things, but the fucking world demands proof, if only to have something to bungle and misinterpret, but they pay for that privilege, so. Anyway, regarding your blues guitarist B.B. King piece, I assume you understand that I'd never consider paying you a compliment in anything but the most oblique and devious manner. We all have our styles, and that's mine. Just for the record, however, the B.B. thing was done with a rare, painfully honest kind of eye, not an ounce of fat or bullshit on it. Jesus, I seem to be slipping. Anyway, I expect to be out here through the summer, which looks entirely weird and active. I've been traveling all winter, blowing one assignment after another and running up huge bills on my new credit cards. Something will have to come of it very soon by July 1st, in fact, according to my contract. And after that I think I'd like to make a movie. We can ponder this drift on my next visit to your area, which I suspect will be about midsummer. Sandy is ready to give birth in July, so I'll be here until then. Come on out if you get a chance. I have plenty of room. Ciao. Hunter. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. Angling to get a story about Aspen's overdevelopment on the CBS News, Thompson lay out for Rudd what he saw as an impending showdown between the Freaks and the Cowboys in the rapidly changing resort town. May 11, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. It grieves me to have to inform you that the Kingdom of Ender has been at least temporarily shot down. The Great Aspen Freak Festival is no more, due to heavy local pressure put on the 2 or 3 landowners willing to lease land for it. According to the promoters, the thing was derailed at the last possible moment by a flurry of phone calls to record companies by the Aspen Chamber of Commerce, warning of serious physical danger to the musicians. The chamber people deny this, saying they only called to ask questions, and my peripheral interest doesn't allow for running up huge phone bills to establish a minor truth. Either way, the war is already building, CENC clip-on hippie harassment suit. What's lacking now is the focus that the festival would have provided. The forecast now is for a series of clashes, building to a climax in early August. There is already talk of vigilante action, to clean out hippie forest camps that have already formed. This happened around Boulder last year, armed locals on horseback, scouring the canyons and destroying hippie camps, see Xerox clip. Anyway, I'll let you know if it builds to anything compact enough for film. The story itself will be around all summer, but it's hard to predict the date of an actual clash. The festival would have been ideal film stuff, but now it's hard to say what to look for in terms of specific dates. Both Boulder and Aspen have become ritual stopover points on coast-to-coast runs, and the underground word is already out on the Freak Festival here, so the outlook now is for a vast influx of Harry Wildman, shouting for music and action, and gangs of outraged cowboys roaming around with hair shears. The difference this summer might be a replay of a recent scene at Sun Valley, where a gang of hippies beat a bunch of cowboys very severely. As I've noted on other occasions, nonviolence is a dead ethic, and God only knows what's going to happen when Nixon brings 100,000 pot smokers back from Vietnam. I can understand your outrage at the collegiate gun-toting, but I wonder why it surprises you. We are reaping the whirlwind, and Cornell was only the beginning like Berkeley in '64. Mayor Richard Daley set the style in Chicago. Until then, SDS-16 was a peaceful debating society. Hell, even I'm getting harassed by these freaks. Old friends who once condemned my gun collection now call to ask my advice on buying guns. It's getting weird. Well, so much for all that. Hello to Ann, and tell Curald he'd better do his happy stories while he can, because pretty soon there won't be any. We are heading for a firestorm. Ciao. Hunter. To John Wilcock, Los Angeles Free Press. Self-styled hippie guru John Wilcock was an editor and columnist at the anti-establishment Los Angeles Free Press, which reached a weekly circulation of 95,000 in July 1969. Wilcock also published his own counterculture newsletter, to which Thompson subscribed. May 13, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear John, I'm sorry to say the Kingdom of Ender has apparently blown its gig INRA, the Great Aspen Freak Festival. The available land was withdrawn last week and massive local pressure has scared off the few remaining possibilities. Threats of vigilante action by local rednecks were apparently conveyed to record companies by Aspen merchants who feared a crowd of non-buying hippies would scare off their normal summer trade, and under the circumstances, no record company would firmly commit the musicians. The sheriff helped by calling for an emergency appropriation for riot control weapons. Actually, the Kingdom of Ender blew it right at the start, by announcing that 100,000 people would come, and that scared even the local heads, who feared it would bring an influx of heat, feds, narcs, etc. Unfortunately, the word is already out, so God only knows what kind of a scene we'll have here by the end of July. Probably all violence and no music, 50 busts a week and gangs of cowboys shooting at everybody with long hair. I may have to flee. As it turns out, I was ready to send the piece a few days ago, but decided to hold off when the main promoter told me the Beatles were coming. That seemed a little heavy, so I checked around on the land situation and the thing began falling apart on all fronts. You may want to carry a note of some kind, warning the unwary. From what I hear, the festival rumor is already making the rounds on both coasts and the Denver papers have run a few scare stories enough to panic the legislature into passing a bill aimed specifically at transient hippies. CENC Xerox clip. The above is a good example of the bullshit hypocrisy that says dissent is fine, as long as it's within the law. Meanwhile, the bastards are busy changing the laws. In this case, last year's legal squatting is this year's $300 fine and 90 days in jail. Fuck them. Anyway, sorry I couldn't write something on it, but I wouldn't want to be responsible for getting a bunch of people out here for a non-existent festival and a summer in jail instead of lying around on a mountaintop full of music. My only suggestion to anybody who still wants to come is bring a few cans of mace. As for me, I think I'll get over to San Francisco and Big Sur, probably around the end of July. Sandy is due to drop a child in mid-July, so I'll be here until then. And of course there's always that goddamn book, due July 1st. Jesus. Let me know if you plan to get out this way, or the coast. Ciao. To Bernard Shercliffe, Valentine Books. May 14, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bernard. How in the name of Christ can I get a few copies of my book? I've ordered them through bookstores, I've ordered them directly from Valentine, and I have people on both coasts who've promised to send me the first copies they find. This is the third or fourth personal request to you, direct please. Christ, I'll pay for them. Send me 50 copies and take it out of my royalties. I was right on the verge of apologizing to you for all the slander I've heaped on your sales techniques. Then I noticed that way more than half of that check you sent was from hardcover royalties. Where in the name of creeping Jesus have you buried those 550,000 copies you told me you had printed? If I ran that company I'd see your ass on welfare within 24 hours. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here staring at about 400 pages of disconnected bullshit that may or may not boil into a book, and a letter from Silberman saying he's willing to relinquish the Rum Diary if the rewrite is as embarrassingly bad as the original. You publishing freaks are as evil as the pro football owners, and that gang of cynical swine should be fed into whirling blades. Jesus. What a stinking day. I feel like whipping on a cop. Please send me those 50 books. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Grappling with how to get the Rum Diary published, Thompson reflected on the beauty of F. Scott Fitzgerald's The Great Gatsby, his investment in Yellowknife Bear Mines Limited, and the difficulties of writing for Playboy and Esquire. May 15,
1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim, I sent your 5/6 letter on to Lynn and told her I wouldn't write any deal-shattering letters until I heard from her, but in looking at your letter again I see a thing out of focus, and in the interest of general honesty and keeping things straight I thought I'd try to correct it. I refer, of course, to the inference that I'm going to correct a few typos in the Rum Diary manuscript and then ship it off to market. I wish I could do that, but I know it's impossible. I can sit here and say I'm going to change a few lines, drop a few graphs and then fire it off, but I know better. So if you're basing whatever you're doing on the assumption that I'm not going to put any work into the rewrite, it seems only fair to warn you. The idea of giving it to Bernie was mine, inspired by the need to get the book out of limbo and early burial, for good or ill. My intention, for now, is to rewrite it mainly as a tight, visual narrative, with a minimum of philosophical bullshit, and hope to sell it as a film script. Actually, I see it as a way of loosening up a lot of old muscles, in order to get back into fiction writing or narrative writing. The fact that a MS exists is good enough excuse for using it for experimental purposes, having a cheap fling at blatantly visual writing, in line with that future theory I sent you a month or so back, the concept of using the writer's eye as a camera lens, instead of Henry James' infamous window. Speaking of that, I was reading The Great Gatsby again the other night, looking for a quote, and it struck me, in light of all this heavy Ernest Hemingway publicity going around, that Gatsby is better than any three of Hemingway's books lumped together, and I wonder what that means, except that rereading Gatsby makes me wonder why I bother with nonfiction, but now I think of George Orwell's Down and Out in Paris and London, well, fuck, it's late and I've spent the day on the phone. Hopefully settling my long-knotted efforts to buy this land fort. It seems to be set now, a great breakthrough today, freeing my head for concentration on other things. It is no small trick out here in this land grab, price spiral frenzy to seize a $90,000 nut for $10,000. The ability to write a $10,000 personal check seems to be worth at least $100,000 in these weird times. In the grip of euphoria after settling the land deal, I finished the day by buying into the Arctic Circle Oil Strike 200 shares of Yellowknife Bear Mines Ltd. I think it's about time I participated in the economy, if only for educational purposes. If things keep breaking right, I expect to set up the first videotape publishing house, coiled plastic books with miniature, battery pack viewers, selling for $3.49 each. Maybe I'll hire you on, if things get lean on your end. Let me know. As for writing, yeah, that antique bullshit, I've been trying to find time to edit my second carbon of the 140-page monster I just sent off to Esquire, that NRA/gun lobby thing. Lynn suggested I send you a copy, and I will, but not until I finish this garbage piece for Playboy on Jean-Claude Killy. It has degenerated from quick money job into a surly, backhanded commentary on the role of public relations in American life. I think I have finally figured out what is knotting up everything I try to write these days, somewhere a lot longer ago than I like to admit. I suspect I began taking myself seriously. I think that accounts for the treacherous compulsion to lace everything I write with heavy, Greco-Roman wisdom, and that's the humor I want to burn out by means of this Rum Diary rewrite. With all the unbearably serious action almost everywhere these days, it seems like the nadir of twisted gall for a stockholder in the Yellowknife Bear Mines Limited, or even a writer, to take himself seriously, except in terms of survival. Okay for now. I hope you can handle all this wisdom, or at least the instinct that prompted it. All I meant to say, when I started, was that I wouldn't want you to be painfully surprised if the Rum Diary turns out to be one of the great weird narratives of our time, the first of a trilogy, including Bullfight and Burial at Sea. Yours for the gilding of all our lilies. HST. To Dave Fogel. Dave Fogel had invited Thompson to speak at a gun control symposium in Maryland. May 19, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dave. Thank Christ I won't be able to make your conference in Maryland, although frankly I'd like to do it, and in fact I'll try to at least stop in if I'm anywhere nearby. You might,
In the meantime, try to interest that guy I mention in my last jangled letter from Washington, Carl Perrion, Chief Investigator for the Senate Job de Link. Subcommittee, C/O Tom Dodd. He's a weird bugger, arrogant and narrow-minded in the classic liberal tradition, but he could probably do you some good in terms of future publicity. Personally, I have to wonder about anybody who can get money from the current administration, particularly for anything except bombs and guns. How did you manage it? The whole notion of good work strikes me, for now, as a waste of energy. I am gearing down, mentally, physically, and all other ways, for a very serious gig, maybe terminal. Everybody I know on the activist circuit is buying guns. When the bastards start using shotguns to defend a vacant lot, we are not far from the big hammer. It may be that events will empty the prisons in ways you never plotted. I hope not, but I'm damned if I see any light at the end of this stinking tunnel. Anyway, stop by for a peaceful visit while there's still time. Ciao. Hunter. To Thomas H. O'Connor, Irving Lundborg & Co. Even if he had gone establishment enough to be building a stock portfolio, Thompson drew the line at investing in communications monopoly American Telephone and Telegraph, and he let his broker know it. Tom O'Connor. Irving Lundborg & Co. San Francisco, CA. May 19, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Tom. I was expecting a call of some sort tonight for no particular reason, but, failing that, I thought I should take to the writing machine to advise you that the idea of owning stock in ATT is so wholly and basically repugnant to me that I can't possibly live with it. I don't care if it's guaranteed to double in 6 months or even triple. I want no part in it. Why don't you take the ATT chunk of the $5,000 and put it into Smith & Wesson, or whatever specific division it is of Bangor Punta that deals heavily in riot control equipment, mace and that sort of thing. Ideally, I'd like to buy S&W/Bangor Punta stock now, then spend all summer driving it up, then sell in the fall. Firearms are getting to be like diamonds, and ATT is a clunker's gig, for sure, so let's get right into the action. Dump the ATT stuff and buy Bangor Punta or Smith & Wesson if you can narrow it down that far. I can live with British Petroleum and Yellowknife Bear Mines, but I'll be goddamned if I want to look in my mirror each morning and see an ATT shareholder. Okay for now. Hunter. To the Disabled American Veterans Association. Thompson crafted a thoughtful anti-Vietnam War response to a fundraising appeal from the Disabled American Veterans Association. May 19, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Disabled American Veterans. Cincinnati, Ohio 45214. Gentlemen. I am returning your stamped envelopes. My son ran off with the small green license tags you sent. But I doubt if they would be much use to you anyway. The stamped envelopes are legal tender, however, and maybe you can use them for something else. My first impulse was to send you a check, but I caught myself on some vagrant memory of having read somewhere that the DAV fully supports the war in Vietnam, which, if true, strikes me as a stupid, ignorant, and half-mad stance that no American citizen in his right mind could possibly endorse, even tacitly, by sending a contribution. The senseless butchery in Vietnam is too awful for any words from me or anyone else. And the only thing more awful and senseless than the butchery is the twisted reality of an organization like the DAV supporting the war. If I'm wrong on this point, please inform me at once with a copy of some pertinent DAV statement or position paper, and I'll send you a check for $50, along with a very sincere apology. But if I'm right, I suggest you abandon this vicious, demented hypocrisy and look for honest work. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. Box 37, Woody Creek, Colorado 81656. To Virginia Thompson. Thompson's mother had written to tell him that she was selling the house he grew up in. May 23, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mom. It's 4:30 Saturday morning here, and I'm just getting to work, far behind on everything, stone broke again, and coming to hate the sight of a typewriter. Your news about the house is good, I guess, but I naturally view it with mixed feelings. There is definite irony for me, at least in the fact that I got your letter the morning after I spent hours on the midnight phone, settling a very complicated deal to buy this place. Since I have no income of record, no property, no credit, no job history, no education, and no advancement prospects, it takes a considerable amount of fine haggling to get hold of a $77,000 property in the midst of a spiraling land market. I think I've sent pictures of this house, which is part of the deal, along with the smaller, next-door house that Noonan is living in, and about 25 acres with a spectacular view and another fine house site. You'll have to get out here and see the whole thing, once it's settled. I assume it's set, but I won't be sure until around mid-July, about the same time Sandy is due. Anyway, it is weird to get your news of the house sale just as I'd bought one for myself. Under the circumstances, $18,000 seems low, but that's only by comparison with this fiendishly inflated land market around Aspen, which is totally out of control. Quarter-acre lots in town sell easily for $15,000 and up, and raw pasture land 5 miles from the nearest road goes for $3,000 an acre. It would take me several hours to explain how I fell into this deal. I have to take some pictures of the whole area soon, for survey and contract purposes, and I'll send you some prints. If the deal goes through, my life will be considerably less pressured, since I've been living for the past year with the knowledge that it was only a matter of time before the whole place would be sold out from under me. Hopefully, I'll be able to get back to Louisville sometime this summer, for a farewell visit with the house. Let me know more specifically when you plan to move, and where. The next few months are going to be a nightmare of complicated action, with a book due July 1st, impossible, a baby due July 15th, and the house sale to watch over, along with a necessary research trip to the coast for several weeks, and God only knows what else. My Doberman bitch is expecting pups in a week or so, the cat is ready to drop kittens, and, well, why go on? Let me know more about the house situation when you can, and tell Jim we'll be expecting him for a visit when he gets fired. Okay for now. Love. H. To Selma Shapiro, Random House. Publicist Selma Shapiro was Thompson's biggest booster at Random House, always telling the higher UPS that he had more talent if less discipline than Norman Mailer or Tom Wolfe. May 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Selma, I just found the letter you wrote just before you left. I'm not sure what prompted me to root through my stack of unanswered mail to find it. Once a letter gets into that stack, it invariably disappears. The only ones I seem to answer are the ones I deal with at once, and since you were leaving, there was hardly any sense in replying at that point, when I got it. Needless to say, the letter was vaguely embarrassing. Anything decent or human makes me nervous. I am much more at home with people I can abuse or play games with. Maybe that's what you meant by my wasp attitudes. Break. I just had to rush outside with a shotgun to drive off a vicious tomcat who comes around every night to attack my pregnant female, but the bastard got away again. I guess this is a good example of my wasp attitudes. Well, what the hell? It used to worry me that I was really an evil redneck, but now I sort of like it, and with summer coming on, I may find time to exercise some of my ancient, brutal skills. The action in Berkeley is only the beginning, I think. Someday very soon, freaks are going to shoot back, and I'm not sure what's going to happen after that. I've been amazed, in the course of my wanderings this winter, to find how many people are seriously preparing for a street war, and most of them want it. All they need is an excuse to start shooting, just enough chaos to guarantee they won't get caught. The more I learn about this country, the more I think I should live somewhere else. I don't mind the idea of armed revolution as much as I fear the aftermath. I'd be locked up, regardless of who won. Well, fuck all that, it's a depressing thing to write about except for money, and right now that's exactly what I should be doing. I have a silly, Useless article for Playboy due about 6 weeks ago, and I want to get rid of it and get to that book. I am much further along than I seem to be, in terms of actual MS pages, but not nearly far enough. The hang-up is articles, although most of them fit the book research too well, I think. It's no longer possible for me to write a short, concise article. The thing on the National Rifle Association for Esquire eventually came to 140 pages, after many cuts. I sent it on to Erickson, but God only knows what he'll do with it. I think he was expecting about 35 pages. The space and freedom of book writing has completely spoiled me for articles. I'd much rather write 300 pages than 30, but it's hard to spurn a quick shot at $2,000 for some meaningless piece of tripe for Playboy, although I have somehow managed to get hung up in that one too. Actually, my main efforts for the past year have been in the area of seizing a land fortress in Woody Creek, and I think that's finally happened. If you recall my compulsive rage at a publishing contract that seemed to cheat me out of $5,000, consider the shape of my head after finally arranging a formula that would make it possible for me to buy a $100,000 piece of land, with 2 houses, for $77,000, with only $4,000 to my name at the moment and no real prospects for more, and no hope of bank financing. That last royalty check provided me with the illusion of vast wealth, so I was able to parley a meager nut into a brief but effective display of money power. Yes, heavy dealing. You'd be amazed at the reaction you can stir up by wandering around a boomtown like Aspen, spreading the word that you're looking for a way to get rid of $10,000 instantly, waving a checkbook around, buying $2 drinks instead of beer. Jesus, I had stockbrokers calling me from San Francisco, people with all manner of fantastic land and mining deals, dope dealers looking for a partner, gun runners from LA. And the end result was a mountain of instant leverage to force this land thing through, and that's all I really wanted in the first place. You'll have to come out and see it next winter, arrange a publicity conference or something like that, tell them I've broken my spleen and can't travel, so you have to come out here and confer. Yeah, I know, I'll have to write a dingbat huge selling book to make it all work. So I guess I'll have to bear down. It's hard to take that whole gig seriously these days, particularly when I can't think of anything else I have to do or prove. My only serious game at the moment is this notion of writing a fictional documentary and refusing to admit it's fictional, but that's a different kind of subject, and first I have to get this goddamn Playboy thing done. It's 4 a.m. now and the 6 o'clock news is coming up, then the sun, and it's getting so I hate to go to bed on these bright green mornings. The other day I was heading for the bedroom when I saw the tree merchant out in the yard, so I loaded up on enough pills to carry me through the day and did a tree planting act, with much beer and music, but now I owe for the trees, and a lot of other things, and the people who thought I was rich 2 weeks ago are due for a shock. In the meantime, though, I think I have the land fort settled, and that's as important as a book or any other breakthrough. I am tired of being driven around like a mangy dog. After 10 years of being evicted from every place I've lived in without exception, the prospect of a personal fort has become an obsession, and now that I have it settled I may be able to focus on some newer and heavier main project. Jesus, I have just 2 more hours until the news, so I'll have to quit this rambling. Looking at your letter again, I see Frederick Exley's name, 17. I'm reading his book now. There is something very good and right about it, hard to define. He's not a good writer in any classic sense, and most of what he says makes me feel I'd prefer to avoid him, but the book is still good. Very weird. I suppose it's the truth level, a demented kind of honesty. As for Portnoy's complaint, I can't get up the interest to deal with it. Philip Roth has never interested me as a writer, maybe he's different in person. But I'll read the book and say something to prove I got through it. Or maybe not. I recall feeling the same way about Starin's book 18, but I finally abandoned it despite my 10-year boosters campaign for Lie Down in Darkness, which I still think is one of the best books in English. But maybe that's just my WASP thing,
although I think Malamud 19 is as good or better than anybody I can think of right now. I've never paid much attention to the black/Jew/wasp problem, it strikes me as a waste of time and energy. My prejudice is pretty general, far too broad and sweeping for any racial limitations. It's clear to me and has been since the age of 10 or so that most people are bastards, thieves, and yes, even pigfuckers. There are not many good people in this world, and in terms of racial action I like Dick Gregory's notion, this isn't a matter of black and white, it's a matter of right and wrong 20. Okay, and so much for all that. I'm enclosing a matchbook cover from a restaurant that comes to me on the highest recommendation, a neighbor of mine who owns the Paragon, French restaurant in Aspen, which enjoys the high praise of that Craig Claiborne fellow from the New York Times. Anyway, Bruce L. Favor says the King Wu is the best Chinese restaurant he's ever been in, and Bruce is a certified gourmet, a graduate from some famous chef school in Paris and does all the cooking for the Paragon. If you can make it out here for a conference of some kind, I'll buy you a dinner there. I won't ski with you, but what the hell, you can't have everything. Probably I'll get to New York sometime this summer. I have a hell of a lot to do, mainly on both coasts, and I have to be here in July when Sandy is due to hatch a second mutant Thompson. The cat and my Doberman bitch are also ready to hatch, every female in the area is pregnant. I feel like Johnny Appleseed: dogs, cats, children, trees, grass, huge wooden structures, pottery, metal sculptures. I have a euphoric sense of building a dynasty of some kind. So maybe I should grow a beard, along with all the rest. We'll see, and in the meantime, tack this King Wu ad someplace where you won't lose it, and when I get to New York we can go down there and try it. See you then. Love. Hunter. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Thompson submitted an inventory of all the periodicals he was reading in his daily pursuit of the death of the American dream. May 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here is a relatively complete list of the various newspapers and magazines I've subscribed to in the course of my far-flung research on the death of the American dream. Some are obviously more relevant than others, and the list includes a few I'd obviously get anyway, but none that can't be reasonably linked to the subject matter and your title. The most pertinent objection, as I see it, is that no human being could read all this bullshit and still have time to write a long book. Accordingly, I am letting a lot of the subscriptions lapse, things like Business Week and, Jesus, I guess that's it, and in scanning the list I notice a few that Sandy left off: The American Rifleman, La Raza, New Left Notes, Rolling Stone, The Paper, Not the Book, Washington Monthly, The Nation. Goddamn, it boggles the brain. Anyway, please send the funds. My secret land purchase and other long-term investments have left me naked of cash. That $5,000 for the first third of the book looks better and fatter every day. The moment I finish this rotten Playboy article, I'll bear down on it. I've written a complete outline of the book, but I think I'll wait a while before sending it along. The fiction aspect is so prominent that I want to be sure it's going to work before committing myself. Okay for now, and thanks. Hunter. Magazine/newspaper. Date subscribed. Cost. New York Times. April 8, 68. $22.60. Newsweek. April 18, 68. 2.97. Foreign Affairs. April 21, 68. 8.00. American Scholar. April 21, 68. 5.00. Time. April 23, 68. 2.40. Conservative Book Club. April 25, 68. 4.81. Business Week. April 25, 68. 10.00. Transaction. April 25, 68. 6.00. Columbia Journalism Review. April 25, 68. 6.00. National Observer, News Books. April 28, 68. 4.45. Ramparts. June 2, 68. 12.50. New Republic. June 18, 68. 10.00. San Francisco Chronicle. June 24, 68. 12.00. Current. June 24, 68. 2.00. Time. July 24, 68. 3.97. Life. July 24, 68. 2.97. San Francisco Chronicle. September 24, 68. 12.00. Psychology Today. October 17, 68. 6.00. May Day. November 2, 68. 7.50. John Wilcox Newsletter. November 30, 68. 6.00. New York Times. December 2, 68. 21.50. Life. December 2, 68. 3.98. Esquire. December 2, 68. 15.00. Playboy. December 2, 68. 8.00. Columbia Journalism Review. December 2, 68. 6.00. I.F. Stone's Weekly. December 25, 68. 11.95. Chicago Journalism Review. December 16, 68. 5.00. Atlantic Monthly. January 8, 69. 4.25. Evergreen Review. January 18, 69. 9.00. Rolling Stone Book. March 12, 69. 9.00. San Francisco Chronicle. March 25, 69. 12.00. SDS Literature. March 27, 69. 10.00. To Thomas H. O'Connor, Irving Lundborg & Co. Only a few months after buying stocks, Thompson was ready to get out of the bearish market. June 8, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Tom O'Connor. Irving Lundborg & Co. San Francisco. Dear Tom. I'm returning this goddamn thing you sent me the other day. It doesn't tell me anything except that my losses are confirmed by computer. I saw Robert Craig yesterday and cursed him savagely for advising me to fuck around with the stock market in the first place. I should have known better than to buy into anything that goddamn bonehead Nixon was running. Tell me, is there any likelihood that this stinking downhill slide will reverse itself anytime soon? By soon, I mean within the next 6 months. If not, I think I'll quit while I'm still solvent, and by quit I mean sell, boom, fuck it. If the health of the market depends in any way on Nixon ending the war, then the market is going to be a sinkhole for the next 2 years and I want no part of it. As for particulars, all I know for sure is that Bangor Punta has lost 1 point in 3 weeks, while ATT and Pet British Petroleum have lost about 3 points each. And I'd rather not know about Yellowknife right now. I suspect the quotation would drive me up the wall. Unless you know something I don't, let's quit. I have to assume, of course, that you do know something I don't since you're a stockbroker and I'm not. But my problem, as I noted earlier, is that I can't afford to wait for Nixon and his 19th century money wizards to come to grips with reality. He apparently wants to beat all his opponents to death, and in that case I think things like Bangor Punta are the only kind of stocks to own. Well, to hell with all this. I see no point in haggling about it. Frankly, I see no light at the end of the tunnel, and unless you do, let's sell, or switch, or at least do something. I have the feeling right now that I'm on a long downhill run, and I don't like it.
Let me know soonest. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Charles Kuralt, CBS News. Kuralt's on the road segments for CBS were a bit too upbeat and down home for Thompson's taste. June 9, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Charlie. I think it's about time you got off your Nero act and get down in the mire with the rest of us. Primarily, I think you should launch a personal vendetta against Justice William O. Douglas. That evil old bugger is so crooked that he has to screw his pants on every morning. I'm counting on you to bury him. Where are you? You should get through Aspen for the Summer Freak Festival. I wrote Hughes Rudd about it, but the news angle faded when the moment of confrontation faded into infinity. Maybe you should come out here for Jack Benny's concert. 21 yet? I'm serious. He's doing a straight classical concert for the Aspen Music Associates, the old, respectable folks. Jack Benny. Can anyone doubt that Nixon is running things? Fear and Loathing. You should get that bastard Douglas before he can do any further harm. The dirty old geek is worse than B. Baker and Walter Jenkins combined. 22 Forswear those ancient clocks and Nickelodeons. Dig the mud. And send word. Ciao. Hunter. To Oscar Acosta. Thompson shares his first bad LSD experience with Acosta. June 9, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Oh. Well, I finally came down to it, a really ugly acid trip. I took one of those blue buggers of yours on top of a full mescaline pill after about 30 sleepless hours at Phil Clark's annual Daisy Duck party with 6 hours of beer and straight vodka in cups, and I finished the day in a paranoid frenzy, driving Tim Thibault off the property with a loaded .44 mag. My main horror, all afternoon, was a firm conviction that I was locked in a clutch of junkies, real needle freaks, and even now I suspect maybe I was right. That's the trouble with acid, you can never be sure you're hallucinating. Anyway, I'm giving it up for the duration. Either way, it's too heavy. Otherwise, not much action here. The killie piece is still not finished, a terrible mess on my desk. Thibault is here for the summer with a carpenter's license from Chicago. John Pond just arrived with a woman from Brazil. No optimism in either camp. Esquire sent a conditional acceptance on the gun piece, but it still has to pass the final test with Harold Hayes. 23 I'd put the chances at 50-50. Don Erickson, the managing editor, spent about a week cutting it down to 50 pages, the trouble is I don't know which 50. We'll see. How are you faring with The Nation? On balance, I see a mean heavy summer coming up and pure hell in the fall. Send word. Ciao. HST. To William J. Kennedy. Thompson sent a quick catch-up note to novelist William Kennedy in Albany. June 9, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Fatback. I just found a letter from Lee Berry that I thought I'd answered months ago, and it says he'll be moving on by March. In other words, I have no idea where he is. Do you know, via the paper? Is he still sending the stuff? Any word? Addresses? If so, tell me. No word from you since the last drug-aborted visit. I assume you're too embarrassed to face it? But what the hell? You're getting old and crazy, why not face up to it? Send a line. I gave that ski sweater I was wearing to my brother in suburban Cleveland, and I think the pants went into the padding for my new Doberman box, with 8 new tenants. My price is $250, but for you I might go $199. I just got word from Esquire that, instead of hurling my 3-month late 140-page gun article out the window, Don Erickson fought it down to 50 pages that he now intends to submit to Hayes, the final I. I'm amazed, chances are up to 50-50 on that news, and I guess I'll know in a week or so. It seems like a bad, stupid joke to go through all that for $1,000, but I'm getting a little tired of writing articles that everybody praises and nobody prints. Tired ain't really the word.
I think dead is more like it. Now all I have to do is finish that stupid fucking thing for Playboy, that ski piece. Yeah, that too hung up. What word on the novel? What date? Be sure to send a copy to Selma Shapiro at Random House, I told her you would. Have you read A Fan's Notes by Exley? Try it. I have a plot for August involving travel on your part, but I don't dare mention it now. We'll see how things work in the meantime. And also in the meantime, send a word. HST. And Barry's new address. From William J. Kennedy. Kennedy's novel Legs had just been purchased by Dial Press. June 21, 1969. Averill Park, New York. Hunter. Barry's address for a very few days is C/O US Consulate, Visitors Mail, 2 Avenue Gabriel, Paris, France, and then he will be coming home. I don't know whether a letter you write after reading this will reach him. I'm writing him today and I'll tell him you were interested and maybe he'll send you a new address. He covered the Cannes Film Festival, then came back to Paris, then planned to go to London for a week, then to Paris again and home, so he told the editor here. I have had no recent word. My news is that I sold another novel, in April. Dial bought it for 4.5 GS, payable in 4 installments. Book is a fictionalized version of the life of Legs Diamond, the gangster. He was killed in Albany. A most unconventional approach to the material, however, which you'll see in due time. Definitely not another gangster story. Meantime, this week I got the galleys on the ink truck, which as far as I know is still scheduled for September publication. Esquire digged around with a fragment of the ink truck for a month or so and almost bought it. Your friend Erickson, SP, went ape for it, so said my agent. Rust Hills dug it and pushed for it, but Hayes ultimately said it was too much, 40 manuscript pages, for the value, an unknown writer. So it moved along elsewhere. I got an apologetic note from Hills, hoping I won't hold it against Esquire when I've got more fiction to peddle. Roby Macaulay at Playboy couldn't spot anything to excerpt in it, but he thinks I'm a most original cat. All this praise gets me nothing without a publication. I'm pessimistic about marketing any fragments before publication, but we keep trying. August. Our kids are going to Puerto Rico to spend some time with their grandmother. Probably leaving second last week in July. We're tentatively thinking about going down in August to retrieve them and have some fun in sun, also get number in rum. I've assumed that you were still interested in this trek. If you are, then it is time we began coordinating travel schedules, itineraries, and length of stay, etc. I'm flexible on the dates, but August is definitely the best month. Send your plans soon. Second novel, by the way, was sold on basis of 150 preliminary pages which are already dead. I've done nothing but read and do research ever since the sale. By August I may be started on the writing again. Haven't read Fan's Notes by Alan Exley but will try to find it. Am locked in on the Prohibition era, Borges 24 and mysticism. Which reminds me that I wrote Allen Ginsberg 25 and told him you were by and that we almost made the scene at his place. He regretted we didn't, said he wondered where your head was at these days. Any sounds from Macarsville? Best to Sandy. Mr. Kennedy. To Dave Allen, KREX-TV. As a dedicated night owl and news junkie, Thompson relied on his sole TV channel 6 a.m. Mountain Time broadcast of the CBS Morning News from New York to catch up on the rest of the world before going to bed. Besides, his friend Hughes Rudd had just become a regular contributor to the program. July 3, 1969. Owl Farm. Woody Creek Co. Dave Allen. Program Director. KREX-TV. Grand Junction Co. Dear Mr. Allen. I was shocked and outraged yesterday morning to find that KREX-TV had dropped the CBS Morning News and replaced it with nothing, absolutely nothing. I find this hard to believe.
What could possibly possess a man to drop the best news show on television and replace it with nothing? Beyond that, I'm sure you realize that cutting a 1-hour news show in the morning amounts to cutting the station's news coverage almost in half, and to people like me who can't take time in mid-afternoon to watch the 6 p.m. Eastern Cronkite news, and who live beyond the reach of any TV cable service, it eliminates national news altogether. And I say this with full knowledge that KREX does indeed have a 10 p.m. news show, which is sort of like a record company offering the songs of Joan Baez, by Winnie Ruth Judd. Speaking of Judd, for the defense, I notice you've finally put him back on the schedule along with Johnny Cash 26, and for those two reasons I'll spare you the kind of letter I might otherwise have written. You may recall my comments when you dropped Judd, which has since won an Emmy 27 and also been cancelled. But what the hell? Last year's Judd is better than anything on your current schedule, and I'm grateful. The Cash Show is a merciful balance to that monstrous waterhead zoo called Hee Haw. Christ, that should embarrass even KREX, and I say that with my head still reeling from that hour-long commercial you ran the other night, the Miss Wool contest, an obvious fraud on the viewer. In any case, I strongly urge you to refill the 6 to 7 a.m. slot with Joe Benty CBS News. It can't be that expensive, and I know I'm not the only person who misses it. Sooner or later the KREX management will have to learn that a station becomes competitive by running good programs, not cheap ones. Meanwhile, I will of course file a formal complaint with the FCC, as I have twice before in the past, if the CBS Morning News fails to reappear within a week or so. It seems to me that chopping the station's news content by half amounts to cynical mockery of the whole public interest concept. I hope you'll consider this aspect. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To Joe Benty, CBS News. Joseph Benty anchored the CBS Morning News from early 1966 through August 1970. July 4, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Benty, I'm enclosing a letter, copy of, that I just sent to the geek who controls the only TV station I can get on my set. If there's any way CBS can influence the fucker to pick up your morning news show again, I assure you that I won't be alone on this end of the tube. TV is a goddamn nightmare out here anyway. See copy of 9/68's letter for context. Former station manager Bud Palmer has since quit and fled the area, and the loss of the only first-class news show on the air is a serious, hurtful thing. If there's any way you might help to revive the show on KREX, working from your end, I'd certainly appreciate it, although I can't imagine how you could lean on some Yahoo dingbat who figures all the news is a red plot anyhow. Unfortunately, these same Yahoos are going to have to open their own heads pretty quickly, or some of them are going to start shooting at us, certainly me, maybe you. Us is a risky term these days. Anyway, your show is one of the best things on TV. The difference between your action and Cronkites is as obvious as the difference between Studs Terkel and Eric Hoffer 28, and that was a fine series you did with Terkel. He's one of the best people around. Actually, the only thing wrong with your show is the vicious, sloppy presence of that pig fucker, Hughes Rudd. Christ, what a bummer. Can't something be done to get that filthy acid freak off the air? I know the bastard, and I can testify, flat out, to the absolute basic foulness of the man. I've tried to convince his wife to come out here and live with me, but he has some fiendish hold over her. I suspect he has something on Frank Stanton, owner of CBS, too. You owe it to yourself to get the goods on that swinish pervert. Okay, for now. Do what you can to reinstate your show out here, and I'll hassle the pigs from this end. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. From Tom Wolfe. Wolfe had seen a photograph of Thompson in an unlikely magazine. July 5, 1969. Dear Hunter. As you may know, I never did make it to Aspen, in fact, never got a foot out of New York, as seems to be usual with me in the summertime. A freaking unfinished magazine article, and a weird movie, stymied me. A real miscue on my part. I guess especially since I just picked up a magazine that singled you out, in full color, as one of the major tourist attractions of the Rockies, or was it your chopped PSA? Yours. Tom. To Tom Wolfe. July 10, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom. Sorry you missed the action out here. It weren't much a gang of dilettantes, haggling over details, for an audience of Nazis. It's beyond me to see how you can function on that circuit, unless it pays a hell of a lot, and even then, I wonder. Anyway, what magazine were you talking about, Inra, that photo of me and the bike? It puzzles me. The only photographer who's been out here in a long while came from Sobphoto and swore he wouldn't sell anything within the continental limits of the US. What magazine? What issue? Could you instruct your secretary to send me the details? I have my own reasons. The bike, by the way, is a Bull Taco, a lightweight Spanish bugger, built for dirt riding instead of freeways. My BSA was 3 times the size of the one I have now, wholly impractical for mountain riding, but more and more, in the shank of these long summer nights, I miss the big one. Or maybe it's just that I've been a long way from the edge for too long, getting flabby and slow. We'll see. I guess the book was due July 1st. Ciao. Hunter. To Dave Allen, KREX-TV. Upon receiving Thompson's complaint about the CBS Morning News being taken off the air, an annoyed Allen wrote back, taking issue with his foul language and rude asides. It was not the type of reply Thompson was expecting. July 10, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dave Allen. Assistant General Manager. KREX-TV. Grand Junction Co. Dear Mr. Allen. Thanks for your letter of July 7th. I was particularly struck by the fact that you take exception to the profanities utilized in my letter, and to that I can only say fuck off. I take exception to 99% of the cheap goddamn garbage you put on the air. Your scheduling is a monument to everything rotten in America, and you have the gall to sit there and call my July 3rd letter profane. You ignorant freak, from now on I'll address you on your own level. You're a fine example of the kind of waterhead who has crippled the whole television medium. If you think my letter was profane, you should take a look at the real world sometime, the world you tried to censor when you cut CBS News. But it's still out there, old sport, and it's closing in. Did you really think you could duck out of reality by fleeing Pennsylvania? Why don't you send Gunsmoke's Marshall Dillon out to arrest me for my profanity? Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Frustrated that Playboy had killed his Jean-Claude Killy piece as too wild to publish, Thompson forwarded the article to his Random House editor, along with his latest invoice for expenses incurred in tracking the death of the American dream. July 10, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. Here is an unedited copy of my Playboy article on Jean-Claude Killy. It'll never run, so I thought I'd send this version along to see if you see any salvageable parts for the book. As I said, the only aspect that looms large to me is that accidental return to the amphitheater, beginning around PG-40 and running to PG-50 or so. I urge you to read this section, since it comes very close to what I see as the backbone of the book, and for that reason it might be a fine ending. Or maybe the Nixon inaugural should be the ending, and this Killy/Stockyards thing should come as a mid-book epitaph to the Chicago/convention section, which is now in the process of shaping itself. Anyway, read at least the section from PG-40 to 50, and the rest of the piece if you have time. It is now in the doom chute at Playboy. The initial vote, I've learned, was 2-1 for it, but the negative vote came from Jim Good, the article's editor, who deplored my scurvy comments on Chevy and that crowd, all of which were quite deliberate and even edited down considerably from my original version, which was intolerably vicious, even by my standards. They shoved me into a world that I've spent 10 years getting away from, and all it proved to me was that I was right back in 1958, when Time fired me,
and in 1959 when I was fired from the Middletown, New York, daily record for sending a plate of lasagna back to the kitchen of a restaurant owned by a local advertiser, which led to a massive scene in the publisher's office, demands for apologies, etc., and thence to the dole at the NY State Unemployment Office. I have not sought employment since that time, and on balance it's been a good 10 years, the same 10 YRS that I mean to use as spiritual background for the whole book, for good or ill. I suspect that parts of this killy thing, particularly the beginning and the end, are pertinent enough to use in some way, but I'm not sure how they will work chronologically. Maybe you can see a pattern. In any case, I'll be sending a large and vaguely disorganized bundle in a few days. Meanwhile, hang on to this killy piece and fit it in, if possible, wherever you see fit. As for the NRA/gun thing, Esquire has yet to render a final judgment. Erickson apparently spent many hours chopping it down to a length suitable for presentation to H. Hayes, and a decision of some sort should be public in a day or so. Lynn will probably know before I do. Frankly, I'm appalled at the time and space I wasted on all that dead/theory garbage, which amounts to saying that I agree with the style and tone of your comments. The killy piece suffers from the same kind of affliction, a maddening compulsion to do all my thinking in print. I'm as aware of this problem as you are, but it continues to plague me, and cripple my articles, which would certainly be a hell of a lot more saleable if I could keep the focus on people, words, and action rather than the internal dialogues of HST. Hopefully, I can keep this in mind during the construction of the book, and if I seem to be slipping, for Christ's sake remind me. On other fronts, thanks for the action INRA, my various newspaper/magazine subscriptions, the check. I'm not sure how much I really learned from that heap, and I wonder how much time I wasted by reading all that bullshit. Maybe my next book should be a commentary on American journalism. One of the things that struck me most in my reading of 3 daily papers was the vastly different worlds portrayed in the New York Times, Denver Post, and the SF Chronicle. Neither Time nor Newsweek comes close to capsuling the vast, mad sprawl that appears in any one of the 3, much less all of them. And TV news is a different world entirely. Even on CBS, Joe Bente's morning news portrays a different world than Cronkite and Severide's show in the evenings. CBS's resident philosopher at dawn is Studs Terkel, and at night it's Eric Hoffer. 2 worlds, like Joan Baez and Winnie Ruth Judd, Ramsey Clark and J. Edgar Hoover, Mark Rudd and General Hershey 29, with nothing in common except ignorance. And so much for that. There are, to be sure, several levels of ignorance in this world, just as Faulkner was fond of noting the various levels of cowardice. 30 Sela. My only other question at this time concerns funds. You didn't answer my query about the chance of my using some part of my expense budget to simply sit here and write. At the moment I have $2,121 in pressing bills to cope with, in addition to Sandy on the verge of giving birth at any moment, and since I've spent only half my expense budget, I feel it's only reasonable to apply some portion of it here and now, where it's needed, instead of casting around for ways to use it up on travel. Accordingly, I'm enclosing a bill, statement, for $1,500, which I hope you'll see fit to pay. Let me know on this, and if I don't hear from you soon, I'll call. Sincerely, Hunter. July 10, 1969. Statement. Miscellaneous expenses incurred by Hunter S. Thompson in the process of coping with reality on a day-to-day basis while working on The Death of the American Dream. The author deems these expenses far more pertinent, at this point, than any he might otherwise be forced to incur by means of ill-advised travel at a time when the progress of the book manuscript can best be served by work at the typewriter rather than running up bills on airlines and other exotic money suckers, such as hotels, car rentals, etc. The author is much aware, on the other hand, of the need for proper accounting language and standard procedures of a sort. Accordingly, let the record show that this statement is in fact a travel voucher, to wit, $25 per day, for 60 days of travel and related motivation to that end.
The creation of a final manuscript for the A/D book. $1,500. Total. Thanks. Hunter S. Thompson. To L. A. Gorman, LL. Bean. Thompson maintained a regular correspondence with the customer service staff of Maine-based outdoor outfitter LL. Bean. July 15, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Mr. Gorman. Thanks for your letter. My general complaint about the new Bean style is too general to document without massive effort, but for two outstanding examples let me cite the Green Duck Lounger and the, formerly, sheepskin gun case. The Lounger is a piece of cheap crap by any standards. I have two of them, mainly due to my wife's lapses in judgment. The green canvas is so flimsy that my first one is now torn to shreds after one summer's use, and the local canvas artist offers to repair it for a figure of $14, which is just about what the thing costs. Needless to say, I've abandoned the thing. It now serves as a shade object for my 8 Doberman pups, and also, I might add, as a very bad advertisement for Bean products. The gun case example doesn't affect me personally, since I bought mine, the real sheepskin model, before you downgraded to green canvas at roughly the same price. A friend of mine just bought one of your new models, and when he brought it out to the house recently I was shocked, and of course he reacted badly to the comparison. The new Bean gun case looks like a 99-cent Jap model, while my older, sheepskin case is an obvious quality item. Anyway, that should do for starters. I hope you can reverse this apparent trend. Yours in hazy faith. Hunter S. Thompson. From Tom Wolfe. Astronaut Neil Armstrong, commander of the U.S. Apollo 11 mission, had taken a man's first small step on the moon on July 20, 1969. Most Americans agreed it was a giant leap for mankind. July 21, 1969. Dear Hunter. It all comes back to me out of the mists. The picture of you was in the USA 31 magazine that appears in the Soviet Union, or else it was in the Soviet Slick magazine that appears here. I'll tell you who can unravel this mystery: Ted Streshinsky, Box 674, Berkeley, California. He is a photographer, and I'm pretty sure it was he who showed that magazine to me. Ted took the pictures that went with the original article I did on the Merry Pranksters. I gather you're near the completion of your book, or can at least think about same. I wish I were as far along. I've got to get serious and quit jumping for every available cop-out, such as lectures. Lecturing is easy, lucrative, and a nice ego melon and prosciutto, but I guess it is essentially a form of the worldwide grand jack-off. Salutes and bows. Tom. To Tom Wolfe. Thompson leaves unsaid that days earlier, after a number of miscarriages, his wife, Sandy, had delivered a stillborn baby. July 25, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Tom. Thanks for the lead. I'll write Streshinsky and find out which one of those red swine crossed me. Which hardly matters, really, because it was all a hype anyway. Your comments on getting serious and cop-outs added gas to what I'm beginning to see as my funeral pyre, a long string of articles, all bounced, reflecting a general rage at almost everything. My reflection in every newspaper shows me a festering sociopath, flirting with freak-out psychosis, grinding my teeth at every newscast, every headline. I find myself watching the horizon and hoping to see flames, meanwhile dealing steadily in guns, nothing big, just everybody wanting them and asking where, how, and what kind to buy. It's a mean, crazy atmosphere for writing books or even one. Dynamite seems a lot quicker. Anyway, good luck with whatever you're working on. Mine will be either very good or a total disaster, depending on how I use the tension that keeps building here. Okay for now. Hunter. To Jim Flug C/O U.S. Senator Edward M. Kennedy. On July 18, 1969, Massachusetts Senator Edward M. Kennedy had driven away from a cookout on tiny Chappaquiddick Island and off a bridge soon after, drowning his passenger, 28-year-old campaign aide Mary Jo Kopechne. Kennedy took 9 hours to report the incident to the police, and later pled guilty to leaving the scene of a fatal accident. On July 25 he was given a 2-month suspended sentence. July 27, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Jim Flug. C/O Ted Kennedy. Senate Office Building. Washington, D.C. Dear Jim. The crush of recent events compels me to send a note, offering my services on a wholly professional basis. Your man very obviously needs writers. That Hyena Sport show was a bummer, not even its friends could defend it. I'm sitting here pondering Esquire's cut version of my 140-page NRA/gun control article, wondering why I ever agreed to do the thing in the first place. I may be able to live with the version they think they want, but maybe not. It may have to be a book research thing and not an article at all. We'll see. Anyway, no matter how I handle this article thing, I can't possibly blow it as badly as Ted Kennedy just blew his beach orgy act. Like I say, he needs writers, and as it happens I can see my way clear to offer my services no sooner than the late spring of 1970. Previous commitments will keep me away from politics until then, or at least off the breaking stories. So, for good or ill, you can feel free to bid for my services anytime after Christmas. They will, of course, come high given the treacherous realities of a seller's market. That Hyena Sport statement sounded like it was written by and for Melvin Laird. 32 All it said to me was 4 more years of Nixon. We can do without that, I think. And by 76 Teddy will be a sort of pre-aged Kefauver 33 figure, while I, and a lot of people like me, will be permanent expatriates from the US political scene. For good or ill, but in the meantime, for Christ's sake tell your man to get himself a competent driver the next time he feels the need for a little head. Okay for now. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To William J. Kennedy. July 29, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Well, I said I'd write, but I'm damned if I have any stomach for it. Everything that could possibly go wrong here has gone except for the total failure and rejection of the book. And that has to be next. Particularly since I can't seem to write it. I envy your enthusiasm, the San Juan trip, it all seems right. Like maybe there really is a good troll king, with his one good eye focused constantly on the great scoreboard, keeping track. Hopefully this is just a passing funk. But it's been a hell of a long one, more like rot than fever, now, 4 days later. In the wake of riots and violence connected with the CBS TV feature, done by my friend Hughes Rudd. Watch for it soonest. Fantastic local upheavals, broken nose for the cameraman, etc. Scurvy threats at me, old friends blaming me for not getting them interviewed, others claiming I staged a fight for the cameras, a real nightmare story, reminiscent of that Shirley Jackson thing, or The Visit. 34. Anyway, I need a lot of sleep. Paul Simonon threatens to arrive tomorrow. I have 2 more months to write the wretched book. Have a good time in the surf. Ciao. HST. To Don Erickson, Esquire. Thompson had received a detailed memo regarding his NRA piece for Esquire magazine. August 4, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Don. I'm still pondering the NRA piece, actually just got back to it after, well, no point in details. Anyway, I see your point about the failed, fussy ending. That's an extension of my gun problem, which I never really solved, in print or otherwise. I'll get that done. I'm assuming, by the way, that I can cut and chop this Xerox copy of yours. If not, call at once. I'll be a day or so sketching the new order, so call quick if you want to preserve this copy. Esquire editor Robert Sherrill's memo is something else again. I think the man has spent too much time in P.J. Clark's. He may have a point or two, but in the main he sounds like somebody from the Greenwich Tweed/Sport and Rally Club, the owner of a Morgan, 2 singers, and a Stutz trying to explain away the Southern California hot rod cult. he is talking about a gun world that I knew for 20 years in Kentucky and still know when I go back there, despite the twisted reality of a gun culture flourishing in a land where gun freaks have killed all the game except a few coons and rabbits. There are still a few deer, I guess, but, well, that ain't the point, is it? Cheryl's rude assumption that I buy only handguns clashes badly with his notion of me slaughtering deer and draping their pitiful, beautiful heads on my shithouse wall. When in fact I gave up hunting about 3 years ago, despite, or maybe because of, the deer and elk which, graze in my backyard about 6 months out of the year. If I wanted to shoot the buggers, however, I sure as hell wouldn't do it with a handgun. I have 4 excellent rifles for that sort of thing, along with 4 shotguns that I use for 90% of my shooting these days, most of it at clay pigeons. Beyond that, Cheryl's idea of the .44 Magnum is straight out of Dick Tracy. Compared to the lugger he seems to revere, the S&W .44 Magnum is a goddamned aesthetic marvel. It is at least 100% more accurate, about 300% as efficient, and as a piece of machinery it compares to the lugger like a Jaguar XKE compares to the basic Volkswagen. Cheryl's disdain for the M16, a gun that sprays bullets like a water hose, ignores the fact that the original lugger was designed to hold a 29-shot drum clip, like a submachine gun, and came with a cheap, heavy wire shoulder stock for street fighting purposes, like the M1 carbine, the M16, or a semi-automatic water hose. But to hell with all that, too. I use letters, now and then, as drafts for later things, test runs, of a sort, and I suspect that's what I'm doing now. My essential point is that Cheryl's views amount to some kind of archaic counterpoint to everything I meant and still mean to say. I can probably incorporate them in some way as an echo, perhaps, to some wistful woodsman whose daddies could blow a fly off a pig's back at 500 yards, which is nice to know, but it doesn't have a fucking thing to do with skyrocketing gun sales in 1969. That was the point I tried to make with my little tale about the day my P38 arrived. All my other guns were bought for Cheryl's reasons, but seconds after I lifted that piece of cheap shit out of the box I knew I'd bought into a new scene. Maybe I should explain this better in the piece along with a few other things. Needless to say, I saw no point in keeping the shards of that DC hotel bar scene as a lead, so I'll start at the bottom of PG-3, with the arrival of the P-38 the day after Kennedy died. That's easy enough, and a better, cleaner ending won't be any problem, but I'm not optimistic about incorporating that atavistic bullshit of Cheryl's. Maybe he should come out of his martini shelter and write his views in the form of a box exposing me in BF boldface print as a vicious asshole, a demented werewolf of some kind, loping naked across these high mesas on sunny afternoons, fouling the air with my rank breath, clutching a .44 Magnum, and with only one thought in my head: to slay these stinking beasts, fetch up a feast for the maggots, make the world safe for green-headed flies. Indeed. And in fact, why not a main feature on the gun madness, as it were? Let Woodson D. Scott dredge up a nice, ghost-written piece on how it feels to be the new president of the NRA. Get somebody like that wiki bastard, Carl Perrion, to speak for the other side, or maybe Tidings 35 with his fine sense of prose. He is up next year, and listing badly in the wake of Chappaquiddick. Perrion would be better. The truth is not in him. He's so crooked he has to screw his pants on in the morning, but he talks well, and his number one assistant is Gene Gleason, the old World Telegram crime buster, a fact I saw no reason to mention in the text, for a variety of reasons. Anyway, it's a nice idea, a fatback feature on the American gun problem. This piece of mine could be the wild card in an otherwise traditionally stacked deck. That photo I sent you earlier of some freak shooting at a J.E. Hoover target would make an eye-catching cover, and if that's too tame, well, I'll check around for something heavier. Meanwhile, I want to get this thing out of my head and failing hair. So, unless I hear from you in the next few days like before Aug 11, I'll send you my new version, based more or less on the notions we've, now, talked about. Maybe I can work the Cheryl section in by way of dismissing it, or maybe not. If the rewrite fails, Let's rain check the whole business until I write this gun section into the book, now titled The Whip Song. Or, The Reluctant Education of, yes, me. I see no way to avoid taking responsibility for it, so it will have to bear my name. What I'm getting at here is that I'd rather not sweat through a series of rewrites of an article that will definitely be part of a book, anyway. So if what I send you soonest doesn't work, I urge you to wait around for a look at the final draft. It might be fun or maybe a terrible disaster. We'll see. Meanwhile, you might want to wrap some rose-colored glass around your eyes and scan a long piece on Jean-Claude Killy, more or less, that I just sent to Lynn. It's a vicious thing, with a short but violent history, a tale I leave to Lynn. So, for now, thanks for the good effort that went into condensing the NRA piece. I even appreciated Cheryl's memo, for good or ill. It's at least something to grapple with, and a man with my kind of problem is nearly always plagued by grapple hunger, like a beast with itching teeth, whatever's hard will serve. Even petrified wisdom. Okay for now. Keep the faith, whatever it is, and be sure to let me know if you find yourself on the belly gun market. Beware. Hunter S. Thompson. To Elizabeth Ray. Thompson's maternal aunt, Elizabeth Lee Ray, had always been particularly fond of her wayward nephew Hunter. August 8, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Aunt Lee. Thanks for the birthday present and the nice note to Sandy, which won't be answered, since I've told her to forget any references or replies to that situation. She appreciated your note, but under the circumstances I think she'll be better off forgetting about the whole thing. Thanks for your kind thoughts and, as always, for the check. Things are worse than normal here, too many visitors and too little work. Just a few minutes ago, at 4:40 a.m., 2 musicians from Los Angeles wandered in, wanting to hear their latest record on my hi-fi set. We listened for a while with the earphones, made a few collective criticisms to be sent back to the producer in Hollywood, then they wandered off with one of my extra mattresses. At the moment they are bedding down next door, I think, in the guest house on this property I'm trying to buy. Otherwise, life here continues chaotic. My book was due in July, but I'm not even half finished. I keep saying I'll get back to Louisville for a quick visit, but I can't find time to get away from here. From now until Christmas, I mean to work exclusively on the book, a crash program, as it were. It has to be done. Love. Hunter. From Oscar Acosta. Acosta had sent Thompson yet another of his literary efforts between legal cases and bizarre outbursts, this time a screenplay. Acosta got back the usual harsh honesty. August 15, 1969. Los Angeles, CA. Hunter. I am temporarily staying in an apartment in Hollywood, and looking for a house in East LA. So, my permanent address will be until I'm fired or quit the office on this bullshit letterhead. So my movie script is racist? Why, 'cause the hero happens to be a Mexican. Do you assume that whenever a guy writes about persons other than Anglos that he's racist? In fact, the story is about the Garden of Eden, the creation, etc. The end of the world as seen through the eyes of a Chicano living in 1969. And, as every good Baptist knows, there weren't very many of us in Eden. I've worked on the cosmology, the philosophy, the characters, the blah blah, for over 2 months, and all I get from a guilt-ridden, candid-ass, Anglo hack is that it's racist, or is it that you're sick pissed 'cause Harold Trader gets it in the end? That it? You want to be the hero? Anyway, an agent's got it now, wants me to start working on the script, but I've been at it 7 days per for the past 2 months, so I don't know when I'll get to it. The letters I'm sending between Sirhan attorney Cooper and me are, I think, very funny. What I don't have, is a copy of the newspaper article, 5-inch headlines, saying Cooper indicted, for theft of a grand jury brief on a different case. I didn't know until that day, the day before my last letter to him, why he was being so uptight.
Any decent reporter and certainly the feds would love to have copies of these letters. Same issue, misuse of a brief related to a grand jury indictment. You think I should? Zeta. To Jim Silberman, Random House. Lacking a focus for his book, a dejected Thompson works out his frustrations with his Random House editor. August 30, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. It's 5:45 a.m. Labor Day here and I'm just finishing a book section telling how me and Raoul Duke delivered a new Pontiac from the Bronx to Seattle in 1960 and then became politicalized while hitchhiking down to San Francisco. Like everything else I've written for the book, it makes no sense at all in terms of continuity or focus. I still have no idea what I'm supposed to be writing about in terms of titles, chapters, jacket blurbs, and that sort of thing. I see a lot of connections in my head that I can't make on paper, and consequently I have no real image of what I'm doing. That American dream notion becomes increasingly meaningless mainly because it fits everything I write, and most of what I read. You might as well have told me to write a book about truth and wisdom. The slower I come to the necessity of linking Nixon, Chicago and the NRA, the more I wonder why and if anybody should waste their time reading this kind of bullshit. It seems useless and contrived, particularly since neither you nor Shercliffe have ever hinted at what you think I'm writing about, beyond that American dream bullshit, and I think we should stop hiding behind that, particularly if anybody expects to get a book out of this nightmare. Faulkner had it right when he talked about seeing the world in a grain of sand, which is the absolute opposite of what I seem to be doing. I don't even have a beach to write about, much less that crucial grain. Okay for now. Let me know on the money items, and particularly if you have any ideas about this book I'm writing. At the moment it amounts to about 400 pages of useless swill. My need for a focus is beyond critical, it borders on paralysis and desperation. I am running off in every direction, writing fiction one night and straight journalism the next. No doubt there is light at the end of the tunnel, but which one of these fucking tunnels are we dealing with? Send word. HST. To S. Levy, Dell Distributing Co. At last, the tables were turned. Thompson had been asked to provide a credit reference for his paperback publishing company. September 6, 1969. Woody Creek Co. S. Levy. Credit Department. Dell Distributing Co. 750 3rd Avenue NYC 10017. Dear Mr. Levy. I am, of course, quite flattered to receive your second request for information INRA, my credit experience vis-a-vis Ballantine Books Inc. Perhaps by now you have received my answer to your first request. My tardiness was due to the considerable time and effort expended in compiling the information you requested. All I can do now, on this second run, is to amplify and re-emphasize the gist of my initial comments, to wit, the risks of extending a credit line to Ballantine Books involve far more than certain financial loss. It is a question of your physical and mental well-being, indeed, your survival. Once you commence dealing with junkies and deranged thieves, you are forced to deal on their terms, which are savage in every way. Do you realize what goes on at Ballantine? What sort of people work in that place? Didn't you read about poor Silberman at Random House, who had to have his leg amputated? And that's only one case. Take my word for it, you do not want to get involved in a vicious underworld of drugs and violence. Trying to collect a debt from Ballantine is like trying to steal a chunk of meat from a pack of wolverines. They will come right in your yard and take it over if you let them. And the next day they'll be right on your porch barefoot, weighing 130 pounds. But if you say to them, hold on, wait just a minute, they'll know they're dealing with someone who'll stand up. Your only hope, at this point, is to get up on your hind legs and screech at them, no. No. Then, before they retaliate, you'll quickly hire some thugs to go over to 101 5th Avenue and beat the living shit out of somebody, maybe 3 or 4 people, whatever you decide. Let me know how it turns out, and also if you need credit information on anyone else. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Oscar Acosta. Thompson had been working on his own initiative on an article about the Atomic Energy Commission's nuclear weapons tests in the western United States. September 24, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Oscar. I am sitting here working on a long article on the AEC and the oil companies and these fucking death bombs they are setting off in Colorado, NEV, etc. And I don't have the vaguest fucking idea where to send it. Look around you and see what has happened, in the past few years, to the handful of national magazines that used to print mean shit about the fat bellies. This fucking polarization has made it impossible to sell anything except hired bullshit or savage propaganda. I write the same way I always did, but for the past 2 years my stuff has been either brutally edited or rejected, outright, as the work of a crazed extremist. Once-radical editors have been deposed, bought off or emasculated. Go to any magazine rack and see how many articles you want to read. Nobody is confident enough, these days, to attack anything except cripples the mafia, junk dealers, black hoods, etc. All the people without real public leverage. I had no problem when I talked about the Hells Angels, but it's a different thing to hit on GM36 and the oil industry. At least in magazines, books are still a bit looser, but I'm not sure how much. Hopefully, I'll find out soon. In short, I don't even know where to send my own stuff, much less yours. I have no decent contacts, my agent is a computer and most New York editors think I'm crazy. I don't know about McWilliams, maybe I'll send this current thing to him, and find out. I dug your thing in Consafos, but knowing you made it different for me. As for general criticism, I'm not about to start knocking the work of people who figure I'm a gabacho, SP, 37 pig to begin with. It's like me telling musicians what I think about their work and / or their bands even when they ask. It's always a fucking nightmare. Now wait a minute, what the fuck do you know about music? What do you mean, noisy bullshit? You think you know more than our producer? None of that for now. I'd sooner write a long critique of Black Panther poetry than step into the quicksand you're offering. What you have to understand is that good writing isn't necessarily saleable, and a lot of people get rich writing awful bullshit. Editors are nearly always dim assholes and the American press, in general, is a pile of hired shit. You think you have trouble relating to Magar, well he's a fucking soul brother, compared to the others. Remember Jim Bellows? He's considered a secret radical / freak by the New York Axis. And McWilliams is seen as a goddamn screaming red. Frankly, I don't think writing is where it's at these days. Neither the fatbullies nor the crazies believe anything they read anyway, and most of the others are too stoned to even talk, much less read. This book I'm supposed to have been working on for 2 years strikes me as the most monstrous waste of time I've ever got bogged down in. Even if I manage to finish the goddamn thing, I can't see any reason why anybody should read it, even for free. The only thing I've enjoyed writing in the past year is the enclosed clip on Aspen politics. It has stirred up a neo-street fighting scene. The final wild irony is that John Wendt is going to have to defend the lawsuits. He's the news lawyer and he begged them not to print it. Not for legal reasons, which are hazy, but because of the social nightmares involved. I think it's about time I began to wail seriously on these people. I am going crazy out here, life is too easy and I'm getting nothing done. Hopefully I can settle this land deal by early 1970, then flee and rent the house for enough to make the payments. I am into the final stages of that deal, but unfortunately I no longer have the down payment of flat $10K. So I'm into a bullshit juggling act, playing for time and hoping I can hit for 10 sometime soon, on something. It would be a bitch to come so close to nailing down 2 houses and 25 acres and then blow it at the wire. Looking at your 8/27 letter again, I don't see all those questions you mentioned this afternoon, except that broad question about Consafos. It's not your egos I'm worried about, but all the mean bullshit that erupts every time I express mine.
I can't even get along with SDS these days, much less the Brown Berets. All that really interests me, for now, is getting hold of somebody who can make me an expert in the use of dynamite. Or anything better. Maybe when we get down there you can put me in touch with somebody who's into that action. Meanwhile, let's postpone this haggling until I get to LA, which should be around 10/15 or so, depending on what happens in Chicago. I'll let you know. HST. To Joe Benty, CBS News. Having won his latest bout with KREX-TV, Thompson had his CBS Morning News back and immediately turned on anchor Joseph Benty for the program's growing soft news focus and for its failure to air Hughes Rudd's story on the troubles building in Aspen. October 2, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Joe Benty. CBS News. 524 W57th. NYC 10019. Dear Mr. Benty. I thought you'd like to know that KREX-TV in Grand Junction, Colorado is again carrying the morning news at 6 a.m., about 70 minutes from now, and, according to the station manager, they are carrying it just for me. Nobody else watches it, he says. Only me. And I'm 120 miles away, no hope for the advertisers, local, and of course that makes for a fine, tightly knit news show, no commercials at all. If you did anything on your end to compel this concession, consider this a note of thanks. If not, well, you're welcome. Which is not really the point. I thought I should register a formal complaint regarding the backstairs politics that erupted in the wake of Hughes Rudd's Aspen story last summer. The technical merits of the piece strike me as powerfully secondary to the fact that the word in Aspen, as it were, has it that friendly connections between CBS and the Aspen Institute got the story killed. The calls to Salent 38 from Bob Craig, W.M. Stevenson 39 and his creature Merrill Ford at the Institute are not only a matter of record, but a matter of heavy speculation in local taverns. The initial reaction, locally, was anger at CBS for coming here to film the problem in the first place, but after a month or so the reaction changed to contempt for a national network without the balls to even back up one of its cameramen who had his nose smashed by a local drunk. And it burns the shit out of me, personally, to know that one of the most thoroughly honest men working for any network, Rudd, should have his action edited and buried by a gang of fatbacks whose only claim to distinction is that they still get Christmas cards from Mayor Daley. Aspen is full of walking corpses who keep telling each other, I was for Stevenson, but Joe McCarthy scared me to death. 40 Their cemetery is the Institute, with a board of directors including McNamara, Ruther, Justice Brennan, and ex-cabinet, Navy, Guru Paul Nitze, SP, majority stockholder in the Aspen Ski Corporation. It's a goddamned evil shame that a gang of aging bunglers like this should have enough leverage via Salent to kill any story that CBS News wants to air. Stanton 41 was out here in June, a featured speaker at the annual design conference, and he made a fool of himself by delivering a gaggle of hoary platitudes that not even Dwight McDonald could stomach. Which is more or less extraneous, except as a context/indicator for CBS's credulity rating in Aspen. Later in the summer Dan Shore was here and offered a comment or so, in private, regarding the size and specific gravity of the corporate balls. Naturally, he was full of praise for everything CBS stood and still stands for, and so was Rudd, in the rude course of his own visit. These gentlemen are nothing if not loyal, which is understandable. But I don't have any particular loyalty to CBS, so I might as well say that this whole matter of the CBS/Aspen gig against the continuing background of the CBS/Chicago 68 coverage leaves me completely convinced that Nicholas Johnson 42 is right, that you people are in fact a gang of cowardly, self-censoring swine, and that CBS finally found its own level with the purchase of the New York Yankees. I watched Nicholas Johnson chew the fat, as it were, with Wallace and Herman 43 and that waterhead from Time, and as far as I was concerned it was one of TV's finest moments in 1969. Maybe Wallace thinks he won, but he probably thinks he won that round with Daniel Cohn-Bendit 44-2 on 60 Minutes, a while back. Wallace is yapping at the heels of that lecherous old geek, Eric Severide, while romance with Eric Hoffer is so cheap and ugly as to mock any rational comment. Well, to hell with all that, I just came back downstairs after watching your show. Your coverage of the conspiracy trial is a cheap cop-out. Why don't you run one of those Studs Terkel-style interviews with Mike Royko, 45 Never in Hell, et? In closing, I suppose that common decency compels me to offer my condolences. You are sitting there with an incredible magic journalism tool in your hands, but you can't even gear it up to compete with Time magazine. And fuck this action, I have better things to do. Sincerely. Hunter S. Thompson. To Bernard Shercliffe, Ballantine Books. Shercliffe had sent Thompson the premiere issue of counterculture cartoonist R. Crumb's Comics magazine. October 5, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bernard. Thanks for the comics. I've seen R. Crumb's stuff before and always, or usually, get a boot out of it, but it's hard to believe many people are going to pay $2.95 for it. Maybe $1. Which is your business, and possibly you're right. The book is too large for easy shoplifting, but like the sex magazines, it's a natural for stand-up reading at the magazine rack, particularly if the alternative is paying $3 to take it home. So, I hope you're right, but I can't see the thing as a big seller. A lot of it is very sharp satire, sharper than most book writing these dreary days, and it wouldn't surprise me a hell of a lot if we all looked back in 10 years to say, yes, R. Crumb was the Henry Ford of a new art form. Good luck. Meanwhile, I am flipping around like a shark out of water, organizing a freak uprising in the wake of that article I sent you. Given the current polarization, we have no choice but to go for a takeover bid, motorcycle racer for mayor, freaks for the council, etc. The election is less than a month off, and right now we're down about 2-1, but with massive possibilities in the unregistered freak vote. I have spent the past 3 days posing as either Ken O'Donnell or Larry O'Brien, or both with a touch of Lenny Bruce on the side. 46 One of our new posters says, "Register freaks, not guns." Another, "Vote the straight Nazi ticket, profit über alles." Silbermann's book, Christ, the very mention of it fills me with an urge to go immediately to bed and sleep for 15 hours, anyway. I've developed such an inordinate fear and loathing for the whole subject, the American dream, that I no longer have any sense of doing anything meaningful. All work on the book seems like a mockery of myself and reality, a dutiful charade that can't be avoided, due to contracts, but which in truth is pure bullshit. I have written Silbermann to say that I no longer understand what I'm supposed to be writing, and in fact I never have. I've told Lynn the same thing, but I keep getting beautifully typed letters saying, "Dear Hunter, keep up the good work on the book, your progress is wonderful and we all await the final wisdom." It's like calling the FCC to complain about TV programming, no hope of communication. Frankly, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I may have a book in all this irrelevant bullshit I've written, but even if I do, I'm not sure it's worth publishing. My problem once again is that I've forgotten what it's all about. I have no title, no subject, no focus. All I really have is a sense of despair so massive that my nerves are rotting out with the weight of it. I have a feeling of having been sent up on the mountain to write something I never understood, and that I can't come down to reality again until I write the fucker. And bring it with me. For perusal and strange comment by people who live in some kind of rotten, pressurized beehive on the East Coast. Money is the only new factor in my thinking these days. For the first time in maybe 2 years I can see the total final end of my income. As a matter of fact, I saw it about a month ago. Which reminds me, did I accumulate any HA funds through August 69? I'm in dire need of money, keep that in mind. And my long smoldering concern about Silbermann's book has finally transmogrified into a far more serious worry about my own gig as a writer. I'm beginning to wonder if I'll ever see my stuff in print again. I guess that's why I was so pleased with the Aspen article, which netted me $50, the first real writing money I've earned in 2 years, not counting royalties. Jesus, I just rushed upstairs to answer the phone, thinking it was somebody with a crisis about the Aspen election, and found Joe Benty from CBS on the wire, and a news producer named Lewis, insisting on giving me all the details to refute my claim that CBS censored a recent Aspen feature, after backstairs pressure from such as McNamara, Ruther, and that evil crowd. Eric Severide is a good buddy of some of the people who were slurred, ditto Stanton and R. Sallant. So I've been arguing with Benty for the past hour, and now I have to get out a 2-page mind-bender on local politics threatening the freaks with mass nut-cutting if they fail to register and vote to protect their own interests. Indeed, they're very balls. So, yes, I'll quit while I still have time. I have to carry off a demagogic outburst in about 2 hours, and I'm tired, but not for the right reasons. I much prefer the kind of fatigue that comes after a burst of good writing, good published writing. Maybe we can work something out, I'm getting scared. Ciao. Hunter. To Hughes Rudd, CBS News. Rudd had been robbed and beaten near New York's Central Park and had written Thompson a graphic account. November 15, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Hughes. Jesus, what next? Heart attacks, muggings, maybe you should consider buying a chinchilla ranch in northern New Mexico. I got a note from Bill Stout 47 today, saying he'd missed me in LA, and giving the news of your street fighting action. If it's any condolence, I nearly got killed in New York one summer night down on St. Luke's Place in the Village, and a month later I was back on the streets with a big hunting knife, looking for the rogues. Broken ribs hurt like hell for a while, and a broken nose makes for difficult breathing, but they pass. I just saw an old friend in LA who has a bleeding ulcer and can't drink, now there's real trouble. So if I were you I wouldn't worry about a few cracked bones. Rather than carry on here, let me say that I'll be in New York for lunch on December 6th, shuttling up from Washington, and will probably stay the weekend. I have to get straight with Random House. What are the chances of getting together with Charles Curald for a peaceful nonviolent drink December 6th or 7? I'll call from Washington earlier that week. Meanwhile, for Christ's sake, lie low. Ciao. Hunter. To Oscar Acosta. The Thompsons seem to have misbehaved during their October 1969 visit to California. November 15, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear O. Thanks for the call. I was out at the time, dealing heavily and arriving at a nut of $150 for 100. I have samples, but haven't tried them yet. All references and indications are good. I'll be sure in a few days. Your deal of 50 for $125 doesn't make it. The big dealer price in Aspen is 50 cents a hit. That's 50 cents each. I just missed a deal of 100 for $75. So somebody down there is screwing you pretty badly since cost is about 25 cents each, or less. Anything over $2 each is like selling joints on the street for $1 a piece. And even at $2, it's like buying a used car off a lot in Pasadena for the advertised price. Anyway, let me know quick if you want some of this lot I'm about to go for. I can't afford the full 100 unless I have help with the nut. I realize that I owe you some dope, but right now I'm truthfully broke and the stock market has destroyed my cushion. All I can make on my own is 50, and I'll send you a few of those por nada, but if you want 10 or 20 you'll have to let me know quick, and send cash. Murphy says he's coming out this weekend, so I figure to spin off 10 or 20 there, so if both of you want in, I'll go for the full 100 at $150. If I don't hear from you by Sunday I'll figure you're not interested. On other fronts, I think I owe you a general apology for my subhuman behavior during my visit. I feel, in retrospect, a bad echo of Magar on a humping trip. Even Sandy admits that we both went a bit beyond the pale on all fronts, from running up bills to drugs, to laying bad trips on other people. Particularly you. I'm sorry about the times that I seemed crazed, impatient or inhospitable, but for reasons of the flesh I have to say that I'd probably do it again, so be warned. You got caught in the tides of a sort of honeymoon, 10 years delayed. On balance, however, it was an excellent visit. Maybe the SF trip was ill-advised or maybe it was only bad acid. If I had to do it over again I think I'd stay in LA. But thanks again mightily for the use of the car. I think Sandy wrote Socorro 48 but since most of the action was my fault, I'll add a word or so for me. Particularly about the acid, although as a partial excuse, I hope she understands that it's impossible to enjoy acid in the company of somebody who visibly disapproves of it. That's a bad trip both ways. On that score, I'm enclosing, on the Navel of the Beast, one of your very excellent blues. I did one the other night and ran amok for about 6 hours, and, now, on second thought, I think I won't send it unless you ask for it. I don't want to jangle Socorro any worse than I have already. But take my word for it, good acid still works. One tiny tab of that blue shit put me right around the bend. And also be warned that much of the street acid these days contains strychnine, SP, which gives you a nice buzz along the spinal column before it sends you vomiting to the emergency ward. Be careful what you buy, particularly from the kind of dealer who doesn't mind charging a friend top street corner prices for mess. Okay for now. I have to get back to ugly work for an hour or so before dawn. With Murphy en route, I can't count on much work or sleep this weekend. That Cuba trip sounds interesting, but I think I'd feel obligated, if I went, to cut cane like all the others. You're probably right in saying I could avoid it, but avoiding it would put me in a position I'd just as soon avoid. You know the gringo journalist thinks he's better than we are, etc. And right now I really have to sock in here and finish a book, for good or ill. Send word when anything breaks. I'll be here. Ciao. H. To Jim Silberman, Random House. At last, Thompson began to hone in on a peg for his book on the death of the American dream, anti-establishment grassroots politics as modern democracy in action. November 19, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Jim. I may have finally found that grain of sand I mentioned in earlier letters. For the first time in nearly 2 years, I see a gimmick for tying all my wasted bullshit together in a book titled Joe Edwards for Mayor. This harks back to that clipping I sent you, my screed from the Aspen Illustrated News, and the fact that it caused massive upheavals and polarization in the town. It also caused me to run my own candidate for mayor, and after a crazed and unnatural campaign that kept me awake for 3 weeks straight, we lost the election by 1 vote. Out of 1,200 or so. We scared the living shit out of the Aspen power structure, the Ski Corp, Atlantic Richfield, and the Institute, with a board of directors including Paul Nitze, Robert McNamara, Walter Reuther, Justice Brennan, and more fat Washington names than would fit on this page, beginning in mid-Oct with a 29-year-old candidate, a local head and bike racer known as the Hippie Lawyer. We mounted a campaign that made the old uglies seem like Norman Rockwell cartoons. The aging liberals refused to support us. They went with a silly old Republican shopkeeper lady who was compared, in time, to Lindsay 49, so we had to fall back on whatever clout we could muster in the name of freak power. Incredibly, we won the actual vote by 6, then lost the absentee ballot count by 7, and even now our tying vote is wandering around somewhere in Guatemala, unreachable by phone or cable. We got 1 vote from Nepal, 2 from Mexico, and numerous others from both coasts. On balance, it was the goddamnedest political scene I've ever heard about, much less been involved in. When we began this thing I said it would be my last effort in terms of the existing political context. For my own satisfaction, I wanted to give the system one more chance so I could honestly say, when the time of the firebombs came, that I'd gone as far as I could in that other game, and found it wanting. So it came as a bit of a shock to find that a handful of bearded freaks with no political experience and only 3 weeks to do everything from scratch could come within one vote of taking over a town like Aspen. One more week would have made us easy victors. And now, in the general euphoria that still lingers, we are already forming a sort of government in exile, preparing, next year, to seize one of the 3 county commissioners' posts and, yes, even the sheriff's office. One of our gimmicks to get the freaks registered was a promise that, if Joe Edwards won the mayor's race, then I would run for sheriff. Edwards' loss leaves me technically free of any obligation to make that race, but the success of the Edwards campaign has politicized hundreds of dropouts who are hungry, now, for another head-on clash with the fatbacks. There is not much question in my mind that, 2 years from now, we will totally control this town, and by that time, too, we will have the formula ready for export. Any comparison between Lindsay and Joe Edwards makes Lindsay seem to the right of Spiro Agnew. We had 1 or 2 Lindsay-type candidates available here, but we settled on Edwards because our gossip said he was the only one who could muster the freak vote, the under 30 heads and erstwhile apolitical hippie types who, like me, wouldn't cross the street to vote for Lindsay. The New York vote was a triumph of a new coalition, but the Aspen vote signaled the appearance of a whole new electorate. So, that's my new gimmick. I've been sitting around here, and also in Los Angeles for the past 2 weeks, trying to work it into the dull and dated garbage that you still call, I guess, the death of the American dream. I think I can use all the Nixon stuff, plus the doomed Esquire Guns article, plus the Playboy JC Killy piece and also the LA stuff and even the oil shale research. Maybe not all of it, but enough to show the Aspen campaign in a national context. The joke in all this is that I suddenly see a bedrock validity in the American dream. The Joe Edwards campaign was a straight exercise in Jeffersonian democracy. In a sense, it was an echo of the '68 McCarthy campaign, but the difference lay in our ability to politicalize people who never knew or cared about the difference between Gene and Joe. We organized a mock election at the high school and won with 75% of the vote. The editor of the high school paper is now part of our half-underground government in exile. All of what I say here is necessarily less than the whole truth, but I trust you see what I'm getting at. The possibility of a book titled Joe Edwards for Mayor gives me that tight focused chunk of absolute reality that even the craziest, weirdest kind of journalism needs to hold it together. What the book has lacked, all along, is a reason for writing it. But now, in the wake of this virgin political experience, I think I have that reason. On Sunday night I have to make a speech of sorts at a private high school, or prep school as it were, about 40 miles from here, and I'm going to tell them that, contrary to recent experience, that we can in fact beat the fatbacks on their home court. Incredible as it seems, existing law is actually on our side. We found that out when the mayor tried to challenge our freaks at the polls. The DA and the city attorney refused to intervene, so we had to give a crash course in election laws to a dozen or so bearded poll watchers. We armed them with tape recorders and Xerox copies of law book pages, which caused chaos at the polls and beat the challengers down to whimpering jelly. In a nut, what we proved here is that freak power is no joke. This is our country, too, and we can goddamn well control it if we learn to use the tools. And it's fun. The Edwards campaign was a wilder trip, for me, than any acid I've ever eaten. I stayed awake for 3 and 4 days at a time, incredibly high on the notion of taking over the world. And we weren't fucking with sheep herders. The new mayor, by one vote, is either the state GOP secretary of some sort, or a GOP National Committee woman, or maybe both. One of her main supporters was Leon Uris. 50. We also had the current administration savagely against us along with the Aspen Times, a bastion of Humphrey-style liberalism. Beyond that, we had a wholly unknown candidate. I had never spoken to Edwards until I called him one Saturday night and said, "Okay, you're it." Edwards himself was only a symbol of the power we suspected was there mainly in the street freaks and boomers, the night people and the dope culture. But when the deal went down, we had some of the heaviest establishment names in town on our side in print, and making radio spots. Our whole campaign was a death rattle for local business, the profit ethic and common sense. We promised to cut the tourist area in half, bar autos from the downtown streets, terminate the approaching 4-lane highway 10 miles from town, tax developers out of existence, or at least out of Aspen, force the cops to say sir to hair freaks and hippies, and generally croak the boom that has made Aspen a retail gold mine for the past 20 years. And we came within one vote of doing it. Which leads me to believe that we may have a story here, if only because it has changed my whole notion of what's possible in America. On a purely personal basis, I'm prepared to give the system one more chance, mainly because I honestly believe we can win this war. We can take the machinery of reality away from the fatbacks, they are too far gone in slow-wit corruption to deal with a serious challenge. Hunter. To Ron Dorfman, Chicago Journalism Review. The editor of the new Chicago Journalism Review, launched in the wake of some questionable coverage of the 1968 Democratic National Convention, had asked Thompson to write an essay for the magazine on the symbiotic relationship between the press and publicity seekers like the Hells Angels. November 19, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Ron Dorfman, you asked for some words on how the news media and folks like the Hells Angels feed on each other, but I have a feeling I did that once, in a book called Hells Angels. The Angels were an obvious story, they were physical, tangible, weird, loud, menacing, and so hostile, so strange and threatening, that few reporters ever tried to confront them as human beings. There was, after all, no need to. The Angels were a good story, even from a distance. They loved publicity, but only when they dictated the style and content. Covering the Angels was like trying to make sense of an Eisenhower press conference. It was easier, and funnier, in the long run, to simply write it the way it looked and sounded. Both Ike and the Hells Angels managed to soft-con the press for quite a few years. Finally, in 1959, people like James Reston and Harrison Salisbury on the New York Times began writing the rude truth about Eisenhower. Salisbury's coverage of Ike's aborted trip to Japan when threatened demonstrations caused him to terminate his mission in Okinawa was a new kind of journalism for the 50s. And mine on the Angels, I suppose, was part of what is called the new journalism of the 60s. But the whole concept of a new journalism is bogus unless we admit that honesty in a journalist is something new. The old, Hearst-style journalists had a privileged relationship with power, and they paid for that privilege by keeping a lot of warts and chancres off the public record. This tradition is still strong, especially with big city newspapers, TV news departments and national news magazines. The first issue of the Chicago Journalism Review cites a few good examples of this, i.e. 1, one step forward, 2 steps back, and 2, giving readers the business. So the new journalism is nothing more than a repudiation of the whole concept of privileged communication between newsmen and their sources. The Hells Angels were outraged when I called them losers. They were, and still are, yet I only knew this because they took me into their confidence. In the same way, none but a handful of trusted aides would have known that Hubert Humphrey planted a wet kiss on the TV screen the night of his nomination if he hadn't allowed a few reporters into his suite while he watched the balloting. Nixon learned this lesson in 1960 and 62. This year he treated the press like a bunch of scorpions, playing influential reporters off against each other and awarding private interviews like gold stars for good behavior. I spent 10 days following him around in New Hampshire, and by the time I was finally granted an audience I felt almost lucky. This feeling passed very quickly, however, and now on the basis of what I wrote I have no illusions about getting a job as a White House correspondent. For the same reasons, I'll have a jaundiced view of any correspondent who seems close to Nixon. The first issue of the CJ Review cited this same problem in another context: are the media provoking violence? The article concluded, right now whether editorial writers like it or not, violence is paying off in publicity as well as political response. Well, I guess that's true to some extent, but I don't think it calls for a new policy, as the article suggested. I was in Chicago for that week of the Democratic Convention. I had press credentials for the amphitheater, a room at the Blackstone and a motorcycle helmet for the streets, and none of the incredible violence I saw was provoked by the media. The violence was an integral part of that scene. It had been building for years, all over the country, and Chicago was only an outlet. A CBS newsman who'd covered the April 27 Peace March in Chicago said the local police were just as brutal then as they were on Wednesday night in front of the Hilton. It's been my experience, in fact, that the presence of cameras and TV lights usually forestalls violence. This was certainly true in the Bay Area, where I covered most of the anti-war demonstrations and free speech action from 1964 to 67. Police violence was always muted by the presence of the media, and if the antis were provoked in any way, it was usually to verbal excess. The whole purpose of a demonstration, after all, is to score points for the cause, to convince the great mass of neutral witnesses that the protest is right. A prime intention of any left/radical demonstration is to provoke the minions of the establishment, the police, to violence, and thus expose the brutality and hypocrisy of an establishment that claims to stand for peace and democracy. On these terms, the reaction of the Chicago police was a great victory for the demonstrators. They made their point. Admittedly, the news media played a major role. Scenes of violence and police brutality were photographed, written about, and shown on TV screens from coast to coast. And why not? It happened. There was nothing twisted or untrue in the TV coverage. Mayor Daley's refusal to allow the networks to broadcast live from the streets forced them to work with film, and gave me the luxury of first being part of a scene and then watching the same thing later on a screen somewhere. In retrospect, some of the worst scenes I witnessed in person were never filmed. None of the really vicious beatings I saw occurred in front of the Hilton. That Wednesday night scene was only the tip of the iceberg. Can anyone honestly say that Chicago would have been nonviolent if the news media had ignored everything except the official program at the amphitheater? Can all those murders in Alabama 51 be traced to excessive news coverage? Did the news media provoke the Detroit race riot in 1943? There is all manner of violence going on in this country every night of every week, and only a small percentage of it shows up on TV screens. Check the police blotter in any big city newspaper, it's a horror show. Probably there were fewer serious injuries during the whole week of the Democratic Convention than on any Saturday night in metropolitan Chicago. While working on the Hells Angels book, I spent a lot of time in the new slums of East Oakland, and I still tremble at the casual acceptance of violence that prevailed in that world. The kind of violence the news media are accused of provoking is usually the showbiz variety. The TV scenes from Chicago featured police charges and quick billy club action. I didn't see any films of 10-minute beatings with teeth being kicked out or 4-on-1 groin stompings. Should the news media deal with this kind of violence? I think so. A middle-class voyeur who gets his kicks from watching TV show characters Mannix or Marshall Dillon punch people around should be given the chance to watch a real beating a terrified man, like himself, screaming and crying for help with blood in his eyes and not able to breathe. Right, a bit of that on TV, or detailed descriptions in print, would drain a lot of the charm from our fantasy violence. Or maybe not. This is an old notion when you consider that traffic offenders have been forced to watch gory accident films for years, in almost every state, and it hasn't made much difference. More than 50,000 people will die this year on the highways. It also begs the question about media provoking violence in situations that are essentially political. I spent Election Day and the rest of that week in Los Angeles, where an old friend of mine is deeply involved in the Chicano/Mexican Brown Power movement. He wanted me to write about it, and even though I didn't want to, I tried to interest two national serious magazines and they turned it down. One of these, the New York Times Sunday Mag, had called me the day after a bunch of Black Panthers walked into the California state capitol carrying guns, and asked me to rush out to the coast to do a story on the Black Panthers. But, a year later, the same editor wasn't interested in a story on the still peaceful Brown Berets in Los Angeles from me or anyone else. My friend, a lawyer working full-time in the Chicano movement, was first depressed and then bitter. He couldn't understand why the Black Panthers were such a hot story and the Chicanos weren't. I could explain the editor's lack of interest very simply and cynically. Your people have to kill somebody, I said. You need a good riot, with a lot of burning. Which was true, I'm afraid. A Mexican riot in East Los Angeles on the scale of what's would very definitely get a lot of nationwide coverage. And it may happen. It's coming, my friend told me. That's the last thing we want, but if that's what it takes, we'll do it. We have a lot of people who think we should have done it a long time ago. The next day he brought one of those people up to my hotel room, a stocky, flinty-eyed little Mexican who smoked a lot of grass and talked very casually about having blown up a building a few weeks earlier. Dynamite's easy to get, he said. At first we were scared like hell, but once we got started it was fun. We blew that place all apart. I was interested, amused and generally sympathetic, but I still didn't want to do an article on the brown power thing. The Chicanos couldn't understand my attitude. They would give me all the help I needed, they said. I would have the inside word, the real truth, I'd be privy to all their action. And there was the hook, the other end of the Hearst ethic. I was being offered a privileged relationship with brown power, but what would they say when I wrote about marijuana and dynamite and petty infighting, power struggles within the movement, stupid statements that would make them sound like a gang of teenage freaks if they ever appeared in print? The Hells Angels had presented the same kind of problem, the assumption that my privileged communication carried the obligation of not writing anything bad about them. They never understood that I saw myself as a journalist, not a special pleader. They seemed to feel I should lie for them in print like their lawyers lied for them in court. My leverage, with the Angels, was the fact that I was writing a book, a one-shot thing over which they had no control, because when I finished the book I'd also be finished with the Angels. They understood this, and seemed to accept it. I laughed off all suggestions that I join the club, if only because by joining I'd have compromised myself as surely as if they'd hired me as a public relations man. My gig would have been blown just as badly as if I'd written any articles about them before I finished the book. The November 18th issue of The Nation carries an article by Kenneth Gross, a reporter for the New York Post, on the difficulties of covering the recent New York City teachers' strike. In the beginning, he says, Ocean Hill appeared to be available to journalism, but as the story grew, as the attention focused with more intensity, we became locked in. Eventually, physically locked in. The cops were on one side, and since they stood with us, it was superficially concluded, we must be on that side, too. Reporters who managed to establish a rapport with the governing board or the community also faced a test. They were not able to perform as journalists, but were expected to become agents. It was natural. The United Federation of Teachers behaved in exactly the same way, but the intimidation at Ocean Hill was thought to be greater. A group of white reporters were sitting in the office of the unit administrator when a group of black toughs appeared. They studied everyone's press card and jotted down our names and affiliations. We're going to be watching what you write, one of the kids said. You'd better not come back here if we don't like it. Hunter S. Thompson. To Warren Hinkle, Scanlon's Monthly. Unlike Playboy, Warren Hinkle's bold new Scanlon's Monthly eagerly accepted Thompson's no-holds-barred first-person take on the Jean-Claude Killy phenomenon. December 6, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Warren. Here's the Killy piece. I have a clean copy around here somewhere, right here in this goddamn room, for that matter, but I've been looking for the bastard for 2 days and nights and I can't find it. Meanwhile, this half-ass copy should be enough for you to make some kind of initial judgment. I've had so many different comments on it that I've lost track. Some people dig it for the word action, others hate it for the style and tone. The editors of Playboy really despised it. Their edit/memos ranged from "this is a good Esquire piece" to "Thompson's ugly, stupid arrogance is an insult to everything we stand for and this is our last adventure with H. Thompson. From now on we'll read his prose in book form, or not at all. David Butler, the editor who assigned the piece despite my assurance that it would never see print, in Playboy, confirmed my ho-ho-phone assumption that I am now on Playboy's blacklist. Butler's own comment was, "I don't really like the piece, but that's not the point, which is that N. Mailer shouldn't be the only writer who can get away with saying what he really thinks. Butler's a decent sort and I don't want to blow his gig any worse than I already have. He told me, for instance, that Hugh Hefner has been trying for 5 years to get Chevrolet to advertise in the book. I knew, from the start, that the whole thing was a terrible bummer. On my first night in Chicago I was drinking with one of the Chevy PR people when he was suddenly joined by his old friend, Vince Tajiri, Playboy's picture editor, who had dropped by the hotel to invite Killy's PR team over to Heg's house for a swimming party, which didn't include me. No room in the pool for a writer assigned by Tajiri's magazine to write a long profile on the person they really wanted on the scene that night for photos. J.C. Killy, who didn't show up. So all I missed, as it turned out, was a few hours in the company of a gang of assholes. But the point is that nobody knew, when they told me that my services wouldn't be needed for the rest of the night, that Killy wasn't going to grace the scene they were setting up. Tajiri didn't know me from a dog in the manger, but he knew I was working on assignment from Playboy, yet the cocksucker told me to get lost when he wanted to use my subject for a night of orgy/promo pics, and he did it in the presence of Killy's main PR hooker, which queered my act for good. Looking for parallels, well, let's say that 2 years ago Rampart's editor Peter Collier assigned me to write a profile on Eric Hoffer, who didn't particularly dig it, but who went along with the act until one night in a bar we ran into Sturmer52, who said, "Say Eric, let's you and me bug off to some real action, and dump this bum." Anyway, I trust you see what I mean. I've done a lot of weird shit in 10 years of freelancing, running a lot of heavy gauntlets with no real credentials and only the grease of human decency to get me through, like conning Sonny Liston 53, Ted Sorensen and the president of Peru into long exclusive interviews when I wasn't even working for anybody, but never, under any circumstances, have I been shit on so totally as I was in the course of this Playboy/Killy thing. That whole goddamn magazine is a conspiracy of anemic masturbators, scurvy fist fuckers to the last man. Like a gang of wild whores or the inmates of some terrible peg house, the editors of Playboy roam the world by telephone, trying to get everybody down in the same bad hole where they are. Yeah, and to hell with all that. I have a bundle of letter carbons, discussing the horrors of working for those jackalls. Maybe that would put a bit of wild hair on the piece. I don't see any chance of getting Butler to yield up those confidential memos. He read them to me, on the phone, as a personal favor or maybe for reasons of his own. Anyway, I insisted on knowing why they wouldn't print it. One memo, for instance, said, "Publication of this article would certainly cause Headski to drop us permanently from their ad schedule, and cost us any chance we might have with Chevrolet, etc." Oddly enough, there was one ranking editor who wanted to publish the thing. Butler wouldn't tell me who he was and I wasn't really that curious, but in fairness I should say that there was one. Which hardly matters, for now. Read the thing and do what you will. Naturally I'd prefer to see the thing done whole, but it's obvious even to me that it's cuttable. I knew, all along, that it wasn't going to run, so I didn't worry about length, redundancies, or constant focus. There are obvious chunks that can be dropped with no real loss to the main theme, as it were. I think I've noted, or marked, some of the cuttable chunks on the margin, although some of the most obvious chops contain some of the things I like best, like the whole link with the stockyards and August 68, or the optional lead marked with letters A through M, instead of numbers. The A-M section might fit anywhere, or nowhere. Why don't you read the whole thing and see what you think, then we can haggle, if necessary. Unfortunately, the last 26 pages had to be Xeroxed off this goddamn orange paper, which for some reason defies Xeroxing. If you want to run the thing, maybe you can make your own copy and return all of these orange pages to me, as soon as possible in case I can't locate my other copy. For the moment, you have the only copy of pages A through M and 1 to 77. Another potential hang-up is that Skiers Gazette, a trade tabloid, is talking about serializing the whole thing, as is, for $200 a chunk, and although that sounds unlikely, it's a definite possibility because the editor of SG is a left-bent dope freak who hates skiing and skiers. They've run some really foul, insulting shit, so this killy thing might be right up their tube. I don't see any problem with conflict of interest on this score, but let me know if I'm wrong. In any case, there's no point in haggling until you've read the piece, so do that first, and then we can fuck with details. My apologies for the dim Xerox of pages 78 to 101, but it was either that or nothing. On other fronts, Marianne mentioned a 2,000-word shot on the recent Aspen election. I hope to get that done in a day or so. Right now I'm trying to work it into this stinking book that I have to deliver to Random House in order to pay many debts and get free of what has come to be a fuck-awful nightmare. The election was a bummer. We came within 6 votes, out of 1,200, of taking over the town, and in the process we scared the shit out of all the fatbacks who've been running this town since 1945. I'm enclosing a screed I did for one of the local papers, owned by the same lad who owns the Skiers Gazette, and which caused massive howling and ugliness when it appeared. It was my first appearance in local print and the reaction was extremely savage. The fuckers accused me of negativism. It's easy to criticize, etc. Right. Everybody talks about the weather, but... So I called Joe Edwards one Saturday at midnight and said, my man, you don't know me and I don't know you, but 3 weeks from now you're going to be the mayor of Aspen. In less than 10 days we registered about 300 street loonies who never even thought about voting. Freak power was the theme, and it worked. We beat the buggers stupid. The day before the election the mayor went on the radio and said that within 24 hours he was going to have at least 150 hair freaks in jail for perjury and false swearing, and beyond that, they'd have the living shit kicked out of them if they showed up at the polls. We tried to have the mayor arrested for intimidating voters, but the bastard hires and fires all the cops, including the chief, and when I called the day he said he couldn't get involved, we would have to do our own policing. Which we did, with numerous bearded poll watchers and full complement of auxiliaries just outside the 100-foot limit. Even our sympathizers complained about the hair cordon all around the polling place. But it worked. We disqualified all but 2 voter challenges, whiplashing the poll judges with all the fine points of Colorado election law. And so much for all that, too. This is not my night for coherence. Since losing the election we have declared total war on the fatbacks on 2 levels, like, tonight I spent about 5 hours on the phone, gathering evidence to bust the county attorney. There are 3 wards in the city, the county is a 4th ward, and we are Ward 5. On the public level we are dealing now with the city attorney mainly to keep sharp and gearing down for next year's election when the sheriff comes up, along with one of the 3 CTY commissioners. Ward 5's candidate for the CC slot is a man with a beard down to his sternum, and our man for sheriff is, well, shucks, I hate to sound uppity, but I may as well admit that it's me. Right, Sheriff Thompson. Which is only a rumor, but the mere possibility has made a lot of people physically sick. 3 weeks before the mayoral election Joe Edwards didn't even know he was running, and freak power was a bad hippie joke. But now, in the wake of that 6-vote loss, we are clearly capable of almost anything. We are sitting on the largest block vote in the county, and even the pig people realize it. I tell you this politics gig is a wild and heavy trip. I got about as high on that election, for 21 straight days, as I've ever been on acid, and I can see, now, why people get addicted to this thing. Like Mailer and his hopeless dream of the White House, or, failing that, Gracie Mansion 54. Super freak goes to the supermart. So the password in Aspen these days is beware. Ward 5 is gearing down for a serious takeover bid, and meanwhile, on that other level, we're into a fire and dynamite trip. Make the fatbacks understand how vulnerable they are not only at the polls, but every hour of every wretched day. Agnew can't help them out here. The fat is in the fire. And okay for now, it's done and I'm tired. One of these days I'll send Random House a 100-pound bag of my letters, or maybe a half-mad Wolverine in a cardboard cage. Why not? Indeed. Hunter. To Don Erickson, Esquire. Thompson made a last-minute attempt to get his NRA article published. December 9, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Don. Astounding to hear from you. I sort of assumed the gun piece had died on the vine or the cutting room floor, as it were. I'm a trifle paranoid about the politics end of this writing business, I can't handle it. At almost the same time that I was fuming out here with Cheryl's memo, I was putting the finishing touches on a piece that ultimately got me blackballed with Playboy. They asked for a profile of J.C. Killy and cursed me savagely for the thing I gave them. That episode, along with the gun piece hassle, left me wondering if it was possible for me to communicate any longer with anyone east of the Rockies. I still wonder, for that matter, but if you're still interested in the gun piece, I'll send a new version. Since my last effort I went hunting for the first time in 4 years and with the help of a little mescaline got locked into a trauma that found me spending 48 hours alone in the Badlands, chasing antelope by day and scribbling crazily all night in the back of my Volvo wagon, by Coleman lantern light, wondering what the fuck I was doing out there. On top of that, a man came out the other day and tried to sell me a machine gun. He wanted $200 so he could pay a speed freak to break a man's arm in town. I couldn't afford the gun, but it was wonderful fun to shoot. Which reminds me of the ENC clip from the current Rolling Stone, things are even worse than I said in the original article, every dope freak I've talked to in the past year is on a violence trip. Maybe Woodstock 55 is the wave of the future, but I doubt it. Hate St was peaceful when I lived there, but that was 3 years ago. Actually, I haven't written anything in about 2 months, due to a sudden, total involvement in local politics. We launched a takeover bid that came within 6 votes of installing a 29-year-old bike racer as mayor of Aspen. I promised to run for sheriff if he won, and I may still do it. Freak power is out in the open here. One man, one vote. Beware the rising tide. Okay for now. I'll get back on the piece and send a new version ASAP. Ciao. Hunter. To Steve Geller. After the loss of the Aspen mayoral election and Sandy's painful miscarriage, the Thompsons went to Los Angeles for a 2-week vacation of sorts. December 10, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Steve. Your letter was here when I got back from LA. After the Aspen election I was so wound up that I had to get out of town for a while, so I sent my son to Florida, seized my wife and fled to the Continental Hotel for about 2 weeks. She was still in a slump after losing the last kid, and I was lingering along in a killing rage after losing the Aspen mayor's race by 6 votes, so we decided to sacrifice the Diners Club card for 2 crazed weeks in Hollywood, face to face with the drug culture in a huge rented Pontiac, Chicano dealers and brown power freaks lurking around the rooftop hotel pool at noon, mescaline politics far up in the smog, 12 floors higher than the Strip, looking down on all that wild crap, buying honeydew melons at the farmer's market and hurling the rinds off the balcony at passing cars, a very debilitating trip in all, and I'm sorry I missed you. It never occurred to me, of course, that you were actually living nearby. In my mind you exist as a small and wiry bugger, lurking intensely on a midnight street corner beside some shoe factory in Troy making notes, compiling some awful indictment that nobody understands. Jesus, I guess that sounds bad, but I don't mean it that way. If somebody asked me tonight whose book, new, I most looked forward to reading sometime soon, I think I'd say yours. As I told Shercliffe and you, too, I think I dug Pitbull on a level that I don't spend much time on these days. Hard to explain, but it's there. Try another one of Bernard's offerings called Nog, or the one from a different house titled A Fan's Notes. A man called Exley wrote the latter. No reason to like it, except that it's nice to read something straight, now and then. Anyway, I certainly would have called if I'd had any idea you were there. Your money/writing schedule makes me tired, just looking at it. I spent a whole day while I was there out at UCLA, experimenting with videotape scenes in the J department. I'm fascinated by the notion of being able to make your own film and then play it back instantly on the tube. Dennis Murphy, the sergeant, and I went out there and worked out on the machine long enough to see the future, which is not bound books, as I see it. If Nixon fails in his efforts to destroy the economy, I think we're into a decade of wild experiments mainly with film. That whole medium seems on the verge of falling into the hands of people who can use it. All of which reminds me that I'm many months overdue with that wonderful Random House offering called The Death of the American Dream. I hate to spend 3 YRS writing a pile of worthless shit, but that's what I'm into, a sophomore jinx on all fronts. I've done everything I can to put it off, but now stone broke again, I don't see any way out. Just write the fucker and clear the decks, take the beating and play counterpuncher. Fuck them. I hope your agent is better than mine. Who is it? This is really a stinking way to have to make a living. I got into politics recently and ran amok with energy I haven't been able to tap in years. We made a takeover bid here, and came within 6 votes of doing it. I think maybe Hollywood is the last place in America where a writer can still ignore Agnew in good conscience. He'll never matter there, either way. I spent most of Election Day '68 at an outdoor pub on the Strip, called Alfie's, with time off, now and then, to visit various polling places around the city, and my central memory about Hollywood on that day is that nobody either knew or gave a fuck about anything, like Nixon who. So maybe I half understand your mention of missing New Haven terribly. Or maybe not. My focus here has come down quite unexpectedly to the hard and vicious realities of how my world works, like I spent most of today gathering evidence INRA, conflict of interest in the county attorney's office. This filthy bastard has spent 20 years beating us all like a set of silly gongs. He has run this county like a private fief, and made himself a millionaire in the process. His brother represents LBJ's oil interest, 2 counties away, which now comes down to how many nuclear blasts the oil companies need to fuck us all. Anyway, that's my scene for the moment. I'm trying to finish off that pile of crap for RH, and meanwhile going hard and fast about 20 HRS a day with reality. These greedy screws are selling the very earth I live on, and for good or ill I think the time has come to say no more. The time has also come to get off this letter writing gig, grind out a few words for money. So I guess I'll do that. As for the handwriting you mentioned, look back on what I've said. For what I see, the only hope, for now, is to get down on the killing floor with those evil fucks, and beat them in public. Agnew is the final flower of the fuck it syndrome. Right. Let Adolf do it. That's where we're headed, and when they have the war crimes trials for this era, I don't want to have to say I wasn't involved. Which brings me back to your line about the crabs and real bullshit. That's a beautiful line, and maybe I'll use it sometime, with proper credit, of course, but don't let your eagerness to get it off, later, make you blind to the weird and volatile realities of the scene you're waiting to comment on, later. Remember Hubert Humphrey? He sold his ass for a tomorrow he'll never see, not even in his memoirs. And so much for all that. Hunter. To Bernard Shercliffe, Valentine Books. December 12, 1969. Woody Creek Co. Dear Bernard. It strikes me as possible and even probable that the passing of a year has yielded up a few royalty dollars INRA, the Hells Angels sales. I certainly hope so, because I need funds in a very definite way. And not for Christmas presents, either.